we
Yeah.
go. We're good.
Oh shit.
There we go. I know the stream now. Hello. 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 Are we live?
For the love.
Yeah, I'm gonna test it on my phone. I mean, it should be working now.
Let me see. We're good.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. So let's just focus on getting you through your first week. Okay? Okay. Oh, that's me.
Yeah, okay. We're good. We're good.
Hello.
We're just waiting for Comic Legend. 'cause
Hello.
He's taking fucking forever.
Do you even know what he's doing, bro? He's probably touching grass right now. So I mean, you don't know what to do. You ever think of that, buddy?
No. He agreed to this. That's the thing.
Yeah, and then real life got in the way. Is that such a problem for you? Because
that's-
like he's not as fat and smelly and greasy and like terminally online as you are.
You know that's not okay.
That silence, bro. That was staggering.
You know that's not okay.
That was staggering, bro.
That is
That
not
was
okay.
staggering. Oh,
Stark,
shit.
join the disagreement day so we can have a friendly discussion on Toy Story 4.
Disagreement was calling an SK's bit. What the fuck?
No.
What a
No.
dumb joke.
No.
That was lame. Y'all heard about the Spider-Man 4 rumors? Yes, I have actually.
Yeah.
If they apparently like one of the writers for the Batman or one of the people who helped write the Batman wants that story to be made. He wants to help Sam Raimi with it. And Kirsten Dunst is down for it. Tobey Maguire has been down for it. Sam Raimi has been interested in it. So, yeah, if they get a fourth one, we could actually get a good ending for Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. So that would be cool.
Oh, here's a better idea. Just let it fucking die. Cause it's
Inside
it's
Out
Let it
is-
shrivel
it's
up.
already a
We're gonna
menace,
have to-
yeah.
Burn alive.
I'm gonna ban you.
I
Man.
hate woke. That's
Yo, what's
fire.
up? I hate woke.
He just keeps spamming the same shit.
Goodbye. I hate
Hello.
woke. I'm very sorry to ban you.
Nah, they were spitting though.
Already with the asking about
I
Star
hate
Wars people
woke.
if someone starts
Hold
being
up.
disingenuous with the Dark Knight trilogy. People have been disingenuous with the Dark Knight trilogy. Just look at Little Mosquito Disease.
Yeah, just like you, SK. Just like you a few years
Just
back.
like you,
Right?
just like
right?
you,
Right?
just like
right?
you.
Right? 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 Right. That's a really good impression of yourself. Oh wait, that's what you always sound like.
Sounds like you. I'm very sorry that offends you.
Sounds like
I'm very sorry to hear that offends you.
I'm very sorry.
The one with Mr. Dickovich is Craven. Just imagine that he becomes Craven the Hunter. That's crazy.
That'd be awful.
Yo, that'd be awesome.
That'd be fucking terrible.
Instant 10 out of 10.
Instant 1 out of 10.
Instant 10 out of 10, bro.
Fuck me.
The word woke is
Fuck
overrated
everyone.
as hell. I mean, it's just
They're
over.
woke.
It's overused, you know.
Being woke is overrated as hell.
Spider-Man 2 is woke because Venom's okay.
Okay.
Venom's Gyat isn't in it. No, I agree with that.
You know, SK, I think this guy has a point. This person has a point.
Yeah, Professor Doe, bro, he's cooking. He's cooking.
Dodo bird.
Come on, it's funny. I will have to respectfully disagree, Stark.
I hate
gonna-
woke is funny, Stark. Is that what you say? Is
I'm
that
gonna
what you're saying?
listen. I'm gonna listen to some Toy Story music from the Sega Genesis.
The hunt for rent money. What's up, Yax? My
Yax
huge
attacks.
disagreement is that Morbius had a greater impact on cinemas than Infinity War.
Obviously.
Oh yeah. Okay, Anthony says he has new info about the Ultimate Joker situation. I mean,
Fuck's sake.
what information could you have? Because, I mean, we're gonna cover that video eventually. So I
Yeah, but
I don't
now?
know. Not today.
Shit, it better not be.
But
I
yeah,
keep
I
getting
mean, if it's like something really private, then yeah, I don't know, just send it over.
Oh, look who finally showed up.
Finally showed
Oh
up.
my god.
Look who
Oh
finally
my
showed
god. Yo, it's
worst
Comic
nightmare.
Legend. Oh my goodness.
up. Hey SK, I have a question. If you had to choose one to debate with, would it be Ranting for Vengeance or EFAP? I think Ranting for Vengeance would be pure entertainment.
That one would be way funnier.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
EFAP would be literally going through a forest of sarcasm and demeaning.
Yeah, so
Dude,
2020.
that
EFAP
sounds
would be like reading library books. I don't know.
It would
I
literally
like reading
be.
library
It would
books.
literally be fucking 2018 fucking Kratos versus God of War 3 Kratos.
Well, no, for SK it'd be like 2021 SK versus current SK. Like it's like classic Sonic versus modern Sonic.
Another thing, why wasn't Spider-Man in Gotham City? Trash. Spider-Man has never been in New York. Woke.
Wow, that was so funny. Yeah.
Ultimate Joker is
So
back
it's-
for more. Yeah,
You know what, never mind.
we're well aware of Ultimate Joker. We'll cover him another time. We'll have this conversation another time.
Ultimate
you know?
Jonker.
We need gas masks before we continue with him.
Yeah, we need to develop a new
Immunity.
new protective gear.
Anti-fear
We need to
toxin.
develop a new immunity for that kind of level of pedophilia and smell.
And I'm told not to say offensive shit. Fuck you.
It's offensive to point out what Ultimate
When
Joker.
someone's a
that offends you,
pedophile.
PJ. I'm sorry that offends
You're
you.
very sorry that offends you, PJ.
See, how come I can't say racist shit, but he gets to call everyone pedophiles? This isn't fair.
I'm sorry calling out bad behavior like pedophilia offends you.
I want to call people pedophiles. What the fuck is this?
Would you rather debate heels versus babyface or the critical drinker? Dude, why?
Heels
that's not
versus
even a
babyface.
Yeah, heel versus babyface. That's not even a question.
Bro,
This
he's
is like
literally,
this is like
he's
this is like
literally
asking
the
who,
kingpin, bro.
It's like asking which character would win in a fight, like which fictional character would win in a fight. Dude, obviously Spider-Man would win against fucking I don't know Buzz Lightyear.
Super Mario.
Ultimate Joker versus EFAP versus Ranting Revenge. Who's more stupid? Look, when you ask
Jesus
these questions,
Christ.
it's always gonna be Ultimate Joker.
Always. Are
Between
you
the
sure about
Wolverine
that?
and Iron Man 3, which would you say is better? The
Iron Man
Wolverine.
3. Wow.
The
I
Wolverine's
live
pretty
and
good.
breathe.
Wolverine versus
Wolverine.
what?
The Wolverine
The
versus Iron
Wolverine.
Man 3.
Logan.
The Wolverine.
Paul.
The Wolverine. What's your
No.
thoughts on people saying James Gunn virtue signaled in season 2 of Peacemaker? I haven't seen season 2 of Peacemaker, so I can't confirm or deny that.
Even
looks
though we go to the reality of League Entertainment, you don't want to watch that season.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
PJ, guess what I'm playing right now?
Cosmic Invasion.
No. Better.
I don't. Arkham Knight.
Better.
Better. What's
I
better
don't
than
know.
Arkham Knight?
Sonic.
War for Cybertron, dog.
Oh!
Oh fuck.
Do you agree with the modern discourse of TASM or no? Well, what's the
Modern
modern discourse? As far as I
It's
know,
pre-
most people say
it's
it
pretty-
sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty unanimous that it's fucking anus.
Well, while we
That
wait
was
for
funny.
disagreements, I guess we can go over some.
What disagreements are we focusing on today, anyways?
Oh, yeah,
It's
Dom,
just
look in
open.
your-
Any disagreement
look in your
someone
names.
has, they can join.
Give me a
Lots of
sec.
people have been saying.
Oh, so you're
"Yeah, I
out of
got this-"
ideas. You're a hack.
People have been like, I have a disagreement. I have a disagreement. It's like, all right,
Hold
we'll
up.
do. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna send this stream to the people I was debating yesterday. Oh, someone's here. All right, never mind.
We the people.
All right, everybody.
Oh,
quiet.
someone to yell at. Yes!
All right, what's up, Power Goss? What's your disagreement and tell us why?
This is peak.
Fascinating. I agree.
Hello.
I agree with this person.
Hello.
You're on the
I see-
line.
I see- I
What's
saw
your
the green
motherfucking
thing.
disagreement?
Hello.
I don't know. This guy's.
Power Goss. We
You
speak up.
fucking crackers.
Hang on. Power
Hello.
Goss.
Jesus
Yo,
Christ.
Power Guy 69.
Power
on the
scaling
line.
94.
Power Goss.
This Power
oh,
Scaling
Can you hear me
94.
from there? Because like when I
Oh,
had
hello.
Yes,
the
we hear you. Yes, we
stream
hear you.
off,
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Okay, I can hear it through the stream. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
don't listen. To
Use
the
your
stream.
fucking voice, bro.
Listen to the call, not the stream. The stream is delayed.
When I had... Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Just let me do the talking. All right, Power
Okay.
It's
Goss.
late anyways.
Apparently, like when I have like the stream off, it apparently
Yes, the stream should be off. You're in the call, so listen to the call.
I can hear the stream on
I
his
can hear
end.
the stream.
God.
I can hear the stream.
Just
What
get
is
him
this
up.
goofball shit?
Power Goss, listen to the call, not the stream.
You're on the line.
You're on the line. Power Goss, pause the stream. Pause the stream, and then listen to the call.
What a riveting start to the fucking.
All right, we're gonna bring
this
someone
is
else
DJ,
on.
bro.
You gotta get this fucking game. I want to play with you so badly.
All right,
Well,
zombie.
Jesus
Hang on.
Christ.
All right, zombie spider, you're on the line. What's
All
the
right,
disagreement? Tell
I
me
have
why.
the stream off. However,
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I see the thing lighting up in the call.
Yeah. So okay, you can listen now,
I
right?
still cannot.
He can't hear us.
Dude, he speaks so slow.
Okay. Power Goss, can you hear me now?
No.
What is this
All right,
shit?
all right. I'm gonna move you back to weight room. We'll deal with this later. We will fix this. All
Fucking hell. No,
That's so
was-
funny.
right, all right. Zombie spider, you're on the line. What's the disagreement? And tell us why.
Hello.
Yo, you gotta.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I was about to talk so
All
much
right.
shit.
First, I got one question. Which one of y'all woke pieces of shit were playing War on Cybertron, whatever the fuck it's called?
Uh-oh.
You think War for Cybertron is woke?
Yeah, there's too much clankers in it.
Name one woke thing in the game right now.
Where do you guys find these people?
Fighters! Fighters!
Okay.
I say we burn them all! Little drinkers! Skin, metal skin!
What am I listening
Okay. All right. Well, have a good one.
Okay.
That guy's a fucking racist bigot, and you should have shown everyone on this stream his fucking phone number right now.
On God, dude. That was
Piece of
messed
shit.
up.
Talking shit about one of the
Hold
best fucking games ever, War for Cybertron.
Wow.
Fuck that guy.
All right,
Man, that was a crazy thing you just sent me. Dog.
all right. All right.
Yeah, that was pretty
Adone,
wild.
what is your disagreement and tell us why?
Hmm?
What is the disagreement and tell us why?
Like what I said, I honestly
Name
think
disagreement
that,
in 10 seconds or you're getting booted. 10,
Oh.
9.
MCU Spider-Man is worse than Edge of Time.
Okay. Why do you think that?
It's because
That's crazy.
I have a multitude. Hold up, I have a multitude of reasons for this type of thing. The first reason is that consistently throughout the MCU, Peter is shown to be like really incompetent, like how he fails to stop the Vulture at several points,
Mm-hmm.
and also just like
So is Edge of Time, Peter. Though, to be fair.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Hold up. Another reason could be because of the fact that like he's like sort of like really like with like the Aegis glasses, like he's stupid enough not to cancel the strike, which is really stupid. And the same thing can be applied to No Way Home when he decides to bring in 4 supervillains into Happy's apartment without bringing them on restraints.
Okay.
With Edge of Time, Peter more or less just like, kind of just like, he sort of like behaves in the way that he should, because when Miguel tries to tell him to get out of the building, he refuses because he understands that it's his responsibility to, you know, stop the bad guys or whatever. And then also there isn't necessarily like any like there isn't really any nerfing to his character, like when he like, you know, like fights like against like the enemies or whatever. But
I mean, I could
Mario.
agree that he isn't nerfed nearly to the same degree as MCU Spider-Man, but in terms of like character discussion, we're not really talking so much as like, power level or if he's like fully competent. We're mostly talking about like the moral integrity of the character, if he has a consistent through line and for his character arc. And with Edge of Time Peter, I think he straight up has the worst Spider-Man character arc in any Spider-Man adaptations. Like, he goes from, I'm gonna leave my world because Anti-Venom almost killed me, which is silly for an experienced Spider-Man who's been at this for a while, where villains have always been trying to kill him, and many have almost succeeded. So I don't know why that's the reason he all of a sudden is like, well, I'm gonna leave my whole world behind. For some reason, he thinks leaving his world behind will save his loved ones, even though leaving the robber in his origin story is what allowed Uncle Ben to be killed. So I don't know why he suddenly thinks inaction is the answer to his problems. And the reason he gives for like why he's committing to this is, you're saying the lives of a billion strangers are more important than my loved ones. Like, that's some injustice dialogue. Spider-Man would never say that at all. And like, yeah, the only reason he really changes is because, MJ's in danger, even though he should have known something like this would happen by leaving his world behind. And he already knew that people in general would be in danger, but it's only because MJ is that he changes, which is like stupid. He already got over that in his character arc back in his origin story, where he learned, I shouldn't, once he loses Uncle Ben, that gets him to realize he should start using his powers for more good and be more responsible and not just serve himself. But in Edge of Time, clearly he didn't learn that lesson. So I think that's probably the worst way to depict Spider-Man in all of the adaptations. I understand that MCU Peter has a lot of problems as well, in terms of like, him being stupid or whatever. But like, I don't think the problems get this bad. There's a scale to this.
Yeah, but MCU Peter also does have a poorly constructed character journey, because in Homecoming, his entire character arc essentially revolves around him wanting to be like Tony Stark for some reason, which doesn't make any sense at all, because I feel like that Peter, he should still be like focusing on like he should still be focusing on what his Uncle Ben said to him. You know how like in Civil War he said.
To be fair, we have more moments where he does that. Like, for example, he leaves the party to go help with the explosion that takes place. He leaves the pool party to go investigate the Vulture. He leaves Homecoming to go after the Vulture. It's like there's more consistency with him in terms of his morals than Edge of Time Peter. Edge of Time Peter's just bad through and through.
But in Far From Home, he tries to justify the fact that he doesn't want to be Spider-Man by saying, I have a vacation trip with my friends. And also, he even says of how like his Aunt May will kill him, even though that's literally a lie. And he also says that he's not good enough. Like, I don't understand what type of Spider-Man would ever do that. Why would he ever? Huh?
So to play a bit of devil's advocate, one, MCU Peter is a teenager, whereas Edge of Time Peter is a grown adult. And two, he wants to take a break. He's not quitting forever. Whereas with Edge of Time Peter, he's not just taking a break. He's just leaving. Right? He's going from his time all the way to 2099, which he doesn't even have any clue what timeline ramifications that would have. Like, that could break all of existence for all he knows. And he still does that. And like, that's not me defending Far From Home. That's not me saying that it's a good thing.
Good writing?
Yeah, that's not me defending it, but it's not as bad as Edge of Time.
Oh, so you
I
like
think it's
Slut
demonstrably
now?
worse there.
Yeah, man.
So you like Slut now? That's okay.
That's character assassination.
All that
it
I'll
is.
say is at least Edge of Time did do irreparable damage to the fucking image of Spider-Man across media.
That's
Did it?
true. But
I mean, I guess.
we are
that-
talking
I mean,
about-
At least Edge of Time existing doesn't like fucking destroy this entire character's brand. I'll give it that much credit.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but also we have to take into account the fact that of how MCU Peter in No Way Home, he decides to essentially like make everybody forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, which could have easily like ruined like the lives of like possibly like hundreds, if not thousands, of spider people across the multiverse. If we really think about it.
No, yeah, I agree with that, but again, Edge of Time is just worse because
I just
it's
but, like,
all of reality we're dealing with.
yeah, but like I
Like
yeah,
the
but I just
fabric
like,
of
personally
existence.
think that huh?
He's willing to just gamble with the fabric of existence just to protect his own family, which I think is extremely out of character for him.
I
You
mean,
don't deserve existence. That's good.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I guess, but like, still, I honestly think that like what Tom's Spider-Man did is like probably like.
I mean, in
far worse
fairness, didn't
because-
Tom gamble the entirety of existence for college?
Yes.
Yes, but
That's
I think
that
it-
I
it
would
just-
argue that's worse because at least it's somewhat, noble to protect your family.
Well, okay,
It's just
it wasn't-
awful to go.
it wasn't-
but my college, I'm fat.
It wasn't just to college. It was mainly just college was one of them, but it was also just the fact that he was already sick of getting harassed in public for being Spider-Man.
Well,
Even that's not
yeah.
that
To be fair,
good.
he also says it's not about me. This is hurting other people. He does.
No,
say
I
that to
know.
Strange. Well, no, yeah,
I know,
I'm
like,
helping
I'm
your
not-
point.
I don't need your help, bitch.
But yeah, I mean, I think like you could make the family defense for MCU Peter as well. I think just to, once again with Edge of Time, I think what makes it especially inexcusable is that this guy is like this is a seasoned Spider-Man. He's way more experienced. This is like a Spider-Man out of college, and he does this.
Yeah, Tom's is still like a kid. Like he's still like 17. Or, like,
Yeah,
or,
which
like 16.
again, not a defense, but like it's better.
A kid, bro? He's going to college. He ain't no kid.
He's a
What's up?
he's a fucking teenager, you idiot.
What's up, Gaming Rift? The topic is just anything. Right now, we're talking MCU Spider-Man versus Edge of Time.
Gaming Rift, join for a friendly discussion about Sonic Frontiers.
Gaming Rift, get War for Cybertron on
No,
PC.
don't get War for Cybertron. It's well cast clankers.
Well,
the other guy,
so,
the other guy proved it.
Yeah, man.
Adone,
Oh, you mean the guy? Oh, you mean the guy I advocate for doxing? That guy you're talking about, PJ?
He wants.
Yes.
He wants to make a point.
You're doxing him. You're doxing him for the truth.
PJ,
Sorry,
he
go
wants to make a point.
My boy. My apology.
Well, honestly, like it's honestly like really hard to say like which Peter is worse because I mean honestly like I kind of just go like sort of like back and forth on this because both of them do a lot of very out of character decisions, like how Edge of Time Peter wanted to essentially leave his universe and how Tom's Peter wanted to wanted to go on a freaking vacation. So I don't really know. It's just like problematic. So even though I do disagree that that Edge of Time is worse.
Well, what other reasons would you have for disagreement?
Dang.
I mean we could do one on a Friendly Neighborhood, but
All right, yeah, let's go for it.
Oh, the worst
man.
Spider-Man show?
it's better than
Uh-oh.
Spectacular. No, get out.
I think you mean the best.
Mario.
No.
All right, well,
Not better than-
what's the disagreement on Friendly Neighborhood?
It's the greatest show to ever exist. Fuck me, that's my karma.
I put out a poll just out of curiosity what people will say.
God damn it.
I mean, I don't really disagree with much, but honestly, like the one thing that this is gonna be in agreement. I was about to say
Agreement
that like
day.
I was just gonna say that like I just don't understand like why they do just like so many setups and stuff, but I don't really want to go into that because I feel like that should be self-explanatory.
Well, okay. Well, is there a disagreement with the video on Friendly Neighborhood?
It's made by SK,
'Cause
therefore it's
this
false.
is disagreement day. This is not agreement day.
Okay, Lucas.
Yeah, I know, but you know what? Nah, let's just go back to what I originally said. I just still think that like MCU Peter just like still has like a lot more problems than Edge of Time, because with MCU Peter, he was literally gonna essentially let the elementals basically just like he was gonna let the elementals basically just destroy the entire world.
Yeah, but
Which
like I
literally,
said, there's a difference between if this is an adult Spider-Man who's out of college doing this versus a Spider-Man that's still in high school. I think one looks immediately worse than the other.
I guess, but still, this literally makes. But even then, this literally makes Tony's sacrifice worthless.
Well, yeah, but you can say the same for Edge of Time, Peter. All of the sacrifices people have made to make the world a better place is now useless because he's just leaving them behind. And at that point, like, because Peter is so committed to his promise to Uncle Ben that if he just doesn't fulfill it, then he believes that he failed him, that his death was in vain. So, but from his perspective, that's betraying Uncle Ben if he leaves everyone behind.
Isn't that technically the same for MCU Peter too? Because he's basically just like risking the entire
not
world
really,
of ending.
to be honest, because in the MCU they barely even talk about Ben, like, ever.
What about the suit? What about the briefcase thing?
Well, yeah, he might exist, but how important he is never talked about. Which I think is a failing, but, like, you know, I was just making the minor point that Edge of Time, just what Peter's doing, he would see that as a betrayal to his uncle, to his promise to him.
Yeah, it's like Toy Story 4. Woody left his friends, betrayed Andy, bro. Stark's favorite movie.
Thanks for the
Don't
tweet,
you dare,
Big
don't
Ounce.
you dare invoke.
Yo, SK, are you fine with doing some Arkham shit on the stream? And what do you think of Wolverine and the X-Men? I think it's the best animated show. I would have to see...
Facts.
I would have to see that. Arkham stuff on the stream, I mean... I don't know. Maybe I'll do another stream where I'm playing Arkham.
I'm boring.
We'll see.
No, don't curse people's eyeballs like that, dog.
Someone in chat says, how does Peter not immediately wanting to help with the elementals make Tony's sacrifice worthless? It's a dumb moment for Peter, but it doesn't change what Tony did, which was reverse the snap. Well, the reason that's being said is because he died in order to save the universe, and at least for Earth, or for Earth itself, he's basically undone that progress because everyone's gonna die. So it's like, yeah, the idea that Tony Stark would fight for his universe and his world, but then Peter allows the world that he fought for to die. That's just not, it's not good.
It's fucking mentor, by the way. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Let's fucking be real here.
Be Ohio for a second.
Let's be.
Tom didn't gamble the
I
entirety...
heard you say that in a while.
Tom didn't gamble the entirety of existence for college. What happened was that Strange started a memory wipe spell, and Peter messing around with that screwed the multiverse. Still dumb, of course. Well, the main problem with it is that when Doctor Strange is trying to tell him, like, you need to do this, this, and that, he's like, yeah, but I want to get into college, and if they see me fighting these crazy monsters, like, he starts talking about college when the Green Goblin's out there bombing a bridge. Like, that's terrible for his character.
Well, it's worse because as he was doing the spell and he kept interrupting him, like, Strange literally emphasized, "Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt."
Yeah.
It's like fucking having a.
It's literally Wayne Manor.
It's literally Wayne Manor.
It is
It's
Wayne
just
Manor.
having a debate with Comic Legends. Just don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Don't interrupt me.
And then
Debate.
and then literally after he like basically fucked up the spell. Like, even Strange was like, you seriously made me fuck up the spell just for you to get into college?
I'm fat.
Yeah, so
If
I
I
mean,
could
is there
say a
any
slur, I
other
would.
points you've got?
Ah, shit.
I don't know.
Oh shit! I'm so bad. I'm so bad at games, bro.
Well, the
My
shift is really
disagreement-
close to the control button.
Well, hang on. He's trying to make a point.
My disagreement
that?
is that you should use more Lucas clips, SK. We
Oh,
need more
God,
of them.
dude.
I use
No.
too many. But I mean, if that's the
Riveting point, SK. Thank you for cutting me off for that. Asshole.
if that's the end of it, yeah, we can move on to the next stuff. But yeah.
I just want to remind people that 6-hour Toy Story 4 video is SK's fault because he made that video on Spider-Verse.
Fuck you, SK.
Wow.
Fuck
I'm
you,
almost
SK.
finished. I'm almost finished it, PJ. You want to finish the last section with me, bro?
Later, not now.
Obviously
All right,
not now.
have a good one, Adonai. Thank you for tuning in.
You're welcome.
How, did,
Anytime, man.
how does it feel that your fucking EFAP obsession caused like one of the most cancerous things on the internet to roam free?
I think the funniest part about this Toy Story 6 or Toy Story 4 thing is that I have no
Toy
clue
Story
even.
6.
I have no clue even what anything about the video besides the few things you showed me recently.
Well, it makes more sense in hindsight because he's friends with Southpaw. So Southpaw probably gave him like the okay, just like with the fucking Spizzard video of all things, bro. Why does everything shit always link back to Southpaw? I hate him.
You love
He
him.
is the devil, bro. He's
literally-
Southpaw's the devil.
He's literally Thanos for like EFAP influence.
He is Darkseid. He literally is like the leader and god of apocalypse. Just misery and smell.
Damn. Let's
I love
see.
you,
So
Southpaw.
this is a defense I want to address in chat from Starkstar. I think I missed it.
Uh-oh.
Oh
no,
my
no,
god.
bring him on disagreement day.
Bring him on
Uh-oh.
this-
Actually, yeah.
Yeah,
You want to
it?
defend yourself?
Oh.
Get on.
Is this a
Get
good
on, bro.
defense? Is this a good defense for Doctor Strange in No Way Home? Peter carried the
No,
Infinity
don't
Stones
read it.
up-
Get him in disagreement day. Get him in the VC.
Probably.
Link it.
If you're so virtuous, yeah, join
If
the
you're
VC.
so
Nah,
virtuous, SK, you won't read and you'll bring him on disagreement day.
Come on.
All right, fine. Starkstar,
know you
you
want
can
to.
join the server.
Let's go! I
All
love
right, we'll deal with
manipulating
that
SK
later.
to do what I want.
Alright.
So
We'll deal
Gaming
with that
Rift
later.
says SK thoughts.
We're terrible people.
I think MCU is worse since they both
Good.
mess up the fabric of reality. Tom Spider-Man is so fucking clueless and doesn't even bother trying to solve anything himself. At least in Edge of Time, while flawed, he did try to prioritize his loved ones, which the MCU failed to do in Far From Home, even No Way Home. Well, I would still argue that even in Edge of Time, with what he was going to do, he's still failing his loved ones by opting for inaction, by leaving his world behind and doing, nothing to help them.
What did you do?
I'm playing Happy Wheels right now.
But it's. I understand the toss-up between the two. I think just Edge of Time is. I think Edge of Time is demonstrably worse because, well, one, there's less redeeming about him, and two, the lows for his character are like lower than MCU.
Show me that right now.
We're gonna let someone else in. We'll let.
I mean, it
Power
was an interesting disagreement, but like the comparison, that bar was in hell.
The bar was.
Dude, like, I like No Way Home a little bit, even though I'm kind of like changing my mind on some things about it. I still kind of like it, but it's like, dude, that bar is in fucking.
You should change more of your mind.
The Bikini Bottom.
Like with Toy Story 4.
All right.
But the difference is Toy Story 4 is a good movie.
No.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
I
is,
think
bro.
I might have banned Starkstar
Yo.
temporarily. Dom, you want to unban
Dude, you-
Starkstar?
Hold up, real
I
quick.
tried
second.
editing the voice chat settings, and I still cannot hear.
Right. He's like the only one
Oh
banned.
my god.
Alright, hold
bro.
up.
Okay, so
Oh, so Liam, you want to get on me for liking it? You like it because me and Dom are in the movie, right? Fuck off. And League
Yeah,
Entertainment.
literally. That's the only valid reason to like that movie.
Therefore, it's like the best one.
Okay, that's fair.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see,
Best
Starkstar, be more
Pixar
like
film.
Liam.
So, Power Guys, can you still not hear us? All right.
Yeah, okay, I see it lighting
Alright.
up. Still
All right,
cannot.
all right. Well, you know what?
Alright.
As this,
You can
as this
figure
Tom
this
and
out.
as this
Um,
Tom and
You
Jerry
can figure
chase.
this out.
Oh, okay. I was about to get water. Never mind. If someone else is gonna get on,
Take care, Gaming Rift.
Oh,
What's up?
shit,
State
it's
of-
the Joker!
The
It's
Joker.
the Joker.
Yeah. What's your disagreement and then tell us why?
Alrighty, my disagreement is Arkham based, and
Alright.
yeah, that was me that
oh
brought
no, oh no.
that earlier.
That terrifies me.
What's the disagreement? and Tell me why.
Uh-oh.
So the disagreement is about Arkham Knight.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
No, this
you guys-
excites me.
I want
This
You're
is-
a piece
this
of
is-
shit. That's why it excites you.
This is going to go on
Let
forever.
him finish. Let me finish.
Sorry,
I
sorry.
watched your guys' thing on shoot, I forget the Deadpool channel Sky
Godzilla
video
Mendoza.
that you guys watched on Arkham Knight, it was a really bad video, and it's mainly because I think that I don't think he correctly thought well, I agree with him in terms of how on a certain few points, like I don't think Scarecrow was I think the villains they chose for the game, Scarecrow, Arkham Knight, they were I understand the direction they went in for like all the themes and stuff of the game and everything. I just don't think that I don't think they picked ones that would do the best job of it. I think if they tried to if they did Harley for Arkham Knight, but like actually tried to like now that she went over all the stages of grief, but now she's in the more has all her shit taken in, and she's ready to get revenge, and she's actually focused. I think that
Did you play the DLC, dog?
No, I'm talking about Arkham Knight. Like I think
Well, the
she
Arkham
would
City
make-
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm thinking
there's a
that she
DLC
would've-
where she
after-
literally does that.
No, like I think that if they carried on after the DLC and had her be the final final threat for Arkham Knight, I think that instead of Scarecrow, I think it would have been better thematically, I guess, because I think you could they could have tied her in way more thematically with Batman as she started working at Arkham to help people, fell in love with the joke. We all know the origin, but like
I'm sorry. What's the
Wait.
disagreement?
So
The
I think his
disagreement-
disagreement is that the villains weren't well utilized, and that they should have used Harley Quinn as the main villain as a more like because it'd be more fitting thematically. I guess my question for that would be, why would that inherently be more thematically fitting? Because the Arkham trilogy isn't necessarily bound to one specific theme or idea. It's kind of different across each story, although there's going to be links in between. I think the theme of Arkham Knight that they're going for is fear and overcoming fear, and how that can separate you, push you away from your loved ones, even when you're trying to protect them. And that's ultimately what Batman has to overcome. So I don't think it would really be appropriate to have Harley Quinn as the big antagonist of this game, because Harley Quinn's never taken seriously by Batman. She never was very bright. Whereas with Scarecrow, he is considered the master of fear. The Arkham Knight is literally Bruce's past coming back to haunt him. You know, it justifies why he's so resistant to accepting help as he gets more experienced in these games. We saw this in Arkham City, for example. So I think that actually would be an appropriate follow-up, using Scarecrow and Arkham Knight. I don't know if there was a better pick, to be honest.
Well, I don't understand why why you would use Harley when we dedicated a whole DLC to like what she would do after Joker's death. Like I don't know what else you're supposed to do with her.
I think the best way they could have used her was to prop up other villains, as she seemingly has like really good prep time with how she managed to get all the goons together, secure the entire factory and whatnot. And I think that if you used her as the tool thematically and had her prop up the villains like how Scarecrow and the Knight did, and used her to as in effect sort of be the final parallel for Bruce, I think that
what is Harley parallel with Bruce Wayne?
Huh?
Yeah, why would this be better?
No, like, so, just so, I think that I don't think she would, I meant in the sense that, she originally became a psychologist at Arkham to help people, but because of how vulnerable she was, she sort of lost her way in effect. And you could go through how in the Arkham games,
When in the
mainly
world did Harley want to help anybody?
Huh?
In the Arkham series.
I mean, why wouldn't she be a psychologist if she didn't want to help anyone? I mean, like in
Money,
Arkham Origins,
Wanted to help her
reputation.
career.
yeah,
A lot of the
I-
mental patients in Arkham Asylum are very popularly known as supervillains, so she
No.
could literally write a book on them, which is
In
her origin in the original animated series.
I know that, but like in Origins,
Yeah, in Origin, she works for Hugo Strange to essentially torture inmates.
I know. Dude, I'm.
All right, mute if you're gonna laugh.
Sorry.
Fucking Wheezy from Toy Story 2, fuck you.
I mean, that's not fair.
Offended
He
little
kinda
girl.
sounds more like a deflated balloon.
I was about to defriend your slurring ass. Fuck you.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were gonna.
Never apologize for greatness.
Don't apologize for being the smartest one in the
How about you
room.
apologize for speaking so fucking slow? God damn.
I'm sorry. I took a lot of Tylenol when I was younger.
Oh, that makes sense, man. I understand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay,
I'm
well,
kidding.
Yeah, back to Arkham Knight.
Back
So-
to fat assery.
So I don't see how it'd be more thematically fitting with Harley. I don't see what parallels they really have as characters. If anything, there's a lot more parallels with Crane because they both try to use fear to bring out their interest, right? As for Crane, he wants that power
That's how I
over
feel about the
people. With Batman, he wants to, fight his war against crime.
Yeah.
In fact, that's kind of what's interesting about Crane is that he specifically hates Batman, wants to go after Batman, because he's used fear, something that Crane believes he's the master of, and uses that to keep the city in control or move it towards his interests, right? That's something he thinks is kind of being taken from him, from Batman.
I agree, but like to the point of there isn't a whole lot when I was when I played through the Arkham series over and over again because I do it sort of annually. Excuse me. I always sort of get the feeling that like Scarecrow is treated more like Killer Croc, where he shows up in all of the games, including the Arkham Origins, but like he isn't like Strange, Roz, or Joker, where he's actually treated like an actual threat. He's kind of like Zaz, where like there's no like he's a problem for Batman, sure, but like there's no anything actually like deeper you can explore with in the main story to like have some actual ties with thematically, or I get the whole larger fear aspect, but that sort of to me kind of feels one note, especially if you in Night don't even go too deep into like any origins or like why the hell is he doing this in the first place, aside from like an ego thing of like I'm like Riddler. He's to me Scarecrow is just sort of a more one-off Riddler, where it's in Night because he's going against Batman because he's like the better version of him of Master of Fear, but Riddler's whole thing is because of his inferiority complex, and he's constantly stifled, and you built into it more in Origins, and even the whole father thing during his boss fight that was. But
Well,
there's like
I guess
nothing really with Crane that goes
I'm
deeper
confused right now,
beyond.
because like where exactly are you getting at for what why Arkham Knight and Scarecrow aren't fitting as villains?
Oh no, I think so. I don't think they're very. I don't think Scarecrow is as fitting because in Asylum he did pop up a lot, but I again like to sort of get to my point a little more. They're unlike some of the other ones that have been closer to main villains like Roz, Strange, Harley. We get more down into get more into the meat and bones of their character, the why the hell they're doing this to begin with. And with Scarecrow, it's just sort of like it's like a more deflated Riddler, where like yeah, it's like great to beat on him because he's annoying, but at the same time, it's like
What?
I'm confused here. So
Oh,
essentially
sorry,
what you're
sorry.
trying to argue.
EJ, go on mute, you fucking.
No, I'm sorry.
Essentially,
It was,
Pool
Bro,
balloon.
I'm trying to
Oh,
it-
fuck.
stop. I'm trying to make a point. So essentially, what you're trying to argue is that they needed to explore more about like the why behind why Crane does what he does.
Yeah, because to me, it's the reason why I bring up Riddler in comparison to him, because I think because you also brought up of like how he's angry that Batman's more of a master of fear than him, and that he's doing like the whole super weapon shtick and doing all this to tear him down and beat it. I'm like.
He's envious of what Batman has and he wants to
Yeah.
take it away, and he's just a
Yeah,
pure evil
and-
villain. If you want the
Yeah.
more sympathetic villain, that's Arkham Knight. They perfectly
No,
balanced this in the game.
I agree, but at the same time, if you're having Scarecrow sort of be the guy who's mostly in Night 2, I guess to a lesser extent, I do like I disagree with people who say that that Jason wasn't done very well in the game, but to me, I don't like the Arkham. To me, Jason wasn't done dirty in the game, but it was let me correct myself. He was done dirty to a different degree. I think he was done dirty because he's far more interesting than the guy we spend a whole lot more time with yapping about fear. Scarecrow.
That is not true. You spend way more time with Arkham Knight than you do Scarecrow. Arkham Knight is actually physically doing things and is the more proactive of the two. You encounter him multiple times in the game where you barely encounter Scarecrow.
Yo, clear your throat, bro.
I mean,
What do you think
PJ,
No.
I don't swing that way.
in wouldn't most people though after doing the after completing the boss fight with Knight and saving Barbara do like and before going inside of the door to face Scarecrow for the final time, wouldn't they like spend most of their time doing all the side missions and stuff? Like, I think that because of like the openness
Scarecrow
of
isn't in any of the side missions though.
the,
And if you want to talk about like
Yeah.
how many times you hear him talking and stuff, basically 99.9% of every stealth encounter, Arkham Knight is saying stuff and commanding the troops. If you want to talk about that by technicality.
yeah. I no, like I get what you mean by like the Arkham Knight and him sort of have like the balance of like the more interesting one is him and Scarecrow's like the more. It's just
Jason is sympathetic.
if you have
Scarecrow is pure evil, and that's the
Yeah, I guess
contrast.
like to me though, if you have like Scarecrow be like one of the two villains of your game, and you don't really dig too much deeper than like it's an ego hurt in over like he does all this over her ego, and there's like not too much to peel back. Like it's sort of like I don't know, it sort of feels like wasted space, I guess.
What?
To where like where it's the not
Okay, so I want to ask you this. Why is the Joker interesting?
the Joker is interesting mainly, well, I don't, okay, so
Why
I don't-
why does the Joker do what he does? Why does he do all these evil things?
a boring writer would say chaos. He does what he does because of antithesis to Batman. Good writer would say
Well, in
he-
Arkham, why is he a bad guy?
Arkham, he's a bad guy because he wants to be remembered. He wants to leave a mark, and you feel a whole lot
Yeah, but
more-
why does he want to be remembered? Because Scarecrow wants to be feared.
Because he was a loser when he was.
Where was that said in the game?
He was a I feel like you can pick that up during the when you play through his origin in Arkham Origins, and you're in the dream fight with him, and you're hearing him talk to Harley in the background of Arkham Origins.
Well, what about in the Rocksteady games? Because like he's the main villain in like City and Asylum.
Yeah.
So Origins comes out after that. Is Joker waste of space in like Arkham City, for example?
No. Well, I mean, no. I get what you're trying to. I know what you're doing, and I do agree. Yeah, it does work. But then I would also say if that's the case, then why is two of the best boss fights from two of the characters from our Origins onto Night, and none of the really good character work that I think was in Origins for Joker, and whatever.
My point is, it's like, do you think Joker's a compelling good villain in Arkham Asylum, like the first game ever? Do you think he's a good villain? Because he's the main villain, and it's only really him who's the main villain.
I don't think he's super compelling, but he's he's entertaining to watch. Yes.
So is that the only difference between him and like Scarecrow? You think Scarecrow's just not entertaining?
Well, if we are if we're only doing like the Rocksteady,
you're saying he's not in.
If we're only doing the Rocksteady games, I would concede yes. But if we're also taking into account Origins and to a lesser degree Blackgate, a little bit Shadow, I think no. Yeah.
Okay.
Like if we do the Rocksteady games, then yeah, I concede yes. But if we take into account everything else, then no.
I'm back.
Right.
Sorry, my internet went out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just went out to do some. Oops. I was rambling there. Sorry.
All right. All I'm gonna simply say is, I don't think every villain needs to have some super sympathetic, tragic, or like layered reason for being evil. I don't think that's what makes villains interesting, is why they're evil. What makes them interesting is how they're evil and what they do or what they believe in or how they contrast the hero. They're an obstacle for a hero. They're not the protagonist. So you're supposed to write them like a villain. And
Oh,
Scarecrow is perfect for what is being told in Arkham Knight. He has a motivation that contrasts Batman perfectly well. He challenges Batman's greatest insecurities and fears, which is like his biggest weak point after Arkham City. And his own motives and belief system is interesting to think about.
Oh, when you say origins and motivation, again, it's I would say that if there was
Are you aware that his motivation in Origins is canonically made up? That's not actually why Joker's evil. He lied to Harley.
Yeah, I know.
Arkham City confirms this. Hugo Strange has made it very clear he fabricates series of events to hide the truth. He doesn't really believe any of this. The only connection is Batman. He only made that origin because he can feel closer to Batman.
I know that. I was just looking for something to try to map it onto so I could actually have something.
Well, I have a question. Would you consider that an interesting trait of Joker's character right there? That he doesn't have an origin and he just fabricates series of events because he wants to feel more closer to Batman. Batman's involved in his story.
Yes.
Notice how none of that is like even a reason why he's evil or sympathetic or anything. It just adds layers to his characters and his belief system and his obsession.
Yes, and well, I think I guess you just sort of put the nail on the head right there. I guess is like how layered would an interesting is like Scarecrow to the Arkham Knight, like how like it's part of the reason why I kind of am as disappointed with Knight as I am, because it's like the more interesting of the two, boss fight wise, character wise, is.
I don't think Jason's more interesting. I think he's more sympathetic, and there's a difference there. I think Jason has more sympathetic qualities for why he's evil and a bad guy in the game, but Scarecrow has a more fascinating ideology behind what he does, and I think he has stronger motives. Jason's motives is just vengeance because of abandonment. Scarecrow's motives is based off a need and a want for power and a god complex. He also has passions and obsessions outside of just Batman that drives him. Like his research on fear. Hello?
I agree.
Oh, thank God.
That Jason is a little
SK, am I running the show for you? Why are you as silent as the fucking forest, dog?
I don't want a 2v1. I don't want a 2v1.
That's a fight. That's some fighting words you're saying right there, SK.
You guys are pussies.
On God, bro.
I think that well, I guess the reason why I think why I got more disappointed with Scarecrow than say Jason was probably the again the reason of like why would be like if Riddler had just had really nothing driving his insecurities outside of his intellectualism and his anger towards Batman, because like outside of that you have because outside of Scarecrow feeling his ego being hurt by Batman, like what's the thing that's driving him to be the god of fear? That sort of like, because we sort of
I think Riddler is a strange comparison. The problem with Riddler is that Riddler isn't a pure evil villain. He's just mentally ill and driven by extreme narcissism. I wouldn't say he's like pure evil like Joker, Scarecrow, or any of those kind of villains. So it just kind of feels like a false equivalence. Like, yeah, you can kind of feel bad for Riddler because Riddler is kind of just a weird. He's literally just a mentally ill guy who's just been abused by his dad, and his narcissism went too far.
The reason why I compare it is only based off of the ego thing, because if you strip back any of the shit about his backstory, I think he also just becomes sort of where I think he just also becomes sort of one note in it's like when in the Batman movie Batman Hush, where Batman calls Riddler one note C-lister gimmick, where if there really is like, if you just leave behind the origin and there's like nothing really there, and like that's sort of the reason why I was disappointed with Scarecrow, because like with Jason, that was like to.
Well, another thing I want to bring up is Scarecrow's already an established character. Why would we have to know his origin in Arkham Knight?
I agree.
I agree, it was harsh.
So there's I agree a little bit and not. So like with Croc, we're constantly coming back to like his origin and for his reason of being, and that
I don't
like,
agree with that at all. I don't think
Really?
they explicitly tell his origin in the games. It's told in the bio.
Well, they don't do it explicitly, but like they make the fact that like the reason why he's a sadistic monster is that like no one ever treats him right, and they make it into our heads more in the Season of Infamy DLC. Right, there's like same with Freeze, that it's sort of like every same with Penguin, where Penguin is more of an evil bastard than Killer Croc and Freeze, where
If anything, they took out Penguin's
comparison.
sympathetic backstory in the Arkham games. Like, if anything, that was taken out of the games. Penguin's less sympathetic than he would be in the comics, because in the comics he was actually bullied and mistreated because of his physical appearance. Even his own family didn't love him, except his mother.
I know that. I'm fine with pure evil villains. I'm not saying that Scarecrow needs to be sympathetic.
So what exactly is the issue?
The issue is that when Scarecrow just sort of feels like not even knee deep, like toe deep, in terms of like I don't really care. It's like fighting Zaz to me. It's like,
you don't care about what happened to Zaz? His family died and he got suicidal depression after he lost all of his family's inheritance.
No, like I meant it in terms of the more sort of like, it's not, I meant it in terms of the more inconsequential nature of like in terms of sort of like how there isn't really a challenge to. What I meant to say was, my feelings towards it is more sort of, I care less about Scarecrow as the villain because, unlike some of the other Arkham villains, including some of the main ones, he has far less layers to peel back on, and even the ones that are in all of the games, like
How does he have
that
less
are in all
layers
three
than like
games,
someone like Hugo Strange?
Okay.
How about we start there? How does he have less layers than Hugo Strange?
I was gonna say the comparison of some of the other villains that have been in all three games, like Scarecrow.
Yeah, but Hugo Strange is one of the masterminds behind the main plot of Arkham City. What about him? Do you think Scarecrow is less interesting than Hugo Strange? Because they don't explain why Hugo Strange is evil, besides the fact that he's jealous of Batman and wants to be like him. He wants to be Gotham's savior, but better.
Well,
like, is Hugo Strange not a good villain now?
No, he is, but he is for the reason of that there is how would I say this? Strange is I wouldn't say better, but like he's he's far less one note in the sense of in the dialogue that he has with the recordings of the villains. He gives it's not like he's when he
What about the recordings that Scarecrow has with the villains? Like how he's able to manipulate every villain by using their insecurities and fears to get what he wants. Is that not interesting?
I was gonna say that it's not like Hugo Strange is using every chance he gets to immediately gun them down. Because when he is in the presence of someone that, like you have said, is more evil than his comic book version, who's far more has far more empathetic qualities in origin, he doesn't have him gunned down when he's like in
gun down
his area. Same with some of the other villains that
Wait, are you saying that Hugo Strange doesn't immediately kill Batman? Is that your argument?
No, that my argument is that he tried to get Two-Face, Penguin, at least to my memory of the audio files. It's been a while since I heard them.
Well,
Two-Face,
his motives is very similar to Scarecrow. They both create a series of events to break down an ideology or belief that Batman would have. In Arkham City, it's the monument to Batman's failing, which is his no-kill rule. And in Arkham Knight, it's a monument to the fact that he's human and has fears and insecurities, and he's not a god, he's just a man.
What I was saying was that, like, he, even though he has, like, some of these, more, even though he's, the two are sort of, like, how...
Well, I have another question. What about the ending? Do you think there's nothing interesting with the fact that once Scarecrow loses control of the situation, the first thing he says is, like, life is meaningless without fear? You think there's no meaning behind that? That gives him any more layers to what he thinks about the concept of fear?
I would say that is interesting, but
it's also him projecting to Batman, because it's him losing his cool because he lost the power of control because Batman isn't afraid of him. He's saying his life is meaningless without fear because he has nothing else but to be feared by others. That's why he wants to be a god. He wants to be the guy who can take down Gotham's savior.
So to contrast that, though, I was going to say about the audio tapes was that Strange, when he has a chance, even though he wants all of the criminals in Gotham eradicated, he gives Two-Face and Penguin the chance to leave now when they had the chance. Two-Face, if he just held Two-Face, if he just held on to his urges, didn't
It's recorded documentation to prove Batman is wrong, because what he's trying to do is showing Two-Face can't change, he can't fix him. He grabbed the coin, he decided to go after Catwoman instead of, actually converting back to Harvey, because if that was the case, he wouldn't be slaughtered in Protocol 10. He's proving a point, but that's the same thing Scarecrow does. Every single villain that's going against him in that night is because Scarecrow manipulated everyone's insecurities and deep-seated fear of Batman against him, especially after the events of people thinking he killed the Joker.
I guess
He took people's fear of Batman and weaponized it against him so we could take over Gotham, and it worked. How is that not as interesting? It's like very similar.
No, it's I'd say it's not as interesting because the fact that Roz, Strange both treat the crime in Gotham, and along with the more insane people, like with a sharp leather belt, I would say is like, oh, they don't really care that any of these people have, like, there's no, but they Strange gave Two-Face a chance that, like, there's nothing that, at least I remember, that would tell me that
it's a false chance. He doesn't really care. Because
but
if you listen to the Mr. Freeze audio, he reverses that. He tries to make Victor a worse person, not a better person, with what he does with his quote-unquote treatment. He kidnaps Nora, keeps Nora away from him, and puts all the blame of the horrible situation that happened to him directly to him and him only. While somewhat defending Ferris Boyle, he actually tried to bring the worst out of Mr. Freeze because he knew Mr. Freeze would contradict his belief system against Batman. Because Mr. Freeze does prove that you shouldn't kill every single criminal in Gotham, and proves Protocol 10 wrong. He says this in the game, Arkham City's a monument to your failure. Think of the Joker, would he even exist if it wasn't for you? The whole point of Hugo Strange is just to prove to Batman that his ideology, morals, and philosophy is the reason Gotham isn't getting better. What makes him interesting is how he directly challenges Batman's belief system in Arkham City. He doesn't give a shit about Harvey at all. He knows Harvey's gonna catch the coin, because a day or two of treatment isn't gonna make him have such a monumental change in his mental state to the point where he wouldn't rely on the coin. That's unfair to ask to any person with that kind of mental illness. That's like treating someone with an eating disorder for 2 days and then putting a hamburger in front of them when they're really hungry. That's not really treating them well. That's interesting if you think about it. It's more interesting. He doesn't want to help them. He actually makes them worse.
No, I agree. I just I feel like the reason why I'm saying that he's knee deep, and the reason why I originally was going to use the other characters that have been in the past 3 games like him, like Killer Croc and Penguin, is that in each one, well, actually no, Penguin hasn't been in, well, he was referenced in Asylum through the the biographies, but that's besides the point. Someone like Croc, they constantly use his origin and reference how they constantly bring out how he came to be in some form or fashion, and that I guess is sort of like the reason why I'm like why I say like Scarecrow isn't that isn't that great of the final villains in Night, because if it's like the end of the trilogy, right? And
what do you think Batman has been dealing with for the trilogy of the Rocksteady games? What do you think Batman's internal conflict has been through both of those games?
what I'm saying is that it's
Well,
not.
I want to ask you this because it's important. Like Arkham Asylum, what do you think Batman's conflict is in that game? What is he struggling with?
To me, he's struggling with everything that has at least to me in the first game. It's everything that has gone on since he has been Batman, the corruption of Gotham that has sort of built up, which
They say this in the game. I'm just gonna explain it. Arkham Asylum, he's struggling with the fear of being just as crazy as the rest of the people in Arkham Asylum. He's scared of the fact that he's scared of the idea of being no different than the villains that he locks up. The only thing that keeps him from being just like them is the fact that he has a moral code. Arkham City is his internal conflict is about if that code is even right, or if that code causes more harm than good. And if that code causes just as much harm as someone like the Joker, then he truly is no better than the people he locks up. And that game ends with ambiguity because it ends with him tempting to let the Joker die, and you never get an answer if he would have or would have not saved the Joker, because Joker takes that choice away from him. So both games are about Batman's deep-seated fears and insecurities about his mental state and how he can be just as bad as the people he locks up, and the fact that his moral code might actually do worse than better for Gotham. And how if that's the case, then he truly is just as bad as the people he locks up. So Batman is always in these games dealing with fear and insecurity. So why would the final villain of this trilogy not be the guy who represents fear and insecurity? Doesn't that just make perfect sense for Batman's arc?
Yeah, I get, yes, but also, I, again, like everything I'm saying, there's an asterisk to it. I don't think, they did a very,
I actually want to go a little further. Why, like with, everything Batman does in any of the games, why does he do what he does? Like, why is Batman mentally ill? And why does Batman have this moral code? Why is he even Batman?
Make sure it never happens again.
Because of what happened to him. His family died. His mom and dad got shot in front of him, right?
Yeah.
And then Arkham City, he was about to break his moral code because someone he loved died again in front of him because someone shot her, right?
Yeah.
So another aspect of the game is that Bruce's fear is that the tragedies in his life might actually turn him into something horrible that will destroy Gotham. That's a part of his like insecurities in the games as well.
I guess I would.
He's one bad day away from being someone like the Joker. So once again, when the villain who takes advantage of his insecurities and fears and teaming up with another villain that can go after his loved ones be the best challenge for Batman after those two games? What does he do when he has to confront all of that at once?
I get, so I guess you're just telling me over to I guess you're just trying to hush me out of my position.
No, I'm trying to point out I'm trying to point
No.
out Batman's arc in the game to
No,
give
no,
you an
I-
idea why Scarecrow works.
No, I know what you're. Never mind. Fuck that joke. Anyways,
Was a Joker joke.
yeah,
SK, my back's hurting. I'm still carrying this. I'm still fucking carrying this.
I'd say that I will say that the thing that you said with Harley is dumb. But I will also say that I think you've brought me to the idea that I still don't think it should. Well, I think they should have just made Arkham Knight but it's Hush. Like
Yeah, hush.
that's also why I made
Name 5
that
Hush
joke
stories.
It's also the part of the reason why I made that joke earlier, because
All right. Before we end this,
over your head.
I gotta ask you this.
Yeah.
Name 5 Hush stories.
Jesus Christ, Liam.
Let's see. There's Hush. There's when he teamed up with Black Mask and got blown up by the Whirly Bat. Hush 2, which kind of sucks. And
You don't even know the
those are,
name of Heart of Hush? That's Heart of Hush. Where he gets blown up by the Whirly Bat.
Yeah. And then there's Hush 2. I am sort of blanking on the rest. On any others.
So I want to make this clear. Instead of Scarecrow, who's a well-established, beloved, iconic Batman villain, who actually fits the themes of the game, you think it's better if they have a villain with literally only one good story behind his belt?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you want someone that fits the billing of what you're saying of that knows how to attack Batman's weaknesses and drive him through his greatest fears and
When has Hush ever done that?
And I agree, but you know what story arc covers that has a bunch of villains in it that is utilized by one main big villain who knows a bunch of shit about Batman and gets the villains to work for him to do all this stuff. Hush. It's the entire first
Why
story
can't it be
he
Scarecrow?
appears in.
You mean the story where he doesn't know Bruce Wayne is Batman for most of it, never goes after Eddie of the Robins, never goes after Oracle, never goes after anyone he loves because he's not clear of how to do that, doesn't know Batman's tactics or strategies like a Robin like Jason Todd would be able to know. That story, where it wasn't even orchestrated by him, but actually the Riddler.
Yes.
The Riddler.
So how... Hush has never been able to actually go against Batman's heart that effectively.
Aside from when he ripped it out as Catwoman.
Yeah, that was the only good story he's ever had.
Again, another joke wasted. Okay,
Mario.
Also, how does Hush challenge Batman's fears and insecurities with like everything that's going on in the first 2 Arkham games?
I guess sort of the reasoning I was sort of going with there was if you were saying that he unlike Scarecrow, he doesn't really pop up that much in any of the games aside from City and some other times Elliot's mentioned. But I would say that consider that if they wanted someone that directly attacks Batman that they sort of set up to be a villain in the next game that also has well,
I
not
still don't
really-
see how does he challenge Batman's moral code, his belief he could be just as bad as the people he throws in, his insecurities and fears of losing the people he loves the most and how that could affect him and make him worse. How does Hush ever challenge any of that? Scarecrow could literally pump him with fear toxin and make him believe people he loves die in front of his face. He kidnapped Commissioner Gordon. He was able to kidnap a Robin and threaten Robin because of the info he got out of the Arkham Knight.
Yeah, Hush is a
He also
bitch in
he also has Batman's full psychological profile because he studied him ever since Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
That makes sense for the story they're trying to tell, with Batman confronting his insecurities and fears, because the whole meaning of being Batman has been challenged ever since the Asylum. What doesn't make sense is having some guy who used to be Bruce Wayne's best friend in childhood pretending to be Bruce Wayne and stealing his money and making that the whole game for the final Arkham game in the series.
Yeah,
That'd be goofy.
Oh no, I agree that I wouldn't like that. I'd sort of I guess sort of what I would fall back on is that Scarecrow is in this game just sort of I guess sort of the reason why I don't like him as much as say the Knight or Strange is that to compared to both he well no not to both again it's I guess the reason why I don't like
Alright.
Scarecrow as
I gotta ask
much-
SK real quick. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. SK, are we gonna move on to other disagreements? Because like this has been
I'm
this has
just
gone way
waiting
too
for
long.
you guys to close. Being honest.
Okay,
I
sorry.
don't think there's gonna close. I think anytime I try to close the
like
book,
endless.
he magically like spawns 5 more pages.
That's no.
Sorry.
Close.
So I mean, yeah, I think this has been an interesting conversation between you two.
Fuck you, SK.
Yeah. All right, man.
But yeah, I think we've kind of like expended too much time on this. We're gonna take in some more disagreements, but thank you
Sorry.
for coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, and sorry
Goodbye.
for rambling, I guess.
That's all right, man.
No
That's all
worries.
It's okay, man.
Have a
I
good one.
ramble all the time.
Is it
People
done?
fucking hate me
Yep.
for it.
We'll do the next one. Stark was
I
next.
just
Oh,
got ba-
great!
All
What's
right,
up?
all right, Stark, what's up, man?
Dude, I just got back from the bathroom.
Hey,
Hang
you're
on,
on
you-
stream.
Was Woody character
You're on the line.
assassinated in Toy Story 4?
Okay,
Oh!
We're on this.
hang on one sec.
I
Just
came
let me
back right
adjust
on
my
time.
mic.
Explain why Toy Story
Okay,
3 is better than
let's-
Cars 3.
Stop.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
What's your disagreement?
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say something about Doctor Strange in No Way Home. Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Go
Right.
ahead.
Right. Okay. It's about him like using this, trusting Peter with the spell. I'd argue that because Peter carried the nano gaunt with the Infinity Stones, which has Earth and universe destroying potential, and he didn't tamper with them. So maybe because of that, he trusts him not to tamper with the spell.
Wait, I'm sorry. What do you mean tamper with the spell? Where do you mean he like trusted him with it?
I just mean
Actually, I'll ask a better question. Which criticism are you responding to?
that Doctor Strange shouldn't have trusted Peter with the spell.
I mean, it's not that Doctor Strange trusted Peter with the spell, it's that he didn't explain anything.
Oh, alright. Oh, right.
But Doctor Strange is disingenuous.
Yeah, I don't know. So
You don't know anything.
if that's because it seems like you didn't understand the criticism. If that was the disagreement,
Right.
we can just move on to someone else.
Wait,
All right. Well, that was nice.
wait,
Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank-
Goodbye,
Wait,
Stark.
well, no, actually, no. Well, why was Woody character assassinated in Toy Story?
Oh yeah, why was Woody character assassinated in Toy Story 4?
Okay, let's save that for another.
He doesn't want to
No,
do it. He
why-
doesn't want to do it. He doesn't
what-
want to do it. He doesn't want to do it.
Well, no.
He doesn't want to do it.
I'll help
This is
you
the
out.
perfect place to do
He doesn't
so.
want to do it.
Yeah, I was about to do that. Too.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it.
I didn't
so
want
not
to do it either.
important.
That shit is gonna be so fucking cancerous. That's besides the point.
You see how much you see how big of a pussy, how big these pussies are, Liam?
So
Bitch!
someone in chat asked something, which kind of gets into a bit of an update for something to expect in the coming week. So someone said, "Did you hear Kinoflix defend Kangmin Lee, who recently got fired by being a bigot?" So
Oh my
here's the thing
God.
about Kinoflix.
What?
I did hear about the video, but I don't know much about this Kangmin Lee guy outside of like a misogynistic tweet rant that Batnick sent me, and I just kind of laughed at. I know vaguely about that, but I'm not too familiar. I'm more familiar with him making the video on the sea, saying his weird celebration of evil. Now, I've seen that video quite a few times. There's a lot of problems with the video. And in some of his defenses for Charlie Kirk, which what happened to him, that's wrong. That was absolutely wrong, but that doesn't mean he was a good guy and that we have to think that he's a good guy. And I think Kinoflex's defenses for him were pretty bad. So, just expect in the coming week, myself, Comic Legend, Southpaw, and the C himself, we're going to be doing a stream responding to that video, because it's not good.
Oh no!
It's not
good.
I want to
I'm
moderate.
just gonna say that.
I want to moderate.
I want to be there.
Well, no.
I want to be there
We're just doing the coverage. We're not doing the debate at the same time. The debate will be like the disagreement day.
I want to be there anyways.
I want to be there anyways.
But yeah, I heard
I have an
he
ego.
was defending that guy who got fired. If he got fired for being for being a bigot, I don't know what there is to defend. That's just weird. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things Kinoflex has been saying or doing lately that's kind of made a fool of himself.
Kind of goofy, bro.
But to wrap it up, right? After we cover his video, the plan is to debate him on this stuff. And that's all I can say for now. You'll just see.
I have
it
a question,
in the
SK.
future. Yeah, what's up?
Why was Woody character assassinated? in Toy Story?
Yo, shut up, bro.
No, it's not as fun without
Jesus
Sark
Christ.
Story. It's not as fun without Sark Story. So I think we.
I'm
can
gonna kill you.
I think why don't we wait for Southpaw for this so you guys can debate him?
Oh.
It'll be really funny.
You're gonna get on.
Guys,
You're gonna get on.
I disagree with him.
At that point, it's a 2v1 because I'm the only fucking person in the car that thinks he's not.
That's a fight.
I don't want to
fight.
Exactly. That's a fight. Why would I
This
want
isn't a
who is
fight,
here
PJ.
I'm gonna
Fuck
guess
you,
this
ninja.
person. Thank you for the 20 big ounce. Consider this sorry for rambling so much on the Arkham disagreement. Also, Liam, Black Mask is greater than Scarecrow. Damn. Well, I mean,
Who
hey,
said that?
it's, the guy that was just
The guy you
on,
just
he donated
debated.
$20.
The guy that
it's all
sounded
good,
like that
man. It's all
one,
good.
So
beat
good,
up
man.
boxing guy from fucking.
Also,
that Family Guy episode.
You guys got your screw loose if you think Edge of Time is worse than Iron Man Jr. All right, listen, Sam Raimi Spider-Man, because that's your Discord name or whatever.
oh my.
Come
Get
on
him in.
stream.
Get him in.
No.
Get him in.
Join the
Get him in. Get
stream.
him in.
Join the, if you have a
Fucking
Join the stream, Pippin.
Wait.
just real quick.
Also, Mars.
Hang on, real quick. Join the Discord server in the description, right? You can join that. Join the wait room and then hop on the stream. We'll have a conversation about Edge of Time versus Iron Man Jr.
This guy just can't help himself.
I mean,
I know.
I'm so virtuous. I want to say I agree with him. I hate Iron Boy Jr. way more than Edge of Time Spider-Man. So come on in. It'll be a 2v1. Me and you versus SK. I promise.
When you use language like
No, you won't.
2v1, that's a fight. But yeah,
That's
all right,
a
we're gonna
fight.
I don't
No.
know. I don't have time to bother with you. Okay, then why are you in the chat then? I'm so confused.
What are you doing here, bro? Go back to Goofball Island where you belong.
You know,
I
you
think
know
you
what?
should
You know
do
what?
that.
You know what? Sam Raimi Spider-Man. I'm gonna tempt you, real quick, right? You cannot come on here and be like, "Oh, you're so wrong. You're so wrong." But no, I don't have time to bother you. No, 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 no. Stand on your ground. Stand on your ground. And you know what? You know what, Jake Cassilly?
Jake Paul.
You know what? I don't believe you're committed in your belief if you refuse to stand up for it. If you refuse to, you know, show a little follow through.
What the
show
fuck
up in
is happening?
DC and have
I don't
a
know what's going
conversation
on, man.
about it. I do not
I'm just playing
believe
Happy
that
Wheels.
you believe in what you're saying unless you actually have something to show for.
Sam
I
Raimi
think
Spider-Man,
we get it.
if you do not show up right now in this disagreement day, I'm gonna make a video talking about why Iron Boy Jr. is better than Edge of Time
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
exactly.
Oh,
so
no!
I will make that
so
video.
he's issuing threats now, so you know he's serious. It's a threat.
That's a threat.
Yeah, that's a threat.
That's a threat.
And everyone knows that when you use terms like 2v1, that automatically means a fight.
Oh yeah, all right. We're gonna bring someone in. Kenster, what's up? What's your disagreement? And tell us why.
Oh, it's Kenster.
Ken from
What?
Toy Story.
Oh, shit.
Yo, what's up,
alright.
Kenster?
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hello. What's your
No.
disagreement? And tell us why.
I think Toy Story 4 is a bad movie.
Well, you're right.
Alright, what is...
You're
Alright.
just right. You're just correct. What's
Ken,
the disagreement?
Bro, Ken,
Wait,
Ken, bro, Ken.
But a certain
we were-
person in here doesn't think that.
Oh,
though.
Ken, I
okay,
thought
so
we were boys.
Liam.
Who
Ken,
is
who do you
down
think
to
that
debate
person
Toy
is?
Story 4? Who is down to debate it? Because I'm not even.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Hey,
I'm the
hey.
only person. I'm the only person in here. That
Let's
likes it.
go.
All right, BJ. This is your time.
Also, Ken, this is a huge
It's your
betrayal,
time
bro.
to shine.
Because in the server, we always fuck up. We always fuck with racing and shit. Nah, bro.
Hell yeah.
There's a betrayal.
Nigga.
There's a betrayal of my
Hell-
trust.
Hell
We'll
yeah.
let you in after this,
Alright,
Sam
so-
Raimi, Spider-Man.
Why does Woody abandon Bonnie at the end? Like, I find, like,
Fuck's
him
sake.
abandoning Bonnie is just so weird. Like,
That's a great
Well,
point.
Well, in my perspective, the entire movie in itself is highlighting that he's feeling very out of touch with, you know, I wouldn't even say being a toy, just more so like his current purpose, because the movie clearly, the movie does highlight as a whole, like just the overall purposes of toys in itself. Like, you know, what's Bo's purpose? Bo's purpose is, you know, not to sit around waiting to get played with. No, she wants to fucking help other toys get played with. And then, you know, judging by that one sandbox scene, you know, sometimes gets played with. But at the same time, you know, even just with Bo's position in the movie, I think it does highlight and show what Woody can do instead of kind of like, I wouldn't say waiting around. Well, no, he's basically just waiting around, just waiting to get played with. But at the same time, like, also looking at like the whole franchise as a whole from like 1 to 3, right? Like you can clearly see Woody has gone through enough. Like he's gone through a lot throughout those like 30 at this point 30 years of the franchise. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that he would leave Bonnie and the other toys, especially since, like, you know, in that scene everyone else was basically giving him the okay. They're like, yeah, if you want to go with Bo, then go with Bo, because they know how he's feeling. Like, they obviously know how he's feeling. It was even shown in like the beginning of the movie after the montage that showed context, what happened like after Toy Story 2 and like what happened with Bo and stuff like that.
We're here for you.
So like, yeah, we're here for you. Yeah, literally, we're here for you. Buddy. So it's like, and I'm not gonna, one more thing, I'm not gonna like, I won't disagree that there are points in the movie where Woody does feel very, I wouldn't say character assassinated, but just feels very, well, okay, I was gonna say out of character, but that's literally just character assassination. He does feel.
See, the part I find weird is like you know when they're fuck, what's that scene? It starts like the end of the movie where like everybody gets on fucking Woody for like jeopardizing the shit. And it's like, why the fuck y'all on his ass? It's kind of weird. Honestly, I don't know. I personally found that weird. I don't know about y'all.
That's fair.
as I recall, I found it strange that Woody made the decision at the end. I also found it strange that the toys were convincing Woody to make that decision.
Well, yeah, a character assassinates the other toys as well. And also, like, the problem is after Toy Story 2, he would not ever, like, abandon a child like that, ever.
Well, also, because, I just want to make clear, right? They even say in Toy Story 4, the most noble thing a toy can do is be there for someone. But then he proceeds to leave.
Well, again, like, it's the most noble thing to do for like another toy. But at this point in time, like, this was still early on in the movie. Like, this was before Woody was having conflicting mindsets within, like, his what to do in the future with his existence of being a toy.
Was it that far away? Because it was like, that was like around the end of the second act when...
It was, with, like, the main villain. And
That's
also,
still pretty early, though.
And also, there's nothing in the fourth movie that should contradict his staunch belief in believing that, like, the value of being there for a child is the most important thing to do as a toy.
Yeah,
and the best thing ever in life.
Honesty.
Shut
up. Do y'all think Buzz was character assassinated?
Yes. He's worse. He's arguably worse than Woody. He's awful.
Wait, in this movie?
Like, I feel like they made him dumber in the fourth movie, honestly, because, like,
well, yeah, because, like,
he was never this dumb.
Yeah, they just made it so, like, oh, I have to push a button to know what I'm gonna do, and he keeps doing that in the movie. It's like, so that's not.
He also left the toy behind because he didn't go back to the antique shop to save Forky.
We clearly see in Toy Story 2 how smart he is. Like, when they have to get to Al's Toy Barn, like, we see what he's capable of doing. Like, he guides the toys.
Yeah, like the traffic thing.
Yeah, the traffic.
He is able to aura farm.
Well, also, I want to address something that someone said in the chat. He said, I disagree because in Toy Story 1, Woody says it doesn't matter how much we're played with. It matters how much we're there for Andy when he needs us. I mean, you got to remember, that was also early on in the movie. And Potato Head even emphasized that it's easy for him to say because he's always been Andy's favorite. Like, it's shown that in the end of the first movie, but because it plays into Woody's
in the end of the movie. In the end of the movie, it's reaffirmed by the fact that he is at peace with the idea that Buzz could be the new favorite, and he's not played it with as much.
Yeah, but even then, it's never even. That's not even what I'm saying, because I'm assuming that's this person replied to me, like, saying that for Toy Story 4. I'm not even saying that happens, like, in the fourth movie, because surprisingly, he doesn't even care if he's, like, not the favorite anymore. It's more so being there for Bonnie. He's basically doing what he said, like, he promised in the first movie. So it's like, at least for like, you know, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're played with. It matters if you're there for your owner, right? It's basically that.
Yeah, but the end of the movie, the conflict of how to be there for your owner if you're not the favorite toy anymore is to just give up and not do it anymore.
It's finding. I mean, I wouldn't even say that.
That's what the film shows us.
Yeah, that's what happens though. They don't answer that. It's just Woody's like, how can I be there for Bonnie even though, like, I'm not the favorite anymore? And the answer is just don't, I guess. Fat ass. That's like the message. Don't, fat ass. Go eat some vegetables, I guess.
Cars 3 is better than Toy Story.
Cars 3 better. Cars 3 better.
Oh no. Listen, I am the last person to disagree with that. Cars 3 is objectively better. But at the same time, no, trust me, I fucking.
It's better than Toy Story 2, bro.
Kenster would fucking know, especially in your server, because we talk about racing all the time until your server ruins it.
Cars 2 better.
When I get the chance to, at least.
Cars 2 better. Cars 2 better than Toy Story 4.
Shut the fudge up.
Don't go. Listen, I'll go as far as to say Cars 2 is better than Incredibles 2, but, like, I don't know about Toy Story 4. Cars 2 doesn't have doesn't have me and Dom in League Entertainment, all right?
Well, yeah, literally that hard carries the movie. That hard carries it. That's why it's better than Incredibles 2. It's at least funny.
Fucking
yes.
Well, with Cars 2 and Incredibles 2, I mean, I guess the one thing you could say with Cars 2 is that.
Well, here's my main issue with Cars 2. Liam would know because, but it's been a while since I had rewatched Cars 2.
I need
So
to
when I
rewatch it.
yeah, so when I had rewatched it with Liam, like Liam could tell you, I was like, what the? Why am I angry? I was like, why am I angry? Because the
Because
problem
you're
with
a
car.
rage-induced grizzly bear.
Other than that, so the main thing why I don't necessarily like Cars 2 that much, like, okay, I still like Cars. I shouldn't say that. I still like Cars 2. I just don't like it as much as I used to anymore. It's mainly because it's the spy shit. Like, yeah, I will be the one to admit it is a bad movie. Like, despite my love for just the franchise and the second movie, mainly because of nostalgia, it's still a bad movie, but it's a fun bad movie. It's not like Incredibles 2, where, because listen, despite Cars 2 being a bad movie, at least you don't character assassinate. That's like the one thing.
That's why
Everyone's
it's better than Toy Story 4.
speaking of
Toy Story
Incredibles
4
2,
character assassinates both Buzz and Woody.
The villain,
pretty bad at
the
it.
villain's plan in Incredibles 2 makes no sense. Like,
yeah, that's
you want to keep supers. Supers have been illegal for 15 years. Like the fuck. How does that even make sense? That's such a dumb plan. Like,
Incredibles 2 is cancer.
Like,
and SK needs to watch the first and second movie back to back to feel our suffering.
Wait,
Like
Liam. When this is over, do you want to try to get SK to do it tonight?
I'm watching something
what?
tonight, so I don't know how much time
You
I have.
fucking bitch.
We're watching The Brutalist later.
Fuck you, Dom. I blame you.
Are
I mean,
you
if we
guys-
had time, I'd try to get him to watch the damn Green Lantern movie so we can get off cape shit forever and go to Transformers.
I'd like
It
that.
looks like that's not happening
Dude,
anytime
you're
soon.
Cape,
Bless
you're
you.
Cape shit legend.
But yeah, here.
Shut up,
Another-
SK.
thank you.
You're the
Fuck you,
last
SK.
person to say that, dog.
You're the last person to
What-
say that, dog. Dude, you're.
Well,
a
I
crybaby.
wanna.
You
I
should
wanna
bless
say
I blessed
something
you,
real
SK.
quick. Yo,
Say thank
you guys are so fucking annoying. I would like to say this real quick about
Oh my god.
about Cars 2 and I guess Toy Story 4 as a comparison. So I understand that the sentiment that Cars 2 would be better than Toy Story 4. But I think the problem with Cars 2 is that unlike Toy Story 4, it sets up so much shit and so much good shit and so much unnecessary shit that it doesn't even have a good balance. It's mainly just unnecessary shit and then very small of like the cool shit. Like the beginning of the movie with Mater and McQueen hanging out again after McQueen's back for the season of the Piston Cup season. It was such a good setup for what could have been the movie. And the idea of McQueen racing around the world in the World Grand Prix as a racing movie is such a great idea that they don't even fucking like acknowledge it.
I'm gonna just say this right now. McQueen is the GOAT simply because he beat an F1. He beat an F1 car in a race. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and he was able to go like 200.
I still don't know how he lost his speed because like there's no way your top speed was 198 because the NASCAR's top speed is like what 200.
Doug, I'm sorry. I refuse to believe Cars 2's canon. I'm sorry. It's just not.
It's just not.
I refuse to. It's like the Incredibles 2 thing. I refuse to believe it's canon. There's no way it's canon.
That's how I feel with RID 2015. I don't consider it canon the prime.
Right.
We don't consider that show canon. But that's a different discussion. Though.
We also don't consider Cybertron games canon.
Fuck you.
The Alliance
It
continuity
makes no sense if they are. Fucking piece of shit.
The events don't line up logically.
DJ, please explain how Dark Energon is both an Energon experiment gone wrong and also the.
I have a better
Unicron.
question.
Well,
How's your neck?
Well, don't they like? Well, they keep that in. Well, they keep that in Prime. I'm pretty sure because like in the flashback sequence that Ratchet explains, the Cybertron still gets corrupted. So they kept that aspect from War for Cybertron. I don't know if that's like the same. I guess you could consider it the same. I don't know.
It happens differently because Starscream wasn't aware of that plan at all in the show. He doesn't know what Dark Energon is.
I totally forgot. I didn't have you friend you. I didn't have you befriended, Ken. Hold on. There you go.
I say we move on to another disagreement. I say we bring in the special guest.
All right, I'm gonna head out. It was nice talking to y'all.
Oh,
yeah, you too, man. See you later.
Take care, bro. Take care.
See you, bro.
See you, man.
All right, Sam.
I like that guy.
Raimi Spider.
Hang on. Wait. We are not ready yet. Give me a few seconds.
He's got a shower.
I'll be quiet. And analyze the answer.
Wait.
Not everything needs to be a reaction. Just learn to sit back and observe.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
And the Spider-Man come out to play. I'm gonna blow my brains out. Jesus Christ.
All right. What is up, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man?
Sam
What's your
Raimi's
disagreement?
Spider-Man is all but invincible.
Shut up!
Doesn't shower.
Shut the fuck up!
Let's let him talk. Let's let him talk.
Let's hear it.
Okay,
Excuse me.
I will say that from the little poll thing you made, I disagree that you guys think Edge of Time is worse than Tom Holland.
Okay. What's the disagreement?
So you disagree with the majority?
Yes.
So you purposefully chose to be incorrect when everyone's telling you not to.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm so scared.
Let him make a point. Let him make a point. All right. Why do you disagree with what we have to say about Edge of Time?
Well, because okay, I know you always guys like to bring up that one line, and sure, maybe.
Well, there's more than that one line, but yes.
A million lines.
At least it's still 616 Peter Parker and the one we all know.
How?
And compared to the other one where
Name 5 616 Spider-Man stories.
This is fucking awful.
Let him answer. Let him answer. Let him answer.
I'm trying to be civil about this. Compared to the other one where it doesn't even feel like Spider-Man because his world is too entangled with the larger universe where we need this new movie, brand new thing to feel like more
He mentions
like
Captain America and Edge of Time.
And Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. and the X-Men.
Yeah, bro.
That's not the point I was making.
Okay.
It was the point you were making. You're talking about that, it's entangled because there's a larger Marvel universe. Oh, you mean the thing in Edge of Time? Captain America was mentioned.
Okay, just because it's a mention doesn't mean it's still a Spider-Man story.
Alright, prove that the MCU Spider-Man movies are not Spider-Man stories. What's a Spider-Man story?
It's too entangled with Tony Stark because
Tony
you got
Stark's
the
dead
Vulture
after movie 1.
and yet Mysterio is a villain because of him, and he only cares about one.
Yeah, but he's not a Stark villain. Still a Spider-Man story.
Yeah, he is because he got fired because of his glasses tech.
Okay, Vulture got screwed over by Norman Osborn in Spectacular Spider-Man. Is that not a
Vulture's an Oscorp villain.
Yeah,
he's a Norman Osborn villain now.
Well, those are the normal stories.
How's that
normal
a normal story?
That's not even true. Vulture doesn't work for Oscorp in the original 616 continuity.
Yeah, he was backstabbed by a business partner.
Yeah, man.
Okay. You know what? In fact, since I didn't hear, you give me yours, and then I'll try to see.
All right.
What
I'll break it down. Just point by point. So the big problem with Edge of Time, Peter, is that his decision to leave his world, his time, and go all the way to 2099 is not only very poorly informed, but also it's just vehemently out of character for him to even get to that point.
But he changes back up on that.
Hang on, I'm just establishing context, right? I haven't even made the point yet. So the first problem is that he thinks going from his point in time, the present, to 2099, he wants to do that because he almost got killed by Anti-Venom, even though this is a well-experienced Spider-Man who has been facing villains for years, villains who have almost killed him many times, who have tried to kill him many times. Then this is a Spider-Man that has lost Gwen Stacy, and Captain Stacy as well. And
you say this isn't 616?
Well, no, they mentioned it in the game. They mentioned Gwen Stacy and Captain Stacy. So that's not just a 616 thing. That's a thing in the game. But anyway, so he decides that instead of staying in his time to make sure he's there for his loved ones and for the civilians of New York City and the world as a whole, to be honest, he decides he's going to break the timeline by moving himself from the present to 2099, which could have serious ramifications on the timeline. He should know this because of all the quantum causality nonsense that's happening. But setting that aside, he's willing to leave his world behind and not be Spider-Man, basically quit, and leave his loved ones forever because he almost died to one villain. A
Okay,
well-experienced
that sounds heated.
Spider-Man, like, how is that a good thing for him to do?
Okay.
Right, that's point
Okay,
one, so you
no.
can address that.
Okay, you're right. That did happen. But if you remember, because of when the time stream was all messed up, it led to the future of the evil Peter that was the CEO. And when he learned that this was what his future was going to turn into, he decided to change his mind on that stuff you said.
But he didn't know about the CEO Peter at this point. He didn't know that yet.
No, I said when he learned that this is what his future was going to be.
Well, yeah, but
with all this.
that's irrelevant, right? I'm talking about what he's doing earlier on in the story. It doesn't make sense for him to quit being Spider-Man, leave his world behind, and possibly break the time stream just so he doesn't have to be Spider-Man anymore or be there for his loved ones.
Okay.
Like, how is that in character for him?
Okay, how is it in character to okay, you gave me your statement on that. So how is it in character to give these like multi-billion aggressive with like these automatic drones to a guy he just met a few days ago?
I'm not defending the MCU. I'm just saying that
Well,
do we agree this is a problem in Edge of Time?
That's why I'm making my disagreements. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but like we're on about because in order to get you to concede that MCU Spider-Man is worse or better, we need to agree on what is or isn't an issue with Edge of Time. So the first point I made against Edge of Time, Peter, do you agree that's a problem?
When I first played the game, it never crossed my mind.
Yeah, but now after I explained it, do you think it's a problem?
Well, okay, I'll admit it does sound a little off, but
Okay.
well,
that's
hold on,
good.
let me
That's
finish.
good. Well, we'll get to part two, right?
Well,
We'll get to part
it doesn't bother me too much. It just does you guys.
Well, whether it bothers you that much, you know, that's one conversation. But I
Well,
think
I have a
in terms of-
question.
Well, real quick,
Raimi.
you can ask it after.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just the basic idea is that we're talking about how detached from the character this is. But yeah, go on.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, yeah, but
Mr.
I've
Raimi
seen
fan.
worse versions.
What online site gave you this opinion?
Well, what opinion? That MCU is worse?
What online site gave you this opinion?
Well, I thought this opinion about MC Spider-Man since I first saw Homecoming 2017.
No, about Edge of Time.
Oh, that I like this version. Sorry, I'm a little confused.
What online site gave you that opinion?
No online site gives to me. I thought this ever since I first played the game.
All right. Well,
Sam Raimi fan, can you do me a favor? Can you look in the chat room of the call real quick, please?
why?
You mean the Discord?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back on. Let's get back on topic. All right. So,
I'm laughing at a funny meme.
yeah. So, I just want to make clear, like, so that's the first point against Edge of Time, Peter. The second point would be that the reasoning he gives for this is that he thinks this will protect his loved ones if he chooses to do nothing and stay out of his world. And I think the big problem with that is that his whole lesson, the whole reason he's even Spider-Man, is because the last time he decided that inaction was okay for him to do, that's literally what got Uncle Ben killed. So why would he think leaving his world forever will keep his loved ones safe from supervillains? How does that make sense?
Well, what was that?
Ignore it.
Anyway,
Someone was coughing.
Well, you say from the superheroes, but I know they never say it, but doesn't his world also have other superheroes? Like, you know, the Avengers?
They do have other superheroes, but Spider-Man doesn't operate on the idea.
Wait, but you said that this is a true Spider-Man story because it's not heavily reliant on the larger Marvel universe.
Oh, true. That's a good point.
Okay, a mention of Captain America does not mean.
So he is Iron Boy Jr. in Edge of Time. He's relying on Iron Man to fix his problems while he chills in the future.
That is a good point. He's relying on the wider
Okay, that is
Marvel
okay.
universe.
Now you're reaching.
Okay, well you just said that he's relying on other superheroes to solve his own problems with his loved ones.
Yeah, that's the mentality of Iron Boy Jr.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I know
And
you
also
say
that's
it's
just
not
that's anti-Spider-Man. The idea that oh
Are
well,
you gonna
I'm
change
not
your
gonna...
name to John Watts Spider-Man after that argument?
Oh no.
I feel
But
like you
you-
should after that defense, dog.
But like, do you really think it's in character for Spider-Man to be like, oh well, other heroes are in this world, therefore I don't have to do anything? And if that's the case, why did Uncle Ben's death change his perspective?
Okay, you struck a nerve there.
All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, just answer my question. Why do you think he changed when Uncle Ben died? Even though there's still other superheroes that could theoretically save people or stop robberies.
Because at the time he was using his powers for his own personal gain.
So that versus not using his powers at all and letting people like a billion strangers suffer or die.
He said to the guard there when he ran past him, "For now I'm looking over to number 1. That means me."
Yeah, but that's what he's doing again in Edge of Time. You see how that's a regression of his character?
No.
He's literally looking out only for himself and his loved ones. How is that in character for an experienced Spider-Man?
Well, I would say because of he wasn't thinking straight at the time because of the time stream and all that, but you would disagree.
But in what way was he not thinking straight? Because he almost died from a supervillain.
At the time, just come back from the dead.
Okay, he's almost been killed many times by supervillains.
Well, this one it was actual.
Well, he didn't die. He just got saved at the last second.
Well,
and I don't think I buy that. Oh well, because he almost dies from something, that means he would just give up.
Well, to bring what I said earlier,
because I mean, this would be post Spider-Man no more, right? No matter how big the burden may carry, I cannot allow someone to suffer or die because Spider-Man failed to act.
You know that later he does say, "I must have been crazy for thinking of staying here."
Yeah, but again, that's another problem, right? The reason he comes to that conclusion is because he realized that MJ is in danger, but he already knew that other people would be in danger from his decision to not help his world. Miguel says, what about all the good you will do, all the people you'll inspire, including me, right? So there's people he's going to help out, there are lives he's going to save. So instead of acknowledging that, and, trying to do the best he can, he sets it aside and says, you're saying the lives of a billion strangers are more important than my loved ones. That's what's so bad about that line.
If I had nickel for every time you reference that.
Well, I'm making a point here. I'm making a point here.
Say objectively bad.
I'm making a point here, right? The point is that he shouldn't just neglect the importance of, a billion strangers just because he doesn't know them. And I think it is a problem that he only changes his mind once he learns that MJ herself is in trouble. Why would that be the case? I thought he would have gotten over that in Amazing Fantasy 15, where he only changed because someone he cared about suffered as a result of his actions, so that got him to realize what he was doing. That's something he learned in Amazing Fantasy 15. Why is he learning this like 10 years into his career?
You do know there have been other versions here that have done this similar thing and once.
I thought you said this was 616 though. I thought you said this was 616.
Well, yeah, you said this was 616.
I said you know there have been other versions. I didn't say specifically this.
Yeah, but you said this one was like 616, even though this would be character assassination for 616.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
I mean, heck, at the time, one time I thought the Neil Patrick Harris from Shattered Dimensions was 616. I'm stupid.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because
he was 616.
Even that game
and he didn't make those decisions.
Yeah, and that still disproves what you're saying, because if we look at Neil Patrick Harris in Shattered Dimensions, obviously, because that's canon to Edge of Time, when he had a choice between giving the Tablet of Time to Mysterio or letting Madam Web die, he tried to find a way to save both. He didn't just give in, right? Which is what Edge of Time Peter does. He's just defeatist.
You know what? I feel like... Alright, well... Let's just. I think after all this, I'm just gonna agree to disagree.
Again?
That's like every debate you
Me
have with him,
again.
bro.
So I gotta ask you something, Mr. Sam Raimi. So
I have a
with
name,
all those
though, it's
billion
Angel.
strangers that he doesn't want to save, you know a few of them are black, right? And the only reason he changed his mind is because a white woman needed to be saved. So are you advocating for the racism of Peter Parker Spider-Man in this universe?
Wow, dude. Jesus.
PJ, I swear to God.
This is very un-Miles Morales of you.
Jesus, dude, you didn't have to go there.
I don't think Miles would like this.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think Miles would be really uncomfortable
Come
with
on,
this
the
version.
Lotus is worse.
This is worse than Lotus. That's a billion people.
Where's
Yeah.
the Lotus?
That's a billion. That's a billion black people.
Yeah, a billion black people.
What is
Married to
happening?
an actor who was racist? Sheesh.
That's
Yeah,
appeal
but
to reality
that's,
fallacy.
Yeah, that's appeal to reality. That's not.
Yeah.
Whereas in this is actually in the
You wanna talk about
material.
Lotus? Okay,
So,
since
yeah.
I brought up Lotus, he was, after
Yeah.
Gwen died, he was a dick to MJ. And
Yeah, but at least he wasn't willing to let the whole world
for the
die.
child
yeah.
that was dying.
Yeah, but at least it wasn't-
Name the first story after Gwen died, and who was the main antagonist in that story?
Really, we're doing history right now.
Bro, you brought up history. I'm wondering if you know your
I'll talk about
history.
the Lotus.
I'm not
If
saying
someone
that.
brings up,
History's
if someone
wrong.
brings up, if someone brings up World War II for like a point, and someone asks you about your knowledge on World War II, you're not gonna go, "Oh, are you bringing up history?" It's like, no, bro, you brought up World War II. What happened in it?
Rocky Balboa.
I was talking about the Lotus fan film,
I
dude.
swear to God.
Sheesh.
I mean, it's funny. Like, you say that he's an asshole. It's like, okay, do you think being an asshole is as bad as leaving an entire world behind to suffer or die a billion strangers, as he puts it?
He was an asshole to MJ in the comics after Gwen died.
Yeah, he was an asshole. Well, he was an asshole to everyone.
Yeah.
You know what? I tried my best, but I'm not gonna get anywhere with this.
Okay.
Are you done? Is that it?
So you're just defeatist and you give up and you have no argument?
Oh, kind of like Edge of Time.
Yeah, I woun't go that far. Dude.
You kind of do sound like Edge of Time, Peter. Do you also not care about millions of black people dying?
All right, I get it.
You get it that millions of black
I don't think-
people are dying?
I don't
because of
think you get it. I don't think you get that this version of Spider-Man is a racist and is okay with minorities being
Okay,
slaughtered.
stop going there. God damn it, dude.
Well, why do you advocate for a racist Spider-Man?
Well, like, jokes aside, it unironically,
Oh, God.
I'm just gonna be real about this. Like, if we set the jokes aside, unironically, like, if there is a straight up genocide,
Fucking
you know,
grandma
Spider-Man
scared.
wouldn't do anything about it. He literally said a billion strangers. A billion, that's genocide.
And if I had a nickel for every time you keep saying that line, I have 2 nickels.
Do you-
I mean, it's really bad. So
Do
that's why I keep
you
bringing it
believe?
up.
Do you believe that Raimi's Spider-Man would make that decision as well?
Oh my god.
Of course
He
not.
would- Yeah, he would never. I will always be Spider-Man.
So why would the 616 Spider-Man, who is a better version, make that shit decision?
Okay, don't go there. They're both good.
Yeah, but
But one's better.
Yeah.
And the
Raimi-
name is
Raimi fan.
616.
Let's just
Raimi-
say they're both good, okay?
Yeah, but one's better, and that
Yeah.
one is 616
Yeah,
because that one aura farms. That one has better quips. That one's funnier. That one actually is able to stand up for himself more often. That one wasn't a pushover in high school. That one wasn't afraid to ask out women to go on dates.
All right, I get it.
Raimi fan. I'll make this easier for you, all right? If you open the chat in the call, I have a question. Is that you?
Stop.
No, what are you doing?
Just answer. It's a
I
question.
hate
it's a
using that
question.
chat.
Are you gonna make fun of me with this?
No,
No.
I'm just asking.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite Spider-Man villain? Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
In like what, the comics or
That's
anything?
good.
Who's your favorite Spider-Man villain? Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
That's good.
Well,
Did you
define
check
where?
it?
Like the games or the
I
cartoons?
don't want. I hate opening it.
Just open it,
Well,
please.
fine.
It's just.
I already
in
know.
general? The Green Goblin.
I'm going to fucking hell, bro.
Someone
I'm
tag
being-
it and pack it up already.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Sam Raimi Spider-Man fan. Who's your favorite Spider-Man villain?
Okay, come on, General. Like, I think the
I
Green
want this to
Goblin.
last the entire call, bro. I'll be
Alright,
real.
so firstly, generic ass answer, and you're not allowed to have that opinion because I bet you haven't read a single Green Goblin comic that's actually relevant because generic ass opinion.
Dude,
And number
not to be
two,
mean.
I need to say this.
Ow.
It is insane that your favorite villain would also make the same decision to allow a billion strangers to die for his personal gain.
Hold
That's
up, why does
crazy.
Liam talk like 200 miles per hour
He-
when
he's-
Spider-Man's
he's
the
talking.
topic?
Because I like systematically, atomically destroying fake Spider-Man fans on the internet that say opinions about Edge of
Oh,
Time.
you sound like Brandon the Awesome.
Name 5 Spider-Man comics that are not commonly known right now.
Not commonly known?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's see, Spider-Man versus the Chameleon.
That one's commonly known. Good try.
Okay, this
All right. Name a chameleon story that's not his first appearance, and what does he do in it?
Oh my god. One where this is the one where Spidey Peter gets framed for a crime he didn't commit.
Oh, that's crazy. So you're talking about issue 1? What else has he done in the
That was
career
fucking
of
bad,
the
dude.
Spider-Man comics?
Okay, can you tone down the jerkness, please?
The jerkness. Look, hang on, I have a question. What PFP am I right now?
You're the Green Goblin.
So why should I ever tone down my evil right now? I am literally the embodiment of
I'm
evil.
trying to be civil about this and not be all upset.
And I'm civilly, systematically destroying all your opinions and your take on Spider-Man.
Okay.
That hurts.
Okay.
I'm sorry that hurts, man.
Oh,
I'm sorry
man.
that hurts.
Oh man, I had a fucking deafen for a second.
I'm really sorry that offends you, but you need to read more Spider-Man comics and have better opinions on Spider-Man media.
All right, so
instead of shilling
Sam
for
Raimi's
shit that Twitter
Spider-Man,
tells you to say.
I want
Mistake is good.
to make one more point to you because
Not right
I'm
now.
very curious as to how you will address this, right? So you know that scene where he says, you know, if you stand by and do nothing, you don't know the first thing about being Spider-Man.
Yes, I know that scene.
Okay, so the reason he's saying that is because MJ is gonna die, according to him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you think she's going to die in this situation?
Because of when Peter looks into the Alchemax archives.
So she dies from all the explosions in Alchemax, right? From anti-venom?
Correct.
Oh, so Alchemax
so-
Twitter told him what to do?
Hold on,
No wonder why you
hang
relate
on,
to the
hang on.
Spider-Man.
Hang on. So
That's where he learned it.
So basically, all you really need to do to undo that is to prevent the existence of Alchemax in Peter's time, right? Because if you prevent
That's
that,
what they
then you
did.
prevent. What?
That's what they did in the game.
No. He went out of his. He sent Miguel. Stop. He sent Miguel to go out of his. Stop. He sent Miguel to go out of his
Can
way.
you please stop laughing at me?
He sent Miguel to go out of his way and detract from the mission when that could get the entirety of reality destroyed to go save MJ from the elevator, even though Miguel's mission anyway is to undo everything Sloane did and to wipe Alchemax out of Peter's time. Literally at the end, he says this will overwrite everything, so none of it happened. So that means that literally for no reason, Peter risked the entire fabric of reality to save someone who is going to be saved anyway by Miguel's plan. So, like, do you think that's good?
You put it like that. God, Jesus, dude.
Well, it's based on what happened in the story.
SK, when you say a fact like that, damn, that makes it sound bad.
That's fucking crazy.
Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, do you have a counterpoint to that?
I'm dead, bro.
I wanted to, but this is really good.
Well, no, just
No.
like,
Sam Raimi's,
do you think that's
Sam
a
Raimi's
character?
Spider-Man. What do you do in your free time, dog?
But no, we don't need to go there.
No, just I want him to answer to the best of his ability. Why do you think that's in character for Spider-Man to do?
Well, I mean, MJ is his love, right?
Yeah, but he'll
Oh
have
my
her
God.
anyway if you go with Miguel's plan.
In The Amazing Spider-Man issue 500, he had the chance to stop the spider bite to save Uncle Ben, even if that causes millions of people to die because Spider-Man doesn't exist, and he still chose to let his uncle die.
Wait, did he travel back in time or something?
Yes.
Okay, that I didn't know.
I know, because you don't read Spider-Man comics. But you're saying that Edge of Time is the 616 of Spider-Man, bro.
Okay, you don't have to be mean, dude.
Okay, well, what do you think? What do you think about that? What do you make of it?
Okay, well, well, you know, I never had to think this deep about a video game when I first played it.
Okay, well, now that you're thinking that deep about it now, what do you think?
Well, it's not gonna stop me like from watching it like it's like cutscenes or something. It's not gonna stop me from doing that.
I get that, but like, you know, is it in character for Spider-Man?
Okay, when you, is it as much as it pains me to say this? No.
Okay, so we agree this is out of character.
So Spider-Man is
What
character
does it mean?
assassinated in Edge of Time, and is a terrible character.
I still think MCU's bad.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we could talk about whether or not MCU is worse at this point, right? So, I mean, we've basically given our references against the Edge of Time version. So I would just have to ask, is there any instance in any of MCU Spider-Man's outings that are worse than this?
Oh, how about all of them?
Okay, but like, is there a particular
How about we
decision
start
he
with
makes?
one?
Yeah.
How about we start with one?
Yeah, let's start with one.
All of them is not one.
All right, I'll start with one. You brought it up in one video, SK. When Nick Fury asked him to stop the elementals, he's like, "No, I want to go be with my MJ."
Okay, so what is that in comparison to Edge of Time? Because in Edge of Time, he's leaving forever, and Far From Home, that's a break. And which do you think is worse?
Well, because you're Spider-Man, you should go save the day and not let the world get destroyed by those fiery monsters.
Yeah, but what's worse, to do this temporarily or to leave forever?
It's basically the same thing, but with different situations.
It's kind of the same thing, I'll agree with that, but I think it's worse in Edge of Time for a couple reasons. One, because it's actually a permanent leave of his world, versus MCU Spider-Man is taking a break, and he's relying on other people to handle it for him, which I don't think is in character, but, you know, at least it's a break and not forever. And two, well, real quick, you can address it afterwards. And two, Spider-Man in the MCU, he's a kid, versus Edge of Time, where he's past college. He's a full-grown adult.
I'm so bloody sick of that excuse.
Well, it's not an excuse. I'm saying it's worse. It's worse when you have an experienced Spider-Man doing something like that.
The point being is that he doesn't. I don't think Spider-Man should take breaks.
I mean, no, he can take breaks. It's just time and place, you know.
And the time and place in that movie wasn't the right time.
Yeah, I agree. Just like in Edge of Time, where he was planning to take a forever break, which I think is worse. And again, at least with someone who is younger, you can argue that he is less mature, he is less wise, which I don't think is great for Spider-Man. But it's just, you see how it's worse when you have a very experienced Spider-Man doing this. I guess to outline a comparison here, right? It would look way worse for if MCU Spider-Man in like Homecoming did something out of character or like really irresponsible, versus if an Insomniac Spider-Man did that when he's like 10 years into his career. That looks way worse. Or like, let's say if Peter B. Parker did something vehemently irresponsible, that would be really bad.
I like that one.
I like that one as well. I'm saying if he did, that would be worse for him because he's been Spider-Man for 22 years.
SK, you only likes that one because it has Raimi iconography in the first movie.
Okay.
Oh god.
But yeah,
he's not wrong though.
So, what do you think? Like, do you agree that it's worse when the Spider-Man is experienced and he's still doing these things?
I think you're worse.
You're a bitch.
No, let him answer. I'm asking him, not you.
Fuck you.
Well, fuck you.
Okay, okay, I will admit, as much as people say, you are kind of right to something, but I still stand by what I say.
It pains you to say, Jesus
Well,
Christ.
what do you stand by?
Well, about what I think that the Tom Holland was, and that's why I hope the brand new
but like,
movie.
why is he worse for this reason? because we've went over why it's actually worse for
Hey.
an adult Spider-Man to do.
Hey, listen, Remy, I'm as hopeful as you are, but don't hold your breath, bro.
Brand New Day is most likely gonna be garbage.
I'm
Even
ready.
though
I'm ready for
I
it.
mean,
Not like
nothing shocks
that-
me. you know.
that actual Spidey villains like Tombstone.
Name 5 Tomb. Right
Name
now.
Name 5 tombs. Name 5 tombs. Since he cut out.
Gravestones.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god.
That's your fault for cutting out, Liam. Don't get
Okay.
pissed.
Why are you excited for Tombstone? You don't know Tombstone.
I know his name is Lonnie Lincoln. He used to be friends with Robbie Robertson.
Damn, talk to
Thank
him.
goodness the
Talk
animated,
to him.
because the animated series exists to tell.
Nah, he just owned you.
information
He
about
just
him.
H3 owned you. He just owned you, bro.
Who does Tombstone work for?
He works for the Kingpin.
Automatically wrong. Nice try.
Damn, I had
wrong,
faith.
doggy.
I had faith too. I was gassing
Okay,
you up.
dog,
Goddamn.
he works for Hammerhead. He's Hammerhead's like in the beginning.
Are you just doing this whole name these comics and just humiliate me?
No, I'm trying to point out that you're like, I'm excited for Tombstone. Doesn't know the first thing about the character.
I just told you 2 things.
You told me 2 things that anyone who picks their nose, eats their boogers, and watch cartoons would know.
Okay,
Oh my
ew.
god.
Like me.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm
I
eating.
mean, back to the argument, right?
You're eating
so,
them right now.
Well,
What?
I just
Bro tried to
so-
say Tombstone works for Kingpin. He's
Well, hang
literally
on, hang on.
Kingpin's right.
Hang on. So we've agreed that Edge of Time Peter is out of character for those reasons, right? And the next thing you gave me is something that yes is bad for MCU Spider-Man, but it's worse for Edge of Time because he's older and more experienced.
What the fuck?
Okay,
Oh
I
god.
don't know much more I can do with this.
Well, like, what's another example that comes to mind? What is something so bad that it would make MCU worse than Edge of Time?
In Homecoming, how the only thing he cared about was trying to impress Tony Stark and be with the Avengers.
Is that worse than because he still fights?
It doesn't sound
for
like
people.
that doesn't sound like something Spidey would do. Because sure, he has team ups from time to time. He's mostly a solo hero.
Did Twitter tell you that?
I'm so tired
No,
of that. fucking
I know this
example.
myself.
Well, so
Stop thinking
hang
I get
on,
everything from
hang
the
on,
internet,
so hang
dude.
on. That's not even fully true in the movie. He actually goes against
Liam, Spider-Man has to
Alright.
hate Iron Man.
I'm in the middle of a statement. So
Fuck
You know, in the Civil War thing, he disagreed
in-
with Tony for putting him in the Civil War comic, which led to his Aunt May getting killed, right?
I'm
yeah, but
aware.
that didn't happen in the MCU, so we wouldn't
Exactly.
hold that
Two
to the
different
same
discussions.
standard.
Give me an example,
Of it.
dude. Goddamn.
Well. So the reason I think this example doesn't work is that I think the worst you can say.
Iron
about-
Man's not responsible for Aunt May getting shot, by the way. That's a misconception.
No, it was because of when he revealed his identity to the world. That was something Tony told him.
Yeah, but that's not his fault. That's just a
wasn't Tony's
consequence.
choice. That wasn't Tony's choice. Fun fact, that was Aunt May who convinced Peter, not Tony. If you actually read the books, you'd know that. Aunt
And
May
even then-
convinced Peter to unmask for Tony. And once again, the reason she got shot is because Aunt May and Mary Jane made the decision on their own to leave Stark Tower.
But that's
even
okay,
though
but
Tony
at
would have
the-
allowed them to stay.
Wait. At the same time, that doesn't make it Tony's fault either. It's a consequence to putting his fucking identity out there. That doesn't link back to Tony. I don't understand why the fuck Twitter says this. It's
Tony
so
actually
annoying.
would have respected Peter's decision to keep his identity secret.
Exactly. Despite how they fucked over his character too.
Yeah, well, because the Accords only mentions that the government needs to know who your secret identity, like SHIELD, not fucking random people.
Hey,
Yeah.
if I were making the MCU Spider-Man, he would have been on Cap's side
Why?
because he would understand Cap's viewpoint of the government and all that. And
So Spider-Man is
Yeah,
pro-terrorism?
no. That's
So
not
Spider-Man
what
is pro. So
Well,
Spider-Man is
so
pro
here's
starting
the
fights
problem.
with fellow superheroes because
Here's
that's what
the
Captain
problem.
America did in the book.
Peter doesn't
No.
have that context at
He
the
didn't-
time
he
of
just
Civil.
didn't-
Well,
he
hang
didn't
on,
include
hang on.
Cap.
Peter doesn't have that context at the time of Civil War.
I'm surprised you're making these defending stuff despite him. He
Well,
made like 2 videos
I mean,
about
my
it.
problem with him is that he wants to become an Avenger at all and doesn't realize, wait a minute, if I do that, that means I have to follow the Accords, something he would vehemently disagree with. And the fact that he would have to arrest Team Captain America, like over half the Avengers, for a policy that he wouldn't agree with. I think that's the problem with him
Yeah,
in
that's why
Homecoming.
I've seen people do like these like different idea videos saying like oh, Peter realizes Tony's the wrong and all this, and Steve is
Yeah, but
the
he
one
only
in the
would have
right.
realized that like days after it happens, once all the news breaks.
Oh boy.
But yeah, I don't see how that's worse than Edge of Time. In this case, it's just him being him not standing for his principles and just being a bit of a government bootlicker versus I'm going to leave the world
God.
and
That's
break
not what
the
I was
fabric
saying.
of timeline of the fabric of reality just to
I didn't say have Peter become a government bootlicker.
Well, that's kind of what's happening, right? Because of him just following Tony he just wants to become an Avenger, even though becoming an Avenger means doing things he would think are really immoral and unethical.
Hey, I will admit, like when he said when he disagreed on like the Iron Tech and said side of the ground, that was one time I was like, I respect it, but the rest, no.
Right, so I'm just failing to see how this is worse than gambling with the fabric of reality just to save your loved ones in a way that wouldn't save them anyway.
You know what? You win.
All right.
Are you always
That's the most defeatist attitude I've ever heard.
All right, can you stop?
Of course we win.
I try to be.
Literally,
as
of
nice
course
as
we
possible. All I
win.
get you guys being jerks.
I mean, I'm just asking questions.
Not
yeah,
you,
but
Wait,
when things
isn't-
don't make
isn't
sense.
being-
and
isn't
I'm
being a
sorry
jerk
if that
good?
offends you when I ask
No.
questions when things don't make sense to me, right?
Isn't being a jerk a good thing because it means we're more like Spider-Man, dog?
Oh, oh no.
Oh, of course you wouldn't say that because you like fucking Sam Raimi's Tobey Maguire Spider-Man where he's a fucking wallflower and he can't insult people as much.
Okay, that's it. Ah.
What's
You know, I
it?
have a question. Why do you prefer Raimi Spider-Man over, I don't know, better versions like, let me think, tip of my tongue. Oh, Spectacular. 90s
course I love
series.
that.
New
PS4.
animated series. They're better.
PS4.
Hold on,
PS4,
hold on.
yeah,
Time out,
they're
time
better.
out. I do it when I come to like versions, it's for like specific versions. When it comes to my guy here, it's for the movie version. I still love the cartoons and the games.
Name a Spectacular Spider-Man episode. Name 5 Spectacular
Andrew
Spider-Man
Garfield's
episodes.
Spider-Man better.
Okay,
Andrew
fine.
Garfield's Spider-Man better. That one actually has, balls. He stood up to Flash Thompson.
I agree with that,
Yeah,
despite
yeah,
his
Jamie
shit
Foxx.
movies.
Put him down, Eugene, even when he didn't
the
have his
lizard was-
powers.
The lizard
Because
where
he's
you
not a
wanted to turn
bitch.
people into lizards.
Oh, you mean like the comics that you don't read?
Jesus.
God
The
forbid
fact
Lizard's
that
comic
Connor
accurate,
is
right?
in prison, even though Peter knows that Connor should be with his family.
Huh?
Sorry, what?
I never seen it where Peter just takes Connor to prison and
Dog, Peter cheated on Mary Jane in front of her in Spider-Man 3. Like, what kind of game is this, dog?
Mosquito loves that movie.
Bro literally kissed another woman in front of his gal. You think Spider-Man's a cheater?
No.
Okay, well there you go. He cheated in the fucking Raimi movies. And he has no
You know
aura.
at the time,
He,
he
also,
was,
he has no
the
backbone.
celebration,
He's always a
all the
nervous
people
little
are
dweeb
going-
when he's Peter Parker.
helping all the
He doesn't
people.
stand up to
Even said
bullies
they
like
love
Andrew
me.
Garfield does. He doesn't make as funny quips as Andrew Garfield. He doesn't have the
Oh my god.
he doesn't have the
He's
fucking
a
he doesn't have the hot-headed behavior like Andrew Garfield has.
He doesn't
All this
have to
stuff
have
is
it
you
in
know.
every version.
Oh, so every other version should be pathetic little wallflowers like Friendly Neighborhood.
Okay, fuck you.
And you're not the problem with the Spider-Man community? Yeah, totally. Totally not the problem.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Wait, if not every version has to, be strong-headed, have a strong sense of morality, be able to stand
Okay,
up to
some can,
themselves,
but not
have
like every single
conviction.
one.
So
I said some
if
can.
not every single Spider-Man has to have conviction, why are you so mad about the MCU version of Spider-Man? Not every Spider-Man has to, be an anti-Avengers guy, right? Some of them could be Avengers fan. What's wrong with that? Different version, right?
Which also sucks.
See how you have inconsistent standards?
You have inconsistent morals.
Yeah, bro. You do not know what you want out of Spider-Man.
What do you want?
Yes, I do know what I want out of Spider-Man. The name is spectacular. 90s 616 comics before One More Day. That's what I want. It is very simple. Have a Spider-Man that has moral conviction, that has a backbone, that actually has drive, is able to stand up for themselves, is a loner at heart, but is able to love and care for others. It is able to make mistakes and sometimes selfish decisions, but overall can choose to make the responsible choice because of the death of his Uncle Ben, who will never break his moral code and his moral beliefs no matter what, because that would be dishonoring the person he cares about the most. That's the Spider-Man I don't want. I don't want no bitch-made Spider-Man who fucking lets billions of strangers die because my loved ones. I'm gonna see the future. I smell bad.
I get it already. You can stop it. Sheesh.
You worship trash. Oh my god. You are a trash worshiper. You go on your knees and you pray to the Lord Jesus for milquetoast trash garbage like fucking Friendly Neighborhood, and you're gonna come here and go, hey man, Edge of Time, no, not that bad. Not that bad. It's goofy.
My opinion.
It's all goofy.
I'm a goofy goober, yeah.
Your only reason for disliking MCU Spider-Man is because he has a positive relationship with Tony Stark. No!
Goofy goober.
No.
Why the hell are you bringing up fucking SpongeBob?
Why do you have a racist disdain for Iron Man?
Actually, yeah, I would love to have a friendly discussion about
You know
Iron Man
what?
with
We should end it off here.
No, fuck you, SK. Fuck you, SK.
It's just
Sorry, SK, I didn't mean
it ain't. He already gave up. He already gave up. Let's not kick.
I don't give a fuck.
We know he gave up. He is literally a stick figure that with a smiley face when he's consuming Spider-Man products.
So mean, for Christ's sakes.
You're mean to Iron Man. You're racially motivated against
Yeah,
Iron Man.
you hate Iron Man, bro.
He's not one of my favorite heroes.
Why? Because he's rich?
No,
all right.
Spidey,
so why don't you like
hair?
The Punisher, Wolverine.
We got a lot of people waiting. People keep
that sounds like a Twitter opinion on Marvel characters.
Let's boot him, right? Sam Raimi Spider-Man, you can come back another time. You can prepare some more arguments.
You guys are mean.
I'm sorry.
Sam Raimi Spider-Man, you were one of the biggest contributors to why we have terrible Spider-Man media.
Okay, now it's taking too far.
We can have this conversation another time, okay? We'll see you later.
Yeah, okay, Alex.
Thank you for answering. Thank you for the call. All right, let's let someone else in. Let someone else in.
That was so stupid.
Waiting.
Dude, me and Dom are sending each other the funniest shit in DMs, man.
All right, Fallen One, you are on the line.
Miles PFB, instantly discard.
What's the disagreement to tell us why?
Oh, I got picked?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, you didn't.
All right. Oh, sorry. I was listening to you in the call.
You're on the line.
Like, why am I hearing double now? Yeah. Okay, so my disagreement is that I don't think Spider-Man, Peter mostly, could be considered a super genius on the scale of like Mr. Fantastic or
Nice.
All right, this is Liam's time then. All
this is all Liam, bro. Just like
Reed Richards has stated multiple times that Peter can basically replicate any scientific achievement that he has if he had the same resources. Iron Man has stated before multiple times that there's multiple versions of science outside the normal scales in cosmic levels that he cannot understand and considers kryptonite, whereas Peter understands it like it's another form of language that he learned. Dr. Otto Octavius, while he was dying because of brain trauma throughout the years of being mercilessly beaten by superheroes, made a master plan to prove he was smarter than Tony Stark and ultimately succeeded and made Tony Stark go to his fucking knees and kiss his tentacles to beg him to deactivate a bomb he couldn't deactivate himself.
Well, real quick,
I want to in Dan Slott's run where it was shown that both Tony and Mr. Fantastic couldn't understand Otto's machinations and how he created a bomb that would level multiple city blocks, and only Spider-Man was able to figure out how to deactivate that bomb.
Yeah, if I could real quick.
If you with just those feats alone, plus more I can think of, if you don't think he's at least top 10 smartest in the Marvel universe, you're beyond help.
Well, I just want to I want to say this real quick, right? In terms of like comparing Tony, I feel like when it comes to Tony and like the level of like intelligence in like the Marvel universe, he is very surface level. Like he I don't think he should be like, he's fine on Earth, but he's not on the same level as Peter or Reed Richards. Like they're more cosmic too.
Tony's top 3. You're wrong. Tony's top 3.
Yeah, that's
No,
wrong.
I know he.
On top of that, because Tony is smart enough to, I think it was hack a Celestial, like one of those guys,
Okay.
like better, right?
Peter
Like, but
Peter with
that's- but
less
that's beside the
resources
point.
literally found a new form of fucking particles that makes up the entire universe that scales directly to the fucking Dark Phoenix, and he did that with less resources, and he's not a billionaire.
Well, he didn't do that with less resources. He did that with
Yes, he
Horizon.
did. Unless you're gonna argue that
Horizon.
Horizon has more resources than Stark Industries, which is one of the biggest corporate conglomerates in the Marvel universe.
Well, I mean, that's kind of hard to scale because we don't know the true extent of both of their resources laid out, right?
Tony can literally get access to Wakandan tech through Stark Industries. Like Horizon has never done anything close to that. Tony can get his hands on vibranium.
They made Reverbium. But yeah, but to the deeper point, right?
Did you also know that
intelligent
Peter
beings
has
are
a way to
always-
deactivate PIM particles? And he did that in his college years.
Deactivate how so?
He was able to research how PIM particles worked and created a device that can actually deactivate the effects. He could neutralize
So he just,
PIM
like,
particles if he
a
wanted
off
to.
switch? Okay,
Essentially,
but to
tech.
get to the deeper issue, right, is that his intelligence feats are always deeply inconsistent, because in that same Dan Slott run you mentioned, it was Tony Stark could make better web shooters than Peter could, right? And they got into a
That's
whole
because
fight
Tony
about
has
that.
more resources. Resources doesn't equate to
They were both
intelligence.
billionaire CEOs at that time. This was during the Parker Industry era.
You mean the Parker Industry era, where it was stated that like his webware was ahead of multiple inventions that Stark Industries have even dreamed to make, and that Tony didn't disagree with?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I mean by
Can I also talk about the fact that Tony Stark
into the
doesn't
same
understand
run.
how the spider tracers work and think that they're impressive, especially with the limited resources Peter has? Or should I talk about the fact that Peter knows how to lock Iron Man's armor onto Tony Stark without him being able to take it off? He also knows the special hinges to pop the armor off with very little to no effort. He also knows how to lock the
he
armor
almost died to
in
him.
place. He also has an EMP that works on Stark's armors, which is impressive because he has anti-EMP technology embedded in all Iron Man suits. If you don't think he's
Okay,
at least
hold
top
on.
10, that is crazy.
I'm not arguing that he's not top 10. I'm saying his.
You
actual
just said
feats
you
are
don't think
competing.
he's a super genius.
Yeah, he's a super
I
genius,
said
and
he should be
he's at
considered-
least
he
top
should be
10.
a super genius on the scale of Mr. Fantastic.
Well,
or a lot of those guys.
Listen, I'm not even that big of a Spider-Man fan, but from everything Liam is saying, who is like the Spider-Man fat ass, I think it's fair to conclude that he's at least like top 3.
Can I
as
bring
well.
up that Green Goblin made a specialized
not top three.
corrosive agent to kill Aunt May that was embedded into her neck that Reed Richards couldn't deactivate?
So
Can I also mention that Mysterio was
Asking
able
him,
to
asking.
create illusion technology and abilities that tricked
look at
Doctor
your
Strange into thinking he actually had magical powers before? And these are just villains that are stated to be not as intelligent as Peter himself.
Okay, so real quick, because this whole thing started with like being relative to Reed Richards. Do we want to focus back on those feats that you mentioned with Reed that he mentioned regarding Peter?
I don't think anyone here would ever argue he's literally relative to Reed Richards. But the fact that Reed even thinks he could replicate his achievements with the same resources is at least telling he's at least like a top 5, top 10 character in the Marvel universe.
Isn't that part of the
Sure,
reason
there's a
why
disagreement
he
with
would?
The main issue, my biggest issue is that he is almost never shown, like his technological, I'll say he's clever, but his smarts are almost never in his technological inventions, right? I can never think of a storyline where he invents time
Mr.
travel
Fantastic has referred to him as the
travel
biology
or
guy.
alternate- Okay, so what are his biology tech feats?
Well, that's one of them.
Right.
Mr. Fantastic
I mean,
thinks
there's
he's the
spider
smartest in
tracers, right?
biology.
Sure,
Mr.
no, that's gotta
Fantastic
go
has
to-
stated
that's
if he
gotta go
needs
to
help with
Tony.
anything that comes down to biology, he asks Peter Parker.
I mean, that's just bad writing, because Tony is evident better.
How is that bad
Right.
writing?
How is
Because
Tony better? What?
practice a
How
lot.
is Tony
He
better?
practiced a
Doc
How
lot.
is
Ock
Tony
literally
better? Bro, I am a huge Iron Man
Extremist.
glazer, and I even know that. What the
Doc
fuck?
made Tony beg on his knees because he outsmarted him before. Come on,
Bad
Doc.
writing.
You're not gonna sit here
Bad
and say
writing.
it's fucking oh yeah, he's
Character
better.
assassination. Character
Character.
assassination.
How is
Bad
that character
writing.
assassination? It
Is
was in
that-
an
is that a
Iron Man
troll?
book, by the way. That is
Making
that must be a
Iron
troll.
Man. Okay, yeah. Making Iron Man kiss the toes of, like, let's be honest, like the second-rate Spider-Man villain. It's crazy. Not
Second
even
rate? You mean his
second
arch
rate.
nemesis besides the Green Goblin? Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Second rate.
I
What
mean,
a
second
joke.
rate. Sorry, let me amend
Who
that.
became
Second
superior
rate
Well,
Spider-Man?
compared to Green
Form the
Goblin.
Sinister
also,
Six.
real quick, if I may,
Second
Tony's
rate.
always, listen, if I may, Tony's always been known for at least giving like respect to other people who are smarter or as smart as him, and able to outsmart him in every way possible.
Also, Tony is willing to set aside his pride if it means saving people. If he can't deactivate
Yeah.
the bomb, I don't think he cares if it means saving innocent lives.
Yeah,
He's not
which
arrogant
is,
like Doc Ock
which is part of the reason why, like, despite their friendly rivalry, he's always on good terms
writing.
with characters like
Because-
fucking Reed Richards. I love how you're talking over me as I'm like trying to say a point.
Oh, sorry, man.
Well, like, what kind
That
of
was
argument is that? Anytime I will bring up like feats statements of like Spider-Man
Oh,
or
yeah,
his
sure.
rogues gallery, you just go, "Oh, that's bad writing, bad writing." What? Okay,
Well, no,
what about the Fantastic Four comic where Reed Richards literally needed Otto Octavius to figure out how isotopes work because Otto is the best at that.
Reed Richards needs Otto Octavius's help to.
Yeah, he needed his help before
Figure
for
out
a
an
scientific
isotope.
problem.
What scientific problem?
He just
It was
said
some-
it.
Yeah, it was
An
based off the
isotope
research
problem?
on isotopes because Otto was the best in that field before he became Dr. Octopus, and it was to save Sue Storm, who was pregnant at the time.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't really like Otto doesn't do anything on the scale of Reed Richards. So to have Reed Richards turn around.
Doc
say,
Ock
"Oh,
is fucking poor and a
God."
criminal. No shit, he can't do the things on the scale as fucking the guy who's governmentally funded. That's not
But
an
he
argument.
is, but he is also like almost as smart as like Peter. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
Well,
No, Peter's
okay,
smarter than
so-
Doc Ock.
No, I know,
Otto
but I'm
even
saying.
admitted this.
No, I know, but I'm saying like he's still smart enough, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I get? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Fuck
well, that's the thing. I'm using Peter's villains that Peter has consistently at least contended, if not outsmarted, constantly, or Peter himself doing these things.
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
The fact
Okay,
that Spider-Man can make like web shooters, which is impossible for anyone else to replicate, including the super geniuses in the Marvel universe,
actually
and he's
Tony-
poor,
Tony
is quite
replicated it.
impressive.
He did it himself. Tony.
That's
Tony
because Peter
replicated it.
told him the formula when they were friends.
Yeah, he gave him the Krabby Patty
Yeah,
secret
but
formula.
Tony.
Essentially,
made a
gave him the
better
Krabby
version
Patty
and then gave
secret
it to
formula.
better. Right? Like, if we want to go on that point, I think the biggest negative against Peter is that Tony was
Trying to
able
put
to
a
make
negative.
better web shooters than him. Right?
I mean,
And at the same time that they had.
well, I mean,
that
yeah,
were both
I mean, even then, it's
Well,
Tony-
I like how you're bringing up. Oh, Tony can make web shooters better than Spider-Man. When Spider-Man literally can just casually, with less resources, turn off his suit. He can literally turn off an Iron Man
Yeah.
suit while he's in it. And he's poor. Keep this in mind. He doesn't have the money Tony has. This
I
is
mean,
like the
he did,
thing
but he
I
did
don't
something better than
understand with
Tony,
like the
right?
downplay of Spider-Man's
let's go
intelligence.
back-
Because I gotta just make this announcement. This bugs me. When I hear, oh,
Okay.
the
This
Tony
announcement?
Stark or like fucking Reed Richards have more impressive feats, it's like, firstly, you're either talking about characters that are Avengers or like purposely fighting cosmic beings versus Spider-Man, who doesn't commonly do that. So that's just not really even a comparison. That's like saying, well,
that's a valid
Luthor's
point,
smarter
because
than
Peter can't
Batman because
operate on that
Batman
scale.
doesn't deal with alien invasions by himself as much. Like, that's ridiculous. No shit, they fight street crime usually. That's not anything to do with their intelligence. And
That's-
number
well,
two,
that is,
that,
right?
that
Because if
always
you
that
don't-
always bothers me because you're talking about characters
Oh,
that have
let 'em
more
finish.
resources that are
Jesus
far
Christ.
richer and has people that work under them. They're either governmentally funded or they're a fucking billionaire. No shit, they're gonna do more. That has nothing to do with intelligence.
What's up, Sharon? Sharon's in chat now.
Okay, so.
Oh, what's up?
Okay, a few points to make. One, okay, all right.
Want me to bring up the times Peter has outsmarted Doctor Doom?
let's stick to a particular point, right? 'Cause I keep talking and then you.
Jesus.
And then
Talk
you
about the
just bring
fact
up
that Peter
Christ.
was able to understand future
Jesus.
technology from Kang the Conqueror, and he did that
Read him like
casually.
a fucking book there.
I can keep going.
Oh,
Peter has
am I gonna-
ridiculous ass
so-
beats, and people just choose to ignore it. It's crazy.
Well, because it's inconsistent writing.
How is
on
it
a typical,
inconsistent?
Like scale.
How is it inconsistent?
Dude, why is every
Well, let him
like
answer. Let him answer.
proof-
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Fine.
Okay, because here's my issue. I keep starting to talk, and then Liam will bring up a random feat, and then I'll have to listen to him list a Wikipedia article.
Because what?
Okay, but
Because
talking
what-
over him isn't gonna
Okay,
get
okay,
any better.
okay,
answer.
so we want-
Because
we
what,
want an
what,
answer.
what you
And then
say
make
How
would
is it-
is
If I can't
immediately
keep making a
wrong
point,
because
and
He's
of
then
doing
I
it
can't-
right now. Doug, he's literally doing it
Okay,
right now.
what is inconsistent about the writing? What's inconsistent
Jesus
about the writing?
fucking
Yeah, name an
Christ.
inconsistency.
Sure, it's because on a typical, say, Spider-Man story, these characters don't actually operate on that scale, right? Within
Yeah,
the
because
bounds-
Peter doesn't have the resources, which I've said multiple times. Yes, Peter can't dimensionally travel through other dimensions casually because
Okay,
he's
how
fucking
did
poor.
how do these characters get these resources? Let's Reed Richards. If I'm not
Reed
mistaken,
Richards
he
is
was
governmentally
the-
funded.
resources. How did he get
He's governmentally funded
How did he get government funding?
because he was a world-renowned scientist who built a career and wasn't a superhero when he was a teenager, so he actually could do this stuff. Peter became Spider-Man when he was 15 years old, and that
And before
interfered with his education and his work balance, which is
And
why he's
before you
usually a
even-
fucking Daily Bugle photographer or a teacher. It's because Spider-Man interferes him getting or building a better career, which would allow him to do any of this stuff.
And before you even mention Tony, Tony's a self-made millionaire who made weapons, so he used his resources into making a fucking suit to help around the world.
Yeah, Tony literally did an immoral thing to become a billionaire. That's the point of the story. And Peter wouldn't do that. It's out of character for him.
Okay, but even when Peter had those resources, I'll concede on that point that him being
Yeah,
a
where he
Spider-
was a direct competitor to Stark
interfered with his-
Industries.
with him building up those resources. But even when he was in Parker Industries, he never did anything on that scale, right?
Yeah, he did. He flat out did.
Like did he like do time travel or dimensional travel? Did he hack a celestial? Let's see, did he set up a satellite network to counter the intergalactic?
Heck a Celestial. You know, Peter, when he was poor, was able to replicate the ultimate nullifier to defeat Galactus, right?
Reed Richards. So, how?
Yeah, Peter learned
What-
to replicate that.
What issue? What storyline?
It was an Avengers book. I gotta re-look it up.
Okay, sure.
Also, like,
yeah, like it's
also,
this is what I mean
like,
by
this
inconsistent,
doesn't
right?
even
If one is
matter because,
poor,
like,
he
that
can
doesn't matter.
recreate
That's
Ultimate
irrelevant to
Annihilator, but
scaling,
he can't
anyways.
beat Otto or the
Bro,
Shocker.
that's so funny.
Shocker rocks his shit.
Bro,
When
he's
he's
complaining
poor.
about
so
you and then he
pathetic.
just chooses to interrupt you
That's
anyway.
really pathetic.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I want to ask you this. So, Batman is
Bro,
consistently a
TJ
top
says
3
Lucio.
genius in the DC universe,
Yes,
right?
that's my name. Thank you for repeating my name after me.
Okay,
I didn't know how to read.
Batman's a top 3 genius in the DC universe. Why is Batman getting beat up by Killer Croc? Why is Batman struggling with Bane?
know
Why
what's
is Batman
funny?
struggling with Joker? That's
Yeah,
such a
as you-
stupid argument.
It's funny, as you're bitching to me, you keep interrupting Liam, so I suggest you
It's
shut
so
the fuck
funny.
up.
Can I also bring up that Iron Man has lost to some jobbers as well? You know, Iron Man has fucking lost to fucking Whiplash. Like, what a joke.
He has, yeah.
Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Oh, he lost to Shocker. Bro, Shocker is not a threat to Spider-Man if he's taking him seriously. The reason Shocker has a chance is because Spider-Man doesn't want to beat him silly. Oh, his debut. Yes, I have. And you know why Shocker won the first fight? Because he broke his arm fighting the Lizard issue prior. Nice try, motherfucker. Maybe actually do your own research. Like, goddamn.
Also, there's a thing Tony does often, which is like within his character. It's called like being over his head too much. Because if he fucking thinks that he's got this, no problem, he's gonna suffer. That's why he loses to jobbers.
Please explain to me how Blizzard is able to beat Iron Man.
Fuck, I can't even fucking.
I haven't read
So I'm
any Iron
I'm still confused. Like, what is the
Well, I haven't read
reference
any
for
Blizzard
inconsistent writing?
Yeah, like I don't get that.
Inconsistent writing? Oh, it's because on average, Peter gets beat up by... He's a street level hero, so he gets defeated. He's
Okay,
led by, say, Vulture.
Batman is a street level
That's way too
hero,
broad.
and Batman is the smartest one of the smartest DC characters. That's not relevant.
I'll argue that Batman shouldn't be considered one of the smartest.
But he is. That's not relevant. You can disagree with it, but that's just how it is in the story.
So good, bro. This guy's Twitter.
Okay.
Dude, this is the most Avengers brain take This is the most Avengers brain take I've ever had. If you're not fighting interdimensional demons or aliens, you can't be the smartest or the most skilled or the most capable. Like, that's fucking pathetic.
Okay,
Street tier is just based on power scaling because of what powers you inherently have. It has nothing to do with how skilled or competent you are. That's not even like the fucking argument. That's so dumb. It literally doesn't. Unless you're gonna tell me that poor people systematically and objectively can't be smarter than rich people. And if you think that, you're a fucking moron.
Where did you hear that, bro? Did you get that from Twitter?
This is anti-Twitter. This is literally like simping for rich people at this point.
Let's tone it down. Let's tone it down.
The anti-mosquito.
Let's tone it down. We want to hear the arguments.
Yeah, my issue with Peter being a super genius on the scale of those characters is undermines his own stories, right?
How?
Because what is the stakes of any given Spider-Man story if he can outsmart Galactus and make his own ultimate nullifier?
That's
important.
Well, even then, those aren't even Spider-Man stories. Those are more so like crossover stories.
Well, I'm
I
confused. Can't you argue that for any Can't you argue that for any Iron Man or Fantastic Four story?
Literally.
Have Reed Richards and Tony Stark. Like, you could just say, oh, what's the stakes if they have so much government funding or they have so much money from their own business and they're like the smartest people ever.
Also,
it's like in order
Intel-
to create, well, just real quick, right? If you were to create stakes, then you would just have to create a threat that's, it has to be relative, right?
Well, dude,
that's the important part.
not even.
Hang on, I want to answer this because I'm the Spider-Man guy. I need to answer this. I think the problem is you're not understanding that intelligence has nothing to do with resources or what you can beat in a fight. Just because Spider-Man is top 10 material,
it's strategy.
one of the smartest characters out there, that doesn't mean he can apply it against Galactus. Because if Galactus came to Earth, Spider-Man is broke and he shoots webs, so he can't do anything still. It doesn't matter. Well, he doesn't have the resources or the materials or the way or the means or methods to do it. It's the same thing with like Batman. Oh, Batman may be this smart, but like Batman doesn't fucking go out in a super fucking Hellbat armor to fight Joker because that would be out of his character.
Well, the thing is too is I feel like going back what SK said earlier, you could say that for like literally anything ever. Where it's like, let's say, I don't know, you have like a fucking Daredevil team up, and then they need Iron Man. Like, we need to take down this one like really weak villain. I'm gonna need Iron Man for this. Why would they need Iron Man? He's too powerful for this one villain. It's like, who cares? If they can make it right, if they can write it right, then it is what it is.
Also, usually the best Spider-Man villains are villains that can contend with his brilliant mind. Like, Norman is also a super genius. Dr. Octopus is a super genius. Alistair Smythe is a super genius. Mysterio is a super genius. Kurt Connors is a super genius. It's not like Spider-Man is fighting brain-dead morons every time. He's either fighting characters with immense power that is above his own, or he's fighting characters that can contend with his brilliant mind.
He's fighting villains that are up to that are literally like his match. So so that's what makes it interesting. They're both equally matched. There's no winner or loser.
Yeah, Doc Ock is also a genius. Doc Ock has almost blown up the city or the planet multiple times. He's clearly a threat to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He's also formed the Sinister Six.
Peak.
Okay, so to continue my original point is that in the specific story like you mentioned is that Peter made his own ultimate nullifier, right? If he can create a device that can destroy the universe.
How did he create it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've never heard of that feat before.
Yeah, because that's not his own resources. He was working with Hank Pym to be able to get the resources. It's not like he just fucking spawned the resources.
Why is it a bad? Why did you say that like it's a bad thing?
He needed help. Oh yeah, because Reed Richards never needs help creating his great devices. It's not like he uses the Fantastic Four for help.
Dude, that's like
he's literally a part of a team that helps him create his devices.
That's
what a
like
joke!
If your teacher, that's like if you turn in your math homework to your teacher, and then he's like, "Oh, did you get help from your parents? D-." Like, what the fuck are you on about?
Yeah, are you kidding me? Spider-Man still
also-
still like knows how to create a thing because he worked with,
you
with
got
another
you got an
genius
editor for this
to
video.
create
Your
the thing.
video
Like,
sucks,
what?
bro. You didn't do it yourself.
Well, I mean,
What the fuck?
it's also just like Reed Richards. He gets help from the government.
Literally. You think Reed Richards doesn't take advice from other brilliant minds to create a lot of his best gadgets and abilities? Because he fucking does. He literally has a council of other geniuses he chats with. One of them being Iron Man, mind you. It's not like he just does everything solo. Because that doesn't even equate to intelligence. If anything, you're stupid if you don't ask for help. Because, you know, 2 minds are better than 1. Like, what kind of argument is that? That's ridiculous.
First of all, I didn't even make that argument.
You literally try to go, oh, so he needed help? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Because the way you presented it is that he did it by himself when he was poor, and now
It doesn't. No,
he did it with the
my
Avengers
whole
with other
point.
people's help.
My whole point is he didn't have Parker Industries, and he's still able to do something like that. So it doesn't matter. This is before he was a billionaire. He was resourceful enough to get the right guy with the right resources to create it. Which is something Peter does do, by the way. You know, he does go to Tony and he asks for some Stark tech if he needs it to defeat a specific villain. If he can't do it himself when he has prep time, right? Like, he has done these things.
That's fine, but that's not an intelligence feat.
That literally is an intelligence feat. Hey, I know exactly what resources to get, and I know where to get them to create the devices I create. How is that not intelligence? Because he doesn't buy the resources? You're literally arguing he's not as intelligent as these characters because he's poor. This is the most Avengers brain rot bullshit I've ever heard. This is pathetic. Well, you sound like it. You literally sound like an MCU consumer retard with this shit. It's pathetic.
All right.
Jesus.
You gotta tone it down. You gotta tone it down.
But yeah, but like I don't like Avenger stories. I don't read team-up books. I've read a bunch of Fantastic Four and some solo Iron Man ones. But I don't really give a fuck about any of their comics because I don't characters who operate on that scale, right? To me, what's appealing about Spider-Man?
What? Okay, out of curiosity, what Iron Man comics have you read?
Slightly above intelligence. Oh, Extremis.
Of course, everyone fucking reads that one.
Low-hanging fruit, number 5.
Literally.
Granted, I'm more of an adaptation fan, so I've seen most of his stories, but through the lens of a cartoon. I don't think that is necessarily.
Well, okay, that's fair, but it's like, dude, come on, at least do a little bit of your homework when it comes to Iron Man stuff. Like, I don't like that much Iron Man comics, at least from like his early years, but his 90s and 2000s ones are still good. Even though I like the movie version, it's still the same character, dude.
And I want to mention the whole Spider-Man appeal thing. I don't understand this because the appeal of Spider-Man is very simply that he deals with everyday problems while also balancing a life of being a superhero. And he's also a very human character. Him being very smart doesn't take away from him. That just doesn't.
Literally the Incredibles. Literally the Incredibles.
Yes. I mean, like, the whole thing is, it's like, Peter's not literally supposed to be you. He's supposed to be his own person.
Well, also,
and he has his own traits. What we relate to is what he deals with as a human being, not that he's literally us. So if he's smarter than us, yes, that's expected. He's a better fighter than us too. He's quicker thinking than us.
But his struggles is what makes him human. That's why, his struggles is what makes him human. That's why most people relate to him.
That's the meaningful stuff. The intelligence shit is irrelevant. Yes, it's stuff that makes Peter stand out and make him special as a character. He's very smart. That's why he stands out as Spider-Man. He's very smart. He's very resourceful, quick-witted. He's tempted by anger a lot of times. All the shit.
I also think it's worth.
He's still his own character.
I also think it's worth mentioning that everybody has at least something that they're good at, that they're especially good at. Well, at least most people do. So I think, like, you know, with Peter's smarts, his intelligence, his passion for science, I mean, that would be what he specializes in.
Right.
So I don't think that really takes away from the relatability thing.
If anything, I don't care. I don't care if this sounds mean. If anything, that when I hear that kind of shit, it just sounds like flat out projection.
Well, you know what I think about it, Liam? His strengths illuminate our weaknesses.
No, literally, it's literally just projection.
hate you
It's just,
so
oh,
much.
Spider-Man's supposed to be relatable. I can't relate to being the smartest person, one of the smartest people on the planet. So man,
No, don't get me wrong. I hate that shit too. Like when people say he should have organic webs instead of web shooters because he shouldn't be intelligent. I hate that shit too. My problem is that if he can just dial up Tony Stark and get funding for whatever project and then solve the issue,
he can't.
right? Why doesn't he
That's
just do that for everything?
that's the
Right?
problem.
Or-
You're
Dude,
fabricating
okay.
something. Stop, PJ.
Or-
You're fabricating something that
Sorry.
doesn't exist. He can't just get those resources. That is the point. He can't just waltz up and get whatever technology he wants all the time. That's not how that works.
He needs to find them.
Why not?
He either needs to find it, he needs to steal it, he needs to convince others to give it to him, he needs to buy it, and he's poor. So he can't just walk in and get an ultimate nullifier.
How would
And-
you
and
immediately
funny
trust,
enough-
gain Tony's trust on that every single time?
They even address this in a Venom comic. Like, literally, Venom's second appearance as a Spider-Man villain, they literally address this. He goes to the Fantastic Four to try and get help, and then most of them are busy. He doesn't have permission to take most of their tech, and then Venom literally just goes, oh, if you go to the Fantastic Four, I'm gonna threaten your Aunt May. Fuck off. Don't touch their tech and cheat. Don't get backup. There's ways around this. And the comics have written shit around this multiple times.
But it's also like the thing I don't even understand on why this is even a negative is that yes, he's not fucking Tony Stark or he's not the Fantastic Four who are either like self-made millionaires or like funded by the government. He's going to need assistance 90% of the time because he's poor. So I don't understand how that's even an issue.
Sure. My fundamental issue.
Sure.
Right. Is that if there are many storylines that simply do not work.
All right, stop.
If he's a super genius that can whip up crazy inventions on the scale of Tony Stark or the Fantastic Four.
He doesn't have the resources.
Oh my god, we
Holy
just
shit.
established this why.
You're not listening, dude. He isn't Tony Stark. He does not have the resources. It is not a problem. If Vulture is robbing a bank, he can't just drop everything he's doing and go to the Baxter building and steal their shit or anything like that. He can't do that. He has to
needs
just
to work
fight
his
Vulture.
way around it.
Yes, fuck, Vulture's robbing a bank. Can't turn my back. Uncle Ben died if I did that last time. Gotta fight him.
Exactly.
So
There
what
are
is he
many
gonna
stories
do?
That is the circumstance, right? Where
That's
he
like
could-
most Spider-Man stories. It's just fuck, out of nowhere a villain appears, he can't even get the resources even if he wanted to.
I mean, sure, but there's just as many where there's long stretches of time where he can.
Yes,
land.
and then he gets resources and he immediately wins fights. Like, remember when he literally melted Rhino's armor right off of his body and one-shotted him?
Anti-Ox suit.
Yes,
Literally
literally.
anti-Ox suit.
There's the anti-Ox suit if you want to use like a game example. He put on spider armor that was bulletproof when he didn't have his spider sense. He's done that before.
Yeah, but my problem is that
Ends of the Earth suit, which has countermeasures for all the Sinister Six members. Remember that, guys?
No, but I believe it.
Mark IV. Yeah, it's Spider Armor Mark IV, I think.
Yeah.
No, Mark IV.
The Amazing
get
Spider-Man issue 3, he has an anti-magnetic nullifier and he immediately beat Vulture by turning off his wings.
Yeah, I don't like stories like that personally. I think those are bad stories in comparison to the ones where you can't.
Wait,
do
how
as
is that
much.
how's that bad
How is
writing?
that a bad story?
Oh my.
What's so bad about Spider-Man beating his villains with his mind instead of his powers? I don't understand.
Generally speaking, when a story relies on, the character pulls out the anti whatever gun and solves the problem.
What do you think it comes from a vacuum?
It's worse than.
Yeah, he literally figured out how Vulture's wings
'Cause,
work,
like,
and then
to-
he
to-
made countermeasures for it.
I mean, just to give an example, right? Let's say, I don't know, the lizard is, he's being injected, or he's being infected by a lizard formula. So you would have to do an antidote to get him to revert back. It's like, well,
Yeah,
it's an
by that logic,
anti-lizard thing.
we-
Like, is that a bad thing that he does that?
Yeah, do you just hate every lizard story? Because most of them are just he goes and he makes a cure that just would immediately defeat the not the vulture, the lizard.
Lizard.
I mean,
I think-
generally the lizard is bad character.
What about the Amazing
Well, I wanna-
Spider-Man
I
issue
wanna-
300, where he literally got the
Wait,
sound
wait,
wave
wait,
from
wait,
the Baxter building
I'll
to
play
fight
devil's
Venom.
advocate slightly. So it can be a problem if it takes away from, like, I guess the messaging of your story, like No Way Home, for example. I think that would be an example of it being, you know, lazy way to get out of the plot or whatever. But I don't think it applies in the scenario with Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Wait, but real quick. I don't know if I heard wrong, but did you just say that Lizard was a bad? You think Lizard's a bad character?
Yeah, he's probably the weakest Spider-Man villain overall.
Why? Lizard's Lizard's a great villain. What's wrong with Lizard?
All right, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not
storyline.
even that big of a Spider-Man fan. I'm more of an Iron Man guy, but Lizard is probably like my second favorite.
Yeah, what's like? Well, what's wrong with him?
What's
He's
wrong?
very-
What's wrong with him?
Dr. Connors is a fantastic Spider-Man character, and it's tragic that he has to become the Lizard. And there's many different ways they do it. He either has his intellect intact and he's just a merciless killer, or he's like an uncontrollable animal, and both work well for different purposes.
Sure, but from my experience having like binge reading it, like over the course of a year, I found that his stories were really boring and repetitive. Right?
Oh my god, that's Godzilla Mendoza
it's
ass
like-
opinion. Holy fuck.
Jesus.
Well, I feel like
if you don't like that,
we're kind of veering
but
off
that's
from
just
the
a matter
original.
of personal taste. I'm not saying no one should like him.
I feel like we're kind of veering off from the original discussion about his
Yeah.
intelligence, and I think we're kind of at an impasse at this point. So I don't know. I think
I do have one more point to make.
yeah. Okay, go for it.
Lord.
Yeah. So let's use the MCU as an example.
Oh my god.
Right.
I already hate it. I already hate it. The fact it's the MCU, I already hate it.
All right. I'll bite. Go.
I feel like the ending of Far From Home fundamentally undermines the other Spider-Man stories in such a way that they have to ignore it, because at the end he gets access to the Faraday system, right? Just has control of it, which means that at any time he could track and capture or terminate any threat, right? And then the next movie, that's the exact stakes, but they have to pretend that he never got that never existed, whatever have you. And
Well, it got
that's kind of my
confiscated
issue.
in the third movie. Like they're all under investigation. Like that's the thing about
Who
No Way
cares?
Home.
I don't care. MCU Spider-Man is trash.
Well, okay, yes, he's written poorly, even though I liked that film. But at the
Trash.
same time, that I don't know if that point stands, because most of everything that, well, except the Iron Spider suit, most of everything in Peter's house is like under investigation, including the glasses. So I think that's like a really weird like point to even make about that.
I think
That's
all
kind
that
of
will
what I think.
say.
They have to write that stuff out.
All
right?
that will
So,
say.
because
All I'll say
sorry,
is this conversation, I think this conversation has echoed a very valuable lesson when it comes to discussing intelligence feats with characters and how it should be applied.
Read stories.
The lesson is like resources do not equate intelligence. Capabilities do not equate intelligence. What equates intelligence is the application of one's mind in any situation.
I would agree with that.
Literally locking in. Literally locking in.
Yes.
My issue is from a storytelling perspective, right? Because if
I mean,
you have,
I think the
like-
problem with your issue with the storytelling perspective is you keep it constantly, for some reason, ignoring the context that Peter can't just get those resources anyways because of his financial situation.
The context does matter.
All right. Well, again, I think we're at an impasse at this point.
Your mom's at an impasse.
I guess we'll move forward with the other people that are waiting. Thanks for coming on. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, see you later. All right.
That was fucking crazy.
Next
That was fucking
Darist,
annoying.
I believe.
That was great though. That was great.
That just gave me like that gave me Spider Dunk flashbacks. Just the utter fucking stupidity. It
Wow.
just pisses me off. Like,
All
bro,
right,
like, how do these people call themselves Spider-Man fans and then they just like say the most underestimating ass shit about this character? He gets beat up by Shocker.
He
Fuck
also
off,
kept
bro.
he also kept interrupting like in every
It's
turn
like,
and talking
if it
over.
were
it
MCU
was so good.
Shocker, I'd get it, but whatever. Okay,
God
so
forbid heroes lose to weak villains. It's not like everyone that applies to everyone, including fucking Superman. Like what?
Well,
Okay,
God forbid
Darius,
strong villains
so
lose to weak
Can you hear
villains.
me?
we got a new disagreement. Hello, Darius. What's your disagreement and
Yeah.
tell us why?
So to just initially kind of set the scene for what I'm about to present. So I kind of feel like going back to the guy of the Joker profile picture and what he was talking about with the Arkham Knight
God.
discussion.
All right, well, I'm
kind
gonna
of
take the time to go eat.
All right.
I'm going to take a piss. I am getting sick of fucking
taking,
Arkham
like-
shit.
All right, go on.
All right. So he was mentioning about Red Hood and how he disagreed with the criticisms of the character. I'm gonna go like the opposite direction with that, and I kind of feel like I wouldn't say he's written poorly in the game, but I would say he's like missed potential. And the reason why I kind of say that is because Red Hood's motivations in the game is essentially to, you know, kill Batman. I'm pretty sure he has another motivation. Somebody told me, I'm not really sure about the source, but he was going to kill Batman, then kill Scarecrow and take over Gotham and be crime fighting. Or what was it? Is that true or is it not true?
About what Jason's plan was?
So he would kill Batman and then kill Scarecrow and then do like Batman's job, or I'm not really sure if that's true.
I can't remember what you mean by like he's gonna kill Scarecrow. Do you have like a reference for that?
You know, as somebody told me in your Discord, I wasn't really sure, but anyway, I'm gonna
Does it
agree.
happen to be Clown Prince or Alex? Was it Alex?
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was Alex.
SK?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, anyway, just kind of ignoring that. I mean,
not.
Well, he's saying something about how Jason was planning to kill Scarecrow.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of feeling like the motivation to just kind of kill Batman because he feels wronged by him is kind of missed potential for that story. And the reason why I say that is because of the ending of Arkham City, when Batman kind of decides, you know, I would have still saved you, Joker, even though you've killed the love of my life and would have killed thousands more. I feel like it would have been a more interesting direction if they had gone with the whole Jason Todd wants to kill Gotham villains instead. So having like in Arkham Knight essentially take out Batman villains and be kind of like a direct challenge to Batman's morals in the story, kind
That's
of like
Hugo
under the Red
Strange.
Hood. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that, but that kind of goes to like my other criticism of Arkham Knight is that they didn't really integrate Red Hood well into the story. He kind of feels like a side character in his own game. Like he doesn't have I mean, he shoots the Crane's gun at the end, right? But
He also is the one that kidnapped Barbara Gordon. He's the one who led the militia throughout most of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I don't feel like he's really at the heart of the story. I mean, the story is mainly regarding like Batman's fears and, you know, the kind of dynamic with Scarecrow, but it kind of feels like the Arkham Knight character just kind of feels like like an afterthought, and the game's titled after him. So that's kind of why I feel like he's kind of missed potential in a way, because I would have preferred
Jason represents everything Batman fears as the Arkham Knight. That's like the whole point of him, and like he is the main like contributor to a lot of the plot. Like the whole Barbara stuff is because of him. He's the reason the Cloudburst was able to get out of Stag's airship. He's the one who essentially had the idea to get the militia, and is the reason it got funding in the first place.
Yeah. I mean,
And yes, he drove the Cloudburst near the end of the game.
I find it a little bit annoying that they didn't go with the whole him wanting to take out vengeance on Gotham villains. So, like, I get he might feel like wronged by Batman, but him not like him like working with Scarecrow and not having like a plan to, I don't know. I just feel like it would be more interesting if they did the whole similar thing to Under the Red Hood, where it's like a Batman who kills his villains.
Okay.
Where it could be like an interesting.
I see what you're saying. So, essentially, what you're trying to get out of this is a villain that's able to challenge the Batman's belief system, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think is the overall point that the Arkham Knight is trying to make in this game against Batman? What do you think he's trying to argue?
I gotta remember. I'm replaying it like
Okay. I'll
last week.
I'll
I mean,
just say what I remember from it. So, essentially, what he's trying to prove through his actions is that Batman doesn't really care about the person, you know, the people he brings in. He more so uses them as soldiers, and while he'll try to come after you if you're in danger, ultimately he's going to choose the mission, his war against crime, above all else, and that's why he's willing to bring in younger people into his crusade. He's willing to, from his perspective, leave them behind in favor of the mission. And I think that's a really interesting angle to tackle Batman from. The ways in which he chooses his allies and how he treats them.
Yeah, I think I'm recollecting now. It's the conversation he has with like Barbara when he's saying like Batman pretends to be the hero, and he's really good at it, but something. Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred it if Jason had actually been the main villain of the game. Whereas
He was the main villain of the game.
No, Scarecrow was the main villain of the game. I mean, Jason was,
I would say they're both
Jason
the main
was
villain
a
of the
villain,
game.
but I would have preferred if the game's going to be called Arkham Knight, I feel like the ending of the game should really like emphasize something big with his character. But if I just feel like there's, yeah, I mean, I know he has the redemption bit at the end, but it feels a little bit.
Which also
too
proves everyone
little.
that contradicted Batman's beliefs wrong, which is why he's named the Arkham Knight, because Arkham represents the idea that Batman could be wrong. It all tracks back to the story of Amadeus Arkham, which is the belief that criminals cannot be saved and should be executed. But one of the worst ones, the Arkham Knight, was saved and turned into the Red Hood.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't really disagree with that. I just feel like it would have been more interesting if they had tackled the idea of Jason wanting to like take out vengeance on other Gotham villains, like following on from the Arkham City ending. But I can get the argument that would almost feel a bit too similar to Arkham City itself with Hugo Strange, because Hugo Strange is essentially the one who's challenging Batman on his ethics, like saying, "You're the reason Joker would still be."
Yeah, it'd be retreading the same ground.
Yeah, retreading the same ground, but I don't know. I feel like by not kind of exploring that element of Jason's character, it leaves like
what element?
Leaves me a little bit dissatisfied, in a way.
Well, what element exactly that he believes criminals should die?
Yeah, I mean, criminals like should be killed and all this stuff. Jason doesn't really have that motivation in the game. It's mostly to just take revenge on Batman. He doesn't really have any like. It's kind of just a vengeance plot. It's not really like.
I mean,
he doesn't have
the thing is,
ambitious
it's like
motives, I guess, to change Gotham. He's just kind of doing it all to get
all right,
vengeance.
I'm gonna ask you this. I'm curious how you respond to this. Why do you think Jason Todd became Robin in the first place?
Well,
what made him join Batman?
I mean, I know the origin of Robin in the comics is like he was like stealing something from the Batmobile. He was like stealing a tire or something, wasn't it? So
yeah, well, why is he out on the streets like that?
I don't really know if that's the same in the Arkham games, because I know the Arkham law is a little bit different. Like Nightwing becomes Robin when he's like 18 or something.
It's the same
like
thing. He found him on the streets.
Oh,
so
okay.
like, why is this kid out on the streets?
Well, to kind of go back to your point of why would Robin want to become... No, sorry. Jason want to become Robin.
Well, this ties
Um,
into that. Why is this kid out on the streets on his own? What happened?
Uh, I mean, I guess like abandonment from the city. I don't really know what. If you can kind
Yeah.
of expand on what
So
you're
the
trying
thing
to
that's
say.
driven Jason his entire life is his abandonment issues because his father left him to fend for himself. What did Batman? What does he think Batman just did to him when he was stuck in Arkham for years?
Oh yeah, you're referring to yeah, I don't know what you're referring to with the whole.
So you see
Tim
how the
Drake thing.
game does go through
Yeah, I
Jason's
get that.
core fundamental character traits and
Yeah.
stuff. It just doesn't
I
do
mean-
the Red Hood shit because we've seen that before. It actually talks about something more interesting that's not talked about enough, is that Jason Todd suffers from abandonment issues.
I mean, I get that, but I also kind of feel like there should have been a bit more to him than just trying to take vengeance out on Batman because he feels he's been wronged by him. I feel like I mean, yes, you can have the vengeance plot, but I also think Jason should have had like a big plan to what's he gonna do after Batman's killed. I mean, what's his like
Well, I think
solution
it's
to
kind of
it?
interesting that he
I
doesn't
don't think
have
he.
much of
I
a
don't
plan
think he
after he kills
cares.
him.
I don't
Well,
think.
that's
Yeah, I genuinely don't think he cares. I think it's genuinely he's that hurt about being abandoned again. Because Batman, because what he believes is that Batman made him relive his trauma by leaving him, which is something he thought Bruce would never do.
Yeah, and it's something that directly gets challenged because during his fight with Jason, he could have made the choice to arrest Jason, just send him to the GCPD, or he could have just knocked him out. But he was trying to reason with him. He was trying to reach him, and he didn't leave him behind.
We can fix this together.
I mean, in a way, thinking about it now, I mean, this is kind of I'm countering myself at the moment. I'm thinking about like the Ra's al Ghul storyline in Arkham Knight. When I was mentioning like what they would do to follow on like Joker's death, I kind of liked in the game you had the choice to either let Ra's die or save him. And I feel like that was kind of like a nice answer to what happened with the Joker, in that you can have the option where Batman actually doesn't actually takes him out. I feel like that maybe kind of solves the issue for me, but I also feel like I would have wanted more from Jason as a character in the Arkham Knight game. I feel like if you're going to title the game Arkham Knight and that's the whole idea, I just feel like he has too little involvement to be named in the game. Like a more appropriate title would be something relating to like Batman's fears, like Arkham Shadow, for instance, would have been a more appropriate title for the game, because I mean, even
I
though
don't
Arkham
understand
Knight
this still, because firstly, Jason is the main reason any of this is even happening in the first place. He's the reason the militia exists. He's the one who forwards the plot by kidnapping Barbara Gordon, which is a big part of the story. He was able. He was able to get the cloudburst out of Stag's airship. He was constantly going after Batman to delay his efforts throughout the entire game. You had at least like 3 boss fights with him.
Oh yeah,
Actually,
I mean,
4.
I agree. I can agree there. Like he plays. I mean, in terms of the missions, obviously the militia and Arkham Knight play like a role in that. I just felt like for the conclusion of the story, it just felt too small. He had one little shot at Scarecrow. I would have preferred like something a bit more than that afterwards. Like have like a scene between Red Hood and Batman afterwards or something like that. Instead of just kind of like he shoots the gun out of Scarecrow's hand and you never see him again. It feels a bit, I don't know, it feels a bit like, this kind of goes back to my point of missed potential. I feel like they could have done even more with Jason as a character.
Well, what should they have done? What's missing?
Yeah, because like
on a
his arc
fundamental
was
level.
complete.
Yeah, I
when he
mean,
did
like,
that.
for instance, reconciling with Batman, they didn't really conclude that. I mean,
He does. He acts like his ally again, and he saved him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I just kind of, I mean, I don't think it's like I said. I don't think it's written poorly what they did. I'm not arguing that. I mean, I think Arkham Knight's the best of the Arkham games, to be honest. But I just feel like they still could have done the whole Red Hood has a better solution to the crime problem than Batman thing, and do the whole vengeance idea.
I think the problem is that
Hugo
we already
Strange
got
elements
that.
into the character. I mean, yeah, I mean we already got that, but it's kind
We
of
also have a
Red Hood as a
vigilante
character.
that's doing that too in Arkham Knight. Like Azrael is trying to do that in the game.
Mm.
I just don't see why Jason would do it. What is the one who has to do this? I actually don't even think it would make sense that he would even care about justice anymore. Because the person who taught him that just abandoned him. That didn't happen in the Red Hood storyline. In Under the Red Hood, he says, "I forgive you for not saving me." Like he knew Batman was coming to get him. It's just Joker killed him. But in Arkham Knight, he doesn't think that. He thinks Batman left him to die. So why would he even care about Bruce's
I remember
sense
there
of
was one bit
justice?
of dialogue with Barbara when he says, "This is justice," and he left me. So there's an element of him thinking it's Batman deserves this punishment for abandoning Jason. So there's
Yeah, but
an
that's
element of
justice for himself and himself only. He doesn't really care about protecting the innocent or Batman's beliefs at all. Because in the Red Hood storyline, he still believes in Batman's overall mission to protect the innocent from the guilty. He just thinks Batman should be able to kill people. But in the game, it's just why would he ever believe that again from the guy who left him to die? Why would he care about that?
Well, I mean, you're characterizing it as he still believes in Batman's mission, but a part of Batman's mission is obviously protect the innocent and also don't kill the bad guys. You're not trying.
Yeah, in the Red Hood story, he protects the innocent.
I mean, he protects the innocent, but he still kills people, so he doesn't really agree with Batman's mission. He has his own.
Yeah, that's what I said. He agrees with everything except for the killing part.
Yeah.
Protect the innocent, uphold justice as much as you can. Punish the guilty.
Yeah, so
very similar stuff. The only difference is that he thinks he has the drive to do it properly because he's willing to kill the most vile villains like the Joker. But like Jason in the Arkham Knight version of the game doesn't believe any of that. Nor should he. The guy who taught him those values is under his mind is no better than his shitty father who left him.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree. I feel like Jason could still value life, even though he might hate Batman. I feel like.
Well, why would he ever have that mentality?
It's kind of assuming that
he doesn't have a loving family that has ever taught him.
Jason was always like bad at heart. If we're going at that angle.
No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that, like, unlike other Robins like Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, they have loving family members. They have loving mothers and fathers. Dick Grayson had a loving family of circus performers and stuff that also was able to tell him good and bad values. Jason was abandoned when he was very young and was left for dead on the streets his entire life. And then the one person that he thought was kind-hearted and good enough to teach him like good values, he realizes is also a lying piece of shit who left him to die. And he thinks that even Bruce doesn't believe in those values, so why should he?
I also think when someone is like, they're focused on revenge, they're lashing out against all their problems in life, they tend to have like some kind of like tunnel vision, so it basically inhibits them from understanding right and wrong. They're just more so focused on what their commitment to getting that revenge.
Maybe the game could have like benefited from like an epilogue. I mean, we had like the Jason story, like
there's the Red Hood DLC.
Jason Todd origin story. Yeah, we had the the DLC, but that was like before Arkham Knight. But I feel like it would have benefited if we had like an epilogue after Batman supposedly dies, where Jason kind of, where we see like this new version of him. Where I just feel like it's kind of left unanswered.
Yeah, we do
what
see
happens
it.
to him.
He turns more into the Red Hood.
Which I actually
Yeah,
think
I
that's a
mean-
really
Red Hood.
interesting
Good
origin
point.
story for the Red Hood. The fact that he actually did go down the villain path, but then when he changed, he decided to, you know, target them more.
Also, in the end of the Red Hood movie, Batman says as much, that he always feared that Jason could, you know, turn out really bad, which is why he put him under his wing to be Robin in the first place.
Yeah, he's
So
had
if Jason
problems from
no
the
longer,
beginning.
so if Jason no longer like cares for or loves Bruce anymore, I don't think he would follow some like level of morality like that anymore.
He might go against it out of spite.
Yeah.
He probably
Yeah,
hates. He's
I
probably
agree with
hates the
that.
world right now because the world left him to suffer 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I just feel like it. I feel like I'm starting to agree with you guys, but I just feel like it would have been still interesting to see the epilogue of Arkham Knight and to see what happened with Jason.
I mean, that's just
Because
that's just a Red Hood
Suicide Squad
DLC.
game, for instance, just kind of basically didn't say anything about what happened to him.
That game's
It
trash.
feels like kind of like a it feels like an important piece of the puzzle to leave out. The origin story is cool, but I really would have liked if we had seen what happened after with him.
Well, I
Like,
think
what
So
is
um,
his- what is his
I'll
morals
just say
now?
this
What
again.
is
I
he-
just recommend playing the Red Hood DLC because that shows you how he's like after Arkham Knight.
well, I think we have like enough of the pieces to work with, right? Obviously, we know Batman and Jason's relationship is never going to be the same after such an experience like this. However, I think they did show us how Batman and him were able to reconcile. They did show the fact that he did change. We understand why he changed, and we understand what Jason is doing moving forward. Now, what happens after that? Honestly, I think it's a good thing that they left it ambiguous, because this was the concluding chapter of it all. You know, everything with Batman afterwards is going to be ambiguous to us, and I think that's kind of just interesting in itself.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't
even
really know
then,
how
you
all
could
of
just
this
play
will
the
turn
Red
out.
Hood DLC, and then you'll like understand like what he is like now, which is just like essentially like, you know, like ever since like he knows that Bruce did care for him, he does like believe in those values again, but he also know what he did was fucked up and wrong, so he had to like make a new identity, and he became the Red Hood.
Yeah,
And the Red Hood
I
is
mean,
obviously just a straight fuck you to Joker.
Yeah. I mean, kind of going back to the previous debate where you were kind of like saying what is like the meaning of each Arkham game. Like the Arkham Asylum is like Batman being scared of turning out like the villains, and Arkham City's like the ethical debate. I feel like maybe Arkham Knight could have been like more of a combination of those two ends, which it kind of was.
It is. It
I
is.
my Chinese food.
Yeah.
It is. His like the whole Joker shit where he sees the Joker is directly like addressing the whole no better than the villains thing, and the whole no kill rule thing is addressed by the fact that like he fears being just like the Joker because he thinks in his own mind he killed the Joker by being tempted not to save him.
Yeah. I mean, all I kind of just say is I kind of wish there was just maybe a little bit more of Jason at the end of the game.
Okay.
Because if the game's like title after him, I would have like preferred it if the ending had, you know, when Wayne Manor blows up, if Jason was kind of like had some involvement in the ending, because the game's titled after him, right? So it's basically his game and Batman's.
Okay. I think we've said all we need to say.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
This was
going.
better than the fucking Spider-Man intelligence shit. That shit was fucking.
Yeah, I mean, I
awesome.
agree
That
with
was
what you
so
guys
good.
were saying. Yeah. I feel like you've convinced me on a couple.
The
key
1/10
areas, but I
Spider-Man
just-
intelligence debate.
But I just kind of wish Jason was like had more involvement in the Nightfall ending.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
All right, have a good one.
Yep. You too. Bye.
I was eating Chinese, bro. I was eating Chinese
Alright.
food.
Got quite a few left.
That
Alright,
Spider-Man
what's
one
up?
was so good, though.
What's up, Master Jedi?
Fuck
Cat?
off, PJ. I hate this one already. If I hear Arkham come out of this person's mouth, I'm
Wait.
fucking screaming.
Is that an AI profile picture?
I don't know.
I already dislike this person.
10.
There we go. He's
Not-
unmuted. He's unmuted. What's up?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
I swear to God.
Very good. Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Depends on what you say.
I'm still alive.
I'm terrible. My goldfish died.
Well, I'm here to
Still
talk
alive.
about your Deadpool and Wolverine video.
Oh my God. Whew. If he
Alright,
said
yeah.
Arkham, I would have fucking blew a top. I'm not even joking, dude.
Yeah, what's up
Don't
about
worry.
Deadpool and Wolverine?
Yeah, so I haven't quite gotten through the whole video, but I found some points that you make that I disagree with. So I'd like to bring them up.
Well,
Yeah.
it's called disagreement after all, so hit.
So, at some point, the
That was cringe
EFAP
of me.
crew argue that the TVA would try to save Logan's universe by attempting to save Logan's life. And you say that Paradox wouldn't want to do that, and that Logan isn't immortal anymore because of adamantium poisoning. So
Yeah.
killing the evil Logan clone wouldn't save Logan's life, and which is fair. I agree with that. However, I think that since the TVA has Infinity Stones and access to any point in space-time, why wouldn't they be able to use something like the Time Stone to save Logan's life?
That comes with its own risks, as established in Doctor Strange. Can't always work.
So you're
And
saying
that
that
could actually
they-
have like ramifications on that world, because as far as we understand, the Infinity Stones don't even exist in the Foxverse. So let's say you were to grab the Time Stone, right? You bring it to another reality, even though they've established that could actually, cause an imbalance. But they bring it to the TVA, which apparently it doesn't work there. Fine. Then they bring it to the Foxverse, right? I don't even think they can say what the ramifications of that would be.
Okay, but
And it might not even work there as well, because the Time Stone is responsible for the flow of time as established in Endgame. In Deadpool and Wolverine, the Time Stone is clearly irrelevant.
all right. So then my point is that I think the TVA should have tried to save, like, to keep alive all the anchor beings in like every existing timeline, because that would mean that those universes wouldn't decay, and they want to save lives because they clearly care about them and like Loki.
Yeah, that would be part of the job, but that's not what Paradox wants.
Yeah, that's fair, but I would imagine that part of the job of like every keeper of like, or like watcher of every universe, like, but by watcher I mean like guys like Paradox who are like instructed to watch as the universe like
Observe.
observe the universe, right? I would imagine that those guys would be tasked with like trying to save the anchor being of like the universe they're responsible for.
Isn't that what Paradox's job is, to look over that timeline?
Not just to look after the timeline, but to try to save the anchor being's life, because that would mean that more beings will be able to like will be born, will have a life. Like the universe will exist for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I imagine the TVA
You know?
would have instructed him, like, try to prevent the destruction if you can, oversee it as you're supposed to do. But again, Paradox doesn't really want to do that, so no matter what they told him to do, it really wouldn't matter to what he does in the film.
Can you please explain the way you understand his stance on like what is the best way for a universe to die? Because he believes that like a quick end to it would be more merciful and moral.
I think that's just a justification.
Why does he?
I don't think he really cares.
So he does. Okay, let's get this clear. Okay, so he doesn't really care. He's just bored, and that's just his like his just like,
Yeah,
like
essentially,
his official
he
reason
thinks
for.
that he would be wasting his life if he were to constantly look over a universe, make sure it is preserved as long as possible, when he much prefers if they get like pruned.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Like, one of my issues with this movie is that the TVA bosses have very little like control over the like each particular department. In that, Paradox does a lot of stuff that the TVA bosses don't register. They don't notice it, and they allow this to happen. And I feel like since like billions of lives are at stake, they would have like better means of keeping tabs on people.
Well, isn't that the point of Paradox being of a high position? He's tasked with that. He doesn't listen. Because this happens, this happens with, for example, politicians all the time. They do some shady shit under the table, even though they're supposed to be serving the U.S. government. But they get away with it for years until, they eventually get caught, oftentimes.
Sure, but I mean, I would imagine there would be like maybe a camera in the main room where they work that could be like that would be like occasionally checked by the like TVA higher ups to make sure that like he's not doing anything.
It's like the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. He's gonna get caught by the security camera.
So what you're essentially saying is that there should be camera people that observe what happens all the time?
Yeah, like not necessarily like I'm not saying like it should be like cameras like specifically, but there should be some way of like making sure people are not like trying to destroy the universes they're like tasked to just like observe.
So cameras.
Cameras would be an example of that, yeah.
And what other example do you have besides cameras?
People who work as representatives of the higher ups that I mean basically not
so a shitty
like
alternative to
inspectors,
cameras.
basically inspectors that like make sure that like everything's
Inspector Gadget.
Right.
Okay, well, okay, I get what you're saying. So, my question is...
Go Gadget camera.
My question is, where is it established that the TVA would see this as a necessary precaution? And just to give like some real-world examples, it actually wasn't until recently where police would actually have to use body cameras for arrests and making sure they can't abuse their power. So not every institution out there would implement this stuff immediately. Police have existed for decades, and that stuff wasn't always around. So I guess my question would be like, is there any proof that the TVA themselves were specifically interested or distrustful towards Paradox?
I mean, it's not about them being distrustful of Paradox specifically. It's just about how big the consequences
SK, you gotta admit that mobile cameras on multiple officers that go out on a daily basis almost is more costly and and much like harder to achieve than cameras that monitor certain rooms in a corporation building.
Yeah, that's fair, but you know, we still have the money from the government to achieve this, right? It comes down to willingness to invest in this kind of stuff.
Okay, let's be real. The TVA can get like any resources.
Well, yeah, but I never argued that there was a problem in resources.
Yeah.
Well, you know, well, also the cameras are more advanced than normal security cameras because of the fact that officers there's a risk of an officer shutting off the camera, so they actually have to play recordings like 3 minutes past it being shut off to make sure that can't be a preventable measure to get away with stuff as well, which is more advanced than normal cameras. Plus the fact that they have to be mobile without taking damage.
I mean, yeah, that's fine,
with the
but...
police.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm just talking about the willingness, or whether or not they see it as a necessity to observe Paradox's room that way.
Okay.
Especially since, like, the
Well,
TVA...
Well, I need to make a point to you, SK. So that is way more expensive and asking more for the government versus cameras in a room, right? Which fucking Fazbear Entertainment can fucking do when they were going bankrupt. So if Fazbear Entertainment can do this, I think the TVA could put a camera in the room. Wouldn't you agree, SK?
I'm not talking about whether they can or not. I'm just talking about whether or not they would see it as a necessity.
What's the context that Fazbear Entertainment needed to be brought up?
Don't worry about it.
I would argue that, like, we see across the Loki show that they care when billions of lives die, or like end, right?
Yeah.
More than the loved ones?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I hate you.
So I think they clearly care enough to like use basic precautions like cameras in rooms to just make sure that like people are not destroying universes.
Well, yeah,
Can you prove cameras exist in the TVA universe?
Well,
Okay,
they can
so
bring
just
physical
stop
objects.
the trolling.
from-
We're trying to get through the discussion. So, all right. So back to this, right? So the point that I was making was that I don't think they had a level of distrust in Paradox in order to be like, all right, we got to put a camera here. We have to monitor it very periodically. That's not established in the movie. So I would
Let me address that.
Yeah.
It's not really about the like distrust of Paradox specifically. It's just like a thing you do even if you like trust the person completely, because like a single mistake, like what if your judgment was wrong? What if that person is actually like a bad guy? That would cost the universe, like that would literally cost like billions of lives, this mistake. So this precaution, it's not like a problem. Like it's not really a big issue to put like cameras in rooms, right? But like the consequences of them not putting them in those rooms can be like horrendous.
What's stopping Paradox from turning off those cameras?
They would notice it.
Not if you loop them.
Not inherently, no.
Because if we want to appeal to, well, if we
you
want to
can loop them, you can fabricate footage, you can literally pay off or persuade the people that monitor the cameras.
Well, if we want to appeal to the resources that Paradox would have throughout the multiverse, because you brought up the Infinity Stones, you can also bring up the fact that in the MCU we constantly see people looping cameras.
Yeah,
that's one thing you could go with, even if they were to have the cameras. But then
okay,
I don't think it's
He
necessarily
uses the
true
time
that.
stone to loop cameras. That'd be so funny.
They have a guy called Ouroboros who can create like insane devices. Surely he can create a camera that can't be sabotaged like that.
Well, that's like, so how specific is that design? Camera that can't be sabotaged. It's like, is that? I don't think that's like saying a car that can't be overheated or whatever. It's like, well, how exactly would that work? That's kind of asking for something idealistic and not realistic.
Mr. Terrific has made scientific achievements beyond human comprehension. Why didn't he make a Lex Luthor gets defeated Ray?
Right, you see how that's like, it's a bit too broad to just say like, oh, well, it's something that cannot be broken into. It's like, well, why?
Okay.
Mechanically speaking, why couldn't it be broken into?
I mean, okay, so that means monitoring people would be like that would be harder because they can loop the cameras. Then we can think of something else. We can like hire people who are gonna like stay in those rooms and watch watch everyone to make sure everything's going right.
Yeah, but Paradox has those people under his payroll.
But no, we can make sure that we pay those people, not Paradox.
Paradox could offer them more. It's kind
Okay,
of it's kind of a similar concept as to like imagine like a crime boss, right? You know, the police are being paid to do a specific job, right? But they get paid more by, let's say, Wilson Fisk, right? They're gonna listen to Wilson Fisk. So in this case,
especially that he's the mayor.
Of course. Oh, Kinoflex is in chat, says, change my mind, the amazing Lucas is just Dr. Umar on steroids. Let me look that up.
Hey, Kinoflex.
Dr. Umar. I don't know who that is, so... I'm not gonna lie, Kinoflex. I still think Lucas won that debate. But we could talk about that another time. So...
The harder question is, when did Lucas lose a debate?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, back to the discussion. I think, like, you know, on one hand, I don't think it's ever established that the TVA sees it as a necessary precaution to monitor all of their employees. I don't think that's established at all. Maybe if it's established somewhere in Loki, that'd be worthwhile to mention. But even then, I just don't see, like, oh, a security camera, that's going to stop Paradox from doing what he wants to do. In that case, why wouldn't Paradox just go to, let's say, a secret area in any time? Because they don't have cameras literally everywhere in the multiverse at every single time. So at that moment, at that point, he could just do that if there were cameras.
Okay.
Wait, if they have the sling rings, why don't they just use the sling rings and go, show me Paradox and just check up on him once in a while?
I'm pretty sure the MCU,
You laugh like
they can't use sling rings to travel between like timelines. I don't think that's the thing they can do. Anyway, so I get what you're saying. So the solution would be then to like use really in-depth like psychological tests like on their employees, because like they have to know that those people aren't like psychopaths, aren't like won't go crazy.
Or just use the Mind Stone.
I mean, those will never be, like, those tests will never be perfect, right?
The Mind Stone can be perfect. Why don't they use the Mind Stone?
The Mind Stone doesn't do psychological tests on people.
The Mind Stone can get in someone's mind. It's called the Mind Stone, SK. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, you have to. Well,
it's in the title.
You're fucking
Heart
stupid.
of Eye.
Liam, you do realize they have to create devices for that stuff to begin with? You fat fuck.
No, they don't. They literally just need to hire Thanos.
That's what Loki did. That's what Loki did.
Oh, that's crazy, because all that they really need to do is hire Thanos to be a TVA agent and give him the Infinity Gauntlet. And yes, there are Thanoses in the multiverse that are good guys, so no, you can't even argue, well, he's evil. No, we know this. We saw the What If episode. So why don't they get a Thanos like that and hire him in the TVA? Boom, there you go. Now they can use the Mind Stone. What's the response to that, SK?
The Mind Stone doesn't even work in the TVA. They've established the Infinity Stones don't even work there. So I don't know why we're bringing that up.
So take the people. Okay, so anyone who's going through a psychological evaluation, take them to the universe where the Mind Stone was taken from, and then do it there. Then go back to the TVA office after you're done psychologically evaluating them.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I guess that. Well, so when did we see that the Mind Stone is able to actually make you look in their heads. I guess with Wanda because
It's called the Mind Stone.
that's not how that works.
Unironically, use Wanda
that's like
to
saying
look into people's minds and
I'd
make
like
sure
say-
they're okay.
Wait,
Use
SK,
one of Wanda's
wait,
words.
SK. That's like saying Mr. Freeze is cold-hearted because it's called Heart of Ice. Yeah, I know.
that.
I know.
Oh my god. That's like saying, oh well, he's the Amazing Spider-Man, but he lost this one time.
Where in the word amazing does it imply unbeatable?
Okay.
Okay, he loses a lot. There we go.
Do
Or
characters
define a lot?
Do characters in any of the MCU timelines? Does there is there at least one character who can actually read people's minds?
Okay,
and,
yeah, we'll go with
deep
Professor
into
X.
their-
So basically, you're saying consult Professor X every single time with every person.
Yes.
I suppose. Well, so Professor X, he's able to read into your thoughts. I can't remember what else he can do. If he can read your actual personality. Like he can know what you're doing and what you're thinking, but I don't know if he can assess your actual person. I guess he would have to listen to questions and then look into your mind and what your answer would be.
Can
they can
Nova do that?
All that
Yeah, but in a different
Professor
way.
X has to do. All that Professor X has to do is go, Sir Charlie, are you being paid off? What? No. Read your mind. Oh yeah, you are, because I made you think about being paid off. And you are. Gotcha. What's stopping them from doing that, SK?
With with every single case, all the time, they just check every day, if they're being mind
Yes.
or if they're being
Not
paid
not
off.
necessarily every day, but regularly.
Yes,
I mean,
they
I
should
think
have
this
an
gets
army
into-
of
I think this
Professor
gets
X's, dog.
I think this gets into a larger point about how the TVA works as a whole. Which is
doesn't
fair.
make sense.
Yeah, the TVA is kind of a
In many
mess as a
ways.
whole.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that I'd understand more. So yeah.
Also, have you guys noticed that the TVA is extremely racist in that they don't hire any aliens or any other species as their employees?
Oh, so it's League Entertainment.
I mean, that is a thing that I've thought about with the Loki show, is that we only see humans, but we don't see anybody else, which is a little weird.
Okay.
Liam, you need to go on mute. You have too much background.
My bad. Fucking cars.
My bad.
I'm sorry going outside offends you, SK.
Okay, so I mean, I agree with the TVA underutilizing resources in general. One of my issues is that they don't try to get a variant of Wolverine, for example, to try to take on Deadpool when he has what is it? When he's at Logan's grave. Why not get a variant of Wolverine to help out?
Yeah, or Thanos, anyone basically.
Yeah, I
anyone
agree with
that they can control.
Yeah. So what other disagreements do you have?
Yeah. So then you say when the Fab guys mention the Time Ripper is just why would they use the Time Ripper if they have the time grenades that they used in the Loki show? And then you proceed to say that time grenades are slow, they annihilate the universe slowly, but why would that matter?
Because that defeats his argument that it's quick.
But quick is relative.
He
if
says
it's decaying
he gave a scale. He says, "Oh, what's that over there?" That's how fast he portrayed it. It's it happens instantaneously.
Okay, so okay. That's fine. That's fine then. So I'm not sure why you think that having a Time Ripper and doing so much unauthorized activity is possible, but getting or keeping a time grenade that were used very frequently in great numbers is not like realistic for Paradox.
Well, like I said, it defeats his whole argument, right? His whole
Yeah.
justification is the mercy thing.
Yeah, that's fair, but you say that they were confiscated as
Yeah,
like
they'd be
a
banned.
sub-point.
And I agree, maybe it is possible for them to potentially get it, like either
Mhm.
by reverse engineering. Well, I don't know if they have old copies of it. I don't know where they get another one if they botched it. But even assuming that they could do that, or assuming some people memorized the designs, that just wouldn't be worthwhile.
That's fair.
It wouldn't apply to his plan.
Next, so Paradox. So basically, your point about Paradox's actions is that his like two options are either like just doing his job and like overseeing the universe, which he doesn't want to because that seems very like seems worthless to him, like
Yeah.
wasteful, yeah. Or he can like proceed with his plan that he like uses in this movie, right?
Yeah.
So I believe there are other things he can do. He can like talk to his bosses and try to change their mind. He can start a campaign in like and like motivate like convince other TVA like personnel members that his way of like ending universes is better. He can try to scheme his way up to the top of the TVA using manipulation and then change the rules. He can try to take over the TVA by force. He can do so many things. Or like if he's just really bored, he can quit the job. He can ask his bosses for a different job. He can pretend that he's working while actually doing something he finds fun, etc. Like he can do so many things other than like basically killing so many people and then trying to openly confront his bosses when they will be really pissed off at him and less likely to hear him out and get convinced by his arguments. I think that's a very stupid plan that
Okay.
he uses.
So to address the first point about why doesn't he talk to them, I assume that did happen and it just didn't go anywhere, because if he was told the update that we're changing how we're doing things, I imagine he would have said something at the time, and then from there really wouldn't have done anything. As far as manipulation tactics, I don't know what manipulation tactics he could have done, if you could be more specific on that.
I mean, he could have like potentially. Honestly, I haven't thought this particular part through, the manipulation.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure what he could have done, but yeah. But like, I think, like, even if he had a conversation with his bosses earlier, and like he presented all of his arguments, and they still said no, that's not right, that's immoral, that's like horrible. Why would he think that him going against his will and actually doing it would convince him that he's right?
Well,
I'm sorry.
The reasoning he gives is that it's more efficient to be more merciless, or merciful. Sorry, that's the wrong word. Yeah, it'd be more merciful and efficient if they did that, and he wants to basically show it by force. And I guess that's the plan that he's sticking with. Whether there's a better plan or not, I don't know. I just would need someone to give me a better plan. Like I said in the video, I can concede he has a bad plan if you give me another one he should have done, which I haven't thought of, so I'm not saying it's a bad plan. It is a gamble. I agree it is a gamble, but I mean, there are people who do gamble in life, so I don't know.
That is true, but like, okay, does he we know that he probably doesn't really care about the morality of those acts. He just wants to he doesn't want to do this job, right? He doesn't want to just watch the universe decay. So why doesn't he quit? Why doesn't he ask his bosses for a different job?
What different job would he have other than what's a better job he would have other than this?
Something
why
that
can't,
he doesn't
why can't we just
find
assume he
boring.
did?
Come again?
Why can't we just assume he did try that and it just didn't work, or didn't work out the way he wanted it to?
I don't know. I feel like that's we're writing for the movie at this point. We're assuming that he's done everything in his capacity to
That's not what I said. The only thing I said is why can't we just assume he did ask for a higher position or whatever, and he was just declined?
No, not necessarily a higher position, just a different job
Whatever he wanted in the movie, whatever the fuck he wanted. Why didn't?
Okay.
Why can't we just assume he did ask? I don't know.
Why wouldn't he be able to
what would
do
he
that?
have as an alternative if he quit his job?
There's
a
go
reason
to a
when
universe
people
and work there.
There's a reason even when people don't like their jobs, quitting is often a last resort because oh well, what's the alternative?
Doing something that they actually enjoy.
Like what?
Like what? Yeah.
He doesn't enjoy anything, and even his job, he doesn't like it. There's nothing in life that would interest him in any capacity.
Well, I think the idea of getting power is something that he enjoys. Because he
can try to become a
TV
tyrant in the universe in one of the times.
He doesn't like his position, but he still wants to work for the TVA. I'm assuming he just wants a better position than what he has.
Well, why wouldn't he then just do his job to get the promotion instead of trying to
because that takes time. That takes time, effort, and patience.
But he's already an immortal being that has been living for I don't know,
that's a long
hundreds of
time.
years, thousands maybe.
I mean, Thor's an immortal being. He was still impatient, and he went after the ice giants in Thor 1. Is that an issue? You can be immortal and be impatient.
I guess.
My question is, why didn't he get a version of Professor X to get what he wanted?
What do you mean? Why would he use Professor X?
To mind control everyone, to give him the job position that he wants so he can take over the TVA?
Why didn't he use Professor X? Well, yeah. I mean, I guess the question is more so what would he find that he could control reasonably, and then have them obey his every order, while being powerful enough to do so? I don't know if that's just how easy
You
is
can
that to
convince
do?
the version of Professor X to work for him. There's an infinite universe. I mean, there's infinite multiverse.
Oh, he could get Magneto helmet, wear it, then threaten one of Professor X's families or friends, and force him to.
That sounds. I don't know. So how would he even pull that off logistically in an X-Men universe? You understand how difficult it is to have it so. Okay, you threaten Professor X to do this, and that, and he's gonna use the TVA with their limited resources to try making these threats against these mutants because he runs a whole school.
Well, I was gonna say that. Just get a helmet from and then just go to a universe where there's an evil Professor X, and then convince him.
Well,
yeah.
So what if the what if the evil Professor X just kills what's his name, Paradox, just for the fun of it, Like that's already kind of a wild
Magneto
card right
helmet
there.
ahead of time.
He can't because he has the Magneto helmet. Can't touch his mind.
Yeah.
How do you know that works in every single universe?
He can test it.
Yeah, that's
he
a,
can
I
test it
mean-
that's a pretty big
on a
risk there
fellow.
you're taking.
I mean,
And
he could
even
just
then,
check
like,
the
and even
universe
then,
and make.
like with Professor X,
on a random person.
he has telekinesis, right?
I don't think so. No.
I don't
When did he
know.
have telekinesis?
I don't think so. I mean, not the versions we've seen in the movies.
I can't recall.
Before he goes into a universe with the evil Professor X.
Stop. The sound is glitching apparently.
Oh, my bad.
Let me test it.
Come on, bud.
Oh, let me see.
Bye.
Sound is glitching. Where? Hold up. Why is my poll still up?
Streaming never gets easier, ASK?
Wait, the sound is fine. What are you talking about, Starkstar? What?
Starkstar's trolling you. You just got baited by Starkstar. How do you feel?
Fucking hell.
You
Alright.
got baited by Starkstar.
Sorry, yeah, we were making a point. Fuck you, Knight. Fix your McDonald's connection. It's fine. Alright, so we were on about whether or not he could get an evil version of Professor X. I think that's kind of just easier said than done.
Study the universe that he's in. Make sure that that universe has a Magneto with a helmet that works. Then go in.
Yeah.
Alright, how are you gonna get it off Magneto?
You just.
Oh, you prune him.
Yeah.
Yeah, prune him, but like you have to
You're right.
overpower him as well. Like,
I don't know,
pruning-
man. They're able to
pruning-
overpower
Oh,
Loki.
easy.
That's
you
a problem
teleport
in
him
the show
to-
that they can
you
overpower
teleport
Loki.
him. You teleport him to the.
How is the
TVA,
stream
and
got
then you-
cooked? I just tested it right now. It's fine. Knight, you're stupid. Sorry.
Maybe it's just on his end.
I
We can barely hear it. No, that's you. Hold up. Yeah, prune him, but like you have to overpower him as well. Like, I hear Liam just fine. What are you talking about? It's a you problem. All right. And if you troll again, if this is a troll, I'm gonna ban you. So, because I'm tired of false alarms. All right. So with the whole Magneto thing, yes, they could prune him, but all you've really done was teleport.
Liam is lagging for me.
Yeah, he's now actually laggy. But I mean, we can wait for.
Hang on. Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Am I back?
Now we're good. Now we're good. So, all right, back
All
to
right.
the point.
All right. Prune Magneto in his sleep. Prune Magneto in his sleep.
Prune him in his sleep?
Yeah, open a portal like above him and just like.
No.
put
Oh
him
yeah.
where-
No, I agree. So I agree that you can prune him, right? I wasn't contesting that. I'm saying once you prune him, what's the plan? Because all you do when you prune him is just you move him to
Grab his
the.
helmet.
Oh, easy. You just open a portal to the to the what's it called, the void, right? You open the portal to the void. Then you tell Magneto that you're gonna take him back if he gives you his helmet, and he's like, sure, I don't want to stay in the void forever, so of course I'm gonna give you the
wouldn't
helmet.
that be an obvious trap? Remove this thing that gives you the ultimate protection against Professor X.
But
I don't think he would trust that at all.
Okay, they can
I
disclose
think
the portal
I think
then.
that there's a better argument to be made now that I think about it.
Okay.
And I think what we could argue is that he could lie to Deadpool, basically fabricate the situation where Deadpool is led to believe he is saving the world. But all right, you gotta mute. You gotta mute. You got stuff in your background.
Yeah, that was because I was walking
Mute.
by a school and there's a bunch of fucking
Yeah,
kids
yeah,
outside.
and I think that's really suspicious that you're walking by there. Anyway, I want you to mute right now. I want you to mute right now.
Dude, how long has this discussion been going on?
Not that,
I've been
this is not
deafened the
that
entire
long.
time.
So, are you muted?
SK doesn't want to hear anything that might implicate
I
me.
still hear the school in the background. I need you to mute. I still hear the school.
I'm trying.
I don't know what you're
My phone is
planning.
really
I don't know what
slow.
you're planning. There we go. There we go. He finally learned to push a button. All right. I'm so proud. All right.
Jesus.
So I actually see an argument to be made, not specifically the angle you're going with, but I'll give you a leg up, right? So I think what he could say to Deadpool is, we need you to kill this evil Magneto to save the world. And basically, like, create a plan that's really smart. You can even get a team for it, right? Get a whole mini Avengers for this. Hey, I need this, this, and this from the heroes. You can even fabricate footage. You can fabricate footage to make it seem like it's not what it is, and basically have them kill Magneto, have him get the helmet, and I forget, what did he need the helmet for again?
To confront evil Professor X.
Oh, all right, evil
like...
Professor X, right? All right, so they kill Magneto to confront evil Professor X. The only other thing I mentioned, so let me just Google this real quick because I forget his powers. It's been a while since I've actually consumed X-Men stuff. Does Professor X have telekinesis?
It really depends on the version of Professor X.
Because my whole thing is that even if you prevent
Get on the
so
sidewalk.
oh my god, even if you make it so that he can't get inside your head, he could still use objects around and just like one-shot you. But even then, I would hold that he could use the superhero team he created to overpower him and potentially force him to do his bidding.
And that's assuming this particular Professor X can use telekinesis. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like I'm starting to think about this some more. Why not just basically arm himself, or even like if there's a proven way to make himself more powerful, like the super soldier serum, for example. He could literally like have them steal that material for him and once again fabricate the footage to make it seem like it's for a more noble cause than it is.
Yeah.
And basically, you know, he can overpower the TVA by force.
Yeah.
Kinda, if that makes sense. So
with
that said, I actually agree with the sentiment that you're presenting. I think what we just needed was like a way to work out the logistics of how that would happen. And yeah, I think like if he were to get like a fake superhero team, or well, not a fake superhero team, like basically fake footage to manipulate people into doing something for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know why he didn't do that.
Okay.
Now can we talk about how Deadpool's arc is incongruent with the prior movies?
Let's do it next time.
Next time. Well, what do you
So my next disagreement is...
Holy shit! How many disagreements do you have? You are Lucas's wet dream.
He'll get through it faster when you don't interrupt it.
You will know when you don't interrupt them. You will know.
Anyway, you agree with EFAP in that Paradox should have increased his security when telling Wade about his universe being erased soon, right? But I actually think that even though that's the minimum that he should have done, I think he should have done more. He should have either told him about that event after it happened. Like he should have taken him out of his universe, like I don't know, a few minutes before it's he erased it, or he should have done that he should have stalled. He should have made Deadpool go on a random mission. Like he wouldn't have presented it as a random mission, but he could have come up with a mission to get Deadpool away from his universe. Then he could have erased it, and then he would have told Deadpool, well, your universe is gone now, so you might as well
Are we
help
talking
us.
about him just dumping the whole plan? Because I agree that's a problem.
Yeah.
It's not a disagreement there.
Okay. Next point. I think Deadpool, like when the EFAB crew suggested Deadpool should have just killed Paradox. You say that like he can get more information from Paradox.
Yeah.
So he should have probably like taken him hostage or something, right? So
What
I
information again?
Wait, I'm confused. So what? So you're arguing that Deadpool should have taken him hostage?
do you think that Deadpool should have taken him hostage?
I think
instead of killing him?
I think in the film, the first time he talks with him, I think taking the temp pad and actually investigating what he's saying is the appropriate move in itself. Seeing if he can get an anchor being to replace it, seeing if he's even right about what happened with Logan, or if that's just fabricated.
Why not just take Paradox hostage and like force them to like destroy the Time Ripper or something?
Well, that wouldn't really resolve the issue of the world getting destroyed. And if he can nullify that in the first place, which he tries to do by going to the grave, then that's why he's interested in it.
Yeah, but his primary interest is to stop something that's gonna happen in 72 hours, not something that's gonna happen in like.
Yeah, well, yeah,
thousands of
72 hours relative to his world, I guess.
Yeah.
It ultimately doesn't. I don't think it ultimately matters. Like whether or not he takes him hostage or tries to go and verify his story to begin with and find a replacement to solve the issue. Either way, it does something to solve the issue. So I guess I'd be like, why is one intrinsically better than the other for him?
Because he doesn't know if Paradox told him the truth about 72 hours. Maybe it's gonna happen in like an hour or so, while he's like searching for another Wolverine.
One gets rid of the immediate danger.
Because we're talking about his decisions, right? Whether it's better to hold him hostage and force him to tell the truth, even though that could be a lie, or actually going to the time where Logan died to verify whether or not he's even being truthful about Logan dying.
Because he can like take Paradox hostage right now, but later Paradox might be protected by a bunch of people he can't defeat.
One gets rid of the immediate risk, the other doesn't. That's the difference, Esther.
Exactly.
Which one gets rid of the immediate risk? I'm confused.
If you take Paradox hostage and destroy the thingy, the immediate danger goes away. Then all he has to do is plan out how to prevent something from happening trillions of years later.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying he should do this in a different order?
Yes.
Yes. It's ABC, not BCA, bro. Get the order right.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
So Deadpool's an idiot and incongruent with Deadpool 2 because he's not an idiot in Deadpool 2.
True.
So is Graham Paulson right? Is he incongruent now?
Yes, but not for the reasons he gave. Not for the reasons he gave.
Okay. Anyway, I think the TVA should clearly have a way of capturing Deadpool, like opening portals around him, entering through them, then creating a bunch of portals like around him again, because like you said in your video, you say that there's no evidence that they can create like portals far away from their time paths, right? So then they can like enter in like around Deadpool in a circle, then create a circle of portals around Deadpool, and then he won't be able to escape.
Well, he would just have to kill them at that point, right?
Dude, SK, why is Kairito having a whole conversation about Toy Story 4 and with Q?
I'm aware. Just
how's he gonna kill him if he's surrounded by portals?
What do you mean? How is he gonna kill them if he's surrounded by portals?
Okay, it's hard.
Deadpool is superior to normal humans.
I have to explain.
Wouldn't he just jump over?
They can create a portal on top of the like.
He'll start shooting them as well. He can pull out his katanas.
And that also requires a
I
lot
get-
of like coordination too to begin with. That you have to
Yes.
place it like in this very exact order, and in the
Yeah, but
process
they
of them
know where
opening
he
the
is. They know
doors,
he's
they
at the
he's
grave.
just gonna shoot at them.
Even in the movie itself, Deadpool literally beats a whole bunch of them with fucking skeleton bones.
Yeah, just
But
all right,
that's
real quick.
that's
I'm gonna
not
have to
necessarily an
real
indication
quick,
of.
just
Yeah,
real quick,
sure.
right, and then you can go. I'm getting a call real quick. I'll take it, and then you guys can continue.
You'll
the
be right
conversation.
back. We
I
don't
will be
fix
right
this.
back. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Have fun.
So to address your
Have
point
fun.
about like
I'm going back to
him
that.
defeating a bunch of
Fuck you, PJ.
a bunch of TVA agents in the movie, that's not necessarily an indication of him being better than them. That's just like
What?
Because
hang on, sir. I have a question.
Yeah,
if I'm
wait,
able
wait,
to beat the shit out of
let
you
me
with
finish,
fucking bones, does that not indicate I'm a better fighter?
No, that indicates that you might have had a very stupid strategy that led to your defeat, or like.
Yes,
or
I had a stupid strategy and I still won the fight.
Sorry, I meant that the TVA agents had a terrible strategy, which is why Deadpool managed to win.
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying he does the same thing. In your scenario, he could just start shooting them and pulling out katanas and shit, and actually try. My point is, when he was beating them, even in the movie, he wasn't. Shields don't block bullets that well.
Okay, they can get
talking about
vibranium
riot
suits,
shields?
whatever. Like it doesn't matter.
Where is it established that the TVA has vibranium suits?
They don't necessarily have them, but they can get them.
Where is that established they can get them?
They can open the portal like anywhere. They can just open the portal next to, I don't know. Have you watched Brave New World? So there's this
No.
compartment in. It doesn't matter, honestly. There's this compartment at Sam Wilson's like home where he keeps his vibranium suit. They could have just like went there at the like point in time where when he's not there and he's not wearing the suit, and they could have gotten that suit. And they can do that like in multiple universes or with multiple characters. What's stopping them?
Okay.
Nothing.
I mean, yeah, by the same logic, they should have armies of Hulks and Lokis and
Yes,
Doctor Strange
exactly.
and stuff.
TVA
I don't
makes
think-
no sense.
I don't think I disagree with that. What I disagree with is saying that Deadpool wouldn't win if you send the TVA agents and you just surround him.
No, if you just surround him, then sure he wins. But if they
He's gonna pull out his katanas and start shooting the shit out of them, and they're gonna die because he's way better. Because when he wasn't trying, he beat them with bones.
okay, maybe he wasn't trying is like an overstatement. Like he was
Overstate.
clearly
He
trying
literally
to
had a
do
dance
that.
sequence while he was killing them. What do you mean overstatement? He clearly didn't give a fuck, and he was still killing them.
He didn't like lock in. I agree. He just casually did that. Like that's true.
Yeah, he didn't even need to use his own weapons, and he still killed every single one of them.
Yeah, he didn't have to use like his adamantium katanas. He used adamantium claws. Wow, so much worse. Anyway, that's not my.
Well, that was for a funny Wolverine reference. That's not because he was trying, dog. Most of the time, he was just throwing bone pieces at people.
Yeah, and killing them.
Yeah, while dancing. It was a dance sequence.
Yeah,
it was
he's a very.
It was literally a
very
goofy dance
fighter.
sequence, and
Yeah,
he was winning.
I agree.
Yeah, he
That's
dog walks these guys, bro. It's like Batman in the Arkham games. Like you could surround him with thugs, he's still winning.
Okay, but like, what if they, like, I don't know, use any kind of heavy weaponry against them? What's
Deadpool literally can't die from any kind of normal weapons.
Yeah, but he can like lose his limbs.
Okay.
So that would like prevent him from shooting them if he loses his like arms.
That's if they even hit him.
I mean, he's fast, but he's not like that fast. He's not like Flash.
You don't need to
He
be
can't
flash
dodge
to dodge heavy
everything.
melter. You don't need to be faster than the speed of light to dodge high artillery fire.
maybe. Yeah.
And yes, he is very fast. He literally was able to react to bullets being shot to him right in front of his face.
But that might be different from like he's okay. Yeah, he's fast. You're right.
He got shot he got shot in like literal close range and sliced the bullet in two with his katanas in
Yeah.
Deadpool 2.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, they can use grenades against him. What's he gonna do against grenades if they throw a bunch of grenades at him?
Grenades have a detonite charge, which means that there's a slight second before they go off when they land on the ground.
Yeah, but if they throw like 10 grenades at the same time, if they literally open a bunch of portals around him at the same time and
What's stopping
throw
Deadpool from
grenades,
shooting their grenades out of their hands and blowing them up?
because they're in the portals, he doesn't see them through the portals because you can't see through the TV.
He can shoot their grenades while they're thrown airborne too.
Yeah,
Like, why
yeah,
can't
and
he do that?
they're gonna be close enough to him to damage him seriously.
Not exactly. If you're close enough to Deadpool, he's gonna kill you before you do anything. He'll just shoot you in the face.
But they're doing it through the portals. He doesn't see them.
Yeah,
They can,
but if he
use
sees a portal, he can
automatic grenade
obviously.
launchers. They can
If
do
he
that.
sees a portal, he can clearly like understand a threat's coming out of it and get ready. And if a grenade comes through, that's slow as fuck. A grenade is not faster than bullets. A grenade is like a big ball that gets thrown with an arc.
Yes, yes.
It has and usually goes to blow up once it hits the ground. Deadpool has a lot of time to react to that.
What's he gonna do?
He can literally catch the grenade and throw it right into the portal.
Before it explodes.
Yeah. Grenades grenades have a 3-second detonite charge.
Okay.
3 seconds is a lot slower than a bullet being shot at you in close range, and being able to cut it in
What
a
if
perfect.
they open the portal, throw a grenade through, and close the portal instantly?
Okay, you can still throw the grenade away from him so it doesn't hit him.
Okay, what if they throw 8 grenades at him simultaneously?
You can shoot the grenades while they're airborne before they get close to him.
And they
You can jump. You
What
can
if they
jump
do-
away.
What if they do that like around him in close range, like all?
Also,
like,
Deadpool also has a portal. You know, he could just leave as well if he's getting grenaded at.
can he open it that quickly?
Yes, if he can react to a bullet at close range and cut it in up like perfectly in half with his
It's more
katana,
about the
he can definitely
device.
react to that.
It's not about his reaction time. It's about his like ability to like operate the device and open a portal in a place like he needs it to.
He could literally open it back into the headquarters and then just go in and kill a few of them and leave. He could literally like teleport to any random location, which he has done in the movie during the Wolverine montage to get away from the grenade. And the grenade takes 3 seconds. Deadpool can react to things faster than 1 second.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We a better point would be.
Why doesn't he portal the grenade himself? If someone's throwing a grenade at him, he could open the portal to where the grenade's gonna land, and the portal could lead back into the TVA office.
Yeah. Yeah, if he can do that quick, like fast enough, yeah. You're right. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it would be hard for the TVA agents to kill him. I agree. Like it would be very hard. So they should have probably just like hired some like heroes from like other dimensions, other time.
Yeah, but they're too stupid to do that for some reason. So
Yeah, I don't know why. Like Wanda would have defeated him instantly. Like the way she grabs Thanos in like in that game. With her powers.
yeah, TVA are dumb. They should be able to have higher powers.
That's true. Okay, what's my next point? Let me see. Yeah. Deadpool. So SK in his video, he says that Deadpool doesn't know how anchor beings work, so he just tries to get like Wolverines that may qualify as like sufficient, like as potential anchor beings for his universe, like supplementary. No,
Sure.
I mean like as replacements for Logan. And I think he should have just like forced a TVA employee to like explain to him how anchor beings work, or at least like the TVA employee may lie to him. Sure, maybe that's not the best plan. Then he should have forced a TVA employee to open a portal to his bosses. You should have told the lady who's the head of the TVA that Paradox is trying to destroy his universe, and she would be like, what is he trying to do again?
What?
And I mean, remember how at the end of the movie, the TVA boss lady comes in and she's like, Paradox, you've broken like the laws of the multiverse or whatever. Like you violated the TVA rules and you're gonna be arrested now. So he should have just asked a TVA employee to take him to Paradox's bosses and to her basically, and he would have explained to her that Paradox is trying to destroy his universe, and she would then proceed to stop Paradox. So I don't know why he doesn't try to contact Paradox's bosses, because he knows that Paradox isn't the head of the TVA, because Paradox mentions that in their conversation. I don't know why he doesn't try that, because that's a very easy solution, in my opinion. Hello? Liam?
No, you're just supposed to.
Sorry, you're lagging.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How is he supposed to know about this woman from the TVA when he has no knowledge of the TVA?
He doesn't have to know about this woman in particular. He just knows that.
Why would you
Paradox
even
is
expect
head of
the foot soldiers? Well, how is he gonna get to the head of the TVA?
He should get back into into Paradox's office. Okay, so what I'm saying right now is that Deadpool should have captured a TVA employee and forced them to take him to Paradox's bosses, and he would have then told them that Paradox is trying to destroy his universe.
Wait, I'm confused. So, which point of the film are we at?
We are at the point where Wade is trying to find a replacement Wolverine.
Oh, so you're
and I'm saying
basically
that he should capture an employee, a TVA employee, and through them he should contact the TVA bosses instead.
Oh, I can let me just reply to this real quick. So at that point in the film, he didn't actually know that their boss doesn't know what they're doing. Because later on in the film is when he comes to that conclusion. So that's why he doesn't make the threat to act on it. What I will agree with is that Deadpool, once he's making the threat, he shouldn't be you know how he gets caught off guard with the prune stick? Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. He can slice bullets in midair. So how does he get jumped by that? That's my problem with the scene. My problem isn't what Deadpool's doing. I assume Deadpool is trying to get the word out, or is making he's issuing threats to get what he wants.
Oh, like how you love to issue threats, SK? You're pulling a Deadpool? Is that what we have to call it from now on? You're pulling a Deadpool?
I will try to get to everyone.
Of all fucking people.
I say we move on after this point because like these are so much, dude.
So this is what I'll say right now.
I'm almost done actually.
Yeah, just real quick, already off the bat. I think you're actually bringing up a lot of interesting points regarding Deadpool and Wolverine. I certainly think you're doing a better job qualifying the issues than what I saw in the EFAP. Because like based on like the things that we were breaking down together when we were like talking about it, I think there are like more issues that we could find if we like put our minds together with this.
Yeah.
I just think like on the EFAP stream specifically, they just didn't bring up enough, I guess, qualifiers for why these specific plot points don't work.
Yeah.
That would be my main criticism.
Yeah. Quick question. Hey, did you see my?
I'm aware. I only
live
said
stream.
come to disagreement day because of
Thank you,
so
Lucas.
I am trying to go in order, but like I'm just mentioning like, all right, I see there's a thing going on. We can settle this on. Just wait for now. Is what I'm saying. Just wait.
Settle it live.
May
All
I
right.
just go through
Let-
two
Let's
very quick
try to wrap this up.
Yeah, we'll try to wrap this up. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think it's very convenient that they find a machine that can get them away from Goliath and can be easily activated and directed away in a few seconds after they notice that Goliath is attacking them.
I can agree that's convenient. Whether or not
Yeah.
that really heavily takes it away for me as like a story. I
Yeah.
have a general thing where I don't really care that much about conveniences.
I see.
And it's not to say that it's invalid to bring up like ever, or that there can never
Mhm.
be a more organic way to move the plot forward. It's just usually it's just not a big deal to me when there's conveniences in the real world all the time, or like I guess
It's
things you can call
convenient that
coincidental.
Godzilla Mendoza responded to my video. That's convenient, and that caused a lot of things to spiral.
It's convenient that Grant Paulson and I happened to cross paths on film Twitter. It's just
No, one might say really inconvenient. One might say that.
true, true, inconvenient. But yeah, like
la-
basically what I'm saying is, I think yes, that is a fair thing to call a convenience. I just don't really weigh conveniences that
Mhm.
heavy. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Last point.
Okay.
I think Cassandra should have absolutely destroyed Juggernaut's helmet because that's the only thing that can stop her. And angering Juggernaut is a very low price for absolute safety. She doesn't have to kill Juggernaut or anything. She can just melt his helmet. If he's like a close family member to her and she cares about him deeply, it should have been in the movie and she should have taken care of his safety more.
Well, don't you think there's an implication of implied trust where what's her name?
Trust?
says,
Sure.
Yeah,
But-
Electra says that he has the helmet, so and he's with her, so that's why she hasn't destroyed it.
Yeah, but that's a very stupid plan because if anyone gets the helmet, then she's cooked. Like,
Not really.
if they-
She can just rip their skin off.
Okay.
Yeah, the
she's
fact
not-
that
okay,
anyone can get close to her with that helmet is such a low possibility, anyways.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't she eliminate that possibility altogether? Like, that's
Because
literally
it is
the
so
only thing that can
minuscule.
stop her.
It is so minuscule, it probably never came to her mind.
Yeah, it's just wow. That's just so. That's not even worth considering in her eyes.
But that's like the only thing that can defeat her. Why wouldn't she ever think about something
Yeah,
that
but it's
like
like-
the only thing that can do that?
It's such a minor, like minuscule thing. It's like okay, someone has to go up to her when she could just
It
rip their skin
basically
off
can't
immediately.
defeat her. All in all, it basically can't defeat her.
But like, I have a hard
it's-
time accepting that the heroes defeat the villain in a way that the villain finds so improbable. They don't take a really basic precautions that costs them like almost.
Well, I think with the helmet, it's like so. Let's say someone was to kill the Juggernaut, and they walk up to her,
Which
with
is
the
already kind of. That's like the thing. Killing Juggernaut itself is already kind of unlikely.
They do it pretty easily in the movie. I'm pretty sure. They don't kill
Well,
him.
let's
but they,
let's
like,
grant
hurt
best
his
faith. Let's
legs.
assume.
I'm
It
Let's
pretty
took
sure.
assume.
adamantium claws to be able to cut through his skin. It took like the most powerful like metal, arguably, in the universe to even cut through him.
Well, let's assume like they get like I don't know Thor, right? They get Thor with Stormbreaker. He stabs
Yeah.
Juggernaut, takes the helmet, and he goes to do it. I would still argue that she could just rip his skin off from there.
What if they distract her while he's? What if
Who could distract her
Quicksilver?
and survive?
What if Quicksilver joins the like anti-Cassandra team and like he puts the helmet on her head?
I think he would have
What
done
is-
something
okay.
a long time ago by now, if that's the case.
Hang on a second. If Quicksilver is in there, what is she supposed to do?
Yeah.
Period.
What do you
That's like, that's.
Well, to be
Quicksilver
fair, he's
would
arguing that
just
she
win.
should
What
destroy
would
the
she
helmet
do?
entirely.
Okay, but Quicksilver's irrelevant. He wouldn't even need the helmet. He would just kill her before she would
That's
blink.
true. That's a good point. Yeah.
But
what relevance is that?
he
Quicksilver's
can
busted.
He can like destroy her body entirely before she reacts and regenerates. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. He could rip her heart out.
Does she die if her heart gets ripped out?
I don't see why it wouldn't kill her.
She recovers, she regenerates like from.
Well, yeah. To be fair, you could argue that like that wouldn't happen with Wolverine or Deadpool.
Wait, but okay, but
we don't.
where is her
we don't know
healing
her
packet even
regeneration's the
supposed to-
same as theirs.
Yeah, can she regenerate organs?
It seems like she can because she like gets stabbed multiple times in like.
Yeah, but
That
there's a
doesn't
difference
mean
between
that's not regenerating organs.
or healing.
Oh, like
faster.
not okay. So like healing organs, not regenerating them. Is that?
Yeah, if you rip someone's heart out, can she just produce another heart in her body?
Like, to give an example, Superman has super healing, speed healing, right? But that doesn't mean if you rip his heart out, that he can just grow a new heart.
I see.
Superman and Lois moment.
Yeah, exactly. I had to mention it. It's such a good show.
I challenge you to a debate.
PG
Okay,
claims to be a
I don't
champion
know.
of justice.
Maybe
That's true. I
it's
challenge him
my.
to come here and debate me.
Best in the show.
I guess you can argue that it's in character for her to disregard such minuscule possibilities. Like, I personally would have destroyed this helmet altogether, like, immediately. But
Okay, but
maybe
what
that's
would you
just me.
personally do to deal with Quicksilver?
Yeah, I'm not saying it would be.
Quicksilver's
deal
he's
with
being
Quicksilver.
insane.
No, I would actually just fly because he. Oh, can he get to me? if-
Nah, he's probably gonna reach you. He's probably gonna reach you if you fly. That's the thing.
He can
The
like.
faster you move, the higher you jump. That's like how velocity physics works.
You might be right. Damn. Wow, Quicksilver is so powerful.
Yeah. I mean,
Speedsters are
Oh my
speedsters are
God.
busted.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be really funny if she happened to have like Quicksilver in the movie and he just destroys all of Team Deadpool, if we call them that. I don't know.
Yeah. Quicksilver would have been able to beat like anybody in this movie, basically. Except
yeah.
for the TVA, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but with that said, I think that covers like the last point. I will
Yeah.
definitely give credit on it. I think the stuff that we were able to discuss and kind of dig into, that got me to lower my score to a 4 out of 10, which is 2 points lower than it was before. So
Okay.
yeah. With that said, we'll move on to the next person. But yeah, it's always a pleasure, Master Jedi Ken.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yep.
Always happy to have a conversation with you guys.
All right, have a good one.
And see ya.
See you later. All right. I think Just a Guy was next, so I'll move him in here. What's up, Just a Guy? We've been building up to this for a while.
Okay.
Oh God.
Bro, I was just listening to you on the stream, so like you spoke twice. That was weird. But hold on.
I see a guy,
so,
but I sense a
yeah,
beast.
I'm gonna hold on. You know, it's funny you quote that. I'm gonna hold off on any Spider-Man 2 disagreements for now because I'm gonna wait for your video so you have all your
Says the
arguments.
Goblin.
And I have So like I want to wait for your video to be out. So like I know
Yeah,
all your
it'll probably be
arguments.
another week or two.
Yeah.
If I were to guess.
Yeah. Also,
Once
like
the
I'm
video
not
comes
good at
out,
like
light the fires.
yeah, I'm not good at like coming up with arguments like on the spot. So like, for example, if you bring something right now, like I might not be able to come up with a defense word on the spot. But like,
That's fair.
if I think about it,
That's
I'll
fine.
just, like yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that. I guess like I just wanted to talk about like I guess it's still Spider-Man about like your Homecoming video,
Yeah,
and
let's
I haven't
go.
finished it. Yeah, I haven't finished it, but I wanted to talk about what you said about well, two things. What you said about first of all, what you said about Peter's arc, right? I
Yeah.
think if I remember correct, it's been like a few weeks since I watched it. If I remember correctly, you said that you think it's out of character for Peter to want to be an Avenger if they're under the Accords, correct?
Yes. Basically, the idea that he's willing to let go of everything in his personal life, just to join a team that has to follow something that I think he would consider highly unethical, and completely antithetical to his morals. That's my main
Highly
issue with it.
disrespectful.
Okay, so my defense for that is basically that, like, here's the thing, because you're right that like the Avengers being under the Accords does limit what they can do, and it makes it so that like they'll have to, they'll be forced to not act in certain areas, right? But they're still like the biggest kind of like superhero team that's saving the most lives. So I think he just feels that like, because the way I see his arc in Homecoming is like the way he sees it that like the level on which he's operating right now, he's not making that much of a difference. But if he's on the Avengers, even if he can't act in all situations, he'll be saving a lot more lives than he is like at his current stage. So that's why he's still willing to join the Avengers. But like by the end of the movie, he realizes that how having superheroes on like the lower levels is still important because people like Tony are so busy with like these like big all that important shit. They overlook people like Vulture, right? And Vulture by the end he progresses from like being like a just street level to like almost stealing like Avengers level tech, right? Which is huge. So he realizes how like it's good to have heroes kind of on the ground, which is why in the end he doesn't join them. So like that's kind of how I see it.
Okay.
Well, he was also foreshadowed to join or help the Avengers at some point. So that doesn't that also kind of play a role too? Like, oh, I'm not joining the Avengers now, but later on, maybe. That's kind of what I got out of it.
He said he wanted to stay
That
on
is
the
also
ground for a
true
bit.
because
Yeah.
he does say that like he wants to be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for now. So like
I think the
that's also
main
good.
issue is that Peter, for some reason, doesn't care to confront Tony Stark on how the current state of the Avengers operate. The idea that they're supposed to be hunting down and arresting half of the team that has helped save the world numerous times.
There's also a very important thing that I feel like is being omitted. Like, if there's a necessity to be an Avenger because of the Accords, that's one thing. But he actively wants to be an Avenger. He's like obsessively wanting to be an Avenger, which is weird because of what the Avengers at this point would stand for. It's not about necessity, because like how you're like framing it is like, oh yeah, like this is the best way to save people. It's like, sure, but the film doesn't tell you that. The film is telling you that Tom Holland, man, really wants to be an Avenger. He really wants it.
Like he's willing
like,
to leave his
it's
I
so
feel
cool
like
to
the
be an
reason he
Avenger.
wants it is because that would be what would help him save the most lives. Like I don't think he cares about like being popular.
Believes that, to be honest.
He doesn't believe that at all because he immediately gives up being Spider-Man once he failed Tony Stark on the ferry. He's like, I'm done doing this. I'm not happy doing this. And he's like moping around and stuff. And he's like losing his drive to be Spider-Man because he has
that's
not
because
to be
like
an Avenger.
well no. That's because he thinks that by interfering and not listening to Tony, he's just making things worse.
Yeah, but he's not being Spider-Man at all. He just kind of gave up on it for a bit. He only
How
gets back
long
on
is
the
that period?
horse.
I don't think
with
he
Vulture.
literally
Well,
quit at that.
yes and no. He does lower his
I
activity.
don't think he just
doesn't
quit. Like I don't think
he
that was
doesn't
like a
thrill seek. I think
Spider-Man
is the
no
best
more
way to
type
put it.
thing.
He doesn't thrill seek like he was earlier in the film. Earlier in the film, he was
Yeah.
more thrill seeking.
Well, that's my overall point. After that moment, he stops being Spider-Man. Like, as far as we see him, And then he only puts the mask on because the immediate thing with Vulture again, because he's the only one that can actively stop him because he knows the plan. But before
Well, the
that,
fact
he
that he
wasn't
was
really
willing to
able
do
to do
that
it.
just kind of shows that like he didn't like just quit. He just stopped pursuing the vulture thing because he
No,
thought he
that
was
that
making the situation
yeah
worse.
yeah nobody
Once he saw
disagreeing
that
with
he's
that.
the only
That's
one who can kind of deal with that, he
yeah.
immediately jumped out.
Nobody's disagreeing with that. That's the arc, though. The whole point is initially he really wants to be an Avenger, and then he learns the value in being the little guy. That's the point. But the whole arc is he firstly cares about being an Avenger really, really badly, and that drives him to go after the Vulture as much as he does.
Which, and
He's
like,
Okay. I think
he's
he would
not just-
absolutely
he's
have
not
gone
just
after him even
stopping-
if there was no like, promise of being an Avenger. Because he kept calling Happy about it because he wanted to take down Vulture so he could prove himself to Tony. I don't deny that, but he would still absolutely go after him, even if like there was no, chance of him becoming an Avenger. He'd still do it because
I
it's the
mean,
right thing.
even if that's the case, that's not relevant to the point still. The point would still be that he still has this drive to want to be an Avenger. And the film portrays that as his arc. His arc is literally he's thrill-seeking to be an Avenger because it was so awesome in the Civil War fight. But then he realizes that the value of being Spider-Man is to help the little guy and to just be your Spider-Man. That's his arc.
I drove back to
I don't
just
know
a
if he
guy.
was-
Now I
he
want to
wanted
leave.
to be an Avenger just for the thrill, though.
His arc is literally. I forgot what I was saying because you literally cut me off and I was still talking. Fuck. his arc is literally like understanding. His whole arc relies on him ignoring the foundations of this new Avengers team and how they operate and what they believe in and how that should contradict his moral standing with how he doesn't overlook any bad thing happening no matter what, especially if the government tells him to.
Like,
That's where it's a problem.
I guess to make this a little bit more clear, it would be like if someone wanted to join the government or the police force so badly, but they ignore the corrupt and bad elements about the things that they push forward, and at least it's never.
It's actually great that you bring this up. To go for your like police example, let's
Spider-Man's
take
liquor.
Okay, let's take like any good cop, right? Like say Jim Gordon, for example.
Yeah.
Like he joins the GCPD, right? And he knows that it's corrupt, but he still joins them because he's hoping that with them he can still like save people, he can still do good. And like obviously with Jim Gordon it's also that he wants to bring about change in the GCPD. I don't think Spider-Man could do that with the Accords. But it's also the fact that he still joins it because like even if he can't do the right thing save people on the level that he'd want to because of the corruption, right? He still joins them because he can still save someone. Like that's the thing. Peter wants to join the Avengers because that's still the way to save the most lives, even though it's not as many lives as he'd want to save, right? He
I
doesn't
think there's
want
a
to be held
fundamental
back by the
difference
Accords.
between Jim Gordon joining the cops, the GCPD, versus Peter Parker
Jim
joining the Avengers.
Gordon's attitude is completely different. Jim Gordon doesn't go, yeah, man, isn't it awesome that I'm a cop? Yo, this is so awesome. I'm gonna shooting the Joker. Oh my god. Yo, guys,
I'm
look at
arresting
this.
a black man.
That's
just like a
Yo,
different.
guys, look at this. Look at this. Selfie.
Hang on. You're being
Selfie. George
you're being
Floyd
a little
selfie.
exaggerated.
Like he doesn't do
I want to
that.
make sure it's like simplified and easy to
I didn't say
digest.
that.
Right. So, but what I'm getting at is that I think the difference is in attitude, right? With Jim Gordon, he's very much aware of the corruption, but he also tries to take a stand against it. He at least talks about it. He does something. He does what he can to at least try to fight against it. Whereas with Peter, it seems like there's not even awareness of it. He never talks about it in the film, not even with Tony. And I think that in itself is a big problem. The idea that Iron Man wants to arrest Captain America and he doesn't care to question or challenge that at all. I think that's pretty bad for his character.
Also, Gordon is known to flat out break the rules as a commissioner.
Well, okay, to your point about the Captain America and like confronting Tony thing, I wanted to bring this up earlier. I think the reason for that is just first of all, I guess he probably didn't tell Peter about this, but like he did like go out of his way to like not arrest Cap. In fact, he worked with Cap to like track down Zemo, right? They only like started fighting again when he found out about what Bucky did. So like he came to common ground with Cap on that anyways. But also there's the fact that like I don't think Peter would confront Tony about this because what choice does Tony have? Like
Well-
he doesn't like because like
Tony is still
like the
enforcing
Accords
it
are
and took
basically
their
forced on him. He
side.
supported them at first in Civil War, but by the end he clearly realized that Cap was right. Like
So I think the
I don't really
problem
see that
here
as
with Tony, at least, is that with Tony, he still had the choice not to agree with the government or fight against them, and it seems like he's just very complacent with how things are. And as for Peter Parker's case, right, I think he would be staunchly against that because of what his speech in Civil War, where he talks about, you know, the bad things happen, they happen because of you. You know, they do. I understand that they don't say it, and they do kind of a bad job establishing it. But the intention in going into this film was that they skipped the origin because we basically knew it already. So he basically did go through the Uncle Ben thing, and that's he has the same takeaway as shown in the Civil War speech. So I think it'd just be really strange that Peter would be okay with the system where it's like, okay, so the government tells you when you can or can't use your powers. And the reason I think he would be staunchly against that is because that's what happens in the movie when Iron Man says, don't go after the Vulture. But he goes after him because he thinks it's wrong to just ignore that.
Exactly. And it's just the simple fact that, like, the government is essentially telling him he is, by law, obligated to look the other way.
Look the other
which
way
he
on
would
any
never stand
occasion
by.
they choose.
Right. but
Any
here's
occasion.
The difference is that, like, first of all, I don't think Peter, because, like, you're saying that, like, Peter joining the Avengers means he's in support of the Accords. I don't think that means that at all.
Liam, you gotta
Like, I think
mute. You got cars in the background. I'm sorry.
I love that
Fucking
movie.
drivers.
Okay, so basically,
what I'm saying is that like Peter joining the Avengers does not necessarily mean he's in support of the Accords because like I keep saying, right, like even with the Accords in place, even when he wouldn't be allowed to operate the way he would want to, he'd still be saving more lives with the Avengers than he would be like on ground level, on street level, right? So like while he doesn't like the Accords, if he had it his way, they wouldn't exist, right? He wouldn't be stopped at all. He wouldn't be forced into inaction. It's still like the way for him to save the most lives.
Well,
I think the problem is
that
this stuff is. I think the problem is none of this is even slightly communicated in the film, as far as I remember. There's never ever any kind of. I apologize for the background noise, but I'm talking. There's never ever any kind of situation or statement from Peter himself where he even implies that is the reason. The most that we get is the beginning of the movie, where being an Avenger was fun and cool for him, and he clearly wants that kind of high again.
Well,
but he has to set his pride aside and actually do what like the best he can do instead of just wanting to be an Avenger. That's the whole arc of his character.
Well, also, I don't think
This is communicated very clearly in the movie. Like, there's nothing there that's like, oh, I want to be an Avenger because it'll save more lives. It's a righteous reason. No, it's just, oh man, it was so cool when I was fighting Captain America and stuff, and I want to do that again. I want to do those missions. Oh, we're doing another Secret Avengers missions. He treats it like a clubhouse. And that's how the movie like writes him.
Yeah, it's that, and,
His attitude is
also
really shit.
I think it's worth mentioning that I don't think Peter would believe that's the way to save lives for a few reasons. One is that they're trying to target over half the Avengers, which inherently that is going to lead to more lives being at risk if more of the Avengers are being arrested for something that's not even justified. That would actually be worse in his eyes. But also on top of that, again, he holds the belief that, you know, if you don't do anything with your powers, you look the other way, then you basically are allowing the bad things to happen when you do that. That's his ideology on the harm that you do. Basically, inaction allows for harm to take place.
Can I give a take? Can I give my thoughts on it briefly?
Sure, make it.
Sure. So to me, it's simple. It's much more simpler than that. It's like so my perception of the Avengers is that they take on like more global, like interplanetary threats that threaten the world or just huge issues. Peter, though, is someone who is more likely to recognize like the smaller problems that don't get as noticed or don't get as much attention. Hence why he's called the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So it's somewhat like a difference in priorities for someone like politics, right? So you could care about like someone could care about like more domestic issues, while others could care about more geopolitical stuff or just like things going on outside of the United States, like the Russian-Ukraine war, Israel-Palestine, stuff like that. It's not saying that them prioritizing that doesn't mean that the other issue isn't important in of itself, but that's what they're just what they're prioritizing, because they understand that if they don't prioritize it won't get addressed.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have different priorities across the board. I just think, like, the core issue with how Peter is portrayed in this movie is that he would prioritize the effects this would have on, like, everybody, whether it be the neighborhood and the world. He would strive for what's best for both. And the problem is that, like, joining the Avengers wouldn't do that. The Avengers are literally fighting against other Avengers for unjustified reasons, because Cap refuses to, look the other way when the government tells him to.
I mean,
and even
in the movie itself, Tony literally hand waves away the Vulture stuff and gives it to the FBI.
Yeah.
Is that a positive attitude for not looking the other way?
He basically told him to do the same thing.
I got the impression
Why would
that
he
Tony was
why
on
would he
his
be
way.
okay with this?
I was under the impression that Tony was also on his way. Like, he sent the FBI. Then he was going to show up himself.
He said it's below the Avengers pay grade.
Yeah, and he only showed up because Spider-Man was acting suspicious, so he tracked his suit.
Okay, well, that's true.
But like I'm saying that for the part where he calls in the FBI on the ferry, I was under the
Yeah, he
impression
wasn't
that he
gonna
called
be
the
there.
FBI. But once he saw that the situation was getting like to the point where like the FBI couldn't handle it, he showed up himself and like he fixed it up.
No, he showed up because Spider-Man. He tracked Spider-Man.
Yeah, because Spider-Man got involved. The whole
Because
point is that
otherwise he
Spider-Man's
wouldn't-
involvement screwed the FBI.
Yeah, he figured out Spider-Man was doing something suspicious, so he came in to check up on him. And obviously, the fastest way for him to check up on anybody would be to find in an Iron Man suit. That's why he was there.
I thought he only knew the Vulture was on the ship because that's why he sent
the FBI there.
Well, yeah, he sent the FBI to deal with it.
Yeah.
Not even like Tony's being involved in it. He just sent the FBI to deal with the situation.
All in all, he's shifting responsibility to someone else instead of himself, especially when he could end it faster and more efficiently
Which I
with
don't
even
think is
less.
Spider-Man-like, is my point.
Yes. Tony hand waved away the situation and he had a shit attitude towards it, and Peter never really calls him out for this. Especially when this is more or less acting how the Accords want him to act. Give it to the government and the FBI to deal with these problems instead of using your great power to do so, which is so anti-Spider-Man. And he doesn't care because it's cool to be an Avenger. Like, that's his attitude toward the whole movie until he learns his lesson.
Yeah, that's my problem with this arc on like a fundamental level, basically.
Well, okay, first of all,
With Tony giving it to the FBI, like it would be one thing if it was like, first of all, Tony's busy with like the whole like moving to like the stuff from Avengers Tower, and you can say that like that's not important, but I feel like it is, like, secure that as much as possible and like make sure that there's no issues with that, right? So he's busy with that, and then secondly, it's not like he's just sent the FBI there, like, and him sending the FBI there is a reckless decision. Because like he has no idea what level like the Vulture on. For all he knows, the FBI is all it would take, and they could easily deal with that situation.
They have alien weapons. These things have contended with the Avengers.
They literally have Shatari weapons, and
They
Vulture
can
can
slice
fucking
buildings.
fly.
Yeah,
Vulture is
he's
literally
in
a
a
guy in
flight
an
suit with armor.
exosuit who can fly. Yeah, who can also shoot lasers and shit.
And his wings are both.
That's not just some normal situation the government can just easily handle.
I feel like it's more so like more of a problem. I guess not really, because okay, when Peter is looking, because like he knew that they were on the ferry because he was trying to Peter's suit, right? Would he know that they brought the Vulture suit there? Because when Peter is there,
Why would you risk it?
Like a van, right? Like he doesn't
Why
have
would you risk it? Why would you risk that? Why would you even risk that when Iron Man can come in and easily stop this?
Well, Iron Man should just be there as backup, which I think is another problem in the movie. He's not backing them up at all. He's not prepared.
No, he hand waves away the situation.
I can see that like Iron Man not just being there to begin with is a problem. I guess the justification, which I don't know if it's a good justification the movie's giving is just that he was busy with like the moving stuff and the Avengers Power.
With the movements, I mean, they do establish that's happening within like the.
Doesn't show up. I mean, doesn't show up, but he sends us too. Oh, no. Actually, he does. In fact,
Well,
that
he's
scene
in
does
like a
show up.
different country. He's like on vacation, so he's not doing
Yeah,
anything important.
That's earlier on. I meant in the ferry scene. He does.
Oh,
show
the
up.
ferry scene.
Yeah. So
He only
by the way,
shows up because of Spider-Man acting suspicious.
He
He
does show
tracks
up once
Spider-Man.
he realizes that the FBI and Spider-Man aren't handling it. So, like,
Well, so
I
I
feel
mean, I
like
don't know why
that's not
him
really-
being
No.
involved with the Avengers shipments would be relevant here, because we see at the end of the film he doesn't even follow up with his own
He wasn't
shipment. He's
there. It
not
was
in the
happy.
plane
It was
to
happy.
guard it.
Yeah, and there's no security. But besides that, it's like, I don't know why we keep bringing up the ferry. He only got there on time because he had the foresight to check out what Peter was doing. If Peter didn't catch on, if he didn't catch on that Peter's being suspicious, he would have been too late and everyone would have died in that ferry. And it would have been his fault as well as Peter's. And the film never even addresses that. It never criticizes Tony Stark's shithead behavior in this whole movie.
God damn it.
Peter's a bootlicker who doesn't ever fucking confront this.
Yeah, he never even
Especially
says
when
to
it goes
Tony,
against his
"You're
morals.
wrong." He never even like is able to say that to him.
well, I'm kind of confused because you're saying that Tony not going to the ferry, or Tony only going to the ferry because he saw Peter being suspicious. But like, Peter being suspicious is the only reason that he even knew something was wrong with the ferry. You're making it sound like he knew something was wrong with the ferry and he was intentionally not going there.
Well, that
Like,
was
once
the
he found out that
point.
there was
The point
something
was that
wrong
he
there-
didn't know anything was
No one-
happening until Peter was being
Well,
suspicious.
yeah, because he's not. He didn't know because like he's the
Yes,
low-level
after
vulture goes
Peter
under the
told
ring.
him about dangerous weapons that blew up a building with a flying vulture mechanical monster who gave him a problem, who's a superhuman, and he went, that's below the Avengers pay grade. Well, I'll give it to normal humans with pistols to deal with that.
When his
The thing
armor's-
that
when he has
the
bulletproof
vulture
armor.
can block. Yes, he can literally block that, and that's their only way to stop him. And Iron Man would not show up if Peter wasn't there. So everyone in that ferry could have flat out died. And it's Tony's fault. And the film never criticizes this.
I hate
like I
how they
said,
did.
like-
I hate how they did Tony in the movie.
Well, I hate how Spider-Man's a bootlicking bitch who can't stand up for himself or his beliefs. He has no conviction. He literally saw his billionaire fucking buddy let people almost die, act
Okay, Mosquito.
nonchalant.
Okay, Mosquito.
Act nonchalant to essentially fucking alien weapon dealing terrorists.
And he still
like
looks
fucking
up to him.
still, yeah,
Iron Man
he's
is
still cool
military
with that guy.
propaganda confirmed.
Well,
Shut up, Jack.
I think another thing is just that
I hate
think, I honestly believe that by the end of Homecoming, he should believe that Captain America was right, and he doesn't seem to even doesn't cross his mind, which I think is weird.
He still puts on that Stark suit too. You know, the thing that Tony could track him in. That's crazy.
Well, okay,
Like that's just because like the Stark suit is like helpful.
Yeah, to be fair,
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's
helpful,
just a
but, like,
helpful
you know.
thing, but I do see the point.
Yeah,
that he still
yeah, but
respects.
ideally though, if he should go against Iron Man and he shouldn't wear his suit where he could find him.
Well, ideally, what I think, what he would do if his suit were to be taken away, right? And Iron Man's like, because Iron Man's clearly in the wrong here. I think what Peter would just do is like, all right, fine, I'll use my own suit. Like at that point, I don't think he would just like, oh, well, that's it, I guess.
Well, yeah, don't use the suit that can track you.
Do you guys think that he just like retired from being Spider-Man after?
I don't think he
took this part?
retired. I think he's just less like thrill-seeking.
It's not about him. It's not about him retiring. It's because I never said he retired. I said he stopped being Spider-Man for like that amount of time. It's because it bummed him out that he wasn't an Avenger and shit. Once the thrill of what he wanted was impossible to him, he wasn't as enthusiastic to be Spider-Man.
I think it was less so the thrill thing, and like I said, the fact that he just screwed up. I think.
What?
Your
Because,
mic.
okay,
why is his mic
You
so
gotta
fucky?
get close to your mic. You were like fading away.
Bro is eating so many cotton balls right now. It's crazy.
No. what I'm saying is that like
He's still on a cotton balled alley. I can barely understand him.
You still sound muffled. That's the problem.
yeah, actually, it might be because I have AirPods. They muffle my voice sometimes. Tell me if this sounds better.
That sounds better. Yeah, way better.
Sorry, anything else? Are we still gonna talk about Peter being a bootlicker?
Wait, is my voice better now?
Way better. Way better.
Okay, good. But basically, okay, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, okay. What I was gonna say was that like, because if Peter thinks that like, you know, because like guilt is his whole thing, so like he thinks that if he just didn't get involved with the fairy, obviously the deal would go through, and that would be a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. But like the fact that he interfered with the deal put more people in danger, right? So like I think that's why he was less enthusiastic about being Spider-Man. Like he was doubtful about what he's doing.
What?
I mean, yeah, I agree he's doubtful. I guess the main issue I have with that is that Peter really isn't in the wrong to hear Tony say people are handling it, and to think that's just not enough. Because he is right. That is not enough. That these guys with pistols are handling it, even though the Vulture has alien tech weapons and has like really crazy armor. Like they show how durable the alien tech is as well. It's like, oh yeah, you gotta use the stuff they use. I think it's just
he gives up. He gives up on pursuing the Vulture, even though it's very clear Tony still isn't fucking handling it. Enthusiastic or not,
what could he do? What could he do? To be fair, what could he do?
What do you mean, what could he do? He knows his face.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. He could
knows
tell.
He knows his face. He knows like people he's made business with, like the Scorpion. He has a lot of things he could fucking do.
Scorpion's
He has
in
a
jail,
suit
so he could
has a
approach
suit that can
Scorpion.
literally record everything he does, and he knows this,
he
and he
doesn't
could
have
just
the
go back to his recording.
But he could tell Tony about the
He
footage.
could tell Tony to do that. He could ask Tony for
Which,
that.
To be fair,
literally
I'll say this:
edit it.
I did say in my video that I'm going to assume that Peter did tell him, but Tony was just fucking lazy. That's what I assumed in my video.
Well, yeah, it's either one way or the other. It's either Peter didn't do anything and didn't tell Tony that, or Tony didn't check the video. But either way, Peter isn't proactive in stopping the Vulture when Iron Man is clearly not doing anything.
Well,
Hell,
I think either
even if
way,
he's
it's
one on
Tony
the
that's not
streets-
proactive. Because if he at least told him of the evidence, then that's at least doing something. Because he doesn't have any other options at that point. I would just assume that if he told him that there's evidence all over his suit, then I assume.
I feel
then
like
from his
Tony's kind of the
assumption,
bigger problem in this movie.
I think Tony.
He knows. He flat out does know like that the Vulture has deals with the Scorpion Gang. He could ask around about the Scorpion Gang. He could like actually go around the streets and start interrogating people, questioning something. If he could at least try, he's not doing anything. He's just being Peter Parker, moping like a little bitch. When this fucking dangerous ass war fucking criminal is essentially just giving people alien weapons. He's not doing anything.
You say that, and I can't help but think in Spectacular Spider-Man Season 2, Episode 13, he's just hunting down the Goblin by going through every single lead. So yeah, you're right. This man.
Okay, but like, who would you go?
Or when he questioned Blackie Gaxton about the master planner.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, that's because
Like,
like
where's
Blackie
Mysterio?
Gaxton was, like,
What was he stealing?
Because like in this case, Peter he knows that he had deals with like the Scorpion Gang, but like Scorpion and like most of the people that are working with him there got like put in jail.
Well, okay,
and, like,
okay.
I don't know. How would he
let's
know
ignore
any
the
other of his associates?
Yeah, let's ignore the criminals. What about Donald Glover? Why not ask him again? If he has any
Yeah,
more
who's the
info.
Scorpion Gang? Who's the Scorpion Gang? Is there anyone that wasn't arrested? Go to him.
Yeah, that's a good point. He could
And,
have done that.
and also,
didn't
yes,
think of that.
Spectacular
Wow.
does. And also, yes, Spectacular does know more informants. Wanna why? Because he's proactive. Because he actually cares about saving people, not his ego. So he actually fucking does this stuff as a teenager still, in his like first year. Like, he's not even that experienced. It's just common sense if you want to deal with crime. But this version, who's been 6 months in the job, doesn't think to, while he has leads like Scorpion Gang, he's called the Vulture. He's this guy named Adrian Toombs, I believe he got the name of. He doesn't ask around. He doesn't just Google search who is Adrian Toomes.
He doesn't know the
Anything?
name. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know the name.
He has to know the name because the suit flat out gives you facial recognition. Doesn't
Isn't
it
that
literally
something he
say
has to
Adrian
Oh yeah,
Toomes?
he
like,
does.
activate and check?
Aaron Davis. It reads the name.
Well, yeah, but he
Yeah,
had to
so he
go
knows
in
his
there and
Adrian
then like
Toomes.
actively see that. Like it doesn't just show that by default, right?
It should. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure he
It
literally
did.
looks at it,
can't
goes
remember.
Adrian
Did
Toomes.
because he was reviewing the footage.
Yeah, so like, I don't think he just like does that.
To be
on
fair,
his own.
yeah, he didn't write it down, but at the same time, there was some way he had to have tracked down his car, right? So he knows that he's just out in the city somewhere. I assume that parking lot is towards a place that's
Oh,
nearby
wait,
his house.
wait. His car he tracked down because he left his phone in there.
No, we're talking about Donald Glover. We're not talking about the Vulture.
Oh, Donald Glover. Okay.
Yeah, so with Donald Glover, he tracks him down at this parking garage. I presume is nearby his home, because if he has an address, because she said he has an address here in Queens, so that means he must have went to the nearby parking lot to get there. So I'm gonna assume that. If that's
Well,
the
we
case,
could
then
just-
he would just go. He just has to go back to that parking lot and then go to his house.
Also, once again, like comparing this to Spectacular, he had literally no leads for Mysterio. He just asked around and he got something.
That's a good point. Yeah, he could ask just
He got
people
the main
on the
master
street.
planner
Hey, where's,
because he
Aaron
did
Davis?
try.
I need to speak with
Okay,
Aaron
well,
Davis.
Like I said earlier.
Where's Aaron Davis? Who is the Vulture? What's the Scorpion Gang? What connection do they have with the Vulture?
Well, I think he's just like not dealing with it because like I said earlier, like he feels guilty about like what happened with the fairy. So like he thinks that if he tries to get involved, he might just screw things up, and that's why he's.
Honestly, I don't think he should have conceded that. To be honest, because the only
Well, yeah,
reason...
that's a separate argument, but like I'm just saying on that.
Yeah,
Unlike
yeah.
what
I
think about
think
him
even
not-
if it is,
that still shows how weak his convictions are. That it's like, I messed up this one time, even though they're still super dangerous and Tony's not doing anything. I'm just gonna let it happen.
I'll give you that. Like I guess he's not as like, morally strong as like other Spider.
here's what I'll say about that.
I'm
Even
saying
if it's
that
within
this
his character to
is
not
probably
be that
inconsistent
morally strong, which
what we've
maybe
seen of
there's a point for that. Even if it is within his character, the film doesn't really recognize that as a weakness. They recognize it as he was right to concede he's wrong, when I don't think that's a good message that he was wrong in that situation. Because
because once he sees Vulture again, he does get involved, and he
well, yeah, that's why I think the film disproves itself, because by the logic, Tony said
I
people were
think Peter's
handling it, so
supposed
why
to be
deal with the
wrong,
Vulture,
then.
right? By that logic,
well,
why does he
Peter's
deal with
clearly
it?
supposed to be wrong, and he's like, I'll just screw things up.
Well, that's
I'll
my
stop.
problem, is that he is supposed to be wrong by the film's logic, but the problem is that he isn't.
And also, once again, it doesn't matter because he is the only thing that can stop him at this point. Tony's not doing anything, and no one else is going to stop him. It's him or nothing at this point. So I don't know why he just gives up. It's better to risk messing up and trying to stop this thing. Yeah, then just let him go and hope that the police deal with him when the police are going to fucking die horribly if they try to stop him.
Which they almost did.
Well, he could like
Yeah.
also be expecting that like maybe Tony's busy with something right now. And
Well, like, doesn't that just like
Oh my god!
Well,
Fuck you, car drivers! I'm in a
Oh,
fucking
wow.
road scene right now! You fucking
Oh, wow.
assholes!
I think you were
What
laughing
are you talking
about.
Bro, you're being louder than the car, bro. Shut
You
your
are being
bitch
louder
ass
than the
up.
car. I think the
I had to
problem
let
is
that
that
out. These
if
fucking
Tony
cars.
is busy, if Tony's too busy at this point, then I think that's even like it looks even worse when Tony's like, oh yeah, just let the FBI deal with it. So they can't even rely on Iron Man's backup if he's just so unavailable. He's
Well,
basically
okay,
saying
he's trying to
just send-
say that fucking Tony will possibly deal with him eventually.
I feel like
They're
you
like,
just apply
dog.
this to like a lot of Spider-Man shit where it's like, oh, why didn't he just call blank? Why is Spider? Because
What?
No. We're not saying
Hang on a
one thing
second. Hang
Spider-Man
on
called
a
Tony.
second.
That's not what
Hang on
we're
a second.
saying.
Hang on a second, because hang on. You said that eventually Tony will deal with it. That could be what Peter's thinking. Here's the thing, dog. These guys are literally selling fucking black hole grenades. Maybe don't waste any time hoping that this guy who's not taking it seriously eventually stops it. That's bad. People are still gonna die before Iron Man finally
Well,
fucking
well,
decides to deal
he
with
is
this.
supposed to be wrong in like sitting it out. Like I guess he's just letting his insecurities get over
Right,
like
but the
logic and
film
reasoning.
is saying he
I don't
should have
really
sit it
see how
out.
that's like. I don't see like how that's a problem that he's like letting his insecurities get to him and stop him from doing the rational thing. So like.
I don't think we're saying that's the problem. What we're saying is the problem is that his arc is driven by the need to be an Avenger, and once that drive isn't there anymore, he starts just fucking giving up.
Well,
And
but
also
the
that the
final
film is
battle, he goes
portraying
after
him as
Vulture,
wrong
even
for
though he
trying to
didn't
help.
have any expectation of being an Avenger.
Yeah, that's because his arc is completed. He stopped doing that. I'll give you that. But the fact that he had that character flaw in the first place contradicts him in Civil War.
Well, no. Because like you're saying that the way you're presenting it is that like he went after Vulture without the promise of being an Avenger in the end after he had developed, but I don't see that as the case at all. Like I think he would, if he was like had like a situation where like he knows who Vulture is, he knows what he's gonna do. He would have gone after him either way. Like,
Well, Liam, I got a better question. Hold on.
Hang on a second. I'll explain the arc to you. The film opens. He's having fun in the Civil War fight. He's like, oh my God, this is so cool, yada, yada, yada. He gets sent home. He keeps asking Happy about our next Avengers mission. He wants to be an Avenger, and he wants to impress Tony Stark so he can get into another exciting mission, like that Civil War fight. So he goes overboard with what he does. Oh, I'm going to stop this big weapons dealer. Oh, this is crazy dangerous. Let me try and impress Tony. He keeps trying to do that, but he messes up, and then he stops, and then he does the opposite. He doesn't impress Tony. So once that happens, he realizes he should stop trying to impress Tony and just start trying to do what is right, despite if he'll be an Avenger or not, which is what he learns. The whole, oh, he's fearing to mess it up, it's because he messed up to the degree where he feels like he can't be an Avenger anymore. Which is why he doesn't want to do it anymore.
It's just
He might
because
mess up.
he's gonna put more lives in danger.
But like,
whoever's
That's
still
part
watching,
of it.
whoever's
Like
still
he
watching
did on the
this,
ferry, because on the
bro.
ferry, if the deal went through, that's bad, but like it's better than having the fucking ferry.
Okay,
I'll
but
throw you a
let
bone.
me ask. Hang on. I want to ask this question.
I'll throw you a bone. Hang on. I'll throw you a bone. That's part of it, but that doesn't negate the fact
I feel
that
like
his
that's
arc.
the main reason, if I'm being honest.
It doesn't matter. The whole point is that doesn't negate the fact that he still had this need to be an Avenger because it's cool. That's his whole problem, is that that's what he wanted.
Okay.
It put him in a situation where, yeah, he put that thrill put him in a situation where he made an irresponsible decision. The ferry happened, so that's why he has this fear in the first place. This whole, oh, he's insecure about messing it up is all because he was driven by his pride to be an Avenger. That's why he messed up. That's what the film tells you. He doesn't actually mess up because he still should have actually went into the ferry because those fucking FBI agents wouldn't stop the Vulture. But how the story likes to present it is, oh, he shouldn't have gotten involved and he messed up. His pride got him involved because he wanted to be an Avenger. Now he's afraid of screwing things up.
Well, okay, first of all, like first point of disagreement, you're still saying that like he wants to be an Avenger because that's cool, and I said that like he wants to be an Avenger because like it's where he can like make the biggest difference.
Because
like,
the film
I
never
agree that he wants
communicates
to be an
that.
Avenger because it is cool, but I don't think that negates the other thing. That he also wants to be an Avenger because he thinks that's where he can make the biggest difference.
Here's
Because,
the
like,
problem. Here's the problem. The film doesn't communicate that at all. You haven't even given me a line of dialogue where Peter's even hinted, oh, a part of it even is that I want to save more people. That's not in the movie. The most that he says is I'm
within
bigger
his
than
character
I'm bigger
that he
than
want to
school.
save the most people possible.
Okay, but you're assuming what the film doesn't even intend for his arc.
Well, like, I
you're
guess
writing
to,
for
to
the
make it
film.
more clear, like, there are times where Peter would have the motivation to explain why he's doing this, but he doesn't say, I'm doing this to help more people. He says, well, he doesn't really know what I could do yet. You know, I'm sick of him treating me like a kid all the time.
Yeah, he
Because
never
he thinks
ever
he can make
even
a larger
says-
difference.
Where does he say that? Where is that implied?
I'm really confused as to like why he needs to say that. I feel like it's just like
Well, again,
normal
I don't think he would believe
Just a
that
guy.
becoming an Avenger.
Just a guy. You got to stop with the selective hearing. I said both. I said, when does he say that? And I said, when was it even implied? Not even a statement, an implication of that's what he wants. Through anything, attitude, action, behavior,
It just fits.
facial
Well, okay, it's
expression,
just within. Okay.
implication.
Well, in Civil
We
War,
have
the
to
whole reason
do
he's
we have to say
Spider-Man,
what the
right?
implication is now?
Okay. His whole thing,
SK,
reason
hold the
for
clip.
being Spider-Man is that like
Hang on,
he
hang on.
thinks.
Just let him talk. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So in Civil War, he says that like when you can stop the bad things from happening, basically saying that like when you can help at a certain point, like in any area, and you don't, then that's your fault.
I
He
agree.
thinks he can help with like big global level missions with the Avengers, and that's why he wants to join them. That's completely in line with how he is in Civil War.
I don't think he would see that as
Whoever's
a
watching the
positive
stream should
to-
play Fortnite for the Daft Punk experience.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, SK.
Let me explain. So,
No,
I don't think
fuck
you
you.
would see that as a net positive. The idea that he's joining an organization that has to look the other way on any occasion that they choose, and they're supposed to arrest like half of the Avengers responsible for saving the world.
Okay.
If anything, that's
two
kind of
things,
self-destructive in his eyes.
Especially that Iron Man
Let me
lets
go
the
over this,
Vulture go.
Yes,
Especially
Iron
that
Man
Iron
is
Man lets
telling
the
him to
Vulture
let the
go.
Vulture go.
Yeah, that's an Avenger.
A guy
That's
with
the
alien
Avenger to do that.
Listen. Two things. First of all, on the point that like he'll have to look the other way. Here's the thing. Like, yes, the Avengers will be forced to look the other way on certain like situations, but like he won't be able to help with those situations. 'Cause, like, okay, let's just say a certain city is under attack, right? And Peter's on the Avengers, right? And he wants to help them, but he's stopped by the Accords from doing that. If he wasn't on the Avengers, he wouldn't have been able to help them anyways. Like what you're
No, he
making it
could.
sound
If the
like
city-
is
if
like
there's
the
a city,
Accords are stopping him.
well,
Oh,
If
no,
there's
no,
a
listen.
city under attack, he
You're
could
making-
still like
let me
try.
finish, Let me finish. What you're making it sound like is the Accords are stopping him from getting involved in situations where he would have gotten involved in otherwise.
Well,
which is just
ideally
not
he's
the case.
supposed to. If
Sonny,
he
it's
was
so
to
funny,
be-
bro.
Wait,
Look
wait,
at the
wait.
chat of your.
Avenger. Well, I
Hang
believe
on,
it's a
SK.
requirement to be an Avenger.
SK. No, the answer is yes.
SK,
Because
look at the
that's what
chat
the
of
film actually says. The film literally shows that Tony goes, "That's below our pay grade. Let the FBI handle it," when Peter could get involved. So yes, the film does actually tell you this. So this is still an issue. Why would Peter be okay with being an Avenger if that's their attitude towards crime? The thing that killed his uncle, assumably.
Yeah, saying
Well,
look
that's
the other
just
way for the
okay.
Vulture.
Tony said that's below their pay grade because they're busy dealing with bigger things, not
He
because like
wasn't,
they
though.
just
The
don't give a
Iron
shit
Man
about
He's wrong
wasn't.
though. The problem is he's
That's
wrong.
just wrong.
That's not below their pay grade because they're doing like big
It's a
crimes
joke.
with alien tech that contended with the Avengers. It gave the Avengers a
Oh,
hard
okay,
time.
I'll give you
Also,
this.
hang on a
What
second.
the
Also,
movie-
one more thing. This is really important. Even
One
if
more day.
fucking Iron Man is fighting, let's say, Kang the Conqueror or some stupid shit like that, and that's why he can't handle the Vulture, why is he stopping Spider-Man from stopping the Vulture when Spider-Man's a superhero
Well,
with
this-
powers?
because he doesn't want Spider-Man to get himself killed because he has a
but-
whole
so
guilt
he
about
would-
like the one
so
kid
he
in
would
Civil War
rather-
that died. So like
Okay,
he doesn't want
so he-
Spider-Man to get killed.
Okay, but that doesn't address the problem, which is that Spider-Man would not look the other way. So he would have a problem with Tony Stark making him look the other way.
Yeah.
What is
and
happening?
That's never a problem for him. In fact, he seems to concede.
Yes, we're talking about
that Tony was
Spider-Man.
right
I don't
for that.
care. I don't.
It is a
I don't-
problem with him. He
I
continues
don't
to not
care why
listen to
Iron Man does it.
So then why does he concede at the end of the film? Why does he concede he was
Yeah,
right?
because he thinks that like he's too reckless and irresponsible to be dealing with stuff like this.
But he's not. If he's trying to help out the best he can, which he was.
Yeah, if Tony Stark is so busy, he can't deal with the Vulture, and he's
If he's so
simultaneously
virtuous.
telling the other superhero to not deal with the Vulture and would rather have normal human beings who have less capabilities of surviving and defending themselves to deal with the Vulture, that is morally unacceptable for Spider-Man to ever be okay with. And and once that's immediately told to him, he has zero issue with it.
I just want to point out, I just looked at the chat. Alex saying just like I argue with SK about Avengers Endgame, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck about
No.
Endgame. Like I don't care about that movie. So,
I think
yeah.
Alex just
But-
wants blood. Just ignore him. He wants blood.
Bro, I don't even know what my thoughts on Endgame are. Like, I just don't really care.
SK, I want some
just a
blood.
guy
What?
defending Endgame.
That's so accurate.
Where's
No, it's I've been
where-
told that I
where's
sound
the
just
violence?
like him. It's actually scary.
Where's the violence, SK?
That was very
Have you ever,
Why
have you
is
ever
just
played
a
Ark
guy
Knight?
defending Homecoming? Why Why is he defending it?
Oh, shut up.
All right.
But yeah,
anyways,
back to the whole thing.
yeah, back to
I
back
think
to the
another
point.
thing that's just worthwhile to address is that, again, Tony is saying, just forget the flying vulture guy, right? Just imagine he said this about, I don't know, the robber in that kid got Uncle Ben killed. Just ignore the robber guy, okay? Just ignore him. It's like Peter would never be okay with
Well, Peter
being
wasn't
told that.
okay
He
with
wouldn't
ignoring the
idolize someone
vulture
like
either.
that.
He kept going after the vulture.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Is that
Yeah, but not for the right reasons. It's because he wants to prove himself, not because it's morally reprehensible to let the vulture go.
No, it is because
problem
it's
is
morally
that-
reprehensible to let the
Oh my
vulture go because he goes after him at the end anyway.
This is my chance to prove myself.
Right, but
he
by
literally
Tony's,
says that in the
by
movie.
Tony,
went
wait,
after
wait,
him
wait,
at the
but by
end
Tony's,
anyways.
wait, hang on, by Tony's
my
logic,
God.
wait, Liam, hold on. By Tony's logic, wouldn't it be wrong for Peter to go after Vulture at the end?
This is literally just post talk. This is literally, well, in the end of the day, he did the right thing. That's not our point. The point is that he had a conflict that contradicts what he stands by.
No. You seem to be under the impression that like.
Guys,
Peter at the beginning
like
of the
you
movie-
eventually listen to Woody. I don't care.
Okay. No more Toy Story right now. Just wait.
Fuck you.
You're saying that Peter
You and
at
your
the
cape
beginning-
shit.
Stop.
We have to talk about cape shit. I'm SK. My profile picture is Miguel O'Reilly.
Stop.
Miguel O'Reilly.
Okay, no, I'm saying
I don't know his name.
Peter at the beginning, you basically the way you're making it sound like is that like Peter at the beginning of the movie, if he didn't have motivation to be the Avenger or be an Avenger, just would not have gone after Vulture. Only Peter at the end of the movie would do that after he's developed. But I just don't think that's true. I think Peter, even at the beginning of the movie, if Peter didn't have any motivation, like, or any reason to think this could lead to him being an Avenger, he'd still go after Vulture.
Okay. So
Like
then
this is not
here's-
something he
here's-
learned to do at the end. He
Here's
still
my
would have
question
done it.
then. Here's my question then. Let's say that MCU
Here's the
Spider.
problem.
Hang it. Stop. Let's say that MCU Spider-Man 2 was a little bit different. Let's say that that Kraven and the Hunters were actually a thing in MCU Spider-Man 2,
mean
right?
Marvel
Just yeah, just like the other one. So just
Your
imagine
favorite.
Just imagine that's the plot
Other one.
of that movie, right? So based on Peter's character development in the first movie, Homecoming, let's say he knew about the Hunters, right? But then he decided not to do anything about them because Tony Stark said, "Hey, people are handling it." My question would be, based on his character development, would he listen to Tony when he says to forget Kraven the Hunter? And two, do you think it would be responsible if he ignored it?
Well, he wouldn't. He wouldn't listen to Tony.
Yeah, but that's
Good
my
thing the
problem.
Avengers
is
are
that
never in that game.
Well, hang on. But that's my problem with the movie, right? Under Homecoming's logic, Peter was wrong to go against Tony.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. Like, Peter was right.
So then what did he have to learn?
No.
Yeah,
the thing
what
that
is
Peter
his
did
lesson
wrong
at
was
this
just that he
point?
wasn't like he was. And I'll say this that like I do agree that like he's kind of nerfed in this movie like a lot, but like basically he was right to go after a Vulture. He just didn't handle the situation properly. Like his level of competence just wasn't where it needed to be. So like he put people in danger, but like by the end he's competent enough to take on the Vulture. Like I don't think the question
that
it was ever
doesn't-
in question if he's like
That shouldn't
going
even
after
matter
Vulture.
because he's the
the
only
movie
one
is
who
definitely
can
saying he's
deal with
right
the
to go after
Vulture.
Vulture. The problem's just that he's like the way he's dealing with it is not like.
Oh
at the
yeah, he
level of
doesn't
competence he
because
needs
it
to.
completely destroys his argument and he doesn't even listen to it.
All right, guys.
That doesn't-
No,
the
stop.
whole
All right,
competence thing.
guys. No interjections. We gotta let him finish the point.
Interject his
I'm
dick
done.
in your
That was
mouth,
mine.
bro.
All right,
That was
PJ, you
my-
gotta
All right, the whole competence thing doesn't work because it's not relevant. Because he is the only one who could realistically stop the Vulture. It doesn't matter. He was in the right. Saying he wasn't competent enough or skilled enough or whatever doesn't
He's
matter.
not competent enough.
Tony's a dumbass and he didn't do it. Peter's the only one who can deal with this.
Well, like I told you that like you're right that like he shouldn't just like let his like seeming lack of competence be like okay I shouldn't even try, but like he's supposed to be wrong to like let those insecurities get to him. Like I said this earlier.
Right.
Like
so
he's
my
supposed to be
problem-
wrong.
My problem is, so what did he learn by the end?
Well, like
what
I
would he
said at
do
the beginning, I think what
differently?
he learned is the fact that like he doesn't need like even though he thinks that like he can make more difference as an Avenger, if there aren't enough heroes on like ground level or on street level, then like people like Vulture can like just thrive and get to the point where they'll like steal Avengers level technology. So there needs to be people that like himself and like other street level heroes that are on that level monitoring threats like that. Because if they aren't, then like those threats can like become too big to the point where, like we saw with Vulture, he was literally gonna steal Avengers level technology, right?
Yeah,
Because like, he had the
didn't
technology
Peter
at first
enter
too,
with
but
that
like
understanding
that's
already?
not on the same
He already
level as what he
entered
was
with
gonna
that
steal from the
understanding
Queen.
because he went those
So I
weapons are
think his
crazy
like
dangerous
arc is
and
just
someone
like
has to deal with
he
it, right?
learns that the being
Why does
on
he-
like helping the little guy is still very important. I think that's his arc.
Yeah, but he already knew that at the beginning. He said, "I tried to tell you
If-
about these
if-
weapons. It shouldn't be in Queens."
Yeah,
Well,
like
no,
he already
because
knows this.
no. At the beginning, he's just trying to operate in whatever area he can. At that point, he's helping out in Queens because he's not an Avenger. That's what's within his reach. He wants to expand his reach by being an Avenger, but he realizes that like being on that lower level is also important, so he should just stay there for now.
But he knew that in Civil War,
What?
he's looking after the little guy.
No, he
Yeah.
didn't. How? I'm really
Because that's what
confused.
Tony
His
says.
whole,
You're
his
looking
whole
after the little guy.
ideology is to never look the other way over
Yeah, that's the
anything.
basis for
It
his
doesn't matter
ideology.
big
You
or
have to
small.
include the little guys.
Yeah, he literally says in the movie, when the bad things happen and you don't stop it, it's your fault. It's on you or whatever he says.
Okay.
That already would tell.
I
I
already
wasn't
said,
done.
I
Come on,
already
man.
brought this up
I wasn't
and
done.
like how
I
it's
wasn't
perfectly
done.
in
I
line.
wasn't done. I wasn't done.
No,
I
no,
wasn't
no.
done. No, I still wasn't done.
Okay. I already brought this
The
up how it's
whole
perfectly in line with what he said in Civil War, because in Civil War he says
He
that
wasn't
Yeah,
done
okay, and
speaking.
God, it was
Jesus
so
fuck,
fucking
Jessica.
insane.
You
PJ,
gotta stop doing
all
that
right,
shit.
PJ, we can handle this. All right, just stay out.
My bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
clearly, SK, fucking moderator of the year.
I'm sorry.
All right, where was I? The whole ideology already would address that. It would address the little guy and that he would deal with it as well. And once again, you're saying something in the film that like is never supported in the film, like at all. You're saying something that's just not supported. There's never anything that even implies he wants to be an Avenger so we can save more lives or yada yada yada. That's just not in there. It's not talked about. It's not addressed or anything like that. And even if you want to just headcanon, that is one of the reasons. It doesn't matter because the overall arc is still that his ego and pride makes him think he's an Avenger and that he wants to be an Avenger because it's cool to be an Avenger. He finds it fun and exciting. That's the whole point of the opening of the movie. And like it shows what his desires and wants are. That's really fucking stupid when the Avengers stand for the Accords now, which is antithetical to his moral beliefs.
Okay. So first of all, the ideology he says in Civil War is basically if you can help with a certain thing, right, and you don't, then that's on you, right? And like
Yeah,
he
so the
can't
government
he
telling you
can't
not
like
to do that
bro,
would
let
definitely
me
not
finish.
be a part of his priorities. He would not deal with.
Okay,
He would not agree with that.
let's let him continue.
So like he can't just like he can't like say be a street level hero and an Avenger at the same time, right? So like
Sure he
he
can.
thinks that like out of the two situations where he can help, either with like global level shit like with the Avengers or like ground level stuff, he thinks helping out with Avengers level stuff would like obviously it would obviously save more lives. That's just like objectively true. So based on his ideology in Civil War, where it's like if you can help with something, then you should do it. He thinks that he can make a difference on an Avengers level, and that's why he should do that, right? So
Yeah,
like
I said this before. You can say that that's a part of it all that you want, but the film clearly is showing you that his arc is that there's a actual just need to be an Avenger because of an ego thing.
Well, okay, so here's
That's
my
still
question,
a part of the
right?
movie,
So
and
at the
that
beginning,
is still like showing that like he's more focused on that than the moral integrity of how the Avengers contradict his own moral standing. Because in the end of the day, he will never look the other way. So the government ever telling him to look the other way would genuinely flat out contradict his moral beliefs. So he should never want to be an Avenger just because of that alone.
okay, so here's the thing once again, right? You can say that like yes, the government will stop him from like doing as much as he would be able to, but like it's just still just true straight up. Like I don't see how this can be debated that like he would make more of a difference as
honestly,
part of the Avengers, then he
I don't
would
even
like
agree with
on-
that. Just to address that real quick. I
That's
don't
not
agree
even
with
true
that.
at
Well,
all.
hang on.
Yeah.
Let me address that real quick. I don't even agree with that because in Civil War, what was happening was that Cap was trying to deal with the threat of 5 super soldiers being released to the public and being used to take down an empire. And we've been told that they can take down a whole country in one night and you'll never see them coming. So Team Iron Man was trying to stop them from dealing with that. In fact, they dismissed
Well,
the
it's
story
because they just
entirely.
they didn't believe that was even a thing at all.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
the problem,
exactly,
right? If
but those
Spider-Man's in that
situations can always
situation
come
where they
out.
try
They
to
were
reject...
okay. No. Team Iron Man was
Especially
operating
that
under
Iron
faulty
Man once
information,
again
and once
belittled the
Tony
Vulture
realized that
situation.
that actually is true, he immediately started working with Cap again.
Oh
But yeah,
Yes,
but you
but
see
why?
that
But
he
why
but
would
if he-
Spider-Man? Hang on, SK. Why would Spider-Man rely on that? Why would he ever rely on hoping? I'm not done.
Okay.
Why would he ever rely on hoping that Tony will learn the fucking lesson that this is a problem and he has to deal with it instead of dealing with it himself, which would go back to the Vulture problem. He hand-waved the Vulture issue and didn't take it seriously, and that is an Avengers call. That is an Avengers decision. Oh, that's below our pay grade. We won't deal with it. So if he's on the Avengers, then based on the Accord, yes, he would have to fucking listen and allow the government to deal with Vulture, and he can't get involved, even if he can, and it would be a better result. So the movie will flat out shows you the Avengers would be a net negative for his ideology, and Peter is experiencing it firsthand with Tony Stark, and he never recognizes that or learns, hey, maybe this is really fucking bad, and I shouldn't want to be an Avenger, but he doesn't.
Well, I think Peter was just under the assumption that the reason Tony is saying certain things like Vulture is above or like below his pay grade is because he's busy dealing with like others, like more important stuff.
That's not what that
and
means.
like, he's saving
Yeah,
more
but
lives.
why the fuck would Peter ever be okay in a superhero team with that shitty attitude? Why would he ever be okay with that?
I just want to
Awful
clarify
attitude.
real quick. Saying something's
Especially
below your
for
pay
the guy
grade.
who's like, I'll never look the other way.
Well, he can't,
saying-
because
saying
the
that
Avengers can deal with
something's below-
everything all at once.
I just want
And
to
I think
clarify.
Tony
Peter's
is
just under the
right there
assumption
with an
that the reason
automated
they won't deal with
suit that's
smaller
not-
stuff
he's not
is
even
because they're busy
inside.
dealing
Liam,
with
hang on.
like bigger
We
and
need
more
to make sure
important
we're on the
things.
same page, right? When you say that something is below your pay grade, that doesn't mean that that means you're too busy with something else. That's not what it means. What it means for something to be below your pay grade is that it's like a task or a responsibility that's just too unimportant or below your level of importance. So, for an example, right?
Oh, SK, it's even simpler. It's just common sense. Okay, right now, Tony Stark is in an automated suit he has full control of without even fucking being there. And he can, right now in that scene, fly the direction where he saw Vulture and possibly just stop him right at that instant. He could literally stop him right at that scene, and he doesn't, because he doesn't care enough.
Well,
When
I
he has
feel like that's
satellite
just
technology,
like a
they've
couple
shown
of
that in
general,
Civil
because like
War too. And
Why doesn't
okay,
Tony
that's just
fucking
something that like you can
repulsor
just say that
blast
with like
with
anything.
wings and then catch
Wait,
Spider-Man?
one at a
Why
time.
would he not
One at a
fucking
time. One
Iron
at a
Man?
time.
Why
One at a
doesn't
time.
Iron Man just solve street level problems too? If we can just like send suits like,
Yeah, that's
same,
something Peter would ask.
Well, so no,
the
we
Yeah,
have-
we're on the
we have an
same page. That's an
explanation.
issue Peter would have, right, guys?
Yo, all right, one
let
at a
me
fucking
explain.
time. One at a
Liam,
time.
hold
Go
on,
on,
let me
that's good.
explain. So in Civil War, he does try to use that to track down Zemo.
Jesus.
But obviously Zemo is like he keeps hiding. He's in very secluded areas, so it's not easy to find him. In Homecoming, the explanation they give for why he doesn't use his resources to track down the Vulture is that's below my pay grade, below my importance, below my responsibility.
Yeah, and also, I want to bring up, I don't know why you're strawmanning the whole example. I'm not saying Iron Man should fucking, like, spend all of his day taking down Kingpin. Vulture's right fucking in front of him, and he doesn't deal with him. He's right there, and he can fly and try his best, and he doesn't. He's not even at risk of fucking
that
dying,
reason, I don't
even
think-
at all, and he still doesn't. Like,
For
come
that
on.
reason, I don't think Peter should idolize Tony. Like, I think even
Yeah,
that's a
Peter
problem.
literally sees this guy, catch him, tell him not to deal with the Vulture. He doesn't deal with the Vulture, and then just hand waves it away. He doesn't even mention the FBI is going to deal with it. He makes it seem like no one cares and no one's going to deal with it, and fucks off. And Peter has zero issue with that. The guy who's about not looking the other way is okay with his mentor flat out looking the other way under his own perspective.
Yeah, okay.
And you're gonna tell me he should still idolize the Avengers
that's
after
actually a fair
that?
point because like in that scene he could have literally just gone after Vulture. That's actually a really good point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually fair. I will definitely concede on that part.
Awesome.
Yeah, I guess honestly.
Yeah, that's
You know
basically
what?
that's the core issue we have
I'm,
with Peter in the movie.
yeah, I guess you're not wrong, because like I feel like that scene would make it, because like if like you're right that like he has the suit right there. Vulture was literally just right above him. He could easily look for him and he didn't. So it does seem to make it so that like it's not that the Avengers aren't dealing with smaller threats because they're too busy. It's because they just don't give a shit. And Peter should definitely have a problem with that.
Yeah.
That's actually a fair point. I you know what, I'll concede to that actually.
Okay, awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah, anything else about Homecoming? Because that was just one
Please,
point, but
please don't be about
Yeah.
Homecoming.
I think another thing maybe I had was just like
God
I
damn.
can't
Oh,
remember.
God.
You said that like Tony taking the jobs away from like Vulture's crew
Yeah, that.
is out of character, right?
yeah.
Oh well, my defense for that was just that like because we see in Iron Man 3 how paranoid he is about like what happened, right? So I think he just wanted to be as safe as possible, and even if it like yes it screwed over some people, he was willing to go through with it just because of how paranoid he
Why doesn't he
was
pay them
about like the
compensation?
alien
is
tech
the
falling
issue.
into the wrong hands.
So the
Because he's like
argument-
very in Iron Man 3 he has panic attacks about like how much damage that shit could do.
Well, no, I agree. I agree that he would want to remove like this,
No one has an-
their
no
opportunity
one has
from
an
the city
issue with him
contracts.
doing damage control.
The problem
Hold up,
is
hold
that
up.
during his joint venture, at no point did he decide, okay, so we're going to be screwing over a lot of workers. I will volunteer out of my money to pay these people to compensate them so they don't lose their homes, so they don't they can look after their families, they don't get screwed over. I think Tony Stark would volunteer for that. I think it's a big problem that he just has no plan for that. Which
Could he
allows
not
Vulture
hire
to
these
exist.
contract
Could have,
workers to
like
work
Vulture
for
just like
damage
didn't care
control
and still
anyways?
like
Why can't he do that?
went
Why can't he
after
hire
went ahead
people
with
like
his
he did
operation
to-
anyways because that will get him more money.
Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean? Or I think you I didn't hear the first part of what you're saying. So
Well, I'm saying that like it. I guess it is okay. I wouldn't say this as like a defense necessarily because this is kind of me headcanoning, but I was just saying that like it could be that he did do that, but Vulture went ahead with his operation anyways because it would get him more money.
so I would agree if we didn't have the dialogue where he says, "I could lose my house," and the damage control lady says, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do."
Oh, that's a good point actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Then. Yeah. Those are the only two things that I wanted to.
Why doesn't he hire Vulture for damage control? Why doesn't he just hire that group?
That's true. You could hire them onto their organization as like a. That is a good point. Like if they're
Why don't
getting
they
kicked
buy out
off, you can
Vulture's
literally hire them as
organization? Literally
workers and
buy
say,
out the
"Hey, work
group?
under us, under our supervision, and we'll allow you to do that." That's a good.
Yeah, literally buy out Adrian Toombs' contracting company.
So you can help with them. You can still keep your jobs, just under different management.
Yeah, that's
There's so many better things he could have done, but no, he was
But he
fucking
basically
horrible
screwed him
for what he
over, which
did.
I think is really big damage to Tony as a character.
And once again, Peter doesn't care.
If they, I feel like if they had a
To be fair, he was
like
a child,
addressed it-
like a really young child when that happened.
Well, hold up.
He was like,
hold up.
No, I mean like
12.
when Vulture described
Bro.
it to him, like, he doesn't care.
sorry,
he doesn't
PJ.
care what happened to him.
I was gonna say that. Wait, did you have me muted?
No. It's just we were all making points at the same time, and you were first technically. So go ahead.
Y'all are gay. Y'all are gay as hell. I was gonna say that like this. It's funny because before she even blocked me, I actually had talked to Mosquito about this in DMs. It's probably the only thing I will ever agree with her on. I feel like even though they did that and it was like it's not good for Tony's character. I feel like it would have been a little bit better if like in the end of the movie Tony realized it or it gets called out for it. And then he then realizes like, oh shit, like I shouldn't. What I did was retarded. I shouldn't. Oh wait, my bad. I shouldn't say that. What I did was stupid. I shouldn't have done that.
What I did is dumb
and then
dumb.
hires him. Yeah, what I did was
Well,
dumb
like,
dumb.
I think
What I did is
if we were to
dumb-dumb.
do this plot, I think it would have been way smarter if damage control was connected to. I mean, obviously we'd have to change the universe around a lot, but let's say Norman Osborn
Worth
was
it.
helping with this, right? And Norman Osborn was the one that screwed them over.
I mean, you could do Wilson Fit. Actually, no, he'd be in jail at this. Or
Well,
no,
no, technically,
Born Again.
no, at this one he wouldn't actually.
Born Again.
Wilson Fisk. Well, actually, we
Fuck
can't
Born
say
Again,
Wilson
bro.
Fisk because at this point in the MCU, he's still a private figure. He's not a public
That's
figure.
true. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Because Daredevil's in 2015.
Oh, also, he only got his wealth. He only acquired a lot of his wealth because of.
I think Oscorp.
Well,
I think Oscorp would make the most sense, especially if they would introduce Oscorp to already be a shady like organization.
Yeah, that would be
much like
interesting for world building.
yeah,
as
that would have
I
been
don't
better.
even. I don't even agree that even Norman would do this because of how stupid it is. Because it's flat out just illegal not to pay compensation when you take over like
Well,
that.
no, I'm not saying Norman would do this. I'm saying that they were under the fucking whatever they're called, the wrecking crew or whatever, right?
Well,
The workers were under Oscorp. I'm just saying it would have been a better idea if those workers were under Oscorp, but you establish Oscorp already to be a weird, shady organization that Stark Industries and the Avengers wouldn't want to take any part in. That's what I'm
kind
saying.
of two minds of that actually with what you just brought up, Liam. So like on one hand, if it was like a illegal to do the compensation, you could have it so Adrian is offered a deal, but he rejects the deal out of ego. He's like, no, fuck that. It's not. Let's say it was his company, his organization, but because Oscorp wants to take management over it, it's his ego that like caused him to do that. I think that would be a way better idea, where they actually
Yeah,
were
I
willing
can
to
agree
pay
with
him, but he just refused.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, like if you do it that way, yeah.
But also, like, I do think it is just reasonable that if they had it in the MCU, that there weren't laws protecting against this stuff, and that would be like one of the systematic issues that that Peter would have to come to terms with
That's
growing
okay.
up here. Yeah.
Real quick, look in your server.
If it's hold up.
What's going on? I think we're done after this one. It's like fucking 12 in the morning.
I've
No one's
seen
watching.
that. I'm not okay with that. I have to dig into that later, but yes, I wanna get to that. Yeah.
I know it's weird to bring it up.
No,
now,
it's
but
fine.
I
It's fine.
I feel like it's important.
But yeah, I'll stop. Yeah.
No, that's
but
okay,
this
man.
was
That's
fun.
okay.
Yeah, I'll show up for the Spider-Man 2 one. For
Yeah,
sure.
let's go. All right. Pleasure having you on, man.
Yeah, goodbye.
Take
All right,
care.
see you later.
That
okay.
was crazy.
What exactly is disagreement
God
today?
damn.
You join if you have a disagreement. Yeah.
Just the guy is my fucking kryptonite. He is my fucking kryptonite, man.
At the
Yeah, because he talks over you.
You able to join?
Well, it's like, do you not care about the validity of your own points because you just don't like absorb how it contradicts a fucking thing that you say when it's brought up to you?
Yeah.
It's like, bro, you're just talking to talk. I hate it when people like that. That's the little mosquito disease ass shit. It's just, bro, you're just yapping.
Keep in
like,
mind.
God, damn.
Keep in mind. He was friends with her.
I mean, that explains a lot. That flat out does.
Literally, look at his profile picture. That literally, like, that tells a story, bro.
Well, bro,
the
it was
whole
like
joke is
pulling
that
teeth
just a
just to
guy
get him to
is
fucking-
Mosquito's son because of the profile picture.
I mean, it's just accurate, bro. It's like pulling teeth just to get him to concede on the fucking dumbass Avengers shit. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude.
I mean,
I
to be
just saw
fair,
that.
if you staunchly believe something holds up, I think you should look for every argument that makes sense until you give up. Which
But he was
that's
he was
basically what he
repeating
did.
himself.
All right, mind you. Listen,
Nah,
mind you.
He started repeating himself a way too much with like the whole he thinks
he does.
he thinks joining the Avengers will save more lives, even though it's like yes, but it
to
also
be fair,
contradicts his moral
that is
beliefs.
that
Holy
I
shit.
to be fair, that is what I thought when I thought the movie was good. That's the interpretation I had as well.
Yeah, but SK, SK, you were awful back then too, bro. Fuck you. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Yeah, but like years ago, I smelled especially bad, and I had terrible takes. Thank you, SK. Thank you for contributing. Fuck you.
So,
dude, I think because here's the thing.
I thought
didn't even.
I thought Revenge of the Sith was a good movie. Doesn't mean anything.
Because you're a monster. Because you're a monster. You're a fucking monster. All right, I want to
Dude, I
address
thought
this real
Superman
quick. It
Returns
is a
was a 10 out of 10,
disagreement,
dog.
and he's here, so I gotta say this. So,
Oh,
Jack,
okay.
are you
Oh, God.
here? If you can unmute, if that's possible.
Dude, he's doing his McDonald's ship right now. Give him a sec.
As we wait, I just wanted to say that. Okay, I can't lie. I know I said I like Homecoming, but it's like objectively speaking, it's a bad movie. I like it. I like the
I
idea of Homecoming, but I don't like what they did with Iron Man. I think Peter is written really weird. Vulture is interesting, but I feel like I don't
Vulture's
know
a
the way.
pedophile.
Probably. I just don't I don't like what they did with Tony in that movie. I feel like that literally goes against Iron Man 1 in such a terrible way, and it just makes me it's
I
like
don't
ew.
Tony's
Like,
I don't believe in
assassinated.
the
Peter's
whole like
assassinated.
it's subjectively bad thing, but I would agree. Yeah, Homecoming's pretty bad as a story.
I mean, come on. It's not the best
You can
story.
say it if you want. That's fine.
So SK, is this your Patrick
chill on
Williams
Just a
phase?
Guy. He was chill. He was chill.
No, I was joking. I was just joking.
All
Well,
right,
it's just
all
the
right.
fact.
Is this your-
What I mean, okay, it's that too,
I got
but
no
it's like,
problem with
dude,
how he entered it. But yeah,
I like
so I just
I like
wanna-
the guy. I like the guy. I just feel like
Yeah.
he needs to stop talking over people.
Well, to be fair, so was Liam was doing that too, and I was doing it a little bit, but Liam did it more.
Bro, it's like
Well,
y'all, if you guys had
well-
political like discussions, it would literally be a hellhole.
Well, the thing is, it's like when you hear someone repeat the same argument over and over again that you've like already addressed. Eventually, I'm gonna stop like letting you finish, and I'm gonna go, okay, I'm sick of you saying the same fucking thing over and over again.
Yeah,
Holy
but
shit!
Be nice about it. You gotta be nice about it. Because
Liam's not-
sometimes
Liam
people
doesn't
aren't
roll like
seeing
that,
what
though.
you're seeing. You know, you gotta be patient with people.
Yeah, Liam.
But I understand that patience is offensive to you.
Yeah, I understand patience is
Patience
offensive to you.
patience is offensive to me, just like how me being outside's offensive to you, SK.
That's true.
Jack, are you here? I gotta poke your brain about
Oh
something.
shit! Wait, hold up.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
here. Is like your mod here too? Yeah, I'm
He's
still
not,
willing to
he's
talk
not.
to him about
So
it.
here's what I gotta address. So from what I could tell, Captain Kaba went on Twitter saying, "Hate to break it to you, but SK server almost never brings you up. The one time you was brought up was from KinoFlex. I immediately told him he's only proving your point by doing that, not an attack on you or anything. By the way, just setting the record straight as a friend of SK and a fan of your work." He said he'll stand corrected on some part, but I'll stand by the fact you're only proving his point by talking to him on Discord by posting this. I did post this reply as well. And then you said to him, "Crazy how you're spending your time tattletaling. Also, you wonder why you have to e-beg like Colin." So there's a couple things I want to address with that. One, he wasn't trying to tattletale, right? He wasn't trying to be like, "Oh, look at what this like." No. He's trying to clear up like a misconception that is being said on there. He said, "I say this as a fan of your work and as a friend of SK." So he was really just trying to defend claims made against me.
Well, no, he's not simply doing that. He literally said that he's throwing me under the bus to do that. So that's
Where
why I
did
took
he say
issue with it.
that? Where did he say that?
Like literally, I'll show it to you. Like, hold
Because
on.
what he said is that he's just setting the record straight. I'm reading what he said verbatim.
All right, hold on. I'll screenshot right now.
All right, yeah, just put it in like disagreement requests.
I was like, yeah. I put in the chat first.
Are you? Did you use the? Okay.
Oh
Captain
shit!
Cobb.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So what did he
yeah.
say?
Sorry.
Once again, apologies for throwing you under the. Okay, but that when he says apologies for throwing you under the bus, that's not him saying he's trying to do that. He's saying he inadvertently did that. Like he did it. He even says right there, "I did it to disprove a bullshit statement about my friend. Sure, I threw you under the bus, and I apologize for that. But in what way was that okay for you to bring up my financial situation?" So again, he's not saying that he just wanted to do it to throw you under the bus. He was trying to defend me in a situation like where claims are being made, but at the same time, he happened to do something that might throw you under the bus, which I don't even see how it's doing that. It's a public server, so if you talk about him there, I think it's within his right to say that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not-
it's within my right to say, hey, it's kind of shitty how you're throwing me under the bus when I'm just bringing this to your attention to say,
not.
look at how
He's not even-
delusional Birdman is.
Well, is he even condemning you in the tweet? I don't even see him condemn you in the tweet.
Also, what does that have to do with his financial situation? Like that doesn't correlate at
Well, yeah,
all.
we'll get to that.
Yeah,
in
Jack.
momentarily.
Jack.
Yeah.
You want to explain that in a minute, buddy? You
Yeah,
want
we'll
to
get to
explain how
that. I
that
first
totally-
want to just make it
Yeah,
clear.
sure. Yeah.
Captain Kaba was not just trying to throw you under the bus. He was just stating a fact to correct a claim.
He
That's
literally
all he
said
was
that he was
doing.
throwing me under the bus. He literally
Yeah,
said that he
but
was throwing me under the
okay,
bus to do that.
that doesn't mean he went in with the intent to throw you under the bus. He was just trying to make a statement, and then sure, like I don't even agree it's throwing under the bus. I think it's just recounting facts to correct a situation.
And even then, he's not even saying that he's like verbatim 1-to-1 throwing you under the bus. Like it's not like that at all.
Yeah, I think that's
he's
kind of an unfair accusation to levy
yeah.
against him.
He's just defending a friend. Like I don't see how that even
It's unfair
correlates.
for me. It's unfair for me to use words he used himself to describe what he did.
He
Like,
wasn't
what are
trying.
you talking
Okay, he wasn't.
All right, but
trying
he's
to
not
do that,
saying
that's
it
the
in a
point.
derogatory way. You're saying it in a derogatory way, comparing on the Colin with his financial situation
Yeah,
when
we'll-
all he's
we'll
doing
get-
is
we'll
just.
get to- I wanna go point by point.
No, I know. I'm just saying
Colin's
generally.
financial
Like you're
situation not
using
making
you're
others
using
less.
that. Okay, you're saying that in a derogatory way when all he's doing is just saying generally. Like you went for a low blow as he's just addressing. Like that. How does that correlate in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah,
give me a sec.
Oh my god, bro.
I really don't see what Captain Kaba did wrong here. All he did was explain what happened in a public setting, and he didn't use that to bludgeon him. He used that to correct a claim.
He's not even being. Yeah, he wasn't even being a dick either. He's just talking generally. Do we need
Yeah,
to
there
be
was-
specific
I don't know what the
about
whole
everything now?
I don't know what the whole tattletale thing was about. It's like
That's so fucking ridiculous, dude.
that's weird. Yeah. It's well, like, is it tattletaling when I showed a screenshot of Pebbleclack saying, "What do you think of the Birdman?" I'm just like, yeah, it's what I don't really care. He makes
No, it's
Yeah, I guess
tattletelling
it
when
is.
you purposely bring me up to talk shit about me.
No, that's
when
not,
I'm
that's not why
bringing
he did
it
it,
up,
though.
He's
like
not
how
even
He did it to
talking
defend the
shit.
claim. He did it to
Weird.
defend a claim. That's why he
He's
did
not
it.
even
yeah,
talking
and besides-
shit.
Yes, he
if
is.
you see that,
talking
Yes, I
shit.
did.
He wasn't
if
talking
you see that
shit.
as talking shit, that's crazy.
He
If you
brings,
see it as talking
brings
shit, that's
me up
crazy.
to talk shit. He brings
No,
me up
he
to talk
didn't.
shit.
He brought
Oh
you up to
my
defend
shit,
against
Jack.
a
I
claim
made-
made against me. That's why he brought it up.
And I made the point after
No,
you took issue with it to
brought
say
me
I
up.
could have
Why-
just said
why do I
I
need
could
to
have
be-
just
why
said
is he
someone
bringing
instead of
And he
Xenoflex.
apologized for
Why
that
does he
too.
bring
Like
me
you're
up?
forgetting
All right,
that
no,
he
no, 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 no,
apologized
no,
for
no,
that.
no,
Because it
no, no,
was
no,
a
no, no,
mistake,
no.
Why is he
Jack.
Stop,
Because it was a mistake.
stop. We're all talking over each other. Cap, you go first, and
Yeah,
then
we'll
Jack,
let
you
Cap
go
go.
after.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this now. It was not meant to be talking shit, and that was never the intention. Because I made the point to say afterwards, Flex, if you actually read what I said, that I could have just said someone instead of specifying it was you. But I made that mistake, and then I apologized for it because that's what you're supposed to do when you make a mistake, as I'm sure you are aware.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh my god! So you just.
Are you done? Like I don't want to talk over you.
Yes, you
Like
can
I don't want to talk over you.
Okay, yeah, okay. My bad. I thought you were actually just being a dick. Go on.
Okay. Like you immediately named me like to throw me under the bus. Like that is objective. You said that.
No,
that's what
that's
you
not
meant.
what he said.
Everyone. Oh my god, bro.
But
Like,
but Jack, but real quick, Jack. In fairness, he also said he just apologized for it.
Yeah, so he specifically said, "I did it to disprove a bullshit statement made about my friend. Sure, I threw you under the bus, and I apologize for that. But in what?"
Yeah, and I brought that up to say that it's a bullshit statement. So why are you throwing me under the bus for saying that's a bullshit statement? Like
I think
that's
you're
why
I think you're
The bullshit
overthinking
statement
it.
was about me. That's why he was
No,
responding
yeah,
to it.
I brought it up. I brought it up in the server to say, SK, look at Birdman like obsessing over you,
bro. I'm gonna be real with you. I think
Okay.
you're overthinking it.
I'm looking at it again. He says, he was never brought up. The one time you were brought up was 5 minutes ago when KinoFlex brought up this very tweet, and I immediately told him he's only proving your point by doing that. Now, that's not... The whole point of that isn't just to shit talk. Sure, he makes a point agreeing with something Birdman says, but then he literally says, I'll stand corrected on that part. I don't see it as a bad thing to agree with the criticism if he thinks it's accurate, and then to correct himself when he no longer thinks it's accurate. So
yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't see how this justifies the claim that he deliberately threw you under the bus, and on top of that, I don't see how it justifies like attacking his financial situation.
Yeah, that's super. Like,
give me a sec.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. I just wanted to have a slow work day, but nope, didn't happen.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Dude, all this for like a tweet you said that wasn't even like a fucking like jab or anything.
That I immediately no, you literally brought he literally brought it up to my attention. Like, what else am I supposed to say?
You could have said, "Hey, your criticism is wrong. Here's why," and then moved on. Which is what I did actually. I said, "Actually, I do think Birdman's being a bit obsessive because he assumed that I had some big plan to go after him, which I didn't. I literally showed a screenshot showing how I didn't care, and he for some reason saw that as me proving his point, which is delusional." So
well,
like,
no, the point that I was saying that it was proving was the part where Birdman said that they that like we obsessively talk about him in the Discord server. That was the main thing that I was pointing out. That's why Kino got brought up, because he was the one that brought the
right, okay.
Birdman tweet up, and at that moment, for some reason, I guess I thought I might as well just say who it is since it was originally a tweet about Kinoflex. But in hindsight, if he took issue with it, I recognize I could have just said someone brought it up, brought his name up, but. And even after Kinoflex took issue with it, I deleted the tweets. You go look for them; they're not there anymore.
Yeah, so like I don't see why Kinoflex is framing this as if he just meant to throw him under the bus. At most, he might have made like a slight error, which I don't even see it as a big problem. It's a public server. Everything you say there can be screenshotted and recounted.
And it's not
it's
not worthy.
Like,
Stop.
he's
No,
framing it in
no,
that way,
it's
though.
not
Like,
worthy attacking his financial situation either. It is
I mean,
not worthy
no.
of that either.
Let
that
me
is the low. Listen, that is the lowest of lows.
So
That
like
is the
how
lowest
you
of lows.
how you go after Colin for e-begging.
That's not the same,
Got
and you know it.
That is not the same. That doesn't correlate because we're not friends with Colin.
Well, there's a lot of things that are wrong with that. So first of all, Captain Kappa has a job. All right, that's already like you're already. this is already a bad point. He has a job. All right,
and he's e-begging because he can't. He has to wait 4 days to get paid. Like, he can't sell anything. He can't ask whoever he has to pay.
Do you know about his life? Do you know what he's tried?
Do you
Like,
know
I don't
his
what's
job?
well,
like,
what's
what
all
the
this
why?
judgment
Why
coming
are
from?
you just?
Do you know
Are you
about-
just?
What
You're
could
just
he even
spitballing
sell?
what he does. Like, do you even know what he does? Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah, and also like the reason we make fun of Colin for it is because
He
his
doesn't do
issues-
shit.
Well, one, he doesn't have a job. Two, his issues were self-inflicted. He was being irresponsible, and he's trying to deflect the claim that he was being irresponsible while saying, "Oh yeah, I went 100 to 120 miles per hour on the road, and that partially ruined my vehicle." So that's another reason we make fun of him for it.
And also
Colin is just an asshole in general. He doesn't deserve basic respect. Captain Kaba isn't being an asshole to anyone.
And Captain is our friend. He's our close. And no, stop. And Captain is also our friend. Like, we're super close with him. We're tight with him. So we
He's not my friend. I can act like a dick to him if I want.
Yeah, but
if he's acting
you're
like
following him, so it seems like you guys are under friendly terms.
Call people back. Like, we went over this. Like, with the same with Backseater.
But like as I understood between the two,
But
'cause
even
that's what Captain Kaba
listen.
said. He thought you were chill. You thought he was chill.
Let me say this. Even if you're not friends with him, the least you could do is at least respect him, because it's one thing, because he is literally trying even in that tweet, he was trying super hard to be respectful to you. He even apologized to you. So the least you could do is not even bring up any low blows. Do any low blows like the financial situation, especially even if you took it as a fucking insult when he apologized to you about it and you saying it was tattletelling. That doesn't correlate at all, my guy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah.
One thing is that my apology came through. He made a point to solve my financial situation. So even then, I realized, okay, yeah, maybe that's wrong. I apologize, but also I point out that there's no way that his petty internet drama that I inadvertently throw you under the bus in is just like any justification to say, well, you don't got money like Colin.
Yeah, he's not trying to damage your reputation or as a person. He's helping a friend out. He's helping SK out with stupidity.
At my expense. and that's a
He
shitty
didn't
thing to
realize
do.
it was at
And
your
then you
expense,
bring
and when
it
he
to my
did, he
attention.
apologized for
You
it.
bring it to my attention. Like,
Exactly.
what do you want me to
He
say?
didn't
Oh,
know it
thank
was
you,
at
thank
your
you. I'm a
expense. He
loser.
didn't
It was
know
What do
it
you
at
was
want
your
me
a...
to say?
expense, and when he realized it, he apologized immediately.
Bro, come on. Like, you can't just do that and expect me to respond positively. Like, what do you
No,
want
that's
from a
not. That's
reaction?
not. So
I
hold on. That's not the
agree, Jeff.
point. The point is you're still
What
justifying it.
circumstance does that? Yeah, I agree with that, Jeff. In what circumstance does like internet beef warrant to have a real life situation? You fucking goober.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question, Kaba. Since you think we're friends somehow, like you
He didn't
never
say
made
that.
fun of me
He
for
never said
my
that. Why are
that's
you
what you
just
guys suggested.
assuming?
That's what you guys
Why are
suggested
you
by
just
saying that we're
assuming?
No,
mutuals
I
on
said
Twitter.
friendly.
No,
That's
No,
what
I
you
said
said.
friendly,
Fine,
because
fine.
you
If you think
follow
that we're
him.
friendly,
Jesus.
if you think that we're friendly, why would you talk shit about
Oh
me
my
during the
God.
Colin era? Like when he bragged about posting my name publicly, saying like, "Oh man, this is gonna cost him job
He talked
opportunities."
shit
You
about
joined
you
in on
because
that.
you
You
said
joined in on
stupid
that.
things that you conceded were bad.
Yeah, like right now.
You literally conceded you were wrong on the whole Ultimate Joker
I didn't.
arachnid you thing.
I said I was wrong to get involved in that because there were other things I didn't know about Arachnid Youth. That doesn't change
Exactly. That's why he
That doesn't
clowned on
change
you.
what
Like,
that doesn't change what Colin did being shitty. SK.
You know,
okay. If he clowned on
Colin,
you, then he think it's because he thought your
if
arguments were stupid.
Colin
And
posts
also,
my
I don't know why this.
honestly,
name
I don't know why
at the
this is
expense of
relevant.
getting
We're all past
costing
this
job
already. We're all
opportunities.
past
Well,
that
also,
already.
So
if I
financial
may,
opportunities
right now you're not even being any better than Colin mentioning up his financial
So job and
struggles.
financial opportunities are fair game if you don't like the person. Got it. I don't like Captain Kaba.
That's not what he
so
said.
it's fair game by
First
your
of all,
logic.
where did he even go after your financial situation? Where did he even do that?
Colin did. Colin did by saying, "Hey, look at these Google
Okay,
results. Like he's
newsflash.
gonna
Captain
cost him
Cobb is
job
not
opportunities."
Colin. Captain Cobb is not Colin.
Yeah, he joined in. He said, "Yeah, that's funny." He laughed at. He laughed
Laughed at
at that
what?
happening.
Where? Show me that.
He laughed at that happening. He supported that.
Laughed at what?
The idea of me losing job opportunities because of that video.
Where is that?
He made it in his old server. I don't have access to it, but he was posting positively about it.
Okay.
Regardless, you conceded, and I have proof that he said that he threw me under the bus. You guys can cope about it if you're his friend. You guys can cope about it if you're his friends.
No.
But that is what he
You're
said.
framing it as if he deliberately threw you under the bus. Correct?
He did deliberately threw me under
That's
the
not
bus,
what he
which
said.
is why he
That's not what he said.
specified
He said,
me.
sure, I threw you under the bus, and I apologize for that. Why would he apologize if it was deliberate?
Because he got caught.
What?
You are fucking stupid.
He got caught because he said it. Your evidence of him throwing you under the bus is him saying it and apologizing.
No, like
Yes.
him, he
You said
literally
he
did
admitted
that.
it. That was your evidence. You said he admitted it. Correct.
Here's the thing. Even if
All right, give me a second.
that can hypothetically mean that it took me getting caught for me to realize, okay, maybe this actually isn't a good thing and this was wrong. Like
He
hypothetically.
also didn't see this as throwing you under the bus. He explained that like 7 times.
And apologized 7 times. Like fucking hell. I don't know why you're being so stubborn about this. It's not that deep. He apologized for accidentally throwing you under the bus. You went after his financial situation. That does not correlate. Just get the fuck over it and fucking both of you kiss and make up from there. It is not that deep. Like Jesus Christ.
My counter is that you have a stupid reading of the situation.
Deadass though.
Fucking idiot.
Like I don't even think Cop hates you. Like who cares?
Well, I mean, the doubling down is what got to him. That's his big problem.
Yeah. Like,
that's
even
so
though
bad,
you can't
man.
publicly see, do you mind if I bring up something from Mata that like has nothing to do with the SK?
Yeah, you can bring up whatever. Yeah, that's fine.
I made the point in the mod chat to say, after I kicked you, he had the opportunity to correct his wrongdoing and instead chose to be an even bigger piece of future filth, which, yeah, that's not the nicest thing to say about it. But yeah, I gave you the opportunity with my essay pointing out why you bring up my financial situation was wrong. I made the point, like, I gave you an opportunity to realize, my bad, maybe I shouldn't have brought that up.
Like I said it as well. So don't expect an apology. Like I just wanted you to understand how bad that looked on you. You'd be like, yeah, you got a point there. That's
Yeah, and
all
then
I
you just dismissed it.
So Kaba,
Yeah.
Kaba, since you're white knighting for Birdman, like, why are you also
Oh
not?
my
Why are you not also
God.
angry at SK for like acknowledging that he obsesses over him? Like, why am I
What?
getting
He's
singled
not
out?
white
Kaba?
knighting for him. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
he is. Like,
conceded to what I
literally,
said.
when I brought him up in the chat, he started
He
defending it,
literally
saying that,
conceded to what I said. I don't see what
yeah,
your point.
and immediately
So
because
then
he
this is
sucked your
irrelevant. He's
dick.
not white knight.
That's
So
the
he's not
reason.
white
That's
knighting.
the reason.
So he's not
Yes,
white knighting. He
Oh my
conceded to
God,
what
bro.
I said. How is he white knighting?
Yeah. And even if I was like, all the white knighting is me mentioning your name and pointing out that I think what you said was not the right thing to do with that. And to an extent, I do still agree with that, but that's not relevant because
What's wrong with what I did?
the
What is
man is
wrong with what I did, Kaba?
he made the
Are you serious?
relevant. I'll go on.
You went after his
What
financial
is wrong?
situation
What is
over a misunderstanding that he apologized for.
what is wrong with me bringing up Birdman talking about SK unprompted
Oh.
in the chat?
He doesn't
You
have a problem
idiot.
with it.
He did. He did have a problem with it. Like, what are you
I
talking
said
about?
he doesn't
He
now.
literally showed me
He
a reply
doesn't
telling
now.
me he
He
had a
doesn't now.
problem
He
with
doesn't
it.
now.
Okay, then why are you getting mad at me for calling him out at
Because
that
he
moment?
apologized, and you're
Because
still
it was a
doubling
low
down on attacking
blow.
his financial situation.
Yeah.
You see how
he
that's
apologized. He apologized. He owned up to it. He saw no fucking malice about it. He did it completely on accident, actually. Because as much as I love
He
Cap, he's an
accidentally
idiot.
had malice. Okay, so that's what you're telling me? He accidentally had malice.
No, that's not what he.
Are
he
you
said there was
retarded?
no
Are you
malice.
retarded? Did I say that?
He accidentally had malice. That's your argument.
Are you
That's not what he
retarded? Are you
said. That's
retarded?
not
Please
what he
answer me a
said.
question. Are you
And
mentally
also,
retarded?
I'm sorry, Jack. You don't get to make that argument because I bring up instances of Charlie Kirk saying blatantly insane
Oh
shit,
my-
and you defend that by
We're
saying,
saving
"Well, he
that
just
for another
worded
day.
himself
Saving
badly."
that
That
for
was your
another
response to every single
We're
example
saving that for another
Southpaw and I
day,
would
Kevin.
give. And
No,
yes,
oh,
we are
we're saving that for
we are
another
saving
day.
that for
I
another
point
time.
out
But I'm
so
just
many
saying, Jack.
So it's fine.
Every
So it's
example
fine
Southpaw
for
and I
you to
gave-
save the fucking Charlie Kirk thing for another day because you said stupid shit. But the moment we get on you and press
No,
on
no,
you
no,
for
no,
what
no,
you said
no,
to
no.
our
This is
friend,
for- we
oh
have
no,
another
no, no,
stream.
no,
We have
no, it's
another
different
No, to
now.
be fair, we
Okay,
do
bro,
have a stream
you are
dedicated-
mentally retarded.
We do have a stream dedicated to the Charlie Kirk thing.
Okay, but
the
dude-
point that I was making was that every time Southpaw and I would give a very clear example of something bad that Charlie Kirk is saying, Jack would
That
always
you
just go,
think is
"Oh,
bad. That you think is bad.
okay,
Like you're you're not looking at the wider frame of things.
and your
like people who
counterpoint
are
to
actually
it,
Christian.
your counterpoint was, "Oh, it's just bad wording. Oh, it's just bad wording." So in his case, you can just say it's bad wording all the time. But in Captain Caba's case, no. So your defense is that he accidentally was malicious when that's not what we said.
Why don't you ask Charlie Kirk what he actually thought about it? Why
Was
don't you
Charlie
actually
Kirk
ask him?
accidentally
Why don't we
malicious?
why don't we
Why
ask
don't
Charlie?
you actually
why don't-
ask him?
Well, one, he's gone.
Yeah, you're
so I
assuming
literally
bad
can't.
intent. You're assuming bad intent from a few tweets.
All right, all right. I'm gonna read off the tweets. Again, if you have counters, that'd be great. So there's quite a bit of things that he has said. Why don't I read off a tweet that makes him look not too great in terms of how he evaluates people, and I want to see what your counterpoint is. So on Twitter, is the thing up? Hold up. I have it saved somewhere. I'm scrolling. Okay, right here. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2.7 thousand people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. So, let me ask you something, all right? Do you think that the potential mayor of New York City being Muslim, do you think that has anything to do with 9/11?
I would say him being like buddies with Hassan Piker, who said that America
not what he
deserved
said.
9/11.
That's not what he
That
said.
is pretty bad. That is pretty
That's not what
bad.
he said.
And
First of all, that's guilt by
and using his
association.
Muslim
So-
and
first of
using
all, that's
his
guilt by
Muslim
association.
identity
Second of all, that's
as
not what I
a
asked.
defense
That's
is
not what I
pretty
asked.
stupid.
That's not what I asked, Jack. It's not what I
Damn,
asked.
the goal that he had to talk over you. That's so funny.
So you have to respond to what I asked. So do you think there's any relation whatsoever? Because Charlie Kirk's reasoning that he gave is that Muslims killed people in 9/11 and that a Muslim is running to be mayor. Why is he drawing the distinction? Don't you think that's a form of bigotry to do that? Like, imagine he says this about any group of people, like a white person, a black person. Do you think that's okay?
I
to
mean,
say?
I mean, we're the
A
ones
black person
who
shot up a
committed
church,
the
and now
action.
we're
We're the
electing a
ones.
black person as mayor.
We're the ones who committed the action. Like, were they or were they not Muslims? Like, is that just not true?
Okay, was the potential mayor of NYC, was he involved in that? No.
Okay, yeah, and he also appeared like with Hassan Piker, avowing him, even though he said that America deserved 9/11, and he never addressed that.
Dude, Zoran Mamdani was 9 years old when 9/11 happened. Like, come on, why are you drawing the comparison? Are you seriously
Because,
just
like,
no.
Hassan
Are you
Piker,
really
like,
justifying Charlie
most
Kirk
famous
trying to
people,
draw a
one of the most
comparison
famous
between the
dreamers in the
potential
world?
mayor who was 9 years old when 9/11 happened being
That's
Muslim
relevant.
with the
That's
terrorist
relevant.
being Muslim?
That's relevant. He's an adult now, and he appeared with someone who said that America
Doesn't matter.
deserved
Doesn't
9/11.
matter. He wasn't involved in
Yeah,
9/11.
it
yet
does
he's drawing...
matter. It does matter. If
Why
it's
is
in
he
New York
bringing up
City,
9/11? Why
it's
is he
going to
bringing
be
up 9/11
representing
then?
the Muslim
He was 9 when it
population.
happened. He was a
Needs to
9-year-old when it
make
happened.
himself look. What?
He was a 9-year-old when it happened. Why is 9/11 relevant?
Okay, again, he's an adult now, and he's
That's
appearing with
irrelevant.
Hassan
He wasn't there when
Piker.
it happened. He
Said
brought up
that America
9/11.
deserved
He
9/11.
brought up 9/11.
Okay, how? He's an adult now, SK. He's not
Okay.
9 years old
Then
anymore.
when did 9/11 happen?
2001.
Exactly.
SK. How old is he now? He is not 9 years old,
How
and
old
he
was he when
appeared
9/11
with
happened,
Hassan
which is what Charlie
Piker,
Kirk brought
who
up?
said that 9/11 is justified.
All right. I'm gonna ask you this right now, because like I think we need a common sense test. So if someone says 5 years ago a black person shot up a church that killed this amount of people, now a black person is running to be mayor, do you think it's racist to say that? Like to bring that up as a reason not to vote this person in?
That's not the same. That's not equivalent.
Answer my question.
That's
You,
a false
you
equivalent.
need
That's
to
a false
answer the question.
equivalent. Sure,
No,
sure.
answer
I'll-
the question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Like, I need more context. Like what
I gave
is
you the context of the tweet.
That's
The
why I would
tweet
say
is
that.
the context. That's his tweet. I can send it right now in
Not
the chat.
really, not
I can
really,
Send
no,
it right
it
now in
isn't.
the chat. Charlie Kirk 11. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2.7 thousand people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City.
Muslim
his whole
socialist? So
tweet.
you left that part out. You left
No,
that
I
part
read
out.
I read it when I read it out at the beginning.
No. You left
And
socialist
also,
out. You
what
left
does socialism even have to do with it? He brought up Muslim. Socialism.
because
He didn't say
socialism, like again, like socialist, like is a key word.
Socialism doesn't
Like
mean you drive into buildings and blow them up. That's not what socialism means. Do you
again,
get
like
that?
socialism is still like a radical.
Okay, that's a form of economic ideology.
So
That's
he's criticizing
irrelevant.
the ideology. Okay?
No, that's not what he brings up. That's not the comparison he brings up.
He
The
didn't call him a Muslim socialist. That's not what he said.
So slow down. It says 24 years ago, a group of Muslims. He didn't say a group of socialists. And then he says, now a Muslim socialist. Which, interestingly, in private, when I brought this up to you, you conceded this was xenophobic, unless you've gone back on that, because Charlie Kirk's your sacred cow or something. I don't know.
Can I ask something for Jack?
Yeah, so what you're describing is like
or
a
not.
closed doors like stream,
Oh,
Discord call. And what I said, again, you acknowledged this earlier, it seems like bad wording. I can try to do research on it and see what the proper context is.
I gave you the
almost like with the
context.
Captain Cabo thing.
The context is in disagreement request. And also, yeah, I find it interesting. I literally give you the full context. I link it to you. I read it off to you. And you're like, oh, well, I have to see the full context. Well, maybe there's something. Maybe he misworded himself. But you can't extend that same courtesy to Captain Kaba when
To
he's
Captain
apologizing for what he
Yes,
said.
I saw the full context with
Exactly.
Captain Kappa. I saw
You
the
said-
full context with him.
Yeah, and he
started
apologized.
talking.
He apologized.
Yeah, and you mistook the full context. You're still doubling down and being a fucking retard
Really
and an
backtracked.
asshole to him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'm just fine being an asshole to him because he was an
No,
asshole.
you're
to me.
not. He literally apologized
Yeah.
to you.
He
He
didn't-
owned it.
he didn't know he was-
took
He
accountability.
didn't know
was
he
an
was
asshole.
throwing you under the bus, which, by
That's
the
why I
way,
was an
that's not
asshole to him.
throwing you under the bus to show to say, hey, he said this thing in this public server. That's not exposing
Also, God
anything.
forbid.
That's public.
Also, dude, God forbid a dude takes accountability for like one mistake, dude. I swear to God, like just fucking accept it, dude. Like he did something. He did something
by mistake. He took accountability for it. He
no,
accidentally fucking no.
a running thing. This is a
No,
running thing with this
I'm
community.
not
This is
done.
a
I'm
running
not done.
thing.
All right, you know what?
People get
Here's what I'm gonna do.
hostages
Here's what I'm
on
gonna
me.
do. I'm gonna serve you, and then I'm gonna finish
No.
my fucking point. He accidentally threw you under the bus, but with good intentions. He was defending his friend, our friend SK, and then the moment he even realized that, he took it. Okay.
Oh wow,
Alright, well,
wow,
kids, Jack Kettner Kinoflex is a piece of shit. He's not coming
wow!
back.
He
to
fucking
Disagreement Day.
laughed. He fucking laughed. You kidding me? And that is so goddamn lame. I'm pinging him again. That
Look.
That's
I
some
was gonna
coward.
ask-
That's some coward
I
shit.
was-
You know what's so funny? Wait, Kairo, you know what's so funny? I've been playing as this debate was happening and like I was giving my inputs. I was playing Fortnite, listening to Sabrina Carpenter, bro. I was playing the rhythm game.
Yeah, W-Man. Okay. No, I was gonna ask him. Do you think Charlie Kirk would have brought up 9/11 if Zoran Mandani wasn't Muslim?
I don't think. Okay, he's back. All right, I'm gonna unmute him.
I'll unmute him. I'll unmute
whoops.
him.
All right.
Oh, you just did it again. Good
There we
job,
go.
SK.
All right, so was that a connection thing or did you leave?
The baby back from his nap.
Connection thing.
Okay, all right. Then I take back
okay.
believing that was cowardly.
So then let me repeat what I said. I don't understand why you can't just accept the fact that what Captain Kaba did was it wasn't in any way out of malice because he was defending SK, a friend of his, a friend of ours that we know very well, right? And even then, he went to the server, he screenshotted what he said and took accountability for what he did. He accidentally called you out and threw you under the bus. Whatever. He went to the server and just fucking said, "Hey, yo, my bad. It wasn't meant to call you out." And then you just fucking like, come on, bro. That's not.
So now
cool.
you're admitting. So now you're acknowledging that what he did was shitty.
I'm not
right?
saying it was shitty. It wasn't even shitty.
Why?
It's not
Why
even
is he
I'm gonna be
shitty.
real. No,
Why is
it
he
wasn't
apologizing?
shitty. It wasn't shitty.
It's not even. How is that shitty?
Okay, so you don't even acknowledge that it was shitty.
Because it wasn't. How was it shitty?
What did he do?
Okay.
What did he do that was so damaging to you? That hurt you so much.
I told you
Genuinely.
I told you like 100 times at this point.
No, you didn't. You said it
he
0
himself-
times because
himself
you're just saying the same shit that we've been saying.
Yeah, you're just saying you don't care, and that's not a good enough answer.
We're
for
not
me.
saying we don't
Well,
care.
no,
We're
we're
saying
asking
that
why is it shitty? Why is it shitty?
And even then, we're saying what you're saying doesn't fucking correlate.
And like
Jesus Christ.
Again, Jack. So all Captain Kaba did was recount what happened in a public server where you're allowed
That's
to
not shitty.
screenshot, where you're allowed to
That's not
record
shitty.
anything. All right, that is all Captain Kaba did. And at worst, he said, it seems like he's proving Birdman's point about Kinoflex being obsessive, which he was willing to walk back on, right? Maybe he had a
Well, no, that
misconception.
wasn't-
That doesn't mean
that wasn't
he
the
went
point.
out of his way to bludgeon you. If
And
that
my
was
point
the
was
case,
that,
don't you
and my
think he
point
would
was
have
that
just doubled
Birdman's being
down on
obsessive
that?
over you. My
In
point is
case
that
any-
Birdman's obsessive over you.
Well, yeah, it definitely seems that way when he seemed to just assume that that I had something against him when I didn't. But like, again, I literally explained that to Captain Kaba, and he was like, "Oh, okay, I concede that." That's what happened. He conceded after being given proper information, and you're still saying, "Well, he was accidentally malicious." That's what you're saying. I was like, "No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying he misunderstood something. We explained it. I don't see how that's shitty. I really don't. I don't see how that's shitty."
It's not shitty. It's not shitty at all. Like, come on, man.
He apologized to you, and you're still like attacking him and attacking his financial situation.
Yeah, like
Not
please,
really,
for the
not
love of
anymore.
God.
Like I attacked him
Well,
for his financial
well,
situation.
You did it
before he
anyway.
apologized.
Dude, the damage is done. The damage is done. You did it
You
anyways.
literally just said you were justified in being an asshole to him when you're not.
Yeah. The damage is done. You did it anyways, dude.
Yeah, and you've done
Yeah, I
nothing
was
to try
justified in
correcting
being
it.
an asshole at the moment when
What
he
did Captain
didn't
Kaba
apologize.
exactly
Yeah,
do
that's true.
anyways?
Sorry, what?
Huh?
Yeah, ask your question again. I didn't hear that.
What did Captain Kaba do?
So what Captain
Nothing.
Kaba did, I'll read out the tweet. I'll read out the tweet again, because it seems like we have to go over it again. Kinoflex review, or actually no. that
20th
wasn't the
time.
tweet. So he says, I hate to break it to you, but SK server almost never
By the-
brings you up. The one
Trying to
time
cut
you
you
were
off, but is this still live?
yes, we are.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude.
The one time you were brought up was 5 minutes ago when KinoFlex brought it up in this very tweet, and I immediately told him he's only proving your point by doing that. Not an attack on you or anything, by the way, just setting the record straight as a friend of SK and a fan of your work. That is all Captain Kaba did.
He even said fan of your work. Like, come on, man.
Well, he's saying that to
Yeah, right.
Birdman, to be fair, but
Oh, never mind.
he's just correcting something.
Yeah,
If
first
that
thing
was-
I was about to say that Jack Kender was pulling a Keemstar with Pyrocynical, bro.
Literally.
And Jack saw that as tattletaling when that's not what it was, and saying, and you wonder why you have to e-beg like Colin, when the comparison to Colin is unfair because, again, 1, Captain Kaba has a job, 2, he's not an asshole to people,
He's not.
3,
Yeah.
he doesn't have like a bad financial situation out of recklessness.
Or he's not a pedophile.
And he's
That's
and
a
he's
joke.
a and
That's a
he's
joke.
and he's a good friend of ours.
Allegedly a joke.
And also, yeah, Captain Kaba's a good friend. Colin is a piece of shit. So like, I
Who
really
was-
don't.
yeah.
That's the difference here, right? If someone just made fun of some random person who didn't do anything bad, as far as you know, it's like, yeah, that's just being an asshole.
It's worse here because he literally apologized.
He
for
literally did apologize. Yeah.
So it's like,
Right.
dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Right. so
Jack,
your
what
standard,
exactly is
your
the issue
standard for
here?
someone not being able to make bad financial decisions is if they have a job. That's your standard.
Do
That's
you
not what
know
I
if
said.
Captain Kaba's made bad financial decisions? Do you know that?
Yeah,
Reason I
sometimes
have-
things just
reason I
happen to
have to
people in
e-beg.
life. I don't think you
Do you-
understand that.
Tell me about his financial decisions, and I'll judge that.
Well, no,
Well, how about-
you
how
seem
about
to you seem to
don't-
know
don't
everything
assume
about it.
things?
So how about you
don't
know?
assume things when you don't even have the knowledge? All right, can we start there?
Exactly. Yeah, that too.
Because that's what you did.
Yeah, you can explain. You can explain and change my mind.
Okay, but I don't
Wait,
have to
Jack.
explain
Oh
something
my
to you for you
God.
to not make an assumption. You could just always not make an assumption that is unfounded.
Jack, after he apologized, what's your issue with Captain Kaba?
Give me a second.
I feel like you're just using ChatGPT to say your defenses. I'm gonna be real with you. You just want to hate someone just to hate. You're pulling us. You're literally pulling a
Even
Stark
after
Star.
Captain Kaba
You know what?
apologized, Jack said he's justified in being an asshole to him.
You know what?
Yeah.
Ever since he's muted, SK, I'm gonna say this.
Right now.
I feel
I'm
like
gonna say this right now.
I feel like we should have some more notes for how we do these disagreement days.
Why?
What notes in particular?
Well, I'm gonna start with myself. I'm gonna criticize myself first to make you feel good. Then I'll go do the other shit. Firstly, for now on, I'm gonna make sure I never go for walks or go outside. I'll make sure I'm inside with the what's called the blue snowball, just so we get a better audio quality and shit.
Yeah.
Also, I should tone down the trolling. Sometimes I was interfering with your Deadpool Wolverine
That
shit.
was the thing. It's like we were trying to make a point, and you were just like, no.
Yeah, I'll be fair there. I still stand by yelling at you about the Mind Stone. That was funny. Fuck you.
You're a fucking psycho. You're a psycho.
Actually, I can
But
explain. I'll let you finish.
Who's talking over me?
Cap-
Captain
Me,
Kaba.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, the victim. How's it going, Captain Kaba? You talking over me? No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You need to go to hell. You need to go to straight to hell.
I'm going to hell.
All right,
Good.
yeah, go
I'll
on,
meet,
go on.
I'll meet
All
you
right,
there and
so-
kill you again.
But let's get to the meat of this. Okay. Firstly, for disagreement day, they should have max 3 disagreements. Because
Honestly, I agree. Yeah, max.
the
3.
Puss in Boots love interest PFP, that was like a fucking.
That was AI.
That was literally a fucking list. That was a fucking. God. I'm trying to think
That's
of
a
a
good
comparison.
point,
That
yeah.
was like a hit list, bro. That was an Assassin's Creed.
I do
ass
think
side
I do
mission.
think the conversation with I think Master Jedi Cat is who we're talking about. I do
Yeah.
think that conversation was productive. But it's like it was a bit long. Yeah.
Well, it
you're
was
right.
also that fucking guy with the Joker PFP.
Yeah, that too. That was a
No,
bit, so
yeah.
Well, that
That
to be
one's
fair,
my
that was
fault.
like one disagreement. It just lasted so long. We needed to cut it off.
Yeah, but he talked. Yeah, but he talked super fucking slow.
I think maybe
That
we should
guy
have a
was a
cutoff point for
slow
like
poke.
20 to 30 minutes. Maybe I don't know.
unless you know it's interesting to us personally to continue 20
Yeah.
30-minute max, and limit it to 3 points usually.
Okay, yeah.
With very few
We can
exceptions.
start doing limitations, yeah.
Oh, and this is the last one. No more redundant topics anymore. If we have a disagreement day about like Arkham Knight, if it's like next 2 disagreement days, it's Arkham Knight again. I'm gonna pull my fucking hair out. We're not doing that anymore.
I mean, to be fair, could we just say that you're allowed to bring it up? But like, if someone else brings up Arkham Knight, we could offer another. I don't know, because like I feel like there's so many different things to say about it.
If it's generally addressed in the first one, and it's because the problem is like we were kind of talking about the villains of Arkham Knight with the first guy, and then
Yeah.
it's just let's go more into Jason Todd. It's like it's so similar.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm back.
Oh, okay, he's back. All right.
Okay, yeah. So to recap, like I bring up like this is just chronological order. I see that Birdman is talking about SK, and he brings up how like his feud with him. I bring that up in the server at SK and say like wow, Birdman is obsessed over you or whatever, and then I get pushed back from Captain Kaba, and then he brings that to Birdman's attention. Then afterwards, SK says, yeah, he is obsessed with me. And then Captain Kaba backtracks and says, oh yeah, I'm sorry. But by then I already made fun of Captain Kaba. Is that correct?
Yeah, you've already made fun of him at that point, yeah.
Okay. And
wait, so he gave you pushback, you made fun of him? Is that it?
Yeah, so even though he doesn't think what he did was wrong, he still like he wants me to accept his apology.
Well, no. We said
That
it
is-
wasn't
no,
shitty.
I'll tell you
right?
what I admitted was wrong. I'll explain what I thought, and I made the point to specify this in the server itself. I could have been a little bit more specific on the reply to Birdman, which once again is taken down. What I said was that I conceded on the point that I conceded on the point of Birdman being obsessed. I recognize that yeah, he actually is obsessed because I got a second look at the tweet. But what I pushed back on was you bringing it up because he says in the tweet, all these guys keep my name in their mouths. By you inadvertently talking about Birdman, that proves his point. I can see your stance on it, and you do have a point to even bring it up to begin with, since he is still talking about SK. But I will not say that I was wrong there because it really is when you get down to it. Like if you want to talk about SK,
I make a response video just
He's not done. He's not done.
Oh my god.
Well, no, I am done. I am now there.
I don't understand the conflict. Like, what is exactly the
God.
fucking big deal about any of this, anyways?
So
I don't know. You
Jack-
can ask Captain Kaba why he decided to start it. Like I didn't start it.
Well, you attacked his financial situation.
After he started something for me, after he
Alright,
started
so
like
after he misunderstood something you said, and then later apologized for it,
and
you
you're
doubled down.
justifying it when you said that he was right to do that.
All right,
what?
Jack. He started it. What did he start? Did he start a band? Like, what did he start? I don't know what the fuck's being talked about.
You didn't
Again, in his own wording, he threw me under the bus. I don't know why he did that,
By
which is why I
accident.
insulted him.
He said that was
You
by
can't do that on
accident.
accident. You can't do that on accident.
What did he say that threw you under the bus? Like what
Like he
what did he do?
he tattletaled at Birdman by saying, "Hey, like
it's a public server.
It's not SK who's obsessed with you. It's Kinoflex who's obsessed with you."
I don't know what I said, but okay.
It is
Okay,
what
so
he
we
said,
talked shit
bro.
first. Okay. And then you did the financial shit.
So your problem with me isn't necessarily that I talked back to him; it's that I brought up his financial shit. Correct?
Well, it's
I didn't
like
say any
it's
problem.
it's a completely disproportionate response to him thinking you might be obsessed with him.
Okay.
Like that's not even an attack. And then
I mean, it is an
after he
attack.
apologized,
Objectively, it's an
hang
attack.
on.
But yeah,
After
like, go ahead.
well, after he apologized for it.
Oh my god.
You said you still justified it. You said, "Well, I'm still justified in being an asshole to him." Like you said that right now, and this is after the apology was given long ago.
An apology you said isn't even really an apology because
No,
you say he
that's-
did nothing wrong.
No. I think at worst he said, I am What did he say? He said, I immediately told him he's only proving your point by doing that. Which I don't think is fully true. Because the whole thing about the obsession is that, responding to, because I think Birdman is being obsessive if he thinks that I'm out to attack him based on a message where I say I'm not out to attack you, which I correct Captain Kaba on, right? And then he concedes that in the chat. I'm looking at it again. He concedes that in the chat, and then you're still like going after him. I don't know why. Even though he was willing to apologize for throwing you under the bus, quote unquote, which isn't what he was trying to do.
Well, it's not necessarily that I'm still going after him. I'm more so saying I was right to be pissed off at him and respond the way I did. I'm not going to continue.
You said just now.
I'm
You
not
said
going-
just
I'm
now
not-
you're justifying being an asshole to him.
I'm not going to keep on being an asshole since he apologized. If he's
but
genuine.
the problem is that we
But you
actually,
did.
Yeah, we explained to you that he wasn't being malicious, and your response to that was, "Oh,
But
you're
he wa-
saying he was accidentally malicious." When that's not
But
what
he
you said.
Also, you can't just say that
Being
when,
active
like, literally the
malicious.
first thing you did when he apologized was go after his financial situation.
No,
Like,
no,
that's
no. That's
retarded, dude.
That's before.
Yeah, but you didn't. But you
No, 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 no.
justified it, and you doubled down on it. You didn't take it back.
That's before,
Yeah, I made
so that
fun of
means
him.
it's not justified, Captain. So
I made
it's
fun of
fine.
You
It's
dismissed
okay.
him when he was explaining that to you.
Exactly.
He
Like, what the
apologized
made
fuck?
fun of
and
It
explained
has
why you
nothing
shouldn't
to
be
do with
hitting on
it
his
being
financial
before.
thing, and you just dismissed him on that.
It has
Yeah,
it has
yeah,
nothing to
same
do with
way
it being
you guys-
before.
Yeah,
It could
and
be
the same
before, it
way
could
you
be
guys make
after.
fun
It
of
doesn't
my
fucking
job op-
matter.
In the same way you make fun of me and my job opportunities and you justify it.
Oh my.
Where?
Where?
And with Colin's video, you say it's funny.
Yes, back then. Stop clinging
Dude,
on to the past, bro. We all hate the
there's
guy.
two different things to say about
No,
that.
no, no,
One,
you
the
hate the guy
reason
now.
Captain Kaba made fun of you then was because you
Also-
were making dumb
also-
arguments, which you were, and you've conceded
No,
that you don't
just
stand
argument.
by it.
Also,
And
is it not
two-
fair?
and
Is it not
two,
fair
and
to
two,
Job
that is in the past. I don't know why you're still bringing this up. That's all
Exactly.
in the
Like,
past.
No, 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 I don't
like,
think
is
I
it not
actually
fair?
have
Is
made
it not fair to at least assume that within at least a fucking year, people would change how they act and how they normally? That's how fucking
Okay, are
growing
you
as a
gonna
human being
Colin?
No,
work.
that's
Are you
not
gonna-
true. That's not true, PJ.
Why?
Are you going to
Rice
forgive Colin?
gum.
Wait, what?
Rice gum.
Fuck rice gum.
All right.
Rice gum's Asian.
Here's what I want to add with that. Jack, I don't think I did make fun of your financial situation. I think the only time that I ever mentioned you in a comment on Colin's video was me just saying this has nothing to do with the video, but Jack Kinder's a fucking idiot. Which at that point, that was my thought process. Later on, after we cut ties with Colin and you were making your videos, I was kind of like, all right, this guy actually isn't that bad.
Yeah, and also that's
perhaps
just
I had him-
whataboutism.
perhaps I had
You're
him wrong.
using an old thing from old resolved beef as whataboutism.
Well, no. I'm trying to convey that we're not friends. Like, he
Okay,
talked
but you can be friendly. That's what
we have an
matters.
antagonistic relationship.
That doesn't
Like,
matter. You still shouldn't be going after
pretty
his
much
financial
strangers.
situation like that.
Okay, and he shouldn't be coming after me for no reason.
How did he come after you?
Agreed.
He made a
He's
statement
not
that
going.
he
went
might
after
be
me.
obsessed
He just
about
What do you
something.
mean?
apologized.
He apologized. to
Again,
you.
he still went after me. Like, what do you mean? He still went after me.
He said that you might be obsessed with Birdman. That is the worst.
So
thing
if I
to
make
say.
a response video to him,
But
that translates
I
into
didn't-
being obsessive. Like, does
Alright,
that make
I
any
didn't
sense to you,
even say that
SK?
was
It depends on
Does
what you
that make
say.
any sense?
Birdman, actually.
Hang on a second. We're arguing like the fucking shit that's okay. Very simply. Okay,
Oh my
so
God,
did
man.
Captain Kaba apologize to you, Jack?
He immediately said, "Hey, I'm going to ban you or some shit." Like after like
No, Jack. No, Jack. Don't
No,
make that argument.
banned from the
You said,
server.
okay, I don't
Okay,
care. You
even if
essentially
he
said,
did,
I don't care.
even if he did, just quickly, did he apologize to you?
I
did.
can't look at the comments. I can't
He
tell.
did.
Like maybe he did. I can't look at the comments because I'm banned from the server.
Well,
What do you want me to leave off?
I mean, you know, because you responded to him apologizing.
I literally said, "Sorry, I'm not reading your wall text."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, so you dismissed his
No,
apology,
you-
and we've told you multiple
yeah, you
times.
didn't
that
even- you didn't
Wait,
even
wait,
listen
hold
to
up,
the time to say-
sorry. This is irrelevant. When we brought up the apology, what you said earlier is, yeah, he only apologized because he got caught. That was the argument you gave. So you know
Okay.
he apologized, and then you made up a false reason for why he did it.
I don't know. I didn't know it was an apology. Like it
But I
just
told
sounds
you
like
it
he's
was.
lecturing me.
This just seems like a
I literally said I'm
misunderstanding,
not reading
dude.
that wall of text.
Yeah,
This
a
is-
misunderstanding that Jack doesn't want to concede to.
This just seems like a misunderstanding. It seemed like, he like said something. It seemed like shit talk, and then like you went back at him, but then like he did like try to clarify, and then you're telling us right now you didn't read that. Now that you know, do you acknowledge whatever he said to you or whatever he doesn't even stand by?
Sure, if he apologized, yeah, I
he
won't go
did,
after him
yeah.
in his financial situation anymore. Yeah.
There you go. Was that
Okay,
so
so
hard, everybody?
So you apologize for attacking his financial situation.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, okay, bro.
Sure, I apologize for going after your financial situation. That was my bad. I shouldn't have done that. And the same way, I
Crazy.
don't like it when people like bring up that Colin video he made about me and laughing about like how it may potentially cost me job opportunities. I don't think it's right for me to use that as justification to mock someone else. You're right. I was a hypocrite. I shouldn't have done that, and I
Okay.
apologize. Happy?
All right.
See how easy
Yeah,
that was,
that's all
everybody?
you had to do from the beginning.
Well, I mean, we made the same points. That's my thing. We made the same exact
Yeah, but
points.
that's
Yeah, we
okay,
made
but
the
that's okay.
exact same fucking points. And even if you want to say, you see how easy that is, it wasn't. Because even before
Alright,
you came
alright.
back,
Yeah,
it was like
you
pulling teeth.
weren't there to see the whole
You literally,
thing.
yeah, like it was
I
fucking
was listening.
ridiculous.
I was listening. I was actually making something while I was listening.
He was power walking.
I think the thing is you got to take it nice and slow with Jack. It's like bringing a kid to their first day at kindergarten. You don't grab and fucking shove them into class, bro. No, you got to walk them slowly. Then they'll get in the fucking class, and you can go home. Okay.
All right. Alrighty, yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about Charlie Kirk again, bro.
We'll save that for the later stream.
I just wanted to ask Jack Kenner, like, well, do you think just a simple question?
Did he leave?
No, like what did you ask? I don't even.
Oh, there you are.
Well, no, I just wanted to ask simply, like, do you think Charlie Kirk would have brought up the fact that he's Muslim?
Oh my.
Or do
I
you
still
think if
don't
Zor-
understand what you're
well,
saying,
sorry. I misphrased. Do you think if Zohar Mamdani wasn't Muslim, do you think he would have brought up 9/11?
He would have since he met with Hassan Piker and he didn't say anything about it.
He didn't bring up
about
Hassan
like
Piker in the tweet.
That's still something that's worth bringing up because he's
So guilt by
still
association.
like he still praised. If you are running for
In fairness,
NYC
if you're
mayor,
condoning someone that's pro 9/11, that is pretty bad.
Well, I mean, we don't know his whole position on that, right? Because if you were to bring it up to him and say, "Hey, he said this thing. Do you stand by it?" and he's like, "No," it's like,
well,
okay, what do you do with that point?
your question was would Charlie Kirk bring up Mamdani if he like 9/11 with
Muslim.
Mamdani if you were Muslim? I would say probably not if he were Muslim, but he would still bring up 9/11 if he met with Hassan Piker, who said that 9/11 was justified. America deserved 9/11.
Do you know
yeah,
that? Do you know whether or not Charlie Kirk knows that?
Well, didn't he
He
also
definitely
bring
knows
up that the Muslim
definitely knows
guy
that.
is a socialist? He called him a socialist Muslim because, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't like Hassan Piker a fucking socialist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it
Maybe
doesn't
that's
matter.
why he brought up the Muslim.
Well, no, it's
Maybe that's why he
self-described.
brought
it's
up the 9/11
irrelevant.
thing.
It's irrelevant, right? Because the connection
It's not
between the
irrelevant.
two is not socialist. It's Muslim. That's the connection that's made.
No, it's socialist Muslim. Like he would still go at him just as hard if he were
Okay,
a
but
socialist.
there's the socialist isn't in there in the original thing, so it's irrelevant.
I thought
it is in the
whatever.
original thing.
I don't know.
So
No,
he
it's
said
not.
in 9/11
It said
and
24 years ago,
9/11
a group of
Muslim.
Muslims, not Muslim socialists, just Muslims. And then
Yes,
he says, now
Mamdani,
a Muslim
like the Muslim
socialist.
Yeah,
Why is
Mamdani is a
Muslim
Muslim
relevant?
socialist.
Why is
That's-
Muslim relevant? Why is it relevant?
Muslim socialist.
Why is it
Muslim
relevant?
socialist.
Why is Muslim
Muslim
relevant?
socialist.
Why is it
Muslim
relevant?
socialist
Why,
is relevant.
okay,
Muslim
why was it
socialist is
relevant for 9/11? Why was it relevant for 9/11?
Because they weren't socialists.
So, doesn't matter.
No, like Muslim
The
socialism
connection
is still a
is
radical ideology.
Muslim and Muslim. I'm gonna read it
And
again.
Muslim
All right,
socialist is
I'm gonna
what
read
he
it
said.
again because I'm baffled that you're actually trying to push back on this. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2.7 thousand people on 9/11. Now, a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. Is that not mentioning the fact that he's Muslim as a reason for why he shouldn't run the city?
Muslim socialist, yeah.
You know what? All right. Here, let's bring this up. Let's
Okay.
bring this up as well.
Do you think Charlie
Because-
Kirk would
no,
describe socialism in a positive light?
Stop. I'm gonna bring this up as well because someone brought up this exact point, saying, "Charlie, this is gross and Islamophobic. Take it down." He said, "Debate me on the merits. Don't just throw out petty thought-terminating cliches. This isn't 2015. That doesn't work anymore. What Muslim country do you prefer to live in, Jessica? What Western city or country has improved as the Muslim population has increased?" Notice Muslim population. Stop. Muslim population, not socialist population. Muslim population. America's largest city was attacked by radical Islam 24 years ago, and now a similar form of that pernicious force is poised to capture City Hall. Be courageous enough as a liberal to call it out. I know deep down you are worried about what he will do. You are just afraid to say it. So it is about him being Muslim.
Yeah, that
It
one's
is
No, it's
so
about him being
blatant.
like it's about radical Islam, like he said in his tweet.
He's not radical. Where's the radical?
Like literally in his tweet, you read out. he said
Where is he
Islam.
radical? Where is he being radical? All he pointed out is that
Muslim
he's
socialist. Muslim
how
socialist.
is that
That's
radical? How is that radical?
It's radical. Like it. If you look
Being
at
a
Mamdani's
socialist is
idea
radical?
as a Muslim socialist, if
so
you look
being a
at if you look at
socialist is
Mo-
radical
if you look at
now?
if you look at Mamdani's positions as a Muslim socialist,
That's not
yeah,
what he
he is
said. He
radical.
just said
Like,
socialist. He just said
this is
Muslim
Charlie Kirk.
socialist.
This is Charlie Kirk.
Socialist doesn't
This is
mean
Charlie
radical.
Kirk's shit. He
Get
hates
a dictionary.
socialists. He hates socialists. Like that is Charlie Kirk's whole
So?
shtick.
Does that
so
mean
that
radical?
that matters. That matters. He's not going after him
Socialist doesn't
purely
inherently
because
mean
he's a
radical.
Muslim. He's
It
going
doesn't-
after him.
That's
socialist.
It's not what he said.
What do
And
you think
again,
matters more?
All he said.
Wait,
I almost
let
called
me
you
ask you a quick
Charlie. Jack.
question.
Jack.
Charlie.
Jack. If he was so worried about him being radical, right? Because he's socialist, don't you think he would have brought that up when someone said this is gross and Islamophobic? No, he doesn't bring that up. He just brings up that he's Muslim and that Muslim populations apparently make things worse. And that America's
If they're
largest city was
socialists,
attacked by
yeah. If they're
radical Islam.
socialists, yeah. I wouldn't say like the current
He
state.
doesn't bring up
the
socialism.
current state.
He doesn't bring it
I
up.
wouldn't say. I wouldn't say the current state of Middle Eastern countries are
What if he said
capitalist
this
by any
about
means.
black people? Is that okay then?
If they're a black socialist, yeah, he brings that up all the time, like against the squad, like AOC, Ilhan Omar, etc.
If I were to make a tweet saying 10 years ago a black person shot up a church, now a black person is running as the mayor of New York City, you don't see a problem with saying something like that.
That's
You
a
don't
false
see
equivalent. That's a
It's
false
not a
equivalence
false
because
equivalence.
you did not say black socialist like he said.
Okay, he says
Like
black
what
socialist.
he
Let's
did
say
with
he said black
Mamdani,
socialist.
and that's
Would it
like
be
a
okay? Would it
that's
be
a
okay?
key.
Would it be okay? Would
That's
it
a
be
key
okay?
date
Would it be
detail.
okay?
Yeah,
Would it be okay? Would it be
yeah,
okay?
Okay,
hey,
hang on.
That's
So
a key detail.
you just said it would
You're
be
leaving
okay
out.
if someone said a black person shot up a church. Now a black socialist is going to run for New York City. That's okay to you?
Yeah, it's bringing up
So
radicalism.
okay, so then you're defending racism. I don't know what to tell you. You're
It's
defending
not
racism.
racism. It's not racism.
Yes, you are.
It's like
that is
radicalism.
racism.
It's bringing up the ideology.
It
It's
is
bringing
racist to
attention
use
to the
someone's race
ideology.
as a reason to not trust them. That is racist.
No,
Yes, it is.
that's
Yes,
not.
it
That's
is.
not reason at all.
What?
Not reason at all.
That's
No,
not
no, 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 no.
racist.
If
It's not
somebody
racist
says-
to
if somebody
distrust
says-
someone because of their race. That's not racist.
If somebody says,
"Oh
the
my
Ku Klux
God.
Klan- if somebody said, like, if somebody
That's
said in
insane,
Alabama, like the Ku Klux Klan like burned several African Americans at the stake,
Is the
and now
Ku
a
Klux
white
Klan the same as
supremacist,
black
and now
people?
and
Is
now
the
a
Ku
white
Klux Klan the same as
supremacist,
black
KKK
people?
and now a
is
white
inherently bad. The
supremacist,
KKK
and now a
is
white
inherently
supremacist
bad.
is being elected mayor. Like
White
that
power.
would not be that would
So
not be a
you're
racist
so
thing. That
you're
would not be
comparing
racist.
you're comparing black people to white supremacists.
Yes, I'm comparing another race to another race, SK. That's correct. I'm
No, white
comparing another
supremacist
race
is
to
not a
another
race. That's not
Your
a race.
analogy.
That's not a race. That's a group of
You're talking
about?
black and white. Yes, those are
Isn't
two races.
SK black? SK, how do you feel about this, bro?
I'm just baffled. Kinoflex, is this the hill you're dying on? You're dying on the hill. It's not racist to distrust someone
It's
based
not,
on their
it's not
race.
racist to call out socialism. Yeah, that's correct.
No,
I'm
that's
dying
not
on the
what
hill
that's
that
not what he's
socialism-
doing. That's not what he's doing. That's
Yes,
not what
he
he's
is. Yes, he is. That's
Jack,
objectively what he's doing.
Jack,
Alright,
that's
hang on,
not what
hang
he's saying. We're gonna read it
Criticizing
again.
ideology.
Debate
race.
me on the merits. Don't just throw out petty thought
Okay.
terminating cliches.
Fine.
This isn't
Fine.
2015. That doesn't work anymore. What Muslim
SK.
country do you prefer to live in? What Western
SK.
city or country has improved as the Muslim population has increased? Why didn't he say socialist if that's what this was all about? Why does he keep saying Muslim?
SK. Is Islam a race?
It's a religion.
Is Islam a race? Is Islam a race?
Why is that relevant? It would be bad if you said this about Christians.
It's an ideology. It's not simply a race. You can be white and be Islamic.
hold
You
on,
can
hold
be
on
a
a
number of
second.
different races and be Islamic. Let me ask you something. If somebody said,
can be
no,
apparently.
if a Muslim were running as a Republican, and do you think Charlie Kirk would support them?
What?
If a Muslim capitalist who supports
Muslim
like
relevant?
everything, it is because if a Muslim Republican were running, like for Senate, like as a congressman, local position, like even president,
I am
do
the
you
Senate.
think do you think Charlie Kirk would support that person?
I don't know what Charlie Kirk would support at this point. I wouldn't put
I
anything
think
past
he
him.
would support like a Muslim.
I mean, he supports
a
making
Muslim
jokes
conservative.
about children dying in Gaza, so I wouldn't put much past him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like if Zohar Madani being Muslim wasn't important to him, then why would he bring it up in the first place? I guess that's
Yeah,
just my question.
because you keep bringing up
Because
socialism
he would
as
he
when
would
that's
have
irrelevant.
purely brought up socialism. Yes, he would have purely.
So,
brought
what
up
do you think the
socialism.
ideology of the 9/11 hijackers were? Like, why do you think they did what they did?
Do you think were they socialists?
Because they were bad people. Like what?
That's very vague. That's very vague. That doesn't describe what their
I
positions
don't know.
are.
Why don't you tell me what specific lessons brought them to certain points?
The lessons of jihad in the Quran.
Okay, what about it?
It teaches you to sacrifice yourself for like the higher power of Muhammad.
You know what?
Separate yourself
You know what,
from...
Jack?
Wait, hold up.
I'm
Separate
sorry?
yourself from what? I'm so
What?
confused right now.
No, so do you not know what like religious jihad is?
No, because I don't follow religion very closely.
Okay, so religious jihad is
You
a
shouldn't.
concept in the Quran that is used as justification for suicide bombings and similar actions because they view it. The practitioners of it like are typically
So you're
of
saying all
radical
Muslims
Islam.
believe in
Yeah.
suicide bombing?
Wait.
That's not what I said. That's
Wouldn't
not
that
what I
just
said.
kind of just prove that that tweet is kind of fear mongering then?
Yeah.
Well, no, because he specifies he's talking about radical Islam.
How is he?
Well,
How is he on radical Islam? Do you have proof of that?
Well,
you just said he's Islamic.
Because he's a Muslim socialist.
Hang on a
A
second.
Muslim socialist.
The first tweet, like it's like bringing up that these Muslims did 9/11 or whatever because of like the ideology and how these people can be radicalized like that. Wouldn't that be fear mongering to this guy who's like what, mayor or some shit?
Yeah, the guy he's running for mayor.
Yeah, the guy who's running for mayor. Wouldn't that be kind of like fear mongering, like having him be mayor because he's a part of a group that did this? It's like a guilt by association.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's guilt by association. It's more so like look at what his beliefs are specifically.
Okay. I mean, I don't even see how that's a point. There's a lot of Christian people out there that are against gay people. So, I don't know.
No, it's
Didn't he say something about a passage talking about stoning gays or something? Like he said
That's been debunked. Even like Stephen King brought up. He
no,
said,
the passage.
"Yeah,
no. I didn't say he supported it. I'm saying he said this was from a passage.
Yeah, he brought that up out of bring up how like you can read something out of context in scripture to support whatever
so that's
you
in
want.
The scripture for Christians.
You would agree with him. Yeah, it includes
Well,
Christians.
hang on a second.
That was specifically in the
Then
Bible
by
that he
your
brought up.
logic,
You would
I can
agree
do the
with that.
same thing with anyone that's a Christian. Don't trust them because maybe they'll throw stones at gay people.
Well, here's
Not
the
really,
thing.
because you
Here's
can
the
point,
thing.
you can differentiate.
Who ignoring the Christian shit with like someone being Muslim, like even if that were true, that it's like some kind of ideology, what that would still like. And the thing is, it's like, do you think it's morally okay to like have this kind of assumption with anyone who's Muslim that they may be as bad as the people who committed 9/11? Do you think that's just bad, or do
No.
you think that's like okay?
Yeah, yeah, that is bad, but that's not really what he was saying. He was saying that there's radical and more like liberal or like forms of Islam that are acceptable
He
in
didn't
the
say
United
he didn't
States.
say
That's
radical in the
compatible.
tweet. He just said
society.
Muslim.
Muslim socialist.
Does he believe this mayor guy is radical?
He doesn't
Yeah.
specify. No, he doesn't specify that.
So this is the only tweet you have where he talks about him.
This
Is
is his
that really what you?
elaboration. This is his
No, you're fixating
elaboration.
on one tweet, and I think that's a
I'm
problem.
fixating on the whole
In the
picture.
wider
I showed the
context.
first tweet, and then I showed the second tweet
No,
where
no.
he
You're
tries to explain himself when contextualizing
Well, no,
it. And
No,
I'm sorry
you
if that
need
offends
wider
you when I give the
context.
proper context. That completely disproves your reading of it.
fucking
I'm very sorry
No,
to
you
offend
need
you.
more.
But the
You need
fact of
more
the
than just
matter
a
is that
tweet.
the only thing he
need more
brings
than
up
just a
here
tweet,
is
sir.
Muslim,
Fucking
Muslim, Muslim. He doesn't mention
it.
radicalism. He just mentions it as it is. That's all he
You
says.
need more than just this one tweet to conclude
I need
that.
more than I need more than what he says
more than the tweet.
verbatim. Are you
Okay,
Why
but
don't you
Jack,
just look at like him
but
talking
Jack, hey, hang on, Jack.
policies?
I already asked you the question. Like, he believes this guy's radical, right?
Yeah.
Can you show any tweets of him expressing that?
That he thinks he's radical.
This guy specifically, yeah, because like there should be prior tweets.
There should be, yeah. Hold on, like
He didn't. He surely didn't say it in the initial tweet. You know what? I'll look it up right now. From at Charlie Kirk 12 radical. Let's look it up. Radical left. Radical left. Nothing about Zoran.
Anything about that guy? Like, type up that guy's
Yeah,
name.
I'll type up that guy.
I feel like if he was truly specifically talking about radical Muslims,
He would have said it, which he's not.
He would have made it a point to specify.
I'm looking around July 30th. It's not there.
Okay.
July
So
29th. It's not there.
Because even
real quick,
even if that really are his thoughts, I
SK,
think
really, real
okay,
quick, just real
okay,
quick. I looked up on YouTube. He's getting interviewed by Megyn Kelly, like, and you can like watch it live here if you want to see his like thoughts on Mamdani. I have not seen it before. Maybe it could make me look like a complete idiot. Like I have not seen it before.
Okay, let's play it.
Okay, yeah, link it in disagreement requests. Or did he already? Oh, he linked it elsewhere. Okay. I don't know if Megyn Kelly's show copyrights people, so I'm just for safety, I'm gonna look at the transcript. Just for safety reasons. Oh, that's a lot of dislikes. Damn. All right. Transcript. Show transcript. How long is this? This is 15 minutes. Christ. All right, so I'll just search up
You say that
radical.
like that's some big long video when we're here like for like fucking 5+ hours in this fucking
Yeah, I know.
disagreement day.
Radical.
You're a hypocrite. You know you're a
I look in the
hypocrite.
description to discuss what it means that radical socialist Zoran, whether his Muslim religion plays a role in his potential policy changes, his radical ideas for. So I'm not saying radical Islam, just saying he has radical ideas, which is too vague to say it's radical cultural orthodoxy. He is his own individual person, but he has not given any indication that he is anything but a radical socialist and someone that is trying to continue the Muhammadan march in the West. Individual Muslims can be great members of American society. We all know them, but more in the macro, in the big picture, are we really benefiting the more that we are importing Islamists into the West? I say no, and I think we should have a lot of caution making a Muslim socialist the mayor of America's greatest city. And I know I'm in trouble for saying that, but I'll double down on it because I think that comes with a lot of baggage and a lot of trouble. There was response to your argument, but it's been feelings have been espoused by others, including Benny Johnson, who said, holy shit. Elects Muslims.
I mean, I think you already got the quote where he does say that this guy is a radical Muslim and that's his belief, which is
Well, he doesn't say
probably
radical
why he brought
Muslim.
up
He
the
says we
9/11.
should be cautious. He says there can be good individual Muslims that can be great members of society, but we need to be cautious about letting a Muslim socialist be the mayor. He doesn't say radical Muslim. He says radical socialist, but he never says radical Muslim. So that's not in
radical
there.
socialist.
And on top of that, which I don't know why this isn't clicking with you, the idea that we shouldn't trust people, part of this, whether it's like religion, ethnic group, whatever, saying, well, they might turn out to be bad because others did, that is just a form of bigotry. I don't see why that's not an issue.
Well, no. Like, it's not saying like just automatically assume they're all like
He
any
said be cautious.
member of a like.
We should be
Yeah, it
cautious
is to
around
be
black
cautious.
people because they might shoot us. What if he said that? Do
No,
you think?
It's to be cautious. Because
Well,
you
I
can
thought he was
implement, like,
talking about
Sharia
the
law or something.
ideology, right? Like,
Yeah,
I think
Sharia
that
law.
is
But
fair.
the
We should
ideology
be
isn't
cautious of
inherently
certain
violent.
ideologies.
Just like
It's
with
not about
Sharia
being
law
violent. It's not about being violent, but like things can spiral into being something violent with
you can
certain
say that with
hardcore
any
ideologies, right?
religious belief by that logic.
No, I'm talking about the
no,
socialist thing.
You can narrow
Oh,
it
well,
down
the
with like
socialist thing. No, that's not even true. That's just socialism is just a form of economy.
no, not really. Like it's a form of economy that requires
Socialism
like
is an
force.
economic and political philosophy encompassing diverse
Yeah.
economic and social systems characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownership. It describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementation of such systems. I don't know where 9/11 plays into that, but I'm happy to hear you out on that.
So again, like socialism, it's a very radical ideology for a lot of people because you can wait, hold
For a
on.
lot of people, so is anything like that. That's irrelevant. Oh, it's radical for these people. Okay, anything could be radical for anyone. But if you actually look it up, no, socialism in itself does not inherently mean things are radical. That's not what that means.
Jack Tanner, do you
You're
agree
also
with Lex
forgetting
Luthor?
that like the US right now has socialist policies. It's a mixed economy.
Okay. So SK. So like TPUSA, YAF, like all these other conservative organizations, they hate socialism. That's what you need to understand because they think even if they don't like broadcast that they are radical, it's a gateway drug to being radical. It's a gateway to communism because a big part of it
Do you
is
think
trying
capitalists can be
to
radical as
trying to
well?
make everyone equal. Huh?
Do you think a capitalist can be radical as well?
Yeah, of course. Like
So
that's
then why
why
is this
like
relevant? How is
that's
this
what why
how is this
that's why
relevant?
that's why we have crimes against white collar crime.
So
But
then why is this relevant?
the distinction, it's relevant because capitalism is our status quo system. Socialism is not, and it can lead to worse outcomes. It can lead to like
I mean,
bigger body count.
despite capitalism's like flaws, isn't it technically the most free system we have so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're advocating for a system that advocates for less freedom, isn't that very anti, the ideal of America, which is to overall be a free country?
Well, I don't.
Less freedom is kind of dangerous.
Okay, but
in a lot of ways.
So a couple things. One, his fixation wasn't even about if he was a socialist. It was about Muslim. We've established this several times.
No, it's both. It's both.
No, I'm
It's
talking
both.
about no, SK. I'm talking about the transcript you read out.
The transcript. Oh, the definition. Yeah. What about it?
No, where he says we should be wary about letting certain people like right. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh,
you're talking about.
where we should be wary of who we're letting into power. Yeah, but he fixates on being Muslim.
Because there are different kinds of Muslims to be wary of. Like, because do you know what Sharia law is? Do you know what Sharia law
types
is?
of Christians to be wary of. That's not an
Yes,
argument.
and yes. No, it is an
No,
argument.
I
guess if you're part of the
agree,
Westboro Baptist Church, if you're
I
part of the
agree with
Westboro
that too,
Baptist Church,
because
that's dangerous.
Christianity is technically anti-freedom. It tells you to be free to be not free. So yeah, I would say you can be wary about Christianity as well. I think that's fair.
Well,
I said that.
Okay,
This person's a hardcore Christian and believes in Christian beliefs and wants to enforce that on a lot of other people, and he's getting a position of power. That's a little bit concerning. I wouldn't have a problem with someone saying that because of the anti-free sentiments that could be, endorsed through the Bible.
Yeah, and to repeat, like
We
to,
should advocate
to-
more and more people to not be gay, despite how they feel.
Yeah,
and
to
I'm in a
repeat, like
position of power.
to
Is
repeat
that not
Liam's
concerning?
yeah, to repeat Liam's point, there's a difference between like your run of the mill Christian church that like allows anyone in if they worship God, and the Westboro Baptist Church, which are a bunch of scumbags who just like are
Well, that's
overly
why. That's
antagonistic
why.
to people being gay. Like
Well,
you can
that's why
distinguish the two.
Well, that's why you shouldn't just mention someone's religion. That's the problem here. He didn't show anything radical. He just said, well, he's part of this religion, and then he tied him into a bunch of bombers. Like, you understand the problem there, right?
No, he's trying to communicate like the consequences of radical Islam.
Okay.
I think what he said is big. I think
he's
what he
not-
said is
but he
bigoted,
didn't
but I
prove
feel like
he's-
the problem is like none of us are elaborating the bigoted part exactly.
Well, I already did this like several times, and he for some reason didn't listen. If you do this with any
Yeah, but you
group
gotta
of
do it slowly. You gotta do it slowly. You're bringing him to kindergarten, dude. Slower.
All right. Well, I mean, I've explained it pretty clearly. He's drawing a comparison between terrorists versus him just having a religion, which is not a good point.
No. Well, how did they become terrorists? Like, what led them to terrorism? Like radical readings of their religion.
Okay, people can have radical readings about anything, like ever.
Yeah, and they need to be differentiated
People
from
can have
people who
radical
don't
readings
have the
about
radical.
their own race. That's how white supremacists exist.
Yeah, yes, and you need to distinguish the
you
white
don't-
supremacists
so
from the
then this
regular
is
normal white
comparable.
people.
Okay, so then you wouldn't say you can't trust a person based on their race because they might be radical about their race. That's a racist sentiment.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah,
you say if you
that
specify
is.
they're
That-
supremacists. If you specify that they're supremacists, hey, be wary of that guy. He's a white supremacist.
Okay, but
hey, beware of
yeah,
that guy. He's a black supremacist.
yes. If
he
was
hates anyone that
if they
doesn't
were
look like
proven to
him.
be a supremacist, yes. If they were proven to be a supremacist, yes. But you can't say, "Whoa, guys, this guy might be a supremacist because of this guy's race." No, that's bigoted. That is racist.
It wasn't because of his race. It was because of the ideology.
No, it's because of his religion, and his religion isn't inherently violent. He just conceded that in the clip you showed me. So this actually works against you. I don't know why you thought that was smart. That was
No,
bad
there's
look.
radical Islam. He's specifying he's talking about radical Islam, which is violent because of things like jihad and the Quran.
Okay. You can again, we just agreed. You can say this about anything, like with race, for example.
Yeah, but you need to differentiate. Differentiate.
I think the bigger problem is the elaboration. I think the initial statement can be bad in face value, but the elaboration is where
The elaboration is
attention should be
fixating
even
on
more
Muslim. That's
Radical,
all he talks about.
radical Muslims that commit
What
bombings and stuff.
No, he didn't specify radical. He just said them existing.
What Muslim? So remember, this is responding to someone saying it's Islamophobic when he brought up the 9/11 thingy or whatever.
Yes.
And what his response is, what Muslim country do you prefer to live in, Jessica? What Western city or country have improved as the Muslim population has increased? America's largest city was attacked by radical Islam 24 years ago, and now a similar form of that pernicious force is City Hall. Be courageous enough as a liberal to call it out. Yeah, so he's talking about the idea that like he's, he has the. Hang on, let me
A
look at
similar
this again.
form of that pernicious force. A similar form of 9/11. He's saying similar form of 9/11 in reference to him being Muslim.
Yeah, he took someone with a belief system and compared it to a radicalized version of it.
Yeah. A heavily
Like-
radicalized one.
Like this would be the equivalent of saying that Charlie Kirk wants to kill gay people. Do you see how that's kind of just unfair?
Oh wait, were you asking SK or me?
You.
Okay. Again, you need to also acknowledge that he's not simply calling him out because of like Islam, but also because of his economic leanings as a socialist. Because he's saying that the mix between the two
Which
is
is why
bad
he
news,
doesn't bring
dude.
that up.
So,
Okay.
well, what's confusing is the socialist stuff. I understand, but why would he bring up the religious belief and compare it to a radicalized version of it, does he, unless he has any reason to believe that he has a similar radical view?
Because if he's being driven by a socialist ideology, that hints at radicalism, since socialism is radical.
No, it's not. That's not what it
Yeah,
means.
but
Objectively is. It objectively is. If you're
No,
trying
it's
to
not.
change
Look it up.
capitalist
Just
system,
look it up.
that is
Okay.
radical. That is radical.
Okay,
All
check
right.
the info.
Is socialism radical?
This is the best disagreement that we've had in years.
All right.
You've had in years.
So here's the thing.
Attempting to change capitalism, like the capitalist system, into a socialist system, yeah, that is radical. That's
You mean
objectively
like
radical.
so we do utilize socialist ideas in our economy right now. You do understand that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're called a mixed economy.
Scary.
That we're
I'm
not
gonna-
this economy.
All right. So here's the thing. I like with it being radical, like socialism having a radical thing. I get what you mean by that. But one radicalization doesn't equate to a different kind of radicalization. Socialism is radicalized to restrict freedom for equal benefit and opportunity for everyone by sacrificing the freedom of the many. Right? It's like the big problem with socialists. Jack?
What's up, Krypton?
Yeah.
He apparently had information, so I just added him.
Yeah. So
I was in the middle of something. Just let me continue.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, repeat your question, Liam.
Wow, what a bitch.
All right. Here's the thing. So the radicalization of his socialist beliefs, right? He's a radical socialist. Here's the thing. I don't believe that correlates to him being Muslim and the radicalization of Muslim beliefs, because they're very, very, very juxtaposed from each other. Socialism is about it's the radicalization of taking away people's freedoms for equal benefit and opportunity for everyone while restricting freedom for the many. That's like the problem with it. That's why that radicalism is bad. But the radicalism of Muslim beliefs leads to flat out vicious violence and terrorism, right? You see how those are like different forms of radicalization?
Okay, so do you think that Islamic socialism is incompatible with each other, or what?
No, I'm not saying they're incompatible. What I'm saying is you could be radicalized on one area but not the other. Like for example, Charlie Kirk is a Christian, and but he also, I'm assuming, believes in communism. No, sorry, capitalism, right?
Capitalism, yeah.
I got my C's mixed up all the time.
Dumbass.
So
cool.
So it's like, let's say hypothetically, he's a radical capitalist. But then because he's a radical capitalist, does that mean it's okay for me to assume by proxy of his religion that he's also a radical Christian, even if he hasn't shown any radical Christian behavior?
Well, you'd have to get into the specifics of what exactly that like radical capitalism is. Like, is it an anarcho-capitalist where it completely eradicates the government as a middleman between like average consumers and like big corporations? Because I would say that's not really Christian when you think about it, because it allows for like large disparities, unethical disparities.
Yeah, it's very different because a radical Christian would be people that promote like something like extreme anti-gay sentiment and shit like that. This is like for an example. Like, you see how those are different. Like, if he's a radical capitalist and he's promoting like no government at all, right? All the people with like all the corporations, all that shit. Like, that doesn't mean I can go and tweet that he's also gonna like stone the gays or some shit. Because of if I made an assumption like that, that would be a form of religious bigotry on his religion of Christianity, right?
Yeah, like
one
him
doesn't mean the
specifically
other.
saying that. If he said like Mamdani, if he gets into office, he's going to like perform a jihad, like perform a suicide bombing, I would say that's fucking stupid, like 100%. But I would say it's like different in the case of like being like running the government or being in a government position, because you can like unintentionally like cause something bad to happen, even if your intentions are good.
Okay. Because,
I
like,
don't
the
think
thing is, with the elaboration he goes here, he focuses on Muslim beliefs, radical Muslim behavior as a response to the whole Islamophobic thing, which is him going on about the radicalism of his religion. But the thing that he believes that is actually radicalized is his socialist beliefs. Do you see how this could be a form of religious bigotry?
Well, if
Because
he's
this is based on assumption because he's radicalized in one area?
well, no, it's because it's a combination of Islam and socialism, Islamic
Not what he
socialism. So
brings up, but okay.
it's both. Like they're
He doesn't
intrinsically
bring it
tied
up.
together. They're
You can't say
intrinsically tied
both when he
together
doesn't bring it up. Like that
because
This is why I
Islamic
don't get into
functionally
socialism
doesn't
politics.
is
I
work.
can't even
an
follow
actual
what that
stance.
means. I
He
can't even
doesn't bring
follow what
up
that means.
both. Like that functionally doesn't work.
He does. Like
He
he
doesn't.
criticizes
He
like
literally doesn't.
he
Real
criticizes
quick. All right.
Mamdani's like
Well,
socialist positions, opening up radical Islam.
Real quick,
I can't
yeah.
follow
Okay.
this.
Cryptid has
I just don't
information he's been
understand.
wanting to share.
yeah,
So sorry.
I've been waiting, and I have to go
I
to
hate
bed soon,
politics.
so I
Go ahead, Cryptid.
wanted to pop in and out. Jack, can you clarify when you said when you were saying that he meant that Kirk meant when he was drawing a line between socialism and 9/11, right? You said he was drawing a line between socialism and 9/11.
Look in your DMs.
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
Like he's drawing a line between 9/11 and socialism.
Yeah, that because he's
I
socialism, he brought up because he's socialist and he agrees with,
he
or because he talked with Hassan Piker, who is socialist and believes that 9/11 was deserved, which I don't agree with, but I'm just trying to clear this up.
I'm trying to communicate that it's the aspect of him being Muslim by itself isn't the issue. Him being a socialist is the bigger issue. If he were running as conservative, like you run for your like the run of the mill Christian, no, not Christian, like a conservative, but with Muslim values, he wouldn't have a problem with him. Like
Okay.
because he had no problem working with Vivek Ramaswamy, who is not Christian. He's Hindu. That's very much not Christianity, but they share several of the same values, and
Okay.
yeah, they work together.
Yeah.
He endorsed him.
Let me just ask. Okay, so, if he was not socialist, do you think the 9/11 point would have been brought up?
It depends, like on what, like how open. It would depend on how open he is, like what type of Islamic like beliefs he's spreading.
He just said
Because,
Muslim. He didn't even
so
mention is
here's the thing. I'm
radical.
gonna read this off. I'm gonna
I
read
would
this
say
off.
like, because that's vague. That's vague. You need more context.
Bin Laden probably believed that restoration of Sharia, I'm sorry if I butcher this, law would set things right in the Muslim world, and that all other ideologies, pan-Arabism, socialism, communism, democracy, must be opposed.
Okay.
Socialism. So I don't understand the line that's being drawn between 9/11 and his socialist beliefs.
Because he's making a point on radicalism in general. I understand your point that Osama bin Laden opposed communism, but you can be radicalized in the Middle East and still support like communism and not be a part of Osama bin Laden's ideology.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to clear that up because I'm a little bit confused and I feel like it's causing some issues with general like people watching and not just people like talking because I don't understand the line being drawn between what Kirk believed. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry. But the mayor of New York, or him being Muslim and socialist, the point was brought up. He's not saying 9/11 is connected because he's Muslim, but because he's Muslim and radical. And I would agree that yeah, it's an extremist. Like 9/11 was caused by extremist beliefs, but I'm not entirely sure why socialism is connected to that, given that it was a very specific ideal that the hijackers and Bin Laden had.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
and things like this, like I would say actually sums up to bad wording, but I wouldn't say it communicates negative intent towards groups of people. It
All
just
right. Can we
communicates
show more
a
examples
negative
then?
intent
Yeah.
it's communicates negative intent towards ideology.
I'd
Yeah,
love to
well, I
show
gotta go
more
to bed. I
examples
just
then,
wanted to.
if you're still
I
standing by
think
that.
I think just at most he assumed an ideology based off him being Muslim.
Yeah, I have to. I have to go. Like, I have to get ready for bed. But I just wanted to pop in and ask that real quick.
All right. So
Bye.
I just want to point out a few things,
Mhm.
because like I don't. If we can't meet common ground on that, I'm gonna move forward. So something I want to establish real quick. Jack, do you think Charlie Kirk is homophobic by chance, or transphobic?
Well, what do you mean by homophobic? Like he opposes the lifestyle of being gay because he doesn't want to be gay himself?
Can I bring up one that's actually just really quick, just before?
Yes.
Thanks, because I'm kind of curious. Jack, what's your thoughts on the fact he compared being trans to blackface? He pulled a Colin.
God.
He pulled a Colin.
That's what Colin
I
said
would
before,
say
and I
I would
told
say
him
that
said he's
I
a
would say,
fucking idiot for it. It was hilarious.
I would say like so like the bell curve meme, right? Like there's like a low IQ, mid-wit IQ, and high IQ, right? Like the bell curve meme.
Sure.
There's someone on the lowest point saying something that on the surf that seems dumb. Then there's like in the middle there's someone saying
Can you like
it's
answer the
obviously
question?
stupid for several points, and then like in the higher range it's someone kind of saying what the
Okay,
low
this
IQ
this
person
is
was
bo-
saying,
we're
but
already
it with
this is
a
boring.
but
Just
with
answer the
a
question.
but
Just
with a
answer the
more like
question. We don't
reasonable
care. We don't care.
proposition.
Answer the question.
It
No,
is
that's
significant.
better.
It is significant because what Charlie
I mean,
Kirk
he
is
has to yes or
communicating
no.
is how what Charlie Kirk is communicating, right? Is
It's a
that
yes or no
a lot?
question, dude.
I'm trying to hear him
Okay,
actually.
Holy shit.
Why?
okay. So Charlie Kirk
I'm
was
not waiting this
describing
long for a
how
yes or no. This is
I'm
annoying.
because you can't just like ask for yes or no question
I
like
mean, I
answers
can,
for a
yeah.
complicated question. So what
All he
what
asked is
distinguishes
that,
Charlie?
what do you think of him saying, or did he say that?
No,
Whatever, blackface. I can't
SK,
remember.
I just asked him, what's your thoughts on? I did ask him what's his thoughts, and he's like
Okay.
giving his thoughts. I think it's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. My bad on the yes or no thing, but like he's taking forever to explain it. Like, I'm sorry.
Like I'm sorry, like I'm just
That's what
giving my
makes it
thoughts,
funny.
but Kirk is. It seems like someone who would criticize the idea that certain characteristics or traits are women exclusive, in the same way certain traits are men exclusive or exclusive to men, right? So like when he criticizes someone like that Bud Light guy, like Bud Light trans person who was like Dylan Mulvaney, that person, I can see where like he is coming from somewhat because it just like Dylan Mulvaney comes across to me as like a very like sexist display of what we would associate with a woman, right? Like he comes across as like a bimbo, he like unintelligent, like typically negative aspects or traits you would associate with women.
Okay.
Like saying, yeah, so that's what I think he would that's what I think he means by like certain
Comparing it to
like,
blackface.
yeah, that's what I would say. That's
I
what
mean, like,
that's his
Wu,
understanding.
do you acknowledge that it is kind of stupid to compare race to gender?
Well, gender expression, it's
I
nuanced.
don't
So
even
there's
know
like
why
drag.
we're on this. I was
So if you're
gonna ask a
like
specific thing,
like do you
but
know what
whatever.
drag shows are? Do you know like what drag queens are?
I've heard of them. I'm not the most
Yes.
knowledgeable, but I've heard of them.
So there's so and granted, like my I don't necessarily agree with like all the like Charlie Kirk's takes on gender stuff because I understand it's more nuanced, right? So drag queens are distinct from trans people who like literally perform as to be feminine, right? Like they dress up as women in an exaggerated fashion. They're not trying to pass as a woman, right? That is what people who tend to be trans
Yeah,
female
that's more of like flat out
do.
just gender expression. It's like
Yeah.
I'm gonna act like a woman here because of many different reasons. I think the thing is, it's really stupid to compare the two because race is something that is inherent and unchangeable. Gender is an identification that's personal to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
You see how that's kind of a dumb to compare it to blackface?
Yeah. I'm trying to steel man Charlie Kirk's position, not necessarily trying to justify it because, like as you say, like being,
That's why I
like
said equal to Colin,
race and
because Colin did the
sexuality,
same thing.
race and
Colin tried to make the
sexuality.
same argument, and I pointed this out to him. It's so fucking stupid, because it's like, with like a race isn't like something someone feels like. Nobody feels black, and nobody has a black attitude. That's like racist to even think that. Versus like, men and women have different behaviors, different like they have different personality traits, usually different interests, ambitions, inhibitions, stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
There's
well,
very
there's also like
gender-based things.
I'll quibble with that a bit because there are certain characteristics such as like melanin, right? Like that's just like an objective thing you can
Well, yeah,
you can
there's even
acknowledge.
scientific
Like
things you can point out for why somebody thinks that they're more of a woman than a man and yada yada yada. With race,
Yeah.
there's nothing at all. It's just you're black. You literally have a different skin color. So when you go blackface, it's just a form of an insult. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
There's nobody feels black. Nobody's like, I feel black today.
I think we get the point that they're not the same. I was trying to get to a specific set of references, and I
Alright.
was doing a series of questioning, so we'll get back to that. So
All right, back to the interrogation.
all right,
Yeah.
Jack. So you said that I asked you if Charlie Kirk is transphobic or homophobic. You said define that. So to define that, it's essentially an irrational fear or dislike or prejudice against gay people or trans people. Would you agree with that?
Okay. Well, now define trans people because trans is it's a broad term.
I'd rather not answer a question that treats everyone like an idiot. I think we know what that means.
No, well, no, it's not a clear definition, right? Because it's all encompassing.
I feel like you don't. No, that's okay. We
people-
don't need to ask questions that treat us like dumbasses. Okay, we can move on.
Jesus.
No. Like, let me explain my reasoning because I'm not trying to insult you guys, but
Well,
typically when
I
people say
understand you're not trying to
trans,
insult, but the question is just, it's like, hey, do you guys understand what black people are, right? It's like, yeah, we know what that is. Okay, thank you. Let's move forward with the conversation.
Fine, okay.
That's just, I don't know why that was a point. So anyway, I'm just gonna link this video. If you push on me to watch it, I can stream it. I don't think it'll be necessary, but we can. But essentially this guy says, he shows a video saying, watch, this father confronts Lego for promoting LGBTQ agenda to children, then gets thrown out of the store security. Why is Lego doing this thing when its products are designed for children? So
yeah, and Lives of TikTok is kind of doing this with Netflix too, with like
yeah, it's almost like
gay
Kirk's
shows.
messaging and the rhetoric he puts out is convincing people to put out some really stupid ideas out there. Anyway, so this whole thing is basically implying that, and the guy in the video actually implies this, or he states it, I can't remember. He says that pushing LGBT stuff onto children is grooming. Do you agree with that?
Depends on like what the LGBTQ plus stuff is. Like we've had this.
So okay, that's fine.
Like,
in this case,
that's a fair answer because like you can actually like convince people.
Okay,
like,
okay, but
it's good
I'm
to be
talking
this
about in
and
the
it's bad to
context.
be,
I'm talking about the context of the Lego set, right? The Lego set was just a everyone is awesome rainbow thing. Do you think that's grooming?
Yeah. Not inherently, no.
Okay.
If it's
so
like
Charlie
sex ed
Kirk is
stuff, like,
implying that it is, right? So I think that's worthwhile to point out. That's part one of the evidence I'm about to give.
Yeah, we could say that he's like over dramatizing it. Like I would agree.
Okay, that's fine. I want to point out part two evidence, right? So part two, agreed. When 1 in 4 high school students are now gay, bisexual, or confused, we have to counter that agenda. What do you think of that?
What?
Well,
He said you have to
suggest
counter
that
the agenda of gay or bisexual people
it
in
would
high school.
yeah, like I would assume he's suggesting, hey, a lot of kids are being told that they're gay when or trans when they're not. They're just confused.
Based on what?
That does happen in high schools.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
like,
saying 1 in 4, and he says we have to
So-
counter that agenda.
And again, like this is why I want you to define trans because it does matter because yes, if
Well,
you have gender dysphoria,
I think we have a decent understanding of
let-
it, so I don't think we need
well,
to.
let me give you my understanding of it so like we're on the same page, right? So we can have like a more quality discussion. So if you have gender dysphoria, then yeah, you're trans. However, if you're like trans itself is not like it's not considered a mental illness, and that's because trans is also considered expressing yourself in a way that's not in play that isn't your biological gender, right? Expressing as the opposite gender.
I'm pretty
So-
sure we agree here, so I don't know why we're.
Well, no,
I'm trying to be efficient about this.
because
the point,
you can
I
be
don't know if you've caught on. The point I'm trying to get at is, what do you think of this? Do you think this is what I said earlier, homophobic or transphobic? If you don't think it is, that's fine. Then I'll just drop another reference and point out the implications.
Well,
That's how this is
let
gonna
me.
work. Because I have a whole list here, and I'm gonna put. It's just gonna escalate. That's all I'm gonna say. It's gonna look worse and worse for him.
Okay, let me just ask you this. So there's this one case in high school where like teachers would like track what certain students would search in their middle school like computer labs, and if they look up trans stuff or stuff like that, they would like put them on a list. This is true, and they would talk to them and say, hey, just say, hey, you're trans, and just like push them into being trans. This happened to one girl, and what she realized that she wasn't trans, she
So
was just
essentially,
bisexual.
what you're saying is,
And
would I consider someone trans if it's done through artificial means? No, because it's artificial.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
your
and that's
answer.
what he's suggesting. Like he's saying
Okay,
that a
okay,
lot
that's
of
fine. That's
people
fine.
are like
Listen, if it's this in isolation, sure. I'm just gonna show more and more references as we go along. Someone just brought up that the Lego set was 18 plus, which makes that funnier, but whatever.
Okay.
We'll continue.
Wait,
There's another.
why?
Hang on. I'm trying to do this point by point, right?
Yeah, but I want to like before we move on to that point, I just want to ask you like, do you think that something can be a social contagion, right? Like you can like have
Why is
positive
this?
intent.
This is not relevant to my line of questioning. We can get into that
It
later. I care about the
is.
line of questioning right now. There's a specific
Okay.
purpose behind all of this. You'll see this
Okay.
as I show more and more. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next one.
Go
Another legend goes home. That yada yada yada. Dr. Dobson stood against gay marriage. That was a praise he gave. Do you think he's
Dr. Dom.
homophobic?
I never knew that you had this side of you.
Yeah,
That's
so
crazy.
like in terms of homophobic, see when it comes to like this is a religious thing, right? So in the Bible, like or in
It's a yes or no. Is it homophobic?
in Kirk's interpretation of the Bible, he views as marriage strictly being a man and a woman.
Yeah, that
and
didn't answer my question.
He also
Is it homophobic? I'm trying to get a yes or no.
He
There's a
also believes that-
purpose behind this line of questioning.
He also believes in the nuclear family, things like father and mother.
Is
Jack,
this
that's not a yes or no.
homophobic?
Jack, I don't think that's a yes or no.
Yeah, that's not a. Is this
He believes
homophobic?
in the nuclear family, he believes
this
that having a
homophobic?
dad and a
Jack,
mom.
is that a yes or no?
Is it
that a yes or no,
homophobic to
Jack?
praise someone for
Having a
opposing gay
dad and a
marriage?
mom is necessary.
Jack,
Is
is
it
that a yes or no,
homophobic?
Jack?
Is it homophobic to praise someone for opposing gay marriage?
Is that a yes or no, Jack? Is that a yes or no?
Holy
Like I,
shit!
there's a reason
God.
behind this line of
It's,
questioning.
it's,
Is that yes or no, Jack?
it's just a simple yes or no.
Okay, I don't think he's homophobic. Okay.
Why? Why?
How is
Because-
that not
I don't even know.
homophobic?
I don't even. What did he even
because
say?
when-
What did
So
Jack-
so okay. So
when it
to
comes
be
to
clear,
religious
Liam,
stuff-
what I just pointed out is that Charlie Kirk praised the guy for his career
let me-
and said.
Let me finish my
one
point.
of the
This is why I
phrases
don't
he
want.
made was
Hey, no,
Dr.
he's
Dobson-
clarifying to Liam. He's
Yeah,
clarifying
I'm
to Liam.
clarifying
Hold
real
on.
quick, all right?
You're not letting me
Doc-
clarify.
Hang on. I'm just
He's
I'm
trying to get
clarifying
fucking.
so-
He's trying to
so
let
it's
Liam
caught
know
up.
what was said.
He said Dr. Dobson stood against gay marriage as a praise.
Okay.
Oh,
So do
okay.
you think that's homophobic?
Like, what's the
Well,
context? Like,
well, what do
like
you mean? What?
The
religious
context
liberty,
is
like
that
religious freedom.
There
someone
needs to be an
has someone.
There should be more elaboration to that. Does he mean like he
I
stands, but he stands against gay marriage by it being allowed to happen, or like it being
Imposed on religious
Liam, we don't
institutions.
need
That's
more
what I
context for
assume.
that. Standing
Yes,
against
we
gay
do need more
marriage?
context.
No, we don't. We don't.
Yes, we do.
All right,
If you
okay, Jack.
if
What
you
if he
tell,
said?
if
What
you
if he
go to a
said Dr.
church and tell
Dobson
them
stood against black people? He stood against black rights.
what?
Do I need more context to explain
You
that?
just told
That's
me that like
racist if he said
sexuality.
that.
You just told me
That's a
that
good point.
sexuality and race are not the same things. Like, why are you making this point?
What I?
No, I
what?
said that.
Yeah, first
and I
of all,
said
he said that, and he said trans, not sexuality.
No, I didn't. I said gender.
Or sorry, yeah, fuck, my bad. I keep
The biggest
You're
problem
reading
with
it.
trans discussions is people can mix those two. Gender is an identity, and it's how you identify yourself and how others identify you.
yeah,
Sex is literally just what you biologically are.
we already went over that, right? So what I'm saying, well, we were talking about sexual orientation here. So again, he said he stood against gay marriage. What context would justify a stance like that? How is that not homophobic?
Okay, in
impose it-
fairness, SK, if you stand by it purely religiously, that is a little different, a little less
No.
bad than if you
No.
stand.
I don't know.
Okay, wait,
no.
wait, SK,
Sorry,
SK,
no, I'm not
let me
buying
ask you
that.
something real quick.
Because
Let me ask
if the Bible said you should do slavery, and he said, yeah, I stand with slavery.
That's not
Why?
the same.
Because the Bible
That's not
said
the same.
so. Well, that doesn't matter. I don't
That's not
care
the
if
same.
it's because of the Bible. I don't care if
That's not the same.
I don't care if the Bible said it. I don't care if ChatGPT said it. I don't care if Miguel's
That's
canon
not the
said it. I don't
same.
care who said it. There's still a reason behind it.
Okay,
So you
SK,
really are more Miles Morales than Miguel O'Hara, bro. You gotta change your PFP.
SK, if you, if a pastor says under the teachings of my church, I cannot officiate this marriage between two men or two women, and I don't view it as religiously consistent. Like, do you think it should be up to the state to come in and say you need to
That's
officiate
not
this
my
marriage?
that is not my argument. That is so irrelevant. I
That-
never said the
okay,
state should
no,
force
it's not
anything.
relevant. It's not relevant. Not relevant.
I never said anything
Because
about the
that is
state.
Charlie
I'm
Kirk's
talking
point.
about his character.
That's Charlie
I'm
Kirk's
talking
point.
about his
That's
character.
Charlie Kirk's
I'm
point.
talking about his
point.
character.
His point is that the state should not decide what is marriage.
No, he said that he stood against gay marriage in general.
No.
Yes.
Like, where do you get that?
Yes.
Where do you get that?
From
Where do
his
you get that from?
words. All right. You know what? Fine.
Where
We
do you
got.
get
I
that
got.
from?
I got the
Jack,
answer. I
Jack.
got the answer. You
Why-
don't think?
like,
no, that's
why-
okay. That's okay. That Jack. I structured
no,
this
what-
in a Jack. I structured this in a very specific way. All right. You don't think that's the
Okay,
case? Fine. We
why-
went
why-
over it.
look
Let's
at
go
the
to the next reference. Let's go to the next reference.
Like,
You
why do
ready?
you think these are
You ready?
used? reference-
You
No,
ready?
I'm not
You
ready. I'm not
Next
ready. I'm not
reference. Next
I'm not ready.
reference.
I'm not
I
ready.
think
Next
I
I'm not
think
ready.
he's ready,
I'm not
SK.
ready.
I think we're ready for the next
I'm not
reference. We
ready.
can't agree on that.
I'm
Fine,
ready.
We'll go to the next one. We'll go to the next one. Next one. From Charlie Kirk. The T in LGBT stands for tyranny. What's your opinion on that? Do you think he's transphobic?
Come on, bro.
Do you
What's your
think that
opinion?
being gay and trans are the same thing?
I mean, I'm asking if that's transphobic. I asked for both.
Yeah, it is
So
a
I'm going point by
transphobic
point.
No,
allegation.
no.
No.
I would.
Oh,
I would
that's
say-
a big surprise to me. He doesn't think this is transphobic. Okay.
Can I explain my reasoning, or do you
Yeah,
want me to?
yeah, no,
not
Go on,
explain?
go on. Explain.
Okay, so people will use like trans rights as a Trojan horse for a number of other issues, and that's what he means by tyranny.
Okay. So because there's trans people that are bad people, therefore trans stands for tyranny. No, I get that.
He's
I
making one
totally
after
get
organization.
that. I totally get that. So when I say the B in BLM stands for bullying, so can I say
Yeah, that's
that
a
now
joke. That's a
because
funny
there's black
joke.
people that
That's
do
a
bad
pretty
things?
funny
Can I say
joke.
that now? The B in BLM stands for bullying.
If somebody
BLM
said like,
stands for
I could go further. The BLM stands for bullying, lying, and murdering. Like, yeah, that would be a funny joke. You're making a funny acronym.
Is he
Like,
is he making a
no.
joke, or is this reflective of an actual stance of his?
Okay, you think that BLM is an organization, first of all,
No,
and
okay.
a lot
No,
of
it's
the
not.
heads
Oh
are
my
scamming.
god.
Well,
Yes, it is.
LGBT
Yes, it
is a group of people, so
okay, there are LGBT organizations
He
that claim
didn't
to
say
represent
LGBT organization. He just said LGBT.
Oh my god, oh my god, SK. There are LGBT organizations that claim to be fighting for like gay and trans rights when but they're pushing for things that are not that others would contend are not really rights whatsoever.
So that means that
Just.
justifies calling trans tyranny. That justifies that.
He's making a point on
So
like
the
how
point is that
people
trans people represent tyranny. That's what his point is.
that's not really what he's saying. He's saying
Well, he
that
said the T
trans
in LGBT stands for tyranny.
Well,
not-
why would
he's
he?
not
Why would
doing-
he just say that with no elaboration at all?
Yeah.
because it's X. Like you can make posts.
it's X.
Elaborate.
You
So
think
because
you think
it's
that's
X,
responsible
he-
for an influential figure to be even more vague than you already are on at Twitter?
But we know he's not big on this issue. Like we can look up his stances and
No,
videos,
yeah,
and that's
I
why
agree.
don't
I agree. We
useful.
can look up more
That's-
references because I
that's
still have a load of them.
why
Are
I
you
don't
ready
think
for
it's
more?
useful.
Are you ready?
That's
for
why I
more?
don't think. That's why I don't think it's useful to just go off of tweets and look
That's
at like
okay.
his.
No, that's okay. We have
videos
more.
or
We have more
elaborate.
about his
Really
beliefs.
Yeah, he's not just strictly going off
Well,
tweets
like,
though.
listen. I would understand the position that you're in, right? If it were just any one of these on their own, maybe there is room, right? But there's a pattern, and as humans, we have
There's
this
a
ability
pattern.
called pattern recognition. Correct?
And are
No.
you using?
What's that?
Like, and are you using Charlie Kirk's like videos where he goes into?
I don't believe in.
talk about
I
these
don't.
subjects in
I
depth.
want to speak
before you
out.
fire
Speak up
recognition.
right. I want to speak out right now. I don't agree with SK. I do not believe that humans have the ability of pattern recognition.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. My fault. My fault.
I mean, you
Um,
should know this,
ones.
SK.
Only the
Look at all the
smart ones.
Spider-Man media we get. They ain't no pattern
Only-
recognition to figure out why they're fucking bad.
Only the smart ones.
So
I love how every time we talk about something serious, it always goes back to Cape shit. You guys are fucking shills.
I
That
agree.
was
Jesus
it. But
Christ.
like, okay, so I
Okay,
wanna.
just go ahead.
All
go
right,
ahead, SK, before
PJ,
we
calling
continue-
this
before we
super
continue,
duper
SK.
serious is a little
So-
much. This
so
is like
I
some
wanna- I
crazy
wanna-
political debate on a guy who
I
can't
wa-
do anything anymore.
I mean, it's still on a. It's still on a
I
very.
want to get back to the next point. I want to get to the next
whatever, bro.
point.
Fuck
All
me, I
right.
guess.
So, yeah, let's get to the next reference. I'm gonna link this, and it's a whole thread of stuff, so you can just click the link and look at it yourself. A prominent male-to-female transgender activist in Philadelphia has just been arrested for allegedly raping 2 young boys. And notice
That's
how this
pretty
says
bad.
allegedly. So at the time,
That's pretty bad. I condemn
apparently
that.
there was no, it's alleged. So it wasn't even proven, it seems. Interesting. He says, he goes on to elaborate, he says, "No, we aren't posting an old story. This just happens all the time." Now, yeah, what is he talking about? This happens all the time. Next tweet. In 2022, a New York transgender activist was arrested for soliciting sex with a 14-year-old boy. Last February, a gay mayor, mentored, groomed by Pete Buttigieg, I mess up his name all the time, was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of CP. In August of 2022, Georgia gay activists William and Zachary Zolak were arrested for pimping out of their adopted boys to pedophiles. So, let me ask you something, right?
Yeah.
When you're pointing out that these people are child predators, why do you keep pointing out that they're part of the LGBT community? What is the relevance to that?
Because it's bringing attention to that 1 in 4 children are becoming gay and trans point. It's not necessarily them choosing this on their own. It's them. Sometimes it has to do with pure like pressuring from adults, and that's something we're wary of. Like
Sorry,
this is what the social contagion point.
Like it's the reverse effect of how adults used to socially pressure children to hide their homosexuality. It's
I'm
like the
sorry?
reverse of that. Now it's like to. Well, I'm saying like to your point, it's kind of like now, like adults like this are doing the reverse because it used to be you're supposed to like
no,
not
stop.
express
That's
your.
not what it is, though. That's not what it is.
No, I'm
examples
saying
that I
what
gave-
Jack Kentner said. I'm not saying. I'm just saying what Jack
Yeah,
Kentner's trying to
I know
point.
what he's saying. It doesn't work It doesn't work because that's not what these situations are. It's not a case of them getting them involved in the LGBT whatever the fuck you said. That's not what it is. It's just soliciting sex, right? That's separate from that.
I'm
Raping
gonna be
two young
real.
boys, that's separate from that.
I'm gonna be real. You guys are going in circles. I don't
Containing,
even see a fucking point
hold
to
up,
continuing.
containing counts of CP, that's separate from that. It's just a mayor that happens to be gay.
I
Can you
don't
repeat what you
disagree with
said?
any of that. I was just trying to understand what Jack was trying to say, anyways.
So you're basically saying that, oh well, it's cases of them trying to push LGBT stuff to children or whatever. That's not what these
Well,
situations are.
well,
It's
what
just
what?
straight up. It's just straight up abuse. That's
Yeah,
not what
like
it is.
it's abuse that doesn't really tend to be
Yeah,
reported
what
on
who they are
because
is
there's
irrelevant.
because they're
That's like saying it's
because we
relevant
are
that someone's black when they shoot people up.
well. If they tried to,
And
if
he's
people
saying this
try to conceal
happens all
race,
the
then yeah, it
time
is relevant.
involving this
Because
group
why
of
are they stealing?
people. And
Okay, so as,
remember that I'm bringing this up in addition to all of the other things he said. The T in
In
LGBT
addition to
stands for
what?
tyranny. He stood against gay marriage. We need to
okay,
counter that agenda.
I
Lego is
think the
grouping people because they have an LGBTQ set for children. Do you
think
not
that
see the full picture? All of these in
I
combination?
honestly don't. I think you're
Then
trying
you're
to like
blind. I
put
don't know what. Then
different.
you're blind.
I think
I
you're
don't know
trying
what
to
to
put
tell you.
different
My
puzzle pieces
goodness.
together.
I think
I
the
think you're trying to
biggest, I think the most you can steal, man, with the what was it again? What was the
No,
last
no,
one you brought up,
I'm
Jack?
no,
bro.
no. There's no steel manning. This is just stupid. Come on. There's no steel manning this. It's just stupid. You see the
No,
full
I agree.
I'm
It's
picture.
kind of
stupid.
curious to see what Jan will think. Like when
I'm
we
curious
eventually
to
have
see
this
as
with them.
well. Do you not see
He
the
of
full
all
picture of
people,
this?
he of all people, I'm scared about. He is a fucking idiot. He's gonna fucking stuttering Looney Tune his way out of the fucking combo.
I mean, I'm baffled at this point. That you're just like, there's so much evidence right now, and you're just like, no, 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 no. But it's even funnier with Cap and Kaba. After we explain it, it's just like, no, actually, no, screw him. I don't know. That was just interesting to me.
I feel like this conversation's like getting way too heated for what we're talking about.
Well, I
We
just
need
Honestly.
think
Jan
the
to
problem
moderate.
here is I think the problem here is that we have like very tight references that represent his position very
Not
clearly.
really. Tweets are not like type references. You have
He
videos
praised the
too, but
guy
you're
for
not using
opposing
Well,
gay marriage.
also,
He said
I'm gonna
trans
also,
for tyranny.
wait, real quick,
Okay, like
real
what does he
quick. I
mean by
wanna.
that?
Oh
What
my
does he
god.
mean by that?
What does
Real
he
quick,
mean
I
by
want
trans
to.
stands for
Saying like
tyranny?
vague.
I don't know. Maybe
Holy
what
shit,
it
you guys are
actually
so
implies
fucking
in the
fat,
wording.
bro. I swear to God. I want to say this real quick to Liam. In fairness, even though I get where you're coming from, saying that it's like you don't understand where it's heated, but and to be fair, like this is a product of like the Captain Kaba shit, which is like not only an unfair situation, but a good friend of ours that we know who was getting shit on by him for like no reason.
It
Well,
wasn't.
no, that got resolved. I got him to apologize and all that shit.
Yeah, but
Like,
we're
that's
still
over now.
yeah, but we're obviously still annoyed about it. So it's not
Well,
we're
I
not
think
going to be as
well,
lenient as
the
you
thing
are.
that's annoying
Yeah.
is that he's like he is literally doing the craziest gymnastics to defend literally
not
everything
doing-
Charlie Kirk says.
I'm not really like I'm asking
Oh
you
my
a
He
question,
doesn't
God.
even
and I'm like,
know.
you're just looking at this from like a very narrow point of
Alright.
lens to support like your already
Here's what I'm gonna
pre-existing.
say.
Like,
No,
Here's
it's
what
not.
here's
It's
what I'm
not.
gonna
It's
say.
not about preconceived notions, right? If something
yeah,
is out of
preconceived
context, then I
notions.
reject it. You
Just let
actually
them
did point
finish.
out. You
DJ, come
actually did.
on,
Hang on.
dog.
Stop.
Just let them
Stop.
finish.
I pointed out.
Jesus.
I pointed, or I didn't point out. You pointed out in your video times where Kirk was taken out of context. I gave credit for that. Yeah, that's out of context. Some of the things that they used, but the things that I'm pointing out here. The only thing you could say is, well, maybe that's bad wording. Well, we don't know what he meant, even though we see exactly what he meant in the wording of the tweets. You can't dance around that.
Well, no, I keep on trying to explain to you what it could have meant instead, but you don't want me to answer. You just want me to give yes or no answers.
You answer, and I explained to you why it doesn't work.
But you didn't explain. Okay. You just said like I don't want you to answer, Jack.
Okay. We've explained this to you many times, that he keeps bringing up instances of sexual abuse cases, and he acts like, he says, this happens all the time in reference to trans and gay people, as if that's relevant to the act of rape. And this is in
yeah,
remember,
yeah,
this is in
it's relevant to,
conjunction with him
like,
saying
grooming
the T in
devices he's talking
LGBT
about.
stands for tyranny.
He's
Him
talking about
praising someone for opposing gay marriage.
he's
Saying
talking
that we need to
about
push against the agenda of people being gay or bisexual. Him
he's
saying
talking
that
about
Lego
being
is
wary.
grooming people because they
Yes,
have an
and I
LGBT
agree that's
set.
stupid. I agree the Lego
Why is
thing
it
is
stupid? Why
but
is it stupid?
because it's just
Is
Legos.
it
Like
prejudice?
they
Is
don't
it
even have dick.
prejudice?
They don't even have dicks or vaginas. Like how like
So
what is the
so you want
sexual
so
like
so
explicit
yeah,
content?
so exactly. So he looks at something that represents gay people and he calls that abusive to children. Do you not see how that is homophobic right there?
He is looking at it in this in the
That's
sense
literally
of grooming.
prejudiced. That is literally
He's looking at
prejudiced.
it and he's looking at it in the sense of grooming that you're denying a child a choice and you're pushing it onto them. Just like
Where
how
is he
that one
denying? Where
just
is the
like
Lego set
just
denying
like
that? He just all it shows is
just
the existence
just
of
like
gay
that one
people.
teacher
All it does is validate the existence of gay people.
just like that one teacher who like raped that child or allegedly raped that child or
Yeah,
whatever. That's
and he keeps
here
drawing
that's
attention to
tyrannical. That's
and he
tyrannical.
keeps drawing attention to whether they're trans or
That's
gay,
tyrannical.
which is
That's
completely
tyrannical that's tyrannical in the sense
Okay.
that
yeah, but it
he's not
has
Okay.
nothing to
that they're
do
not
with being
respecting
trans,
their
even though he
consent.
seems to think so. Like it's not
That's
the
All
only
right.
case
tyrannical in
of
the sense that
this.
they're not
Like
respecting their consent.
right here,
I
he
want
says
to. I
this
just want to.
person is a shooter, and this person, of course, has to mention they're trans over and over again. This happens all the time. Like again, it's not just one thing. You can't just be like, oh, well, he could have meant this other thing when it doesn't. One, it doesn't even fit with the full picture. Two, it doesn't even fit with the situation. Like, there's so many examples I can just pull. Like, when he constantly says, oh, trans shooter, trans cult, whatever. Literally, he made a tweet promoting the idea that the trans clan has a militant wing and it's out for blood. They are taking lives, defiling churches, and freaking everybody out. He's praising that statement. He's saying the regularity of trans violence, saying that's a thing amongst their community. And he says this while he says the T stands for tyranny. You don't see the full picture? All of these together. You don't... Can you not put
All
two
right,
and two
can I talk
together?
now?
Do you not see
Can I talk
any
now?
connection? Go on.
Okay, is this a yes or no question or can I actually elaborate?
Feel free to elaborate.
Jesus.
Okay. So this has to do with a larger point of grooming. That person who allegedly assaulted that child sexually is utilizing a form of tyranny by doing so because they're not respecting their consent, like
What
the
does
child's
being
consent.
trans have to do with that?
He's bringing up how people are using trans as a shield to commit bad actions.
No.
To frame themselves in a victim to frame themselves in a victim.
First of all, that's not what he said in the tweets. Second of all, that
Again,
does not mean
okay, like,
T
he's
as
not
a
saying
whole.
anything you're
T as
saying
a
either.
whole stands for tyranny.
He's not saying anything you're saying either in his tweets. Yet you're using that as justification to condemn
No,
him
that's
and say things
exactly
he
what
never
he
said.
said. He praised the guy for rejecting gay marriage. He praised the guy for saying that
Yeah, like
that the trans
and you're
population has been prone to violence.
yeah, he did say that, but you're
He said the
making
T
up
in
stuff
LGBT
like
stands
he
for
didn't say.
tyranny.
You're making stuff up that he didn't say. Like you don't even know what the
I
context is.
read
Is it like the
exactly
state?
what he said.
Is it the state?
I read
Is it the
exactly
state
what he
coming in?
said.
Again, like I'm bringing this up, but is it the state coming in and saying, "Hey, you need to like officiate this marriage, even if you don't think it's marriage?" Because I don't think that's okay. Like, why can't they just find someone who does believe that it's a legitimate marriage? That's weird. That's just weird to me. It's like the bakers. It's like the bake the cake bigot controversy.
What bake the cake? Where they refused
You never
to
heard?
make cakes
So
for gay people?
So you never heard that that case?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that due to discrimination laws?
No. It like SCOTUS ruled in favor of the baker. So the story of that is that a gay couple, like they seem to have like targeted this Christian baker and said, "Hey, like make this make a wedding cake for us and give us your blessing." And he said, like I'm sorry, but like I'm very religious and I can't do that as it would violate my beliefs.
Wait.
And they went and that they sued him for it, and then that went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Wait,
and the
I'm
Supreme Court
confused.
said, "Hey,
Well, hang on, I'm confused. Is this in like the same vein as like, let's say you reject to give someone a drink or something because they're black? Isn't
no,
that the same like denial of service thing where it's based on discrimination?
no. SCOTUS said, hey, you're not simply asking for a cake, because to be clear, the baker did offer them cakes, like did offer them cakes and stuff, but he didn't want to like sign off on the wedding like they wanted him
Well,
to,
what
like
is
on
sign
the cake.
off on the wedding? I thought it's just making a cake. Like, does it?
It's
Yeah.
making
like,
a
is it
cake
not
for
allowing it to be
marriage.
decorated
He's
in that
saying
manner?
I view this. It's something along the lines
Yes.
of like, I believe that this is like a valid marriage under my God, and when he didn't want to do that.
Okay.
Which is what that would be if he made that cake, which is probably why they couldn't actually sue him for discrimination, because he didn't refuse service to them because they were gay. He
Well, what's the service? Is the service that you have
refused a
to?
request.
Well,
Well,
so
to be
is the
clear, they
service
did
that you
sue him
have
for
to give them a
discrimination,
custom decoration in the way that they
No,
ask?
the
Is that
service
what the
is that
job
he
is?
bakes. No, the service is that he bakes cakes. If they ask for a cake, he would bake them a cake. But if they're asking him to do something that is against his own moral beliefs, bad or not, that's not discrimination. That's declining a request for him
Well,
to do something
the reason I asked this is because is it like part of their job description where if they ask you to do this in this specific way, you have to do it? Because if so, then that's just part of the
No.
job, then therefore that is discrimination.
Well,
It's
no,
not?
it wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't. Like,
It's not.
he
They're a
doesn't.
baker, SK. They make cakes for people. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
they have to make every single cake ever. Like if it's
Okay,
it's
yeah,
a
I
it's
got
an
it. Yeah, I got it.
it's an equivalent if you bake a cake and someone says, "Hey, can you write kilo Jews on the cake?" and you go, "No." That's not discrimination.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, that's probably why they won the case. Guy's still a bigot.
Yeah, the baker
Like,
won.
doesn't deny that part.
Yeah, okay. What were we comparing this to again?
Like gay marriage, like not being able to officiate a gay wedding.
Okay, yeah, so I would just say if it is part of his job description where he has to do that or he's going against his job, then yeah, in that case that is a problem. I don't even know why you're focusing like so much on that because he literally said I don't support the decision to be gay for other people. He literally said that in a clip in your video that you used while trying to say he's not homophobic.
That's because like he doesn't want to be gay. Like he doesn't
Yeah,
see a
then someone else
reason to
can
be
do
gay.
it. Someone
Like
else
why
can
is that?
do it.
Why is that?
Okay.
Like,
I
why is that?
don't want to own a car, but I support someone's decision to own a car.
Okay, I don't want to be gay. Does that make me homophobic?
No, but when you say I don't support your decision,
Oh, so it's not homophobic. Gotcha.
Are you
okay.
are you
Charlie
slow?
Kirk
That's not all he
Jack,
was
are
saying,
you
though.
daft? I said he
You
said this about
doofball.
someone
What the
else's
fuck?
decision. I said this about someone else's decision.
He can disagree. He can disagree with that decision
Okay,
and say,
fine.
"I'm
I
just going
disagree
to
with
live my own
someone
way.
being black.
I'm going to live my own
I
way."
disagree with someone being black. Fine.
Disagreement day on being
I
black.
disagree with
You
someone
disagree.
being black.
So you disagree with yourself, SK. That's
Race
crazy.
Yeah,
and sexuality are different. We went over this. Race
I
and
disagree
sexuality
with
are
someone being
different.
black.
No,
Race
oh
and
my-
gender.
No, that's not the
gender.
same.
He said
Gender.
gender. That's what he
Yeah.
talked about.
No,
Does the-
Jack.
okay,
Sexuality and race there's more of an equivalent there than with gender
Okay.
because they're both inherent traits
Yeah,
that you were born
do you think
with.
people can just control whether they're gay or not?
Okay, do you think like being black like has like a specific lifestyle choice? It doesn't. Like they can
Yeah, it
have
doesn't. Not at all.
good lifestyle choice and make bad lifestyle choices. That's not a bigoted statement. I wouldn't live like that black guy. Like that's not a bigoted statement.
Okay, but he's saying that he doesn't support the decision for like just for an example, right? Let's say because I'm not personally marrying this other person, but let's say I were to support my friend marrying someone else. It's like, what if I would just went ahead and said, "Oh well, I don't support the decision." Clearly, I have a problem with it. Likewise, he has a problem with people being gay. So that is homophobic, and that does
Not
contextualize
really.
all of the things that we talked about.
Not really, because he's not talking about outlawing it. He just disagrees.
It doesn't matter whether you want it outlawed or not. You can dislike black people and not want them to be outlawed, but you can still be racist. So that's not an argument.
Well, it is an argument because lifestyle choices is
It's
entirely
still
being born a certain way.
it's still homophobic, but it's a form of homophobia based on it's like based on like a loyalty to an ideology more so than just a irrational hatred for
No,
their
I
sexuality, but it's
agree,
still
and the
I don't
Nazis were
hang on.
loyal to Adolf Hitler.
SK, I'm trying to get somewhere with Jack, and you just I'm gonna fucking kill you, dude.
Well, we gotta
What
be
was he
blunt
even-
with this.
We're
It's
getting
just,
well, no,
we
well,
gotta
no,
be
not
blunt.
even.
do you understand
Well, no,
what
real quick. I go as far as to say that with Jack, you guys are getting nowhere. That's why just fucking end it at this point, dude.
Well, no, I'm
like
trying
you
to
guys
hammer
are
a
literally
point here.
going
I'm trying to
nowhere.
hammer every single point to him. It's like
I get that, SK, and I can see that because I can fucking hear you struggling. But it's like, dude, he's not, no one's gonna listen, bro. Just end it, please.
Well,
It's
all
like
I'm
it's
gonna-
two in the morning.
okay, so then I guess the record is set that Jack doesn't think it's homophobic to say I don't support you being gay.
It's like 3 in the morning already, dude.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Okay, that's not what I said. I said I
That's
I
literally what
disagree.
Kirk said, but okay.
I disagree with your lifestyle choices. I disagree with like being
Lord.
gay, or being gay being the center of your entire identity. That's what he said.
No, he
If
said
you're subservient
that's
to
not
an
what he said.
ideology, if you're subservient to an ideology that thinks any form of negativity towards sexuality, race, gender, etc., that's still a form of you being a bigot because you're subservient to a bigoted ideology.
So Christianity is a bigoted ideology. That is the position.
Well, as I've been told, not
quite
all
possibly,
Christians even
yeah.
believe in it, and yeah, that is possible if that's the case. But if it's not, which I've been told, apparently that's not even a thing, and that it's been like miscommunicated or whatever.
It depends on how it depends on what the Bible actually says because I'm not an expert on the Bible. But if you believe that being gay is a sin because of the Bible, if the Bible says that, that is still like a form of bigotry towards gay people.
Yeah, I don't care if it's because the Bible said it. It still is.
Okay.
And it's your decision. You can choose to subscribe yourself to whatever ideology you want to subscribe yourself to. So if you subscribe to that, you chose to have a bigoted ideology.
So to be clear, if the Bible gives or if there's any sort of justification tied to it, you'll reject it because it's the very position itself you oppose, right?
It depends what the justification is, maybe, but I can't think of anything right off the top of my head.
Okay.
Like I genuinely can't think of like a justification for it under any context.
God told me to live this specific way, embrace like a nuclear family.
No, what's the justification for God saying?
Don't give into like lust, like only have like sex with women for the purpose of like procreation. And I think this is a nuance that's being lost because he opposed like what Charlie Kirk did was reject like
No, but what's God's justification for calling it sinful?
because it doesn't lead to the formation of a child, I'm guessing.
Not everyone has to have a child, but okay.
So God believes in loving all, but apparently you can only particularly love someone if it reproduces more people.
That's not
Is God moral? Is God moral or pragmatic?
That's not necessarily what he said. He said you can love someone.
Well, I'm just gonna ask you this question though: Is God moral or pragmatic?
I would say he's like the view would be that he's pragmatic, therefore that makes him moral.
So if you're a moral person, why would you follow someone that believes in pragmatism over morality?
Because it leads to like moral result. Because the morality is based on the pragmatism.
What do you mean by that? Because like I would say if you think that is sinful or any kind of negative connotation, the fact that God made a system where if you're gay under this logic, that's a way you could go to hell is I would say is immoral because of the bigotry behind it and how we understand morals.
Well, some people disagree with that, right? They say, "Oh yeah, all you need to do is just like acknowledge that what you're doing is sinful, and you can go to heaven," right? You
Okay,
get,
so if someone's gay and chooses not to believe in the Bible, they're just inherently gonna go to hell. You think that's
if they reject like Christ, because that's the entire significance of Jesus Christ sacrificing himself on the cross. He died for our sins. If you reject that, then yeah, like you're rejecting the salvation. That's like
so
the
God so God
entire-
so God believes in our freedom, but will punish us harshly for acting upon our freedom with our
Well,
own moral beliefs.
Well, yeah, because like if you like someone can love you and they can like keep you chained up somewhere, but that's not like but you're not free. Like you're just like a chain. You're just pretty much a chained animal at that point.
Are you
Like
not a chained animal for following someone who has power over you? Isn't that what a pet is?
not really,
We're all
because
God's pets
he
under
still
what we're
allows you to
doing.
walk away at any point. Like not
I
he
mean, I
still
can allow my
allows you.
dog to walk away at any point, but I've trained him well to come back to my house. He's still my pet. He's not
Okay.
truly free, is he?
Yeah, and is that out of like pragmatism, like because he understands that he has nowhere else to go, like he'll die if he starves.
Well, no, it's based off training and institutionalized beliefs that you can put into your dog's head, because that's how you can train your pet. You can train your pet to be absolutely subservient to you, with positive reinforcement and rewarding, but that is a form of the dog not being truly free. It's why we call them pets.
I would say that's that's partly true, but it's also just educating them of dangerous things. Like if your dog doesn't understand that your dog needs to be educated that if they run into an oncoming car that they'll get run over, so they need to be taught and trained to avoid them. That's not necessarily that's not
They're-
necessarily forcing a
They're
belief.
also commonly taught and trained to go to your house, stay in your house, eat when necessary. They can't really go out. They can't piss when they want to. They gotta hope that you let them out usually, unless you have a doggy door.
Well, they also and just let you know when they need to go to the bathroom. But that's like really properly trained pets. All of them are like that.
Yeah. Do you believe dogs are truly free?
They can make stupid decisions. Like I had a dog that ran away, on my grandmother's house, and it got ran over, like by a car because it chose not to just stay in the house when it got off leash.
Yeah, but like, once again, if you own a dog, that dog's your pet. Is that dog truly free? Does that dog have full autonomy on its decisions and like life way of living, or is it dictated by the owner? Can y'all hear me?
Give me a second.
I
Alright,
love
no
the
worries.
nowhere that we're going to.
I'm
Great
just
job, Liam.
baffled. This is genuine cope. Like
We're
that's just
supposed to watch a
insane.
movie, bro.
I literally gave like a whole mountain of references.
Is this
how
still
all
alive,
of them are
SK?
yeah, how they're all tied together, and there's still no budging. Like this is embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude, this.
I
Can
love
we
the
be done?
nowhere. Yeah, I love the nowhere that this convo's going to. It's almost as if we should have fucking ended it already.
Yeah,
Another
can we be
thing
done?
about disagreement day, SK, is we're going to put it like a time where it should end.
Yeah,
We
I
should have an
suppose.
endpoint for each one's, because fuck, man, this is ridiculous. 3 in the morning, no
You
one's
guys
watching.
make biased
Anyone actually
POV
watching?
with no floor to stand on.
Yeah,
So
bro.
But then
you
don't
guys are
enable it.
objectively discriminating the true religion, Christianity. What?
What?
Biased POV with no floor to stand on. What's biased about what we said? How do you know
Oh
what's
my
bad and good
God.
based on subjective view?
How do you people
Well,
attract these?
I consider it a bad thing to discriminate against someone because they like the same sex. I consider that a bad thing. Same way I consider it a bad thing to punch someone in the face for no reason. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. Maybe that's crazy.
If God gave us the freedom, they gave us the freedom to socially construct what is good and bad and understand what morality is. So he taught us what morality is, what is right and wrong, what is good and evil, and then he's asking us to do evil things like believe that being gay is a sin, for example.
I'm back.
I mean, I don't
Well,
see the reason that
again,
we
I
need
think
to
it's
like
more
get into
nuanced
the
than that, to
religion
be
thing.
honest.
I don't really care about it. I don't care
All right,
what
SK, hang
telling
on a
you.
second. Jack's back. I want to continue where I
Yeah.
left off.
No,
So
we
Yeah, I would
shouldn't.
say it's
In
more
fact, we
nuanced
should
than
end it.
that because
where
just
was
end it.
I?
Okay.
Yes.
Like
Well,
a
if
dog
you want
analogy.
it to end, just leave. You can. We'll talk later.
Bro,
That was a
it's
good question.
it's going in fucking circles, bro.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Do you
It's
believe
dude,
that a
it's
pet?
SK.
Do you
It's
believe?
3 in the fucking morning. You've been
well,
doing this
hang
stream
on.
for like
Just
nearly
which
9
direction are you
hours.
going,
Oh
Liam?
my God, PJ.
Fuck
We
off,
were
Liam.
talking about the religious shit with like the gay stuff, and I
Honestly,
was
I think that's
tackling that.
irrelevant. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have the belief because a book told them to. They still have the belief.
Well, where's your
Jesus.
belief? Like I heard that one commenter, and that's a valid question. Like, where is your belief coming from?
I already
Why does it have
explained
to
it.
come? Why does it have to come from some kind of source? Maybe we can develop it
Because
ourselves
so
just
it,
for free.
because you're just like making a subjective point. You're just making a
All,
subjective
if you
argument
want
at
to
that
argue
point.
that, we can argue that the Bible's subjective because it was probably written by a person.
Okay.
Well, also,
So
like,
why
I
are
don't
we
know
going?
how this is relevant, right? The whole
Hang
point
on a
where
second. Okay, hang on a second. So why is it okay to go off some random subjective belief
Oh,
based on a book that's telling you to be anti-gay? Why is that just okay?
Again, like it
Do you
depends
believe
on
that
like what it
morality
means.
as a whole is subjective, by the way? Is that what you believe?
Seeker,
No,
shut the
I believe
fuck up,
I believe
bro.
that
If you were in the
I
call, you
believe
would be
that there's
complaining
objective
too.
morality. I believe that there is objective morality.
All right.
And
So do you
like
believe
being like okay, being
just to follow up to that one? If you believe in objective morality, do you believe like objectively it is immoral to be, let's say, bigoted?
depends on like what you're being bigoted towards. Like, is it a negative quality or trait? Like this
Bigoted
is like
towards and okay,
this is like
I'll elaborate. I'll elaborate. That's fair. I'll elaborate. Bigoted towards inherent traits that a person has that is out of their control.
pedophilia. Yeah, I oppose that. I'm bigoted towards that, and I would look towards like ways of preventing that person from like embracing their negative traits, so it affects someone. And I
All
think
right,
that's
I'll elaborate a
I
little bit
think,
further because that was actually that was actually kind of a good point.
and I think that's
Bigoted
nuance.
towards
Like,
inherent traits that do not harm anybody.
I think that's a nuance that the right is missing, right? Okay, so there needs to be they need to focus less on pedophiles being gay or trans and focus on the fact that they're pedophiles, right?
Sure.
Even if they can use certain labels as a defense, like most people in
I
that
just want to go back
demographic
to the
aren't like
question real
that.
quick
Aren't like
because
that.
like I'll be fair, that was a good point, but I'll just elaborate a little bit further. Do you think it's objectively immoral to be bigoted towards people with inherent traits out of their control that do not harm anybody?
I would say sure, because again, like pedophilia, you could
That
consume something.
that
You
that, that
could consume
can
something. Yeah.
that can lead to harm people. I'm assuming that's why you would still stand by being bigoted towards that, right?
Well, you guys like made this point with like lolicon, right? Like, even if there's no like actual child being involved, if they look like a child, then yeah, then they are committing harm. What?
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's like not something
I
okay.
don't think it commits literal harm, sure. I think it's more so that it's a bad mentality that can go worse. Because that's a mindset. That's an unhealthy mindset.
Yeah. So again, like there you go. Like if even if it doesn't harm anyone, it could lead to eventual harm in the future.
Or it could spread rhetoric to make others eventually harm. Because the problem is, like, I don't think someone's inherently super duper irredeemably evil if they were like born a pedophile. I think what makes them evil is if they try and um they try and normalize it or make it okay, because that can lead to radical behavior and harm, like actually going for a child. Because pedophilia uncontrolled becomes it turns people into predators. Be like homosexuality out of control at worst makes more people gay. Like you see the
Well,
difference there, right?
well, how gay are we talking? To be honest, because certain actions
How
are
gay are we
gay.
talking? That's a quote, bro. That's a quote and a half.
I mean,
Keep
yeah,
going.
like there is such a thing as being like having no control of your sexuality, like sleeping with everyone you see. Like that's not good.
That's
Yeah,
not
because
good, but
straight people
I
have
don't
never
think
done
that's
that
like
before.
straight up.
It's not. It's again. It's that's not inherently like a gay trait. Like it's a straight trait too. But like something you have to keep in mind.
Well, sure, but like that's like you can see how that's already different because that's not because of the inherent quality of someone. That's not even like a sexuality thing. That's just another form of mentality you can say is harmful, which is like just sleeping around.
You're being a slut. That's not you being gay.
Okay, so you would acknowledge that if I criticize that for both like straight people, like gay people, like bisexual people, that would be respectable, right?
I think it's fine. If you criticize someone for sleeping around because of the unhealthy behavior that would be, and if you, especially if those people promote that kind of behavior, yeah, that's fair to criticize. But like ultimately, like, if we agree that it is immoral to be bigoted towards people with inherent traits they cannot control that are not going to harm anybody, if that's objective morality, God created everything. He created that objective morality. So he created that it's objectively immoral to think this way, but he's telling people to think this way in the Bible. Do you see the contradiction there?
I feel like I'm in fucking school right now. I
Shut
feel
up,
like I'm getting a
BJ.
history lesson.
Shut up.
Actually,
Jesus
stop, BJ.
Christ.
If you're
Stop, just
complaining so
leave.
much, actually get out of the
God, if you
VC
don't
at
wanna
that
hear.
point.
Yeah.
If you don't care, leave. I'm actually
Fuck
trying
you.
to fucking talk. I think fucking Jack didn't hear what I said. I'm gonna kill myself.
He's muted.
Yeah, no worries. We'll wait.
Someone in chat said, my bad, deep down you know humans are flawed and more nuanced than Charlie Bad. Your Honor, I plead guilty to thinking spreading homophobia is bad. Very sorry that offends
Well,
you, fucking loser.
well, can I
Okay,
bring
Jack,
something
Jack.
up? Like,
Yo,
Jack,
spit.
did you hear what I said
Spit, bro.
before? Did you hear what I said before, or should I just repeat myself real quick?
repeat yourself. Yeah.
Okay, so if we can agree in objective morality, and we can agree it's objectively bad to to be bigoted towards people with inherent traits they cannot control that cannot lead to harm, then can we also agree if God exists, he created everything, right? He created literally everything. That's not just the world, the floor, and physics. That's concepts. That's conceptualization. It's a conceptualization of everything, which includes this concept we just discussed. So God literally, under this logic, created objective morality where it's objectively bad to be bigoted towards gay people, but told us in the Bible to do something that is objectively immoral. Do you see the contradiction?
Well, no, because like he still said to like love your neighbor, like to still love people who are gay, even if you're not gay.
No, I
He didn't
understand
say
that.
like hate them and
I
stuff like that.
understand that. It's more nuanced, but but like in the end of the day, it is still bad and immoral to think to like be bigoted towards gay people. You can still show them love, show them kindness, respect
Yeah,
and decency, but you can
yeah.
also be a bigot at the same time.
So would you
And
say that Charlie Kirk never showed like any sort of love or like towards gay people in general? Like he never said, "Hey, even though I'm not
I have
gay, like
no
I
idea because
respect you."
I am not some Charlie Kirk connoisseur. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
In fairness, he kind
he
of
went.
did. Yeah, he has kind of done.
So like years ago, like I kind of remember this at CPAC rally. Like Nick Fuente sent his little groypers to ask him questions with his friend Rob Smith, like a gay black conservative, and they were like, "Why are you allowing gays in our conservative movement?" And he actually defended him. He said, "Hey, like you're a bigot." Like that's what he said to them. So I think that's worth keeping in mind because he could have just said, "Yeah, why are you here?" Like that's
No,
not
that's
worth
fair.
something.
That's fair. I'm not I wouldn't even disagree with that. But the point would still stand that like there's a contradiction in all this because if it's objectively immoral to be bigoted and the Bible's asking you to have a mindset that it's sinful and wrong to be gay, that's a form of bigotry still, which is objectively bad under the objective morals that we both just had a commonality
But,
to
well,
agreeing
no,
to.
you acknowledge that not all forms of bigotry are bad if it's based on like preventing harm, right?
And how is being gay harmful?
So,
Yes,
like
yeah.
certain hedonistic actions could be self-harmful. Like, yeah, I agree in your premise of like we shouldn't be bigoted towards
So would you
people.
say it's self-harmful because it leads you to hell because it's a sin?
I would say it because it's like a hedonistic act. It could like give you STDs. It could like you're
So
losing
could
like
straight
out on
people.
like
That's not an
spiritual
argument.
connections. Again, yeah, it is an argument because like that's
It's really
Charlie
not.
Kirk had that same Charlie Kirk had that same mindset when he went on the whatever podcast and debated OnlyFans models, like people like that, and he said like
Okay, so
I'm gonna pray for you.
Yeah, you can get
Okay.
diseases with straight couples too. That's not an argument.
No,
Yeah,
it's
STDs
showing
can
that's not,
happen in straight
it's showing that's
relationships.
not
I
like
think what you're
it's showing that's not a gay exclusive thing. It applies to both people who are gay and straight. Like he
yeah,
wants
like
like a
that's
he
more so
wants
talking
he
about
advocates for he advocates for abstinence, which is to have less sex and to reserve it for people who you actually have like a connection with.
yeah, I don't think
Not just
I don't think
go for
any of
like a
us are
big body
trying
count.
to I don't think any of us are arguing against that idea in the Bible. The idea is the inherently being gay is a sin, right? Because the only argument you can use about someone being gay it would be self-harmful because it would lead you to hell, right? Because it's a sin. Like that being like a form of self-harm. You're fucking yourself over for eternity. It's the biggest
Well, like,
self-harm you could technically do if you think about it.
well, like sexual or just like again like spiritual love. Like you could show spiritual love to like your
If you want to
best
have sex with another man and you're gay, like that's a sin and that could lead you to hell, right?
Yeah, I would say because it's like
So that would be self-harm. If you're gay, you're self-harming yourself because you're gonna go to hell.
not like
Or it's at
procreation
least something that could bring you to hell.
because it's a sexual act, it's not a procreational activity. But that like applies towards like everything else. That's also like a fetish, right? That's just like having fun in the bedroom. That's not isn't for the purpose of baby making. Like he like and that's like other those are like opens up another can of
All
worms
right.
like abortion,
So
just condoms, all that stuff.
yeah,
Like
this might lead to another thing, and I think there's an issue with us with a few of those if we're talking about objective morality. But if we're talking about gay, so firstly, if it's just having gay sex, sure, but nobody like that's not specified in the Bible. It's just if you're gay. God damn, Jack Kentner's really busy with those fries, bro. I'm sorry. It's a
Sorry,
joke.
what'd you ask? Like six?
Oh, no. Okay, so gay sex, like, okay, here's the thing. If the Bible specified maybe just gay sex, I can understand the logic you're giving here, but marriage doesn't like let's use marriage for example. Gay marriage. Christians don't like gay marriage. You don't inherently have to have sex with another man if you're a man being married to another man.
Mm-hmm. But they wouldn't
So
all.
why
At the
would
same time,
that be why is that bad?
because they would say that God describes marriage as like between a man and a woman, and two men and two women marrying would contradict that religious teaching, and that's the basis they use to oppose it.
So here's the
So
thing. Once
and
again,
some
God creates objective morality, but then he creates a system where we have to go against objective morality and have anti-gay sentiments like only straight couples can have marriages.
well, so again, like I need to look more into Charlie Kirk's position on this because
I'm not even
I don't
talking
know if
about
he's
Charlie
I don't
Kirk's
know I don't
position.
know if
This is just a common religious position that people have, and the issue is inherently like you are a person with choices. You can choose what you can and can't believe in. You can choose what you can and can't subscribe to. If the Bible's telling you it's inherently wrong to be gay, that is bigoted, and through objective morality that we both agree to, that is just immoral. So you are subscribing to an immoral position, and it's a contradiction to God because if God created everything, He created these morals, to be objectively good and bad, and he's telling us to be objectively bad with our morality by believing in this anti-gay sentiment. That contradicts what God is.
Well, it would be it would go against the Bible if you were like committing harm against him, like the Westboro Baptist Church, right? So I would say that Charlie Kirk was, while religious, was not homophobic because he said he made his position clear, but he never said that he's going to treat someone who's gay differently professionally or like as a friend. Like again, like as I mentioned, that Rob Smith guy, Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin got a ton of shit for adopting his child
So
through
I
surrogacy,
have a
and
question.
he still
I
like
have a question. I have a
defended it.
question. If someone is subscribes themselves as a socialist, is it fair for someone to conclude that that person is anti-freedom?
Yeah, like because it would you, they would have to limit success. They would have to say, okay, we're going to prevent everyone, like someone being successful or take away people's wealth for the benefit of everyone. So in order to make everyone equal, they would have to
here's the
limit
thing,
people.
Jack. Someone can subscribe to the idea of being socialist but not enact on it. They can just believe that that is right but not do anything to enforce that, right?
Yeah.
But they still have that belief. That means that they're anti-freedom. It doesn't, because they chose to subscribe to that.
But was Charlie Kirk anti-freedom and disagreeing with like a
I don't think Charlie Kirk's
gay
anti-freedom.
lifestyle?
I think Charlie Kirk is anti-gay because he chose to subscribe to anti-gay sentiment told to him through text.
And what, like, would you say that? Let's see,
Is
but
being anti-gay and homophobic.
And I still feel like you need to, and I still feel like you need to fully acknowledge the contradiction in God through the Bible, because we believe that objective morality exists, which means God created that, and He contradicted it by telling you to do the opposite of what is moral in the Bible, unless you, which has either two conclusions: either that this is contradiction to God Himself, or that God doesn't care about what is right or wrong.
But
And morality doesn't matter to him. And if morality doesn't matter to him, why should we as good people follow someone who is immoral despite his power?
Well, you're approaching this from like a secular mindset, right? So you're assuming that like Charlie Kirk has like the only reason he believes in this is because a book written by someone thousands of years ago said it, so it must be true. Well, no,
That's the
he believes
argument
in like
you gave us. So
he believes in a higher power, like he believes in heaven, and that there are like the Bible is like a way of giving sort of cheat codes or just like valuable lessons on how to live your life to live, and then once you're finished like living your life, you go to heaven. Like that, he wants like people
Is all
to.
that, but do you genuinely think that is more important than the freedom of the people?
See, that's
especially when a
question.
lot of this stuff restricts people's freedom and expressions.
See, that's a complicated question, right? Because like ask if you ask like who is more free, and like I'm going to give you a hypothetical here. Who's more free? Someone in society who is like fully functioning, like has a good job, good well-paying job, a family, all that, but like heavy drug usage is outlawed. And like another person where like heavy drug usage isn't outlawed, but they're an addict. Like who would you say is more free?
I would say the first one.
Why would you say the first guy is more free?
Because the first one did not make the choice to take away his freedom through addiction.
Yeah. So Liam, like you gave a good answer, because a lot of people would say like the first person isn't free because the government decide for him that drugs are illegal, but the second guy is a slave to his own addiction. Like he isn't free in that sense, and because he gives into his addictions, he's like he doesn't have the freedom to do other things because his addiction his addiction keeps him from making choices that much.
Well,
And
I also believe there's a difference between freedom and anarchy. There's a difference between absolute freedom, where it goes down to anarchy, where anything and everything is allowed. That's just
yeah,
carnage and anarchy in my mind. Freedom
yeah.
is being able to freely express yourself and be able to live the way you would like to live through fair, reasonable, and understandable methods, while also being promoted to be wise. That's what true freedom is. Because what 100%
Yeah,
freedom
like
is
fire.
not freedom, because death isn't freedom. Because if everything is allowed, murder is allowed, and if murder is allowed, that means people have the freedom to take away other people's freedoms by ending their lives, which would not
Yeah.
be the truest form of freedom under that own logic. So true freedom is to be able to freely express yourself through reasonable, fair means, while also being promoted to be wise.
Yeah.
True freedom requires wisdom.
Yeah, and I would say is like true in the same way like true equality isn't something that we should strive for necessarily, because it would require us to
True
live
equality
for
takes away
conditions.
true freedom.
Yeah. Uh, but would you also say that like true freedom is also like an oxymoron, because if everyone has freedom, then no one does, because they can take it away at any time. Like you need certain like regulations or people like a body to enable everyone's like an appropriate level of freedom, so that nobody else is negatively impacted, right? Like that's why we have laws in place.
Yeah, but the laws in place ideally are the form is like the wisdom that we should follow by, so we can contain true freedom.
And what is that? What is that? What is that wisdom called?
The wisdom would be more like understanding the concept of
Moral.
morality, especially
Wow.
morality that takes away people's freedom. Truly immoral stuff usually is systematically built on the idea of restricting or taking away freedoms. That's why we hate the Nazis, for example.
Yeah, morality,
That's
but
why they're
like
evil.
yeah, the Nazis are evil, but not because they had laws. They had like highly restrictive laws that made unjustifiable uh that were unjustified. They targeted Jews, they targeted like people who weren't genetically German, all that sort of stuff. But you can still have laws in place that restrict certain actions because it doesn't benefit
Yeah,
the
and there's
individual.
certain laws in place that can be
Or
considered immoral or evil as well. Like
yeah.
ideally, wisdom should come from laws and rules that protect people's freedoms.
And where does that come from? Like, would you say like science, like the scientific method, peer reviewed studies, stuff like that?
Science?
Yeah.
What?
No, what would you say is a good basis on how to like make laws? Like where do we get the morality from?
Ideology, philosophy, ideas,
So those like
experience, history.
those are like more abstract ideas, right?
Well, those are abstract ideas that are created. Like those are abstract ideas, but they eventually become like concrete ideas based on our understanding and our growth as a civilization.
Yeah, and that's the idea behind Christianity too. They operate under the premise that Jesus Christ is God. He came down, offered his wisdom, and if we follow that wisdom, we'll get into like Christians will get into heaven. And they are using these teachings as a way to navigate towards life. And like the church, like a number of churches, like religious institutions, have expanded upon that. Like the teachings and how they go about day-to-day life, like by writing
On
by writing
paper, you're right, but the application shows that it's either it's really bad and very dated because the Bible
well
was written a long time ago.
well it's also being expanded upon now, right? And the same can be said of more respectable like secular institutions that rely that are scientists, right? Because certain science can be can be outdated. Like certain ideas can be outdated. Like eugenics, that was touted by the Nazis as a as a scientific idea that was going to advance their civilization. And because it was new, it was touted as it was touted as something great. But now we know that even though they touted it as something great because it was a new idea, it really wasn't when you saw the applications of it.
Yeah, like that's why history is important when it comes to this stuff. That's why history is one of the things I would definitely mention. I think the thing is, I get what you're saying. The Bible and Christianity on paper is a good form of freedom, but the application behind those teachings and the fake, it's kind of like a fake decision that it gives you, is a form of manipulation. I forgot what it's called, but the idea of
Dogmatism?
if you give someone the freedom to choose two options, but only one of them is put in a flattering light, that's not really a decision, and it's not a decision you made. You're being manipulated to make that decision. Because if I tell you, like Jack, okay, if you go through door number A, like door number A is great, you're gonna be as free and as happy as possible. And if you go through B, it's your choice. You can go through B, but like, I'm just gonna let you know, it's really dark and damp there. You're gonna choose A every time, and you didn't really have a choice in the decision because I just kind of I
When I-
gave you the answer by giving you like leading descriptions and shit. I essentially made the choice for you without you even acknowledging it and making it think it's your decision. That's a false choice. So if the Bible tells you, you can be free and you can freely express yourself, but if you are gay, it is a sin and you might go to hell. You see how it's not really a choice? That's a form of manipulation.
Well, it could also just be like just understanding like the wider context. Like you can use your like deductive reasoning, like a number of like critical thinking methods to determine like what the more logical outcome is. I understand like what you mean by by the false like image of choice and whatnot, but you can
Yeah,
also
it's a false choice. And what makes it wrong with the gay example is that it's a choice that's false and leading you to a direction when the other direction isn't even inherently like bad. Unless you think it's actually bad to be gay, which just doesn't make sense.
but you would agree that there are certain like lifestyle choices a gay person can make that can be criticized, right?
No, of course, you can freely criticize things, but if you call those things like if you call those things inherently bad, that would be dependent on certain contexts.
Like hookup
I guess I
culture,
would say.
like that's not hookup culture because that's not necessarily a gay trait, but there can be like a lot of
Yeah, like
like
hookup
a
culture, you can
whereas in the gay community.
hookup culture is something you can definitely say is unhealthy, but if you have a negative connotation for anyone who engages in hookup culture, like just inherently by having that choice or lifestyle you don't like, that is like not healthy for you to do either. Oh, this person engages in hookup culture. Oh, like that's bad. Maybe they're bad.
Well,
That's
it depends on
sinful.
like what way you're approaching it. Like, are you approaching it from like a severely superstitious aspect approach, or are you approaching it from like, hey, you're suffering from these negative traits, and like these studies and these medical studies say that these are like symptoms of like engaging in that culture. So, would you like reconsider? Would you reconsider that?
Oh yeah, I
Like,
would, especially under the context that it is a choice in the end of the day. So it is something that can be promoted to be stopped. It's different than being gay because being gay is just an inherent trait that certain people have. And it isn't inherently bad or wrong or unhealthy.
yeah. Certain people kind of like obviously have like their different interpretations on that. But like, do you know Gore Vidal, like that the liberal like a philosopher who lived
No.
around a few decades ago? Okay, so like there's this pretty good documentary, Best of Enemies, where he debates a conservative philosopher goes by the name of William F. Buckley. He's pretty much like the Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro of like 60s or 70s, I guess. And like he made the claim that like humans are inherently bisexual. Like, how would you approach that?
I have no idea how to approach that. I would just wonder what makes him think that, I guess.
Like animal instincts. Like if we see anything, we want to, like if we're desperate enough, we want to fuck. Then we fuck.
I mean,
Like
that's worth thinking about. Like that could be
like
true.
prison culture, stuff like that.
We were all a little gay at some point. It's crazy.
Yeah, and so the reason I bring him up is that it implies that there's like there comes a point when you can act out on certain like raw emotions, but like not do so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like celibacy, like in terms of the church, of like being nuns or priests, like they abstain from sex.
I think I know what you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
It's the whole idea that like, someone can like, not be gay even if they are, in a sense. I kind of get it. And I
Yeah.
do understand that that is actually true and possible. The thing is though, it's not wrong if they are though.
Yeah. Of course, you have to take into account like whether or not they want to make that choice to begin with. Like, there's personal autonomy we have to keep take into account.
There's a lot of Christians that were gay that essentially converted to stop being gay, or at least you can never tell.
Yeah,
That is
I had one friend who is pretty Christian, more Christian than me. He said that he was bisexual at one point, but then he decided that no, I'm not bisexual anymore. I know that
that's
like
definitely possible.
Yeah, I know like some people would say, well, no, like you're gay for life, but like acting out acting out on those those thoughts and like committing to a gay relationship if you're bisexual, like you can not do that. And I think
Definitely. I think the thing is though, even if someone has the choice to become gay, like there's nothing negative about that either.
Yeah. But would you say that that's like the approach Charlie was taking? He was saying, hey, I'm just going to let you know that you can take this as an alternative, even and I'm not like coming at you. I'm not saying that you shouldn't that you should be forced to not be gay, but I'm just letting you know that religiously this is what you should do under like my religious belief, and it would be like the best for you. But again, not forcing you.
I think the thing is
trying to help them though. Like it's not born out of necessarily hatred.
How is that helping someone to make them not gay, and that doesn't inherently help someone?
Because he sees it as him helping their life. Like
technically he would see it as helping them because they won't go to hell.
Okay. I mean,
like I understand the sentiment, and I can see that maybe Charlie Kirk thought that's what he's doing. But the thing is, in the end of the day, if we believe in the freedom of choice, like ultimately, despite how he's acting upon it, or what his behavior attitude is behind the belief of his religion, he did subscribe to this religion that is anti-gay.
Yeah, but I think there's like a line, right, where it goes from being the anti-gay goes from being disgust to like out of a desire to help. And I think
I do not believe it's like, I don't believe everyone who's Christian is like disgusted of gay people, but what I do believe is they still had the choice, and they did choose, whether they acknowledged it or not, to subscribe to a belief that is against gay people. And also,
Yeah,
and
it-
also technically anti-freedom, which is really ironic if you want to delve into the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Yeah, and that's why, Liam, like, I would ultimately say, is it anti-gay? Yes, like, you would have to say that objectively, but at the same time, you'd also have to acknowledge that being anti-gay doesn't simply mean, oh, I find that gay guy disgusting. I want to do bad things.
No one said that.
Yeah, like I
Like,
definitely
well, no,
acknowledge
I'm
that.
just
I
like,
think I think
yeah.
the overall issue is if you have a mentality that's anti-gay, like at all, that is still a form of bigotry, and I think we can all agree through objective morality, bigotry like that is not good and is immoral, even if it's even
I mean,
slightly.
I don't know about this objective morality thing, but to be fair, that's what he agreed to. But yeah, by his definition, it would be.
Do you think it's objectively bad to be a racist, SK?
Well, it's like morality in itself is subjective, so it's like.
Do you think it's
can't always
objectively
call it
immoral to be racist?
I don't know if objectively immoral's a thing. Like, isn't
You're
morals
getting
based on what you
you're getting
feel is
really
right or
you're
wrong?
getting really shivery, bro. Like, just say it, bro. It's objectively
well, I
bad.
just
Yes or
said
no?
it
Yes
right
or no?
now.
SK, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, yes or no, bro.
Well,
Come on,
if
SK.
we're going by a standard of what's better for human beings, then yeah, objectively it is bad.
So you don't believe in actual objective and morality, SK?
Well, to a standard, yes, you can be objective to a standard, but I think ultimately, like, someone's morality, and as in like the standard they believe in, that is subjective. So
What do you think morality is born out of, SK?
what?
How is morality
it's born
formed?
out of your own thoughts and beliefs.
Yeah, but there's an
I don't even know
overarching
why we're on
form
this
of
thing.
morality
I
that
don't care about this thing you're doing. We're on about what him defending
Okay,
Charlie
never
Kirk
mind. No,
on
that's
whether
okay.
or not he's homophobic or not. That's what we're on about. I mean, I don't even know what to say. That it's kind of just a pitiful argument that you're saying he's doing this because he wants to save them from what God's going to do, but also God is good. Like, that's just
Well,
that's a
not
fucking laughable argument.
It's not what God is doing to them. It's just what's outside of his control. Like, is
Yeah,
he
okay,
granted them
so
freedom?
God is doing this thing where he's forcing them not to live how they want to live. But
Wait,
God
how's
is
that
good
outside of
too.
God's control? God can do literally anything. He's
Yeah,
omniscient.
so God is good when he has these anti-gay, when he enforces people to be anti-gay. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't know why we went on a whole diatribe about religion. I don't care. It's still a shit belief. I don't care where it's coming from. It sucks.
Well, I can explain why I did that. Because it's kind of important. The reason I'm doing that is because I think the easiest way to get him to concede that he's bigoted is the fact that he had the freedom to subscribe to that religion. Because that's the one no one could ever get out of.
Yeah.
Is that as a form of bigotry, no matter how big or small.
Yeah,
That's
why does
I'm
he
doing
believe
that.
in it when it's blatantly contradictory?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if it's got. The whole point is that he still chose to subscribe to something that is inherently anti-gay, and it's his freedom to choose to
Well, yeah,
believe
that's
that or
what I
not.
mean.
He doesn't
That's
have
what
to
I mean.
believe in
Yeah,
God.
okay. So why?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
asking why does he
Like,
subscribe to the belief?
Like, because he sees salvation coming from it. Like,
Why does he believe in
like
that
I said before.
religion?
Because he thinks if you follow it, you'll go to heaven.
So
like,
he
it,
believes
that's
in a religion where
why.
God forces you to be
No,
gay
no,
or
no.
not be gay.
Well, no, like, it's not God
No, the
forcing
question
you.
should
it's
SK.
God,
The question should be why did he choose to believe in it?
Why did he choose to believe in it?
Yeah, it's the
Because he believes-
choice, not that he believes in it. Why did he choose that? Why did he accept that belief? And because here's the thing, even if you were like born in a Christian family, you're a free thinking person. You can question it.
Yeah, and
Because if you question it, like the contradictions I've been pointing out about the religion and God and all that shit, and morality, objective morality, it absolutely like is something he and I think anyone else who is a free thinker and decides to question would conclude to. But he chose not. But he chose not to. He chose not to question these. He chose not to question the anti-gay sentiments that the Bible has said. He accepts it. He accepts it.
Well, again, like I will concede that that his stances would be anti-gay, but again, that doesn't make him like a hateful person, right? Because he's again like I'm just,
so let's make this clear. Hang on a second. Let's make this clear, Jack. You can still be like homophobic and bigoted without it being spawned from hatred. You can still be consciously a bigot, but not based on hatred.
Yeah.
So would you agree he's a bigot? It's just not out of hatred, at least?
Bigoted towards certain behaviors, but not. I would not say like someone
like being gay.
Gay, yeah.
So he is homophobic.
Like homophobic to what extent that he doesn't that he doesn't agree with the life.
Anti-gay.
In what sense? Like he's legally not making it
like
allowed
times. I don't know if you're
and the
pretending
fact
to
that he's
forget.
and the fact that he's not allowing people to be gay in public or just
No,
like
the fact
in
that he's
day-to-day
morally
life.
against it.
Yes.
And which you've just agreed is a form of bigotry.
Because it's like it comes into conflict with the Christian faith. Not out of purely disgust.
Yeah, that he chose to believe.
I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing the intent. Because we've seen him argue about gay people that turn out to be predators. He always draws attention to that as if that's relevant, which that leads me to believe that it's more out of hate. Like,
well, here's the thing.
Here's what I'm saying. If we look at this isolated instance of the clip, yeah, I can believe it's not out of hatred. I cannot, but with all the other things that I've shown, I don't believe it's not out of hatred. I think it's fucking laughable to just argue, oh, it's not, it's not out of hatred at this point, when I've shown, like, mountains of evidence of him clearly being hateful.
Well, that wasn't evidence. That's just you looking at isolated tweets and saying, hey, this is what I think.
In LGBT, trans stands for tyranny.
Yeah, he's talking about a letter, not
the
entire
stands
group
for
of
trans.
people.
It stands for tyranny. That's what he said.
Yeah, the label itself. He's not talking about like individuals.
Yeah, but the label already has a meaning.
The label involves
I want
individuals.
to do one step at a time because if he's hateful towards her or not is gonna be a bigger argument. I just want to try and see if we can get him to understand that he is still a bigot towards gay people. Because I think the thing is, like, Jack, a lot of your defenses for Charlie Kirk right now and throughout a lot of this conversation is always about that it's not embedded in hatred or he's hateful on it. And despite if you're right or wrong, it doesn't negate the fact that someone can be bigoted without being exactly hateful towards the group that he's bigoted towards. That's why I keep trying to tell you, like, he ultimately, in the end of the day, decided to believe and subscribe to the idea of anti-gay rhetoric that like the Bible tells you to believe in. He chose that. Like he's a free thinker. He has the ability to choose. He has the ability to question. He has the ability to reject. He accepts
Okay,
it.
and why did he not? Well, why did he not reject it? I guess that's the next question.
There's a lot of reasons. One of them could be that he's not a free thinker and he's subservient to what is institutionalized by his family, possibly. I'm assuming his family's very Christian.
So you think that he was bred into believing that Christian morality is like objective, and
that's usually the most likely for an assumption, because I don't really know. That's usually like the highest likelihood of why someone is like a Christian.
Because he didn't always use like religious arguments. Like he used like studies, like he used facts, like when debating these points. And I think he would also be like motivated by someone else like a
Oh,
despair,
no.
right? Like a.
Oh no.
Let me check the stream.
I'm confused. Hang on. What?
Larry's pressing Garvey, your friend. Every Christian, every single one, cherry picks which Bible verses they follow and apply to their daily lives. Otherwise, they would all be in prison. It is a choice include the ones about gays.
We're about to get 10 more hours, bro.
That's your opinion, Southpaw. But
well, Jack, in the end of the day,
the Bible has a passage that directly commands that if a man takes a woman who is betrothed to be married and takes her virginity, that the father may then essentially sell his daughter to that man. So essentially, if a man rapes your daughter, you are to sell your daughter to her rapist. That is not something that we do that we have done for years for very good reason. It is a choice. It is a choice. Go ahead.
How people would interpret that, like in today's context, would be to say the father owes a moral to pay a moral price for what he did, for a moral price for what he did to the daughter, and that's something we do, in fact, do in our society. If someone if a guy rapes someone's daughter, he needs to repent in a certain way, which is to either serve prison time, or even if it's not rape, if it's like getting them pregnant, they need to repay that through payment, like make sure the child is taken care of, or
find rapists in a marriage.
Well, I said, like, besides rape, there's also like if a guy gets someone knocked up, they need to make sure the child is supported, the child and the wife is supported. But yeah, even if you want to stick to the rape point, like we imprison the person who did it. We force them to repent for it. We punish them for it, and that is what's being described as punishment. They're like prisons.
So hold on. I'm sorry. This is in a time where they are advocating for stoning people to death for sleeping with other men. So why is it that raping someone is an objectively lighter punishment than that?
Because it's the fucking desert. It's just really ancient times. Like women weren't really respected as much back then.
Okay. Right, exactly. And the God of the Bible allegedly ordained that and sanctioned that, okay? As opposed to, being his all-knowing self, informing others to not treat women like shit or like second-class citizens.
Well, if the woman is still alive,
but in fairness, God, I'm pretty sure God isn't supposed to solve all of our problems.
Yeah,
I don't think he wants to interfere because he gave us all free will.
Yes, you're kind of making an appeal to the setting itself, how the world was itself.
If humanity made the mistake to mistreat women throughout history, in fairness, God is not supposed to interfere because he gave us free will.
Yeah,
but he also supposedly told us what we are to do, right? He gave all these commandments. He told us what are sins, how we are to treat everyone else, right?
Well, yeah. So me and Jack had a conversation about this. On paper, there true full 100% freedom isn't freedom in itself, because if you allow everything, you allow actions that take away other people's freedoms. Technically, I think the Bible is supposed to have the truest form of freedom by having rule sets. That's why we always have laws. The problem is it's dated. The gay thing is dated. It doesn't fit anymore.
Right, exactly. So I mean, this still bolsters my point about why it is still a choice to keep going, to keep following its rule set about being gay. It is an active choice. I don't know if you're thinking that I'm trying to start an argument about why the God of the Bible is a monster, even though I believe that's the case, but that's not what this is about.
Wait. Let me ask you this, Southpaw, just real quick. Let me ask you just this, Southpaw. So your argument is that Charlie Kirk is as homophobic as every other Christian who follows the Bible, including like the Pope, right? Because it's an active, because it's an active choice.
In a baseline,
It's an active choice.
yes. In a baseline, yes.
Okay.
If we're ignoring all the other tweets and arguments SK provided, in a baseline, there is at least a level of bigotry to having that choice and choosing to subscribe to that ideology.
Yeah, so the issue isn't necessarily
That's what I'm trying to get you to concede on, Jack. I'm trying to get you to concede on that specifically. At least that proves that he's a bigot. He's not a hateful, radical, super duper anti-gay murdering bigot. But that on a baseline shouldn't mean he's a bigot because he did have that.
Because he follows Christianity, that is the issue.
I love that Jack asks me the question and then Comic Legend just answers for me.
What?
Yeah, get used to that. Yeah, sorry. He said Jack asked Southpaw the question, but then Liam answered for him.
Yeah, which is like you're yeah, because Jack, like when you asked me if I think that like Charlie Kirk is basically just as like homophobic as every other Christian. No, I think that he's more homophobic than a lot of Christians because there are Christians who are accepting of gay people, who allow them in ministry, who allow them in their congregations, who don't judge them for being gay. Like just because they differ on whether they think that the Bible is perhaps mistranslated or dated in like when it comes to homosexuality, it doesn't make them any less like believing in Christ as Son of God who died for our sins. But that's just a simple that is just a doctrine that they don't ascribe by. It is a choice to ascribe by that doctrine.
But he still, we objectively know that he isn't as bad as like people like the Westboro Baptist Church because he still worked with gay people. He worked with Dave Rubin, Rob Smith.
I don't care.
That is
not
Yeah, I mean that is important.
I just don't care. This is not relevant to
important.
what I've been saying. Jack, no, this is literally irrelevant to what I've been saying.
It isn't irrelevant.
It is irrelevant because my whole point is about what his stop.
Wait, let SK talk.
I've been talking about this entire time. The implications behind his statements. He says the T in LGBT stands for tyranny, and you tried to argue against that. You tried to defend that when that's like so explicit.
Because that's not necessarily calling out like trans people specifically. That's calling out like the
it's just
like,
calling out the one thing that represents them in LGBT, right?
People that use it as a shield for pushing
That's
stuff.
not
Yeah,
what he said. That's not. He's literally using it to attack the group. And again, that doesn't account for the fact that he keeps citing cases of child exploitation, and he keeps saying, yeah, this person was trans, this person was gay, this happens all the time. Basically, fear-mongering, painting a whole picture of their group of people.
Like earlier, like hours ago, we went over this. Like criticizing Islam doesn't make you racist.
Yeah, you were coping. Yeah, I remember.
Criticizing Islam doesn't make you racist.
Emphasis on hours ago. God damn.
Sorry, what?
Emphasis on hours ago. Yeah.
Yeah, criticizing Islam doesn't make you racist, and criticizing.
I wasn't talking about Islam. And I said Islamophobic.
Policy or ideology.
We were talking about religious bigotry.
And criticizing ideology.
It's funny. We can talk about what you did say about racism. I said, okay, if we replaced Islam with black, would it be racist? And you said it wouldn't be.
That's not the same.
You said it wouldn't be racist anyway. That's what you said.
Because you keep on leaving out like the socialist part of Mamdani.
Yeah, but that's
like,
not the connection he made. The connection he made was Muslim. So that is
Muslim socialist. Muslim socialist.
But he doesn't say socialist twice. He doesn't say socialist twice.
This is so if the objectionable part is supposed like if being Muslim is not supposed to be objectionable, I don't know why he felt the need to describe him as
he also,
like
well, Southpaw, it gets worse.
He also
Southpaw,
didn't say 9/11 twice.
No,
so what's your point?
I don't care. Be quiet. He follows up by saying, "Debate me on the merits. What Muslim country do you prefer to live in? What Western country?
Yeah, which Muslim country
has
would you
improved as the Muslim population has increased?" He keeps fixating on Muslim. That's the only thing he fixates on. Muslim population. That's in general. It's a generalization.
SK, do you know what Sharia law is? Like, I already know you don't know what it is because you don't know what
I
the
don't
Quran
give a fuck what you're
Do
saying.
you know, like, the
Okay,
living
what you're
standards
saying
of
is
Middle
stupid.
Eastern
What
countries?
you're
They
saying
aren't
is
good.
stupid.
Can you guys pause? Can
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
pause?
Like, do you
Can you
understand,
guys
like, the living
pause?
standards of Middle Eastern countries?
Stop talking. Okay, all right. Just my window is up.
Southpaw, how do you feel about the meeting at Riyadh
My
Comedy Festival?
window.
How do you feel about that?
I literally am about to go into work, so I can't engage in this anymore. I will come back later. Okay. I presume that you guys are not going to be talking about this in 9 hours, but I'm sure that we can do another stream.
9 hours, bro.
Yeah, we'll do
I
the
just-
next
I just-
disagreement day.
You guys.
Oh my god.
There's a part
you
2 to
started
this.
with
Holy
SK.
shit.
You started the stream as I was going to bed for a 4 o'clock in the morning shift, and you're still fucking going.
Yeah, I know.
We were
right?
supposed to watch a movie hours ago, bro.
It was
This shit's
supposed
still
to end
going.
hours ago, but Liam's a retard whisperer.
I don't want you to ever call me terminally online ever again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
That's fair.
I will not even dig.
Okay, SK. Have you heard about the Riyadh Comedy Festival? Of all those comedians selling out and performing for the Saudi Arabian government, who actively
What does that
contributed
have
to
to do with what I
9/11. So, are people who call them out for doing
It's
that?
actually
Do they hate
hurts
Muslims?
listening to
Do
it
they
this
hate
way.
Muslims? Do they hate Muslims for calling out those comedians?
For calling out comedians that supported 9/11? No, because they were
No,
specifically
no,
comedians
no,
that
not-
supported 9/11.
Not
If that's what you're saying.
Not support 9/11. Going to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Like,
who gives a fuck
supporting-
about Leon comedy? I
supporting-
don't give a shit.
supporting-
It's not relevant.
Supporting Saudi
It's not
Arabia, like
relevant
the
to the
people who
point.
contributed. So
Holy
Saudi
fuck.
Arabia, people who contributed towards 9/11.
Okay,
like,
if they
that doesn't
endorse
record?
people that contributed towards 9/11, then yeah, you can criticize that.
Okay,
Like,
then
what-
we can criticize
what
like
kind of response is
wait.
that? What a fucking laughable response. Hey, here's what this guy had to say about the Muslim community as a whole. Whether or not you should trust them. Yeah, well,
Because you're making
what
it like
about
it's-
these specific
no,
people
no.
that were responsible for 9/11? What a fucking joke argument. What a joke.
SK, you're not letting people distinguish between like radical Islamists
He didn't
and
say
just the
radical.
general
He was
Mus-
talking about the
the
population
general
in
Muslim.
general. Again, you keep
No,
withholding
he's
this
talking about the
because it
state of the
destroys what you're
country,
saying.
like Sharia law. He's talking.
That's not what he's talking about. I like
Yes,
how
he
you have
is.
to, I like how you have to
He's
keep
talking about
adding
the
stuff to his statements. I like how you have to keep adding stuff to his
Because
statements.
this is
just
obviously
to try.
what he's
It's like
talking about when
it's
you
like
look
you
at video.
headcanon things. It's like you headcanon things.
No, it's not.
In
No, it's
order
not.
to make
It's a
sense of
headcanon.
things that
Holy
doesn't
shit.
reconcile
It's
with
like
the
from
rules.
Despicable
And I'm sorry if that
No, it's not
offends you that I
headcanon.
point out
Watch
that these things
videos.
aren't supported. I'm
Para
sorry if that
Tony,
offends you that I
no,
point this out.
Place
But the
it.
fact of the matter
He,
is that
placed
what
it.
you
You're just
say
going
is
off the
not
tweet.
supported by the material.
Oh my
Like, if you
god,
look
dude.
at-
Alright, so
It's not.
alright, so listen, guys. Oh wait, no, never mind. Everyone
Watch his
left
podcast where he
earlier.
talks about it.
Oh,
Like, he
watch his
actually-
podcast. Watch it. Hey, we
Yeah,
went over
like,
the
be
trans.
informed.
We went
Yeah,
over
We're
the
not
quote.
doing another
We
one
went over the
after this.
quote.
I'm
We
asking
went
to be
over the
informed.
quote. We went over the quote. All right.
Oh my
we went over
No,
the
you
quote.
can't just go
Yeah,
off- you
yeah,
can't just
yeah.
go off of that
You
one.
said
You
you
can't
said to
just
go
go off
there.
of
I
that
looked at the
one.
quote. I looked at the quote. I looked at
No,
the
you can't
exact
just go
quote.
off of that. You need to go off of everything, like everything he said.
I
on
did
it
go
to
off
get
of everything and painted a full
No,
picture.
you need a podcast.
You seem to
That's
be
why I
you seem to
don't
be
talk
having
about
trouble,
Oh my
looking at the
God.
full picture.
Holy shit.
Why is the Twitter post like the only thing you can use? Like, why can't you
It's
use
not one
anything
Twitter
else?
post.
Like,
It's
a
multiple
podcast.
Twitter posts.
Shut.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why you
It's
just
two.
reserved
It's
Twitter
two
posts,
that he
not
made.
video?
One where he makes the
Both
original
you.
point. The other where he elaborates on said
SK
point.
and Jack. SK and Jack. Please, both of you, just shut the fuck up. Can we end this?
No. If you want to end it, then you can leave. We're gonna keep going.
Oh my fucking
I'll be
god.
real. It was
I
a
was
lot.
about
It
to
was a
die.
lot more. It was a lot more quicker and entertaining when SK and fucking Jack was talking. Liam was literally doing a special ed history class. It was. So just let them talk.
Yeah. Let's keep going, Jack.
I was
Right.
I was actually getting somewhere.
Let's keep listening to why
Yeah.
Okay.
the T stands for tyranny is actually okay and doesn't represent a whole group of people.
You're
AJ, if
so
you
on
prefer the
about
road to get
that, bro.
circles, then, like, you know what? That's fair. Have fun.
Wait, what?
Bro,
I
at
didn't even
least,
hear what you said.
bro, at least me and Jack were getting somewhere. Like, this is just a circle, bro.
No, no, you weren't.
No,
you
Circle
were getting
jerk.
nowhere.
No, he literally
Circle
just says
jerk.
he's still not homophobic.
Circle
He refused to
Like you
accept
could,
that.
like I don't understand. stop. I don't understand how you could say that. Y'all niggas weren't going anywhere. Sorry, you
No,
guys
we're
weren't
having, like,
going
a pretty nice
anywhere.
discussion.
You guys were literally not going anywhere. You
We
guys were
were,
going fucking
okay.
circular.
You were not
It was
listening to the conversation. That's not true. You're flat out lying.
no. I'm
We
flat
were.
out lying. I'm flat out lying. SK, I'm flat out lying.
The reason it took so long is
Oh,
because Jack
Jesus.
brought up a bunch of new like topics and shit, which sometimes it diverted the point and delayed it. Yes, and it made it long.
Yes, you're right. It
Yeah,
did divert
I'm not
the point
finished.
and
Was I
delay
finished,
it.
PJ? Was I finished, PJ? Can I
I don't
justify
care if you're not.
myself
I
for
don't
saying why
care if
you're
you
lying?
weren't
Can I
finished.
justify myself for saying why you're lying? Please.
No, because I don't fucking care.
No.
enough, that's
Oh
all.
no. You don't care about why the fuck I say what I say. Okay, that's cool.
Can you
Come on.
leave already? Can you leave?
Shit, man.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think
Like,
it was going
Jesus.
anywhere because you.
It
Kept
wasn't.
asking,
I
is
saw
it
it going
homophobic?
somewhere,
He
like-
kept refusing to answer that, and he just went.
I mean,
no,
I
it's
saw-
not.
I saw it as you guys saying, like, yeah, Charlie Kirk was homophobic in the same way a lot of mainstream Christians are too.
That's not what I said. I'm
So
just making a point.
The
in general.
problem is the fact that he was following Christianity. That was the issue.
That's
And
not what
he
I
wasn't
said.
a free thinker.
That's
You
not
said
what
he
I
wasn't a
said.
free
I
thinker
at
because he
least got
subscribed
him
to
to
Christianity.
concede that it, like, he subscribed to anti-gay sentiment.
It's
That's
an
at
Well, yeah, I'm
anti-gay
assuming
stance
that
from, like,
that's what the
Christianity in
Bible
general.
is. I don't know if that is the case. I've been told conflicting things about it. But assuming that is the
So
case,
that's your argument. So that's your argument. Like, the Bible is anti-gay.
I'm saying if it is, and he's still
What?
and he's just using
He
that
just
to
said he doesn't
justify his
know.
beliefs, then yes, he is.
Okay, so the Bible is anti-gay. That is the.
I said if it
that's the
is. My
conclusion.
whole entire argument is built around
Dom,
if
how
it
are
is.
you
I don't know if
walking
it
at
is
4
because I
a.m.?
haven't read it. I'm not an.
I
I'm not, I'm
slept
not
for like
paying-
a
stop,
few
stop.
hours.
I'm not an expert on the Bible. I made that very
I
clear
don't
from
think-
the beginning.
I don't think
My
any of
whole
us are. I
argument
think that's the
was-
issue. We need to actually bring in a Christian to explain.
No, we
like,
don't.
The,
No, we
the
don't need to bring in a.
justification.
No,
Yeah, we do.
don't. We don't. Because we're
If you're
talking
talking
about
about
what his
Christianity,
beliefs
we-
are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if his beliefs are because, well, this said so in my religion. You're still holding the belief. It doesn't matter where it's coming from.
Yeah, it does.
That's a What?
If it's a divine teaching, that means he has to value it.
So he has to value it. He can't just say this is bad and I don't agree with this. That's
If he-
apparently impossible.
Without rejecting everything else. Yeah.
Really? So you're telling me he had no choice but to accept anti-gay rhetoric? That's insane.
If he wants to call
And you're
himself a
trying to
Christian,
argue
if he wants
that
to
he's
call
not
himself a Christian.
homophobic. That is
You
excellent.
know, there are a lot of Christians that disagree with that
Yeah,
rhetoric.
there's Christians who literally disagree with that, so that
yeah,
shows
the
he actually
Bible-
does have the free will
Well,
to not accept it.
Seekers
So
literally.
that-
So if he followed the Bible, that makes him a bad person because it's anti-gay.
No, I never said it. Well, if it is anti-gay,
That's
yes.
not
If he
what
follows
he
the
was
anti-gay
saying.
passages,
Okay,
yes.
you
If
do
he follows
realize
the
a lot-
anti-gay passages, yes, that is
Dude,
bad.
you know how many fucking Christians disagree with like a lot of the points from the Bible? Like,
And
there's
can they actually
Christians who
justify it?
still
They-
appreciate
Literally in
like
this
gay
chat
people.
right now.
Dude, there's
Okay,
literally
but
gay
are they actually
Christians.
Christians?
Like, what do you want
Are they
about?
actually Christians,
In
or are
this
they
call
just
right now? In this call right now. In this call right now.
okay? And are they actually actual Christians, or are they just nitpicking the parts that they care about? Like, do you support abortion? Like, no Christian support. Like, no, like actual religious Christian supports abortion.
You are high.
I'm not
Well, I
high.
mean, it depends
I'm
on
not high. I'm
context,
not high.
but I probably wouldn't support it for like or sorry, I probably would support it in a case where a 10-year-old gets raped and
I wanna
has to
play
have a child.
Minecraft.
I don't know if you would in that case. I'm actually
my
curious.
God,
Would you
that's
support it
scary.
in that
Yeah,
case?
like
Nah, in fairness, he's not even.
Well, no,
wrong.
I'm asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
He's not even
Let's let him
wrong.
answer. I'm curious
So,
if he would force a 10-year-old to go through that.
So, would you, if there's like a
Please say
baby
no.
from if there's a baby from a rapist, if you saw a baby from a rapist, like, would you kill the baby? Would you like punch it in the
That didn't
face?
answer my
and
question.
kill it
That didn't
immediately?
answer my question.
that's not what
It is.
abortion is.
I did answer your question. I did.
Well,
Answer
no.
your
I'm
question.
asking, would you force
That's
a
not what
10-year-old to go
abortion
through
is.
with that? That's my
Okay,
question.
do
Yes
you
or no,
think,
Dad?
like, do you
Yes or
believe
no?
in sins of the
Liam,
father?
if you ever have
No,
a no, not
Do you
Liam,
believe in
but,
sins of
Guy-
the
Dom,
father?
if you ever have a baby, I'm gonna
uh-uh.
punch it.
One at a time.
So
One at
do
a
you
time.
do you believe in sins of the father? Right?
I'm asking
do
you
you
a
believe
simple.
that? Like,
I'm asking. I know. I asked
do
you
you
first.
believe
I asked
that
you first.
child
Why are you
Would you?
sidestepping
Hang on.
of their parents'
I
sin?
asked you first. You need to answer my question. Would you force a 10-year-old to go through with that? I'm just asking. Just out of curiosity, would you force a 10-year-old to go
So
through with it?
would you force a 10-year-old to go through an abortion?
No, through a pregnancy, like all the way through, even though
So
they
if the
could
child-
abort it from the beginning.
So if the 10-year-old wanted to keep it, you would let them.
What? No, because you can't
No.
consent.
So you're going to force them.
being-
You're going to force the 10-year-old to go through an abortion, but you
Well,
will
well,
condemn
no,
Charlie Kirk.
So no, I'm talking about if you would force them to go through
Why
with the
can't we
pregnancy.
defer to
And
medical
it's and you know
professionals
what's
for that
and you know
kind
what's
of
funny, right? I just
decision
simply
anyways?
asked you if you would support the idea of forcing them to go through the pregnancy. You didn't answer the question.
Well, what would a medical professional say to that?
yeah, like would
Wouldn't
it
that just
kill
be the
them?
best answer?
Like I don't even know. Like there's so many there's like a lot of context for it. I would just say I
Well,
don't know.
I'm just asking, would you force them to go through with
What?
it? I'm just asking a question. Do you not
I
know
wouldn't
the
support
answer?
I wouldn't support them to kill the rapist before it rape the child, if that's what you're asking.
No, I asked you, would you force them to go through with the
That's
pregnancy
not what
when they're
he
10 years
asked,
old?
bro.
That's my question. I don't know why you can't answer
I
a
think rape
simple
is bad.
question, Jack.
I think rape is bad. That's my answer.
Oh, so
SK.
no, yeah, I agree it's bad, but would you force them to go through with the baby?
It's not up to me. Like it's up to
Yeah,
like
but if
what
it
the
were,
child
if
wants.
it were up to you, would you agree with
It's up to
idea
the
they have
child.
to-
It's up to
It's
the
up-
child, honestly.
Okay,
The
but
child.
if the child didn't want it, if the
It's
child
up to the
didn't want
child
it,
and what they want to
so if
do.
the
Like,
child
it's
didn't
up to
want
the
it,
child
so
what
if the
they want
child
to do.
didn't want it, so if the child didn't want it, then would you force it or not? That's my question. If it were up to you.
No, I wouldn't force a child.
Okay,
to
okay.
give
I'm
birth.
glad you finally answered the question. I was just curious.
Is
on
that so hard?
Because I was just curious. I
Why
just
was
wanted
that
to
so
hear if you
hard
were
to
going to
answer?
defend a certain position.
Dumb.
Yeah, because it
Oh boy,
it could
for
kill
you.
the child. Yeah. There's so much like context involved for it. That
Fucking hell.
What just happened?
Hello?
I don't know. Did he die finally?
Guys,
I think he did.
Guys,
How is he
it's-
still alive?
What's
it's
wrong?
4.
Oh.
It's 4 in the morning, guys.
Well,
It's 4 in the morning.
Hey, we got our
Meanwhile,
answer.
I'm
we got our
outside
answer,
walking
so,
right now.
Because does that mean we could call it quits, or do y'all still have it in you?
I think
Yeah,
they're
these ones
still
call
gonna
it
go.
quits.
A lot of things in me.
I'm
but-
curious.
that's
Is there
what-
anything else I wanted to bring up? Let me just check through the list.
Well, you could bring it up for
I
next
don't-
time. You can bring it over next time.
Let me see.
It's probably gonna be another 10 hours.
I just don't understand why was it so hard for you to answer that question, Jack?
Because there's a lot of
Oh.
context involved.
Let me ask
I kind of
this
just want
real
this
quick
argument
because
to be
I'm
deleted.
curious.
This one's
I'm
fucking
gonna
awful.
give the last reference, and this.
We're about to get another hour, bro.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
well,
about to
wait,
get
SK. Let me
Oh,
ask
no.
you a question now.
Yeah.
Okay,
2
so
hours.
how far? So would you like how far along? Are there limits on how far along
This
the baby
disagreement thing's gonna end at
can
6 in the
go?
morning.
Sorry, what?
Is there like what's your limit? Like when can you say, okay, no, I would oppose this the 10-year-old giving birth if the baby is about to be born? Like, would you oppose that? What's your limit?
Well, I
Or is
would
this
I
just
would
all
oppose it in
arbitrary?
general because isn't that really risky for a child to go through? And you really shouldn't force
Yeah,
a
yeah.
child to go through with something like that, even if
Right,
that is
right.
to give life. It's a similar
Right,
idea
so-
behind
so
why I
if-
wouldn't
if
force
they
a
wanted-
child
if they wanted
to
to go
put
through with
themselves
it.
on the line to like save someone or like be a soldier at war.
Well, if they wanted to go through with it, say, I want a baby, like, would you let them give birth? If it had no, if it didn't threaten their life.
I would have I would have to look in if this were like you would have to check in with like a health professional. I would know. I would ask them first. Like if
So
that's
you would
even a
force. So
reasonable
you would
thing.
force a child. So you would force a child to not give birth. That's your position.
If
That's not what he
health
said.
professional
If
says,
it's
the best
objectively
decision.
less healthy, then yes, I would
Okay.
I would say that.
Okay, even if like the baby is far
Oh my
along,
God.
like they're like the fetus is developed.
What?
So like
It wouldn't
What?
get to
do you
that
know how
point.
you know,
'cause-
you know
Jack,
how
that's a
development
stupid.
would work.
Why
That's
would
a
you ever
stupid.
get to that
No, no,
point?
no.
Why would it
I'm
get to
asking-
that?
I'm
letting
So
you
wait,
get
wait,
to
wait.
that
So you're
point.
telling me that for no reason we waited like fucking 5 or 6 months for just randomly?
You don't know when it's.
What are
gonna-
we
you don't know when it's
talking
gonna-
about
You don't
here?
know when it's gonna come up.
What the
Like,
fuck
that
is
sounds
that?
You don't know
so
what's gonna come up. You
stupid.
can just find out
That
that
is
they're
like
pregnant.
that is
during
a
that time.
stupid question.
Like you don't know the
What?
context. No, it
That was
isn't. No, it
fucking
isn't.
awful.
That is a
No, it
stupid
isn't.
question.
Like you know
That
the
is a
context.
stupid
You don't know the
question.
context.
So
You don't
if
know
I
the
don't know the
context.
Fuck
context,
that
then why is
context.
it
That
my
context is
decision?
fucking
What kind of
stupid.
question is that? I don't know
Because
the
you
context.
can
What the
just-
fuck
You're
are you
asking me
talking
to make a
about?
Because
choice?
you can find out later. You can find out later that.
Oh,
the
I can
child
find out
is-
later after
You can
making a
find out
decision.
later.
What
can
a
find out,
stupid
like,
point.
no.
What a
You can
stupid
find out.
point.
You can find out that the child's pregnant and say
That's great.
and-
That's
and
great,
find out
Jack.
that-
Can we get to the
and then
next
find out
reference?
that
Can we
the
get to the
child is
next
developed
reference?
as a fetus.
I don't know how that would happen, but okay.
reference?
You'd have to be
Can we-
pretty
can we
fucking
get- can we get
stupid to
the next
find out
reference?
way after the fact.
Can we get to the
No,
next reference?
no, Esther, you don't
No,
understand
because
my
I mean,
point.
I answered it pretty
You don't understand
thoroughly.
my
I would
point.
consult a professional on this.
That's pretty in
So
character.
SK,
Dom,
SK,
if you think
SK.
about
If a
it.
10-year-old is pregnant,
And
is
like,
far
I'm pretty
along in
sure
their
that would
pregnancy,
probably they're
if-
not able
It's
to
such a
survive
stretch,
that.
bro. Holy shit.
I would
SK,
highly doubt they
SK.
could survive something like that.
SK, but let's say that it is. If a 10-year-old was far along with their pregnancy, like, would you still
Well,
say
far
like
along, it's like, why would
should
it? That's such a stupid
aborted?
hypothetical. Why would it
So
get
you would
there?
force the
the
abortion.
reason the
I mean,
reason people
I would
was-
say, like,
no, hang
I
on.
would
The
say
reason
that-
people would go to professionals about
Bro's
this
just
early
fucking
on
rambling.
is
I mean, I would say this is a
before-
stupid hypothetical in itself, but you're still asking it.
How is that a
Nice.
stupid hypothetical? That can happen.
That's such a
Logistically,
strong
that
point.
can
Yeah,
happen.
and
that's something
what
that's
I
more
asked-
likely
Logistically,
to
what
happen.
you're saying relies on people taking no action for no reason. That is dumb.
They don't know that the child's pregnant. They have no
How would
knowledge.
they
How
of
would
not
you
know
not
That's
know
the
that?
context.
So nobody
Literally,
checked
how would you
anything?
not know
Nobody
that
like
shit?
So
a
no
child
one checked
protective
anything.
services.
So no one
or
checked
Child
anything.
protective service. Yeah, nobody checked anything. Like that actually does happen.
Why would
And
they
then
not?
and it's
What
far,
the
so
fuck?
far along.
Man, this sounds like a
The
really
fuck are you
bizarre
talking
scenario
about?
where people
you're just
know
looking
about
for an
something but they
excuse to
don't
not
act on
answer.
it for a long amount of time.
You're
That's just
fucking
that is
reaching
stupid.
so far,
That's
bro. Like,
genuinely
what the
stupid.
fuck is
No,
that shit? That's such a stretch.
Senor SK. Let me ask you a question, Senor. If the
That's racist.
baby is 7
so
to 8
racist.
months along,
That's racist,
if
bro.
the baby, if the
That was fucking
baby,
racist.
if the baby is 7 to 8 months developed, would you
That was
still
racist.
support? Would you still support aborting it for the 10-year-old
Didn't
child?
he answer this question already?
I thought he answered that.
I already answered that. Like, you would have to.
Oh, you said yes.
consult-
You would force them. You would force them.
No, you're
No.
answering for me. That's
That's
not how
not
that
what
works.
Bro.
It-
Yeah,
You're
that's
answering
not
for
what
me.
he
That's
said.
not how
That
it
is-
works.
That's not what he said.
That's
Quit
so
putting
great.
words in
No,
his
what
mouth.
I said is I would
I love
would
that
first
so much.
consult
You should
health
continue.
professionals on if this is even healthy or not. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
he's
think the
saying
big
it
problem with that,
depends.
the big problem with that is that, because like for example, it's the same reason I wouldn't be okay with sending a child to finish off like a bunch of soldiers at war. It's like, yeah, that could probably save a bunch of people, but I don't think it's really ethical to send a child to war.
It'll traumatize the
So
fuck
the
out
idea,
of that kid.
the idea of like forcing a child to go through something traumatic or to put themselves on the line just to save another life, no, I think that's just a silly thing to expect.
Okay.
I mean, isn't both processes going to be traumatic anyways?
Yeah, I mean it's such a weird point that he's fixating on. It's like, yeah,
Well, no, you asked a question. You asked a question. I'm asking details.
well, I answered, so I don't know
Okay,
what you
fine.
want
Let's
more.
bring up the next reference.
Okay, next
Ugh.
reference. All right. So this is interesting to me as well. The good news keeps getting better. Trevor Project is a racket, and evidence has shown they affirm trans kids further on a cycle of delusion. And what he shows in relation to that is the Federal Suicide Prevention Hotline will no longer work with the Trevor Project or provide specialized support to LGBTQ callers. So he's supporting
Wow.
the idea
Okay.
of not giving those that are suicidal and they're part of the LGBT community, not giving them that specialized support. Do you think that's a good or
I
bad
have to see what the reason. I have to see what the reasoning is. Like, are they?
He
what
thinks
is
they
like the
affirm them into a
support?
cycle of delusion. That's his reason.
Like, are they going over to like telling confused kids, like who aren't sure about their identity, to go become trans? Is that what they're doing?
Well, I imagine they're telling them, they don't need to take their lives because that's what a suicide hotline does.
But are they doing more than that? That's what I'm asking.
Sorry, what?
Are they doing more than that? That's what I'm asking.
Where does he show evidence of that?
That's why I'm
The
asking.
burden of proof is on him.
Okay, so like, does he cover it in other areas, like on his podcast?
What?
Does he cover it on his podcast at length? Like, if I find something like on YouTube, like, will you play it in full?
I don't know if I'll play it in full because like we will probably have to save that for another time because that shit's long. But I am willing to look at it on my own and prepare for like next time.
Is this even relevant?
I mean, I don't even,
like.
I'm just curious what he would have to say because
I mean, you guys.
I think it
you guys
paints
are-
a picture with everything we've said, especially with the whole tyranny thing that Jack is very eager to defend.
I mean, I'm asking for just like additional
Well,
context.
let
I don't
me-
think that's wrong to ask.
Well, let me just say this.
So,
because,
what
like, why
context
would-
makes this good?
Context that you're leaving out. Like, that's why I want to know.
What am
Like,
leaving
I don't
out?
just go off of.
Because
I don't go off on
it's a
tweets.
hotline that got shut down, meant to help.
Because you're just going off of tweets. I don't think that's a good standard
Well, I'm going
for
off what
like
he
news.
says. You,
News or
typically, when
article.
I
Yeah, that's shit
when
he
I make a
said, though.
post, yeah, typically when I make a post, I want that to represent what I'm saying and believe.
Okay.
It, which is, I believe,
Yeah.
is the same for him.
He's
So-
just saying that this is something you should oppose, right?
In
Sorry, what?
fairness, tweets usually are the most anti-elaboration site ever.
I don't think that's relevant.
That's, yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. What was I looking for?
Well, even then, that's not all tweets. In fairness, like it is like a good majority, but it's not every single one of them. Like some of them will be more elaborate than others.
Not all cops.
So
Not all cops are
okay,
bad, yeah.
all right. I got a question about this because
Well, I just want to ask SK, do you actually have more than just tweets though?
well,
For
that's
the
the whole.
trailer
I
video?
assume, well, here's the thing. I assumed that what he said from his own mouth would be enough to talk about his beliefs, but I
It's not from his
apologize
own
for
mouth,
assuming that.
It's posts.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
about
It's just
which is-
it's just things that he said willingly on his own account.
Yeah,
that's
it's,
right.
it's shit he posted.
No,
like,
yeah,
what a-
no,
what a
no,
that
no, I don't-
represents what he
Wow.
thinks
Problem is that you're
and
not
his
letting,
morals.
like, the problem is not you're not looking at it in the most
No,
honest
dude,
specimen
dude.
by
Even
looking
if
at
you're
the
just,
video.
dude,
That's what he
you would
explained.
not give this
Hold up,
charity
hold
to
up,
anyone
hold up,
else.
hold up.
Yes,
Even
I
if
would.
they're
Insane.
Yes, I would.
even if they're just posts, they're
Didn't give
his
it to Kaba?
posts.
They didn't give it to
They're
Kaba?
Yeah,
ju-
they're still
they're
his posts.
They're his posts of his views, his
Also-
thoughts, and what he is preaching. It doesn't matter if it's just posts. They're
Didn't give it to
his
Kaba? Didn't give it to Kaba?
posts.
Yeah, they're
Fuck off,
his.
I'm trying to say something.
That's what he thinks.
No, look what I'm saying. No, you didn't give it to Kaba. Oh, there's just Discord messages. It's just Discord
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, that's
What do you mean?
What?
Oh well, I mean that's interesting about Cap and Kaba. So, because you
Oh,
apologized to him, right? But after that, he makes a post responding to him after the supposed apology, saying, "Yes, after you went after me for no reason." Which
Yeah,
we've
that's what he
already
said.
established is
Yeah,
bullshit.
after I said-
made fun
after I
of you for
apologized, he said
e-begging the
that.
same way you insulted Colin for e-begging. This is true, even though we already explained to you why that's not
Yeah.
the same. And
Yeah,
you're
he didn't
basically-
accept my apology. He didn't accept my apology. So
then you
like,
doubled
what-
down on
what's your
it?
point?
So then you doubled
So
down.
what's your point?
So then you
You
doubled
Yeah,
down.
he doubled down. He doubled
You
down
didn't
on
even
talking
accept
shit
his
about me.
apology. What the fuck are you on about?
He
Yeah, you
doubled
didn't
down on
accept
talking
his.
shit
What the
about
fuck
me.
is
You
that
didn't even
argument?
accept. Yeah, you didn't
They're-
accept his
wow,
apology.
dude.
You
I did
you
accept
didn't even
his
double down.
apology.
You tripled down.
I did.
after you
I did
apologized to
accept
him,
his apology,
mentioning
and
his
then he
fucking
made a-
financial
then he made a
situation.
post.
I love how you're talking
No,
about
no,
him
he
like
made the
you
post
know I'm
before.
fucking
He
right.
made the
Yeah,
post
shut the fuck
beforehand.
up, dude.
Do you check the times? So wait a minute, you didn't check the times of what was said at all, but then
If you didn't, that's gonna piss me off so much.
so you didn't check the timing of when he said that, but then you proceeded to double down on what you said earlier.
Because he didn't accept the apology. Like, what do you want me to say?
Wait, okay, so if someone doesn't
What?
accept an
Oh
apology
my
for you punching them in
God.
the face, does that mean you're gonna punch them in the face
Did I punch
again?
him in the face? Did I punch him in the face?
Well, I mean, you're doubling down. That's what you just said.
No, but you might as well be afterwards. Cause
Yeah.
fucking hell, dude.
That's such a fucking shitty thing to say, dude.
Well, look at it this way, right? He punched someone else in the face, but also accidentally hit you in the process.
So I didn't-
He
so I didn't
apologized,
punch
and then
him-
you
I
hit
didn't
him
punch
for
him.
no fucking reason, with malice. That's the
So I didn't
difference.
punch anyone in the face.
Yeah,
Oh my god, you're a
It's a
retard.
you're
metaphor.
fucking holy shit. You're stubborn.
You're actually like.
Oh my
you-
god.
Please tell me you have Down syndrome.
Oh my god.
Bro, are you again? You constantly overlook Captain Kaba being a retard
You
and
constantly-
getting
Shut the fuck
himself.
up, dude. You're a
and
You
getting himself
constantly,
mad at it.
you
Shut the fuck
constantly
up.
double down and ignore.
Fuck out of here.
It's not overlooking. It's
Well,
not
like,
overlooking
yeah, you
in
said,
the
I made
slightest.
fun
Like,
of you
it's
for
right
e-begging
in our
the same way
fucking
you
face.
insulted Colin for e-begging. This is true.
Exactly. The
Yeah,
facts are
Colin
in
and
our
Captain
fucking
Kaba
face,
don't-
and you're doubling down, saying it's like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
both
why
e-beggars.
would I be sorry?
Both
Why would I be
e-beggars.
sorry? You're a
They're
fucking
both e-beggars.
retard, bro.
They're both
You and
e-beggars.
Colin are
What
literally
money-
two peas in a
What
fucking
money have you
pod,
given
bro.
to him? What money have you given to Captain Kaba, you hypocrite?
Why?
Like, if
You
you
and
think
Colin
that
are two
what
peas
is
in a
this?
As if that has
fucking
anything
pod.
to do with what
We
we're
don't need
saying,
to
you
pay.
fucking
We don't need to
retard.
give him
If you
money
think
in
that
order
he's in
to
a
point out that
if
you
you think that
attacked
he's in a
him for
shitty
it.
situation, if you think that he's in a shitty situation that
You and
he's had
Colin
no
would be a
control over,
perfect married couple.
why are you not giving him money?
What kind of argument is that?
What the
So,
fuck
so
is
wait,
that
wait,
argument?
wait,
What
so
are
wait
you
a minute,
talking
wait a
about?
minute.
Why aren't
So
What are
you
you
helping your friend?
talking about, dog?
Why aren't you helping
this
your
is
friend if you actually
irrelevant,
believe
and
it?
two,
Nah, shut the fuck up.
that is such a stupid statement. First of all, we don't have all the money in the world. All right, that's
Yeah.
point one. Point two.
He does.
We
like,
don't need to. We
so
don't need
he
to
doesn't
say,
have
stop.
gain. He
Stop.
doesn't
know-
have
Stop.
anything
Yo,
else.
Stop.
let
Stop.
him
You don't
finish.
shut the
Let him
fuck up.
finish.
You don't even know what he does.
Yeah,
You
he's
fucking
stubborn as shit.
You
retard.
Let
don't
him
even know what he
finish,
does.
dude.
Has to
Okay.
be
First of
fed. He
all,
has to
you
eat
don't
it.
you don't know what he does.
You don't fucking know him,
has
dude.
to
Why are
eat
you
it.
Second of
saying
all,
this shit? Why are you assuming this shit,
Jack,
dude?
He has to eat it.
Jack. Let me finish. Right.
He has to
So-
e-bag.
So another
Yeah,
problem
like Colin,
here.
he has to eat it.
Well, we already established why it's not the same thing. One has a job, one doesn't. But
Does he have anything he can sell? Does he have
so,
anything
okay,
like
I'm
valuable?
trying to make a
money
point.
if
I'm
he's
trying to
actually-
make a point.
Can you let
I'm
him
trying to make a
fucking talk?
point. I'm trying to make a point. Okay? Just because I point out you shouldn't attack someone for their financial situation doesn't mean I need
You
to
attack
personally
Colin for
pay
his
them.
financial situation.
All right, you're getting
Yeah,
muted. Shut
so-
the fuck up. Let
Yeah,
him
well, no,
talk, dude.
What a...
Oh
Why does he
my
remove
Oh
himself
my
every single
God.
time?
What a fucking loser.
gets
Holy
muted.
shit.
All right,
What
so
a fucking
I
loser.
definitely agree with
Yeah,
Batnick.
stop
Not-
server muting him because that just makes him leave for some magical
SK,
reason.
okay, if he
Well,
wants
dude, he
to stop
won't
being
shut the
server,
fuck
if,
up.
yeah, if
No,
he
I
wants
get
to
it,
stop
I
being
get it.
server
Just
muted,
let-
he
get
needs
it.
to stop talking.
Yeah. At Pebble.
Treat him with the
rejoin.
same fucking like shit he's giving us. If he wants to be a dick, we'll be a dick back. It's that fucking simple.
That's
Match
not
energy.
okay. Don't do that. No, that's you're pulling a Derek. You're pulling a Derek. Don't do it.
Shut the
You
fuck.
are-
Shut the
Dude,
fuck up.
what are you
bro.
doing? What
Well,
are you
that
doing?
just proves that he lied about his
Okay,
apology
but-
if he's doubling down.
Yeah,
on
that
attacking
too.
him
But
for
also,
it.
Kairito, he's literally like attacking our friend. Like what?
No, I
like,
get
what do
that.
you mean?
He's a bad person.
Well, okay,
I'm really bad
I'm
at
just
that. That's
here
not
to
what I'm
pick
arguing
apart
with.
his arguments. I'm just here to pick apart his arguments.
Okay,
that's
but
all.
also, but I definitely agree with Batnick. He is not coming back.
Oh, he's definitely not coming back.
He is not
Yeah,
coming back.
no, that's
after
nah.
that shit.
That is
Fuck
that
that.
is like the straw.
No.
That's the straw.
Is that who Batnick banned when he said the thing? It was Jack.
I'm pretty sure it was.
No,
I don't know who
Captain
banned
kicked him.
Well,
Captain kicked him.
Cam kicked him, but you know, Batnick is definitely gonna ban. Like, let's
Oh,
be
he's
fair.
not banned. Okay, Batnick's probably gonna do that.
Or Dom, you can do it.
So Jack has not rejoined.
Dude, it's 4:21 in the fucking morning. What are we doing?
I'm gonna ping him and
Awful.
I'm
This
gonna
is
ping
like
him
such an
again.
awful. This is a fucking awful disagreement in general.
Well, here's the thing. I think it is kind of funny just to debate Jack of all people because of how like insane he is. Like it's the
like
same
funny,
thing as last
but then
time.
like it's funny, but then like it just gets fucking way too much, and it just becomes this infinite fucking.
Well, in
circle.
this, well, the difference is this case is more personal because it's a friend of ours.
Well, no, I understand that one. I was talking more about the Charlie Kirk stuff. It's just.
Oh well,
fucking too
that
much.
was fucking retarded on both of your guys' end.
I don't see why.
I still stand by. I wasn't going in circles. You can, if you actually
That's okay.
listen to what me
Liam.
and Jack were saying. No, don't cut me off. If you listen to
Fuck
what
you.
me and Jack were saying, we were moving on to different points constantly. That's not a circle. The most you can say is that Jack went off topic a few times, which is not my fault. And I brought him back multiple times, and I got him to at least concede that it's anti-gay. He didn't
Yes,
say
to one of
bigot.
a million points that he couldn't even concede to with SK.
Because I was focusing on that one point. I was going one at a fucking
Yeah,
time.
he was going one
And
at
also-
a
If I
time. He
could
was going one at
slowly-
a time.
Yes, I was playing the long game to slowly but
Yeah, and
surely
it
get him
dragged.
to concede.
It fucking
And I
dragged,
almost-
nigga.
Yeah, I know it dragged.
Sorry,
but
I forgot.
but
I forgot I can say that.
if you listen to the fucking conversation, he
I did.
almost conceded multiple times until someone else interjected. If fucking SK and Southpaw didn't interject, I probably would have gotten him to say, yeah, he's a bigot, just not a malicious one. And then we can fucking go with the harder shit, which is calling him a malicious bigot. But no, I got fucking interfered.
Yeah, because you
So
weren't
no, I
pushing
wasn't
him on
going
it.
to
That's
the
the thing.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think he was
not
ever going to
pushing him
concede
on
to
it
that.
because that's not how you change hearts and minds. You don't fucking push people on shit and make them feel wrong on every single little minutiae and detail.
No,
then they're going to be stubborn and they're not going to
you do if they're being a dick. You do if they're being a dick, especially to us
Well,
and
I think
people
I
we
don't
know.
think he's
I
arguing
know,
like
but
with
I'm
the
not
Captain
talking
Kirk
about that.
situation.
I'm
He's
not
trying to
talking about
argue
that.
Practically.
The Charlie Kirk shit. And practically, what I was doing was actually fucking working. It wasn't a circle.
Okay.
That's
I don't
why
know.
I said
I
you
just-
lied when you fucking said it was a circle. That pissed me off because I'm like, you didn't fucking listen at all.
Yeah, and it pissed me off when you said I didn't listen because I fucking did. He was repeating himself half the fucking time, Liam. So yes, I was listening. You retard. Fuck, man. Actually, it's so fucking annoying, bro.
Okay, just because one person is repeating something doesn't mean it's going in a circle. That's one person. Going in a circle is if both of y'all are saying the same shit over and over and over again and it's going nowhere.
I think
if Jack repeats himself a few times and then I keep pressing him politely until he has to change his argument, which he fucking does, eventually he's gonna run out, and once he runs out, he concedes, which is what fucking happened. He was saying, I'm willing to concede that this is anti-gay, and then I was about to push further for the bigot point, just not malicious, to like put him in a false sense of security, so he'll fucking concede to that, and then convincing him that it's malicious would be easier to do because we got him to have multiple concessions. Was it fucking long? Yes, but if you want to change this guy's heart and mind with something like as fucking contentious as politics, the last thing you fucking do is be impatient and start fucking yapping at him. So yeah, it was fucking long, but like, goddamn, bro. This is why I don't talk about politics. It literally requires fucking Grand Admiral Thrawn ass level fucking patience and strategy to change someone's stupid mind on this shit. It's fucking retarded.
Excuse me.
Ow. Absolute Batnik, the King of Comcast.
How's your night doing?
Oh, hey, Cap.
Doing great.
Hey, Cap.
What's up, Cap?
You doing okay, man?
You know, it's
doing all right.
It's funny. Jack said he's sorry, but only after everyone
He took it back in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, he
like not
goes,
not even
he
like
goes and
not
makes
even
a
like
tweet, and then
not
he
even a
argues
day.
in
It was
favor
only
of it.
not even a day. It literally took like a matter of 2 fucking hours. Like Jesus.
It's also just not the same thing. Like the whole idea of
Why did he take it back anyways? What the fuck?
Because he's a fucking petty maggot. He's a petty maggot.
He's a fucking pussy, dude. That's why. As soon as he gets muted, he fucking baby rages, and then just that's it.
Yeah. When is the face reveal?
Never.
Oh. I mean, there was
If you-
something like that like early this year, but we won't talk about that.
High
I'm gonna just say
CHD
this, real quick. I'm gonna just say this. If he comes back with Jan, he's fucked.
That would be funny. Well, I found it funny that on his post I saw High CHD there like calling him out. It's like, dude, what is going on with this fucking what's his name? I don't. Fat women shouldn't exist thumbnail. Whatever the fuck.
What the fuck?
Jack is fortunate he left when he did, or else he could have also been facing the wrath of
Kangman Lee TV firing situation. Yeah, that thing with the Birdman.
Jesus.
I just saw the comments just cooking him. It's like, holy shit. What
If
are
you think
saying
about
now?
it, this all kind of like the hint kind of started with the whole fucking what was it? The whole Southpaw thing, and on Twitter, and now it just led to
Oh,
this.
when they were debating about.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
and then now it
Well-
just led to this.
Well, I think it really started with the C and his odd celebration of evil, and he kept making like really stupid arguments. That's really where like the break took place.
Well,
And the thing
I
is
knew
that
that-
like people were very, I'll just say people were very scathing towards Jack, and I was trying to be charitable towards him. I'll just say that. So it's just interesting how these things play out.
This is ridiculous.
I
knew from the
really was
start
trying to
that-
be charitable.
I knew from the start Jack's apology to me was fucking like it's bullshit
It
half-hearted.
was off to me because he was just like, sure. It's like, huh.
Yeah, he
Okay.
wasn't even
Yeah,
saying he wasn't
he
even
literally
firm with
only
it.
apologized.
I think I
He would
could have
stop getting on his
sworn.
ass about it.
I could have sworn at the end of it he said, "You happy?" You happy? Like,
Yeah, he
what
did.
the-
He
what does
did.
that
He
mean?
did.
What does that
He
mean?
Oh wow.
He sure as
That's
hell did.
awesome.
Meaning,
Don't
it
say
yeah,
that.
it meant he didn't mean it like whatsoever.
Johnny did it for Daddy SK's validation. What the hell?
Wow.
I don't give a fuck. I
Okay.
don't give a fuck about your I'm not your dad. Your father.
Why are you like this? Why did you say that?
No, that's literally what he did. He asked for validation like his
Father.
dad.
I'll give a fuck
What are you
about
talking
it.
about? You think it's funny?
Oh, he's back online, so I think he's gonna return.
Well,
Oh,
that's
no.
just amazing.
I think we're
2 more hours.
Yes.
Listen. I'm in it for the entertainment.
SK, we were supposed to watch a movie, dog.
I'm gonna be straight up. If we're in it for the entertainment, can we actually make it fun instead of
Yeah, we'll
getting
make it
off
fun. We'll make it fun. We'll make it fun. I promise we will make it fun.
What do you mean by making it fun? Because your guys' definition of fun is like completely
Just
different.
you will
we can
know.
get back there.
You will
You
know.
will know.
fucking troll him?
Bro, it's Jack.
Okay.
Literally, Jack Kender Schneider cut. Fucking hell.
Jack Snyder, the Kentner
Snyder
cut. Release the
Christ,
Kentner cut.
dude.
Release the Kender.
Kentner confrontation.
The Kentner cut.
We gotta like supercut this like entire stream.
Dude, we gotta
Release the
supercut this whole
Kentner
argument. Because this shit.
Yeah.
I think like okay, he's back.
He's back.
Alright, let's
Good
I'm
boy.
gonna
If
mute
you
him.
if you
Alright.
talk over people, it will happen again.
Was that a connection
What-
thing this
Edgar,
time
what's
again?
up? What's up? You in grift?
What?
What's up, E-Beggar Kaba? What's up?
Oh, see,
Yeah.
see,
Oh.
you just, man.
Wow,
Guys, I'm apologizing for this thing, but I'm gonna go back on it immediately.
Dude,
Guys, I'm gonna
dude,
delete my
asshole.
tweets and leave them up. I'm going to not apologize.
Delete and
because
leave
you're
them
still
up.
being
How
a
is that
fucking
possible?
asshole to
Wait,
him.
wait.
I'm not gonna
Delete
leave
them
them
and
up.
leave them up.
You're
How is that
pretty passive,
possible?
you're pretty
Jack, are we in the
Yeah,
same
delete them
reality
and
right
leave them
now?
up.
Are we in the same reality right now, Jack?
Yeah,
I'm not
Since
gonna
when
delete
could you
them.
delete a
I'm just-
tweet
Yeah,
and
it
put
works,
them back
buddy.
up? How do
He
you
went,
do
back,
that?
he
How
went
do you do
back,
that?
he went back on what he said. He went back on
What
what
did
he
he
said.
what did he go back on? What did he go back on? Show me that. Show
He
me that.
literally
Show me
said
that
that
right
he
now.
would-
You mean like how you went back on your
Landry.
apology? You mean like how you went back on your apology? Yeah.
Yeah, like how
just
you
like
just
that.
went
He went
back on
back on
it.
what back on what he said. He went back on what he said. That's
What did he?
right.
Where
You
did he
went
go
back on your
back? Show me that.
apology,
Show me
you
that.
fucking
Show me
right.
that
You
right
went
now.
back on
Show me that. Show me that.
standards.
Show me that
Right.
right
He
now.
went back on it.
Nice
Show me
double
that.
standard, bro.
Show me
Nice
that.
double
Show me that.
standard.
Show me
In
that.
this
Back.
stream, he said, in this
I'm tired.
stream, he said that he would take down the tweets
In
and
this
stop
stream,
slandering
in
me,
this
and
stream.
he didn't.
He did
this
take
tweet.
down the tweets.
I
hope
never
no one
said
edits
anything.
out
He
what my
didn't. Like he
phone-
literally
Yeah,
didn't.
I
I replied to
posted it.
one. You idiot.
Really, we really
Like,
didn't.
that's what you're getting
He
mad at.
literally said he
That's what you're
deleted
getting
the
mad at me
tweets.
at.
Wait.
He
You
talked
literally
about
did
the
not
No, no,
delete
no.
the
Birdman
tweet.
He
You
situation.
literally did not delete the tweet. You're a
Jack.
liar. You're lying.
Jack, if there's like a
You're
tweet
lying.
still up, can you like just send it somewhere?
Yeah, why don't you tell him about it? Because
No, I know
because,
this is
because
big, but he
Jack,
thinks
Jack,
that's
let me just
fine.
tell you how stupid what you just said is. The tweets you were responding to were made before you
that doesn't
apologized,
matter.
before the
You-
Yeah,
conversation.
you want to get muted again? You want to get muted again? You want to get
No,
muted
no,
again?
no, no, no. Let him finish. I talked to him.
It doesn't matter
Why does it not matter?
because he said that he would delete
Why
them.
didn't you just ask him to delete it? Why'd you
I
respond?
never said I would delete the tweet because I
Yes, you
forgot
did.
that I
Yes,
posted
Oh
it.
wait, no. I know where the confusion is. I know where the confusion
When will
is.
you say
Jack,
You were
Jack, he
thinking
never,
about something
because I don't remember. I remember when he talked about deleting, and we can actually look at the stream transcript and rewind later
What
on.
specifically you were
so-
thinking about is me saying that I was going to delete tweets related to the Birdman thing. the
Yes,
replies I
yes.
made, which
Yes,
related
you're
to the
a snake.
Birdman
goes up,
thing.
they're gone.
That's not being snakish. That's
Yeah,
not
you're
being
fucking
snakish.
snake.
That's not
So
being
he's
snake.
being
You're
a
being
snake.
snake.
He's being a snake because he didn't delete things that you could have asked him to delete. That's being a snake.
all you did
I
was
think
delete
you're
it.
I think
Also-
you're I think you're being the snake
I
here.
think that's on
because
you, bro.
instead of asking him to delete
Well,
it,
also-
what you
also-
did
That's what he
was
said.
just
That's
immediately
also
decide,
why
oh,
would
I'm
he-
gonna go after him.
But also, why would he?
Yeah,
since
you
were
could've
being
just
such a
asked
dick to him,
politely.
Like,
No,
okay.
no. To be fair, right? If it is resolved, he could delete them. But the problem is that Jack never requested that.
Yeah,
He
but I
did-
was
he
also,
literally
but
said
I
that
was
he was
also
the-
trying
No,
to
he
say,
didn't.
oh
No,
my
he didn't.
fucking
Show
Yes,
me
he
that.
did.
Show me that.
Yes, he fucking
No, he
did.
didn't.
He never.
Previously
didn't.
in the stream.
He never
Yo,
said he
you
would
know
delete
that.
Yo,
them.
could I
He
say
did not
said
do
what I was
that he
gonna say,
deleted the
please?
ones in relation to Birdman. You stupid.
Yes, this is
motherfucker.
in relation to Birdman.
No,
you
it's not.
disingenuous
It's in
fuck.
relation to his
Yes, it
No,
financial
it is not, buddy.
situation. You
No, it
idiot.
is not, buddy.
stem from
stupid
Birdman.
idiot.
No, it is not, buddy.
They stem
Holy
from Birdman.
shit.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Yep. Yep.
Nope. Nope.
Yep.
So
Nope.
so is
Nope.
this tweet about the Birdman?
Nope.
Is
Yo,
it about
retard
the Birdman?
Olympics, bro. I swear to God.
Jack
Retard
Pender attacked my
Olympics.
financial
Nope.
situation because I made a mistake of throwing him under the bus in attempt to defend my friend from false statements.
I'm attacking his financial situation by accurately pointing out his financial situation.
Accurately if you
Well,
take
Accurately,
obviously,
yeah.
back
So
in
that
a
it's
sense,
just
yes.
justified because you
You fool.
accurately pointed it out.
And also, again, his whole thing was about what you did in the financial situation, not about Birdman. He said he deleted the things about Birdman. Past tense. That's what he talked about when talking about deleting. Here's what we'll do, right? Once the transcript is up, go to the transcript, look up delete. Look up the term delete or deleting. And you're gonna find him
and I'll
talking
look
about the Birdman tweets. That's what he said he would delete.
Yeah, those are the Birdman tweets. This is related to
This
Birdman.
is not the no, this is not related to the Birdman. It's about you. It's about you. It's about you. It's about you.
It's about you, buddy.
It's about you.
buddy.
It's about you.
It's
It's
about
about
you.
you.
You're not Birdman.
It's about
You're not
you.
Birdman.
It's about you.
You're
It's
not
about
Birdman.
you.
Are you
It's about
Birdman?
you.
Are you
It's
You're
about
not
you.
Birdman.
It's
You're
about
not
you.
Birdman,
Are
bro.
you Birdman?
You're
Are you
not
Birdman?
Birdman.
Are you the
Make it real.
Birdman?
You're not
You're the
Birdman.
Birdman. Is your name
You're
the
not a
Birdman?
bird,
Is your
bro.
name the Birdman? Is
You're
your
a
name the
dog who's
Birdman?
also an astronaut,
Is your
bro.
name
You're
the
not
Birdman?
Birdman.
Is your name the Birdman? Is your name the Birdman?
In
Do
fairness,
you know the Birdman?
Is my name
The Birdman.
Is my
the
name
Birdman.
Kinoflex?
Do
Is my name
you know
Kinoflex?
the
Yeah.
Birdman?
Yeah. Is my name Kinoflex SK? My name was used by him when addressing the Birdman.
Yes,
Was it
and
not?
Then and then he
Yeah.
deleted those two.
So
of the
I am
Birdman.
it's related to
You
me.
defend it. You
Yeah,
defend
but
the
it's showing, but
transgender
it's showing
access.
yes, it is
Related
related to you.
to
That's
me.
what we just said. That's what we just said. It's in relation
No,
to you.
you said it had nothing to do with me.
No, I said it had nothing to do with Birdman. Do you have ears?
Birdman and I are related. This
No, you're
is
not.
related.
No, you ain't, bro. You're
He's not your
Birdman.
father. He doesn't give a fuck about you.
You're not
I'm his
Birdman, bro.
son. He's not paying alimony.
Alimony.
Alimony. He's not paying alimony.
Alimony.
what are we doing, bro? What are we doing?
Holy shit.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What did he just? What?
Alimony.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
SK. Make it real.
Again, let's get back on topic. I know that was fun. But Jack, do you understand that if you saw a tweet that was still up, you could have alerted him of it?
Yeah, why didn't you just ask him to delete the tweets?
Because he went back on what he said.
Where did he go back on?
You went back on what you said. You went back on what you said.
Yeah,
It's
I did.
double fucking
Yes, I did go
standards.
back
It's
on what I
fair.
said.
So
Back on
just
what-
because you went back on your shitty ass apology, being like, "Shit, there, sure, there, you're happy." He shouldn't fucking delete the tweets
Well, I have
because
to
you're being such a
apologize.
cunt.
I had to apologize to him for being a cunt to me.
He didn't say that, and he
Yeah,
wasn't a cunt
You're being a
to you.
cunt to him, buddy.
Yeah, he was a cunt to me.
Why? Where?
You were a
never
cunt to
even
him.
expected-
Where?
But
Show
he's
me
literally
that.
said that he threw me under the bus.
Yeah,
Like he is.
Yes, by accident. He said by
E-begging
accident.
He is.
That
Like
is
the
by
e-begging
accident.
idiot that he is.
Yeah, last time I checked, Captain Papa
Damn,
wasn't trying to
you
get
talk about
fired
throwing
from
him
your
under the
job,
bus.
bros.
All he said was that you might
Oh,
be
yeah.
obsessed. You're calling him an idiot.
Yeah, he is an idiot.
He's an idiot
So
because
are you.
Friendly
Friendly
fire
fire
is
is
public
intolerant.
information.
Friendly fire is intolerated, dog. This ain't Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Taba, why can't you pick up after your own shit? Why are you poor? Why do you have to e-beg?
A lot of people are poor.
So you're still
You just hate
attacking
poor people. Is that what you're saying? You have something against poor people?
Taba, why are
You
you
have something
such a
against poor people,
failure?
Jack?
Taba, why are you such a failure?
Are you saying it's a
Oh,
bad
he's
thing
a
to be poor?
failure.
Are you saying it's a bad thing to be poor?
How is it?
No. Are you saying it's a bad thing to be poor?
How's
Are
it
you saying
really
it's
I think it's
worse
really
because
funny
you're poor?
that Captain
Is that what
Kaba
you're
hasn't
saying?
even. He's been like real quiet, and you're just going to attack
Yeah,
him
'cause
because
he's
you're angry.
fine.
about
Well,
everything
Well,
else.
dude, it's
fine.
not even.
Back on
Well,
the
dude, it's
side.
not even that. SK, it's not even that. It's that the moment we say a point to fucking Jack, he just goes straight after Captain, and he hasn't even said a
Exactly.
thing.
That's really
that's
weird.
fucking
It's like
screaming like a
almost
fucking
you're out-
That's some
it's almost
Colin
like you-
shit, my
It's
nigga.
almost like you can't make an argument, and you just have to go out of your way to
I did
attack
make an
someone
argument. I
because
told
you're
people
upset.
It's honestly really
I
funny
told
how you
people
get on
contact
Colin and
her.
her. And it's really funny how you get on Colin and make a whole fucking a bunch load of YouTube videos just to make paychecks, and you're acting no fucking better than him. You actual
Yeah,
Down syndrome
you're no better
retard.
than bro.
Yeah, I'm acting
You're
no better than him
him.
by calling.
You're
an
acting
e-begging
no better than
or
him,
another
bro.
e-begging for it. Yeah.
Oh my. All right.
Yeah, Captain Cobb an e-begging for to start shit with me, and I'm
Yeah,
not.
and
How
you're
did he
mentally
start-
disabled, bro. You're on a fucking
All
wheelchair.
right.
Half of the points you make
All
no
right.
sense.
All right. Calm it down. Holy shit.
What is going on?
Jack.
That was fucking crazy.
I don't understand what Captain Kaba did that was so malicious. At worst, he said
Wait,
you might
I
be
told
obsessed
you
with
several
something.
times. You don't care. You literally
Well,
don't
no,
care.
no,
because
I listen. I
I
listen.
Neither do you.
I keep
Neither
on
do
telling
He
you.
apologized.
Neither
He
do
did
you.
listen. He
I
did
keep on telling
apologize.
you.
Hold up.
And,
And
he
I'm
didn't
sure
go
he still,
back.
and I'm sure even though you went back on your apology, I'm sure he still stands by apologizing for the claim that you were just being obsessed. I'm sure he doesn't stand by that. Still. I mean, he's right here. We can ask. Captain Kaba, do you still stand by your apology to Jack?
Yes, I still stand by my apology. Evidently, he doesn't mind, but that's irrelevant. I can be
Well,
the
that's
bigger
literally
man.
not true because you left
Look
up a
in
tweet
general.
condemning
in
me.
general.
So you literally don't forgive me.
What do you mean he left? You could have asked him to delete it.
Well, you don't forgive him, so why should
Yeah,
he
well,
forgive
also
you?
you could have asked him to
Okay.
delete it.
Then
Why did you just assume? Why did you just assume? Why did you just assume that he's unwilling to accept anything when you didn't ask him to delete it?
Because he literally said that he was going to delete the tweets.
He didn't say
And
that.
I did not, Jack. I did not. If
Yes,
I
he
did,
did.
cross
Yeah,
his mind.
let him clarify. Why don't we let him like he's right here? Why don't we let him clarify? Yeah, why don't we let him clarify?
Go ahead, clarify what you mean.
Yeah, go ahead, Cap. And don't interrupt
So
either.
when I referred
Don't do that.
to deleted tweets, something may have gotten mixed up. What I meant was I had already deleted the tweets where I responded to the Birdman. I can send you his response that proves that those tweets are deleted. I never said anything about deleting the original tweet that I did calling you out because, to be quite frank, by that point I had already forgotten I made that shit. Now, at this point, I'm not sure if I could take it down because you've doubled down. That you aren't sorry.
Yeah, you doubled down. Why would you delete it now?
You fucking lied. Because you fucking lied.
No, he didn't lie. You didn't
No.
ask him to delete it.
You didn't ask him to delete it. And he forgot. People can forget, you know. That's the thing that happens.
Really. Not really.
Yes,
He
are
just
you
said he
retarded?
was going to delete them and he didn't.
Are you stupid? Yes, people can forget.
Okay.
If you think Captain
And he
Kaba
forgot.
said
So
that
like,
you
what the
could-
fuck?
Yeah, so I got a
How is
question.
that, like,
I have a
so-
question.
He literally
Jack,
said that
so
he was
if
going
you-
to delete
How's that
so
hard to
it-
comprehend, bro?
So if you had just told him, hey, can you delete this? And he just said, fine, I'll delete it. Then, what then? Do you still think that he's lying?
Why was your initial? Why was your
Yeah,
initial
why
like?
didn't you just do that?
Yeah,
was
why
your
didn't you
initial
just ask
reaction
him to delete
hostility?
it if you wanted it
Why
deleted
was-
so bad?
Yeah, let's
You
not
just
pretend
blew
like
it
it's
way out of
like-
proportion for no good reason. Just fucking
Let's
ask
not
him.
pretend.
Be a fucking adult and ask
Let's
him,
not
bro.
pretend like this wasn't late at night, so it's
Why is
possible
your
that
initial-
I've been up quite long enough to where I could.
That's also
forget
really
something
fucking
like that.
late.
Like,
Yeah.
why is your initial reaction to act like a baby? Like,
And also, he has shit that, like, he has other priorities in his real life, which people do have, Jack.
E-begging, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Just
for
so you
example,
know. No, not e-begging, like a fucking job and getting good money
Which he was
and all
just
that shit.
at working.
Out of my job,
You know,
fucking
paying for
idiot.
bills, all that shit. You know, people have lives outside of the internet, you know?
Yeah,
Like
I was
you.
That's
working
more
too.
important than fucking any of this shit.
Okay, so was Captain
That you're
Kaba.
baby
What's
raging
your,
about.
What's your point?
And he still remembers to like delete some tweets. And he
Who
didn't delete these
cares?
tweets.
Not all of them,
So,
but
so
some of
then
them.
you could have reminded
Who
me.
cares
that I
You could
told
have
him to be
warned
making
him.
Again,
idiot
that's
when
why
he
you asked him to
himself
delete the
overly
tweets.
eBay.
That's why you remind
Why
him
do
to
you
delete the
care?
tweets instead of blowing out of proportion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why didn't you just ask him to delete the tweets? It seems like a very
You can't
simple way
answer
to
that
resolve
question.
the problem.
Why can't you answer that?
What? Like SK, like this
Why
is a
didn't you just ask him to delete the tweets?
Yeah, that's what we're
Jack?
at.
because he's being fucking malicious.
How?
Like,
How
he's
is he
not.
being
So are
malicious?
He
you.
definitely forgot.
How
So are
is he
you.
being
You were
malicious?
being. You were being malicious.
How is that being
when-
malicious that he
You were
forgot?
being malicious.
You were being
SK,
malicious
are you
enough to
talking?
go
Are you
double
talking?
down on his
Are you
financial
talking?
Yeah,
situation.
if
Are you
anything,
gonna
you're
let
the
me
one being
talk? Are you
malicious
gonna let me
here and
talk?
blowing
Even-
everything out of
Are you
proportion
going to let me
Even-
and
talk?
doubling down on your
Well, you're
fucking
not
Are you
letting
gonna let
us
me
talk, and you're
talk?
talking over us.
Are you
So
gonna
why
let me
would we
talk?
let you
Are you gonna
talk?
let me talk? Are you going to let me talk?
Even
When we
talking
talked
over
about,
us.
when we talked about,
You're full
when
of
we
shit,
previ-
dude.
when I gave Southpaw shit for replying to me like with a loaded question, you guys said, "Well, he's not obligated to DM you beforehand." Why the fuck am I obligated to
What?
DM this fucking idiot?
How is that related? How is that related?
That's not related at all, but okay.
You have a
That's not
completely
related at all.
So let me explain to you why
You're
that's not the
hypocrite.
same thing. Let me explain to you why that's not the
It
same
is the
thing.
same thing.
So you
It is
no,
No, it's
'cause-
not. Let him
no,
explain.
it's not
Let
the
him
same
explain.
thing. Because Southpaw responded to you making public statements. That's why he did that. Okay?
No, it isn't. It had nothing to do with my public statement.
That's what he said. We have that recorded. That's what he said. That
Yeah,
same
that's
recording,
bullshit.
by
Like,
the way,
okay,
where you
okay,
said he
okay,
just
what did I
cries
say?
whenever
What
he
did I
gets
say?
criticized, and you
What
admitted
did
you
I
said
say?
that out of
What did
anger.
he say? What did I say and what did he say?
You said that he cried every time he gets criticized, and you admitted you said that out of anger?
That's not what I said to Sheev.
I'm talking about Southpaw.
Pay attention, Pippin.
I said you said that to Southpaw, and I was asking you too. What were you talking about?
SK. I was replying to Sheev, and then he replied to me like with a loaded question about backseater. Do you not remember?
Yeah,
this?
we already explained that to you at the time. It wasn't some loaded question.
Yeah, it was a loaded question because it had
So
nothing
are
to
you
do with what I was
conceding
asking.
that?
You have nothing. Okay, SK.
God, dude.
My question to Sheev was, why don't you teach me on morality? And Southpaw didn't
And Southpaw
reply to that.
explained
when
why he
said
did
DM'd
that,
me.
and you understood it by
To
the
be
end.
malicious.
And you understood
To be
it
a
by the
malicious
end.
pun,
You
yeah.
understood it. You literally understood it by the end.
Okay, and I talked.
so you're going back on that?
So you're going back on it. You're still complaining that he did that.
I talked about it with other people, and
Okay.
they said that he was being malicious. I shouldn't have
Wow, you
accepted
talked
it.
about it with other random people that aren't
Wow,
him,
other
so
random
therefore you're no
people,
longer
bro.
going to believe
You
That
mean
aren't him.
like your
intentions.
On a public forum. Yeah.
like your
On a
debate coach,
public
Jan?
forum.
Like your debate coach,
Oh my
Jan?
god.
Yeah, I talked to
Debate
people
coach
about something that
Jan.
happened on Twitter, like a public
That's crazy,
fight.
dude. That's crazy, dude.
Like you mean people?
I just find it
people
crazy
on
that
the
you're trying to
outside-
say that Captain Cabo was malicious, but you couldn't actually show
He
evidence.
literally admitted that he was. He literally admitted that he was malicious.
Where did he say?
Where did he say that?
Throwing me under the bus. by
Because he
saying that
forgot. That's
You can
malicious.
accidentally throw someone under the bus. That's an
It's
accident.
malicious to
That's an
forget
accident.
shit.
That's an accident.
So he's just an accidentally. He's just accidentally malicious.
Yeah,
Okay.
why is it so hard for
Wait,
you
Well, I
to
mean,
believe, bro?
your parents
Liam
giving
literally-
birth to you is an
literally
accident.
got you to concede that it wasn't some malicious thing, and then you unconceded. Notice that's really interesting. It's almost like you're the one that's going back on your word. That's really interesting. to
Yeah,
me.
that's wild.
So Jack, if
That's
your
wild,
parents accidentally had you, are they malicious?
He literally did go back on his word. I mean, apparently, Kaba's parents. Apparently, Kaba's parents made a bad choice having him. Since
I think I struck a nerve because you're stuttering really badly.
Ooh, someone's upset.
Are you upset?
Someone's upset.
Are you upset like you were that one conversation?
Imagine going through 9 months of labor to birth Jack Kender.
Someone's crying right now.
They can't pay the bills on time.
The second coming of Hitler.
Nice projection.
Wow, that was something.
Yeah.
So Kinoflex, do you happen to have that evidence of Captain Kaba being malicious? Do you happen to have that evidence?
Yeah, this
I'd love to
earlier
hear it.
stream where he said that he was going to delete the tweets, and he didn't.
No, he said he
Oh my.
deleted the Birdman tweets.
Yeah,
he,
which
said,
are-
he didn't say he
several
was going to. He
times.
said I
This
already
motherfucker.
deleted them. He said he already deleted
Which
them.
are related to
That's
me.
not this. He said he already deleted them. And again, here's the thing.
He didn't.
Even if you, and here's what's stupid about this. Even if you're correct about the whole, oh, he didn't delete them. Okay, why didn't you ask him to if you saw they weren't
Yeah,
deleted?
again, you can ask
even
him.
if even if he agreed to stop.
But you're
stop,
obligated to be a
stop.
fucking piece
Because
of
as
shit
I
to him.
remember, didn't Captain Cabo leave soon after? Didn't Captain Cabo leave soon after Jack apologized?
Well,
yeah.
What were you
Hang
doing
on, I
after
want-
you left? Real quick, what were you doing after you left?
I went back to work.
Okay, so he was literally too busy working to delete
Wow.
the tweets, and you couldn't just simply
He literally
ask
deleted
him
the
to
tweets.
delete
He
it.
literally deleted the tweets. He literally deleted the tweets.
Yes,
Like, what are you
before.
talking about?
Yes, beforehand.
Beforehand, dude.
Yes, before.
And he has
had
a
to go
job
back
that
to
he's
work.
more worried about than that shit.
I want to tackle
Some, like
something.
stupid shit on the internet.
Because Jack, you said you're not obligated to ask him. That's fair, but you're also not obligated to continue
tweet.
the fucking like the shit in general. You could have just ignored
Okay,
it.
it's a public
at that
forum.
point.
I'm allowed to respond to it. Isn't that like what your argument was?
Yeah, but you said he was a snake.
In
You
what-
justified
in what
it by saying
context?
he was a snake, and he lied because
Yeah,
he didn't delete
he
the
did
tweets.
lie.
How did
Yeah,
how
he
was
did
that
lie.
a lie? He was
Or-
working. He was
hold on.
literally
By
working.
saying that he was going to
Hang
delete
on a
it.
second.
I think you're in denial.
He
I
didn't
think you're in
delete it because
denial.
he was working. He didn't delete it because he was working.
There's a second thing. There's
I
a
got
second
proof
thing.
he has a
I
job.
that I did delete the Birdman.
There's a
So
second
that-
thing.
So what you're telling me is
God,
that's
guys,
fair
please.
game. That's fair game. If you
No,
didn't
it's
delete
not.
them.
You could have asked
Yeah,
him.
it is fair game.
dumbass. You
There's-
s-
it is
There's a
fair
second
game.
Yeah,
thing
you
I
could have
wanna
asked him to.
address.
It is
There's a
fair
You could have
second
asked
thing I
him
could
wanna
have
to.
address.
asked
There's a
him.
second
You could have
thing I
asked
wanna
him
Fair
to.
game.
address.
Motherfucker.
You could have
I
politely
don't-
asked him to
I
delete
don't
them.
owe him that
It's
obligation.
your fault, dude.
You
It's your fault.
That's your fault. If you
You
wanted
c-
to
if you
delete it
just
so
did
bad,
that,
you
we
could
wouldn't
have
be here right now. This is all you're doing.
Yeah, this is all you're doing. You're an idiot.
This ain't
Second thing-
Captain. This ain't anyone else. This is you, bro.
Yeah, that's you.
You
The
caused that.
second thing,
You
the second
did.
thing I want to address
You got no
is
one
the
else.
whole like, Southpaw didn't have to DM you before making that tweet equivalent. I want to make myself clear here. What Southpaw did, I believe, is somewhat unproductive as well. I think like both of y'all didn't handle that situation well either. But like, why are we repeating the same mistakes with fucking Captain
Because
Kaba?
you guys
I think it is ideal if you just ask him to delete the tweets or talk to him.
Because you
That's
guys
what
are
I
completely
said.
contradicting yourselves. Like
No,
you
we're
don't
not.
have an issue. You're telling me that that someone shouldn't be obligated to DM me.
Liam literally
before-
said that Southpaw was
about it.
unproductive in that conversation.
Yeah, if anything, I would actually
Literally in that call you
agree
said
that
that
it would have
not
been
a
better
problem.
if Southpaw, Sheev, or anyone else that was beefing with you got on a VC and talked to you like an adult instead of being petty little losers on Twitter, including yourself. You were all bad in that encounter. But now, the history repeats itself. The fucking Captain Kaba, when you could have just not even like fucking text him and go, "Yo, bro, can you delete these tweets?" And you said one of the other things you said was you didn't do it because he's malicious, but that's more reason to ask him. If you believe he's malicious and he won't do it, ask him. Then you have your you basically
And
have
I'll
your
say now,
back
if he
covered.
asked me to, if he asked me to
If
delete
he's
the tweet, I
malicious and
would've
he
done it.
doesn't delete the tweets after you asked him, that makes him look
Okay.
bad.
Okay, Cabin Kaba, like, would you delete the tweets?
Well, not after.
Well, yeah, I
no.
would delete this.
No,
Not
no,
after
don't,
this.
don't
We
delete them
wouldn't have-
now because you
Yeah, not
prepared
after
your
the
apology
shit
after
you
that.
pulled.
No.
But beforehand, yeah.
I think they should stay up.
Yeah, not after this.
Yeah, after what you pulled, they should definitely
Yeah,
stay
after
up.
what you pulled, I think they should stay up. That's my opinion.
Okay, that's fine.
Which is completely your doing.
Yeah.
That's all on you.
Yeah, good job.
All right, that's fine.
Because, like, I mean,
Yeah,
what
that's
you
fine.
just proved to us is that you weren't actually sorry. Because if you're actually sorry, like, here's the thing, right? If I think someone is being a snake, I don't double down on something that I said was bad. I would just do something else. You
Yeah,
just
that's
did the
very-
same thing that you
That's
doubled
quite-
down, you tripled down, you quadrupled
That's
down.
quite Colin behavior, if you ask me.
That is. See
Alright.
if I give a fuck. See if I give a fuck.
Yeah, so SK, let me just ask you something real quick. Are you willing to burn bridges over this?
I am willing to have a conversation, and I hope it goes productively. But I'm gonna be blunt, Jack. These past few weeks, but more so these recent days, you have not been making a great name for yourself. I'm gonna be honest, and that's not me trying to just be a dick for the sake of it, right? I mean, I am being a bit of a dick, for entertainment, but that's not for the sake of it. I'm being honest right now.
Well, also because you went after our friend. I think
Yeah,
like,
you're
I'm just being brutally honest. This is not a good look for you. I am willing
Yeah,
to
so you
engage
can come
in
after me whenever you want. I can't defend myself. Like,
well, no,
that's
you can
your
defend
fault.
yourself, but in this
'Cause your
case, that was not
defenses are fucking
defense. You
stupid.
went after him after he accepted your apology.
After he attacked me, yeah. After he attacked me.
No, he attacked you before you
He didn't
apologized.
attack you, buddy.
He
He
attacked
didn't
you
attack
before
you.
you
That's a
apologized.
nice projection. That's a
That was
nice
before the
projection.
apology. That was before
That's a
the
nice
apology.
projection.
He literally did
And he
attack
attacked
me.
you after you
Nah, that was
attacked
all you,
him.
buddy.
He made a claim about your potential obsession. You then attacked his financial thing, to which then he
You
attacked
literally-
you. Or actually, he didn't even
Yeah.
attack you. He's tried to say, you don't need to... He even said, you don't even need to apologize. He said, this is why I think this was a low blow. And you're just like, whatever, I didn't read all that. That's why he went after you.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you can't forget that context.
So you
forget
can't.
that.
So
Yeah.
so don't even pull like this weird victim card of you saying I can't even
Yeah.
defend myself. You literally couldn't even let Captain Kaba defend himself, let alone try to even fucking have any ounce of like accountability towards you. Like the moment he did on
Yep.
Discord and SK server, you just went after his financial situations. So he has
Yeah,
every
he's a
right
loser.
to shut up.
He's a
Yeah,
fucking
so are
loser.
you.
Yeah, shut the fuck up,
So
buddy.
are you. You're
Yeah, he's a
literally
loser.
Colin's ex-wife, bro. You make
Yeah,
so many
loser.
times. You want
You I can't take accountability for my actions.
You want the fucking.
I
You
want to
want the
just
fucking.
project.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Kevin Collins
literally-
never
divorce
paid
money
literally
so
himself
bad.
for his
Yeah,
actions,
literally.
so I had to take all
Literally, you, buddy.
He literally
Got
no,
it.
Captain Kaba
yeah.
took accountability.
He never did.
He
He
literally
did.
said
Yeah, he did.
still.
He literally did.
So Jack, he said I still stand by my apology. You don't stand by
Don't.
yours.
You took
So-
it back.
Because he didn't
You
stand
took
by
it
it.
back in less than
Where
a
did
day.
he
He
not
actually
stand
did.
by it?
He
He just
actually
said
did.
he
Back in
publicly
less
said
than
he
a day.
stands
He
by
literally
it.
did not. He did not. He said he would delete the tweets, and he didn't.
That's
Mhm.
not what he said.
Wait,
We
wait,
established
wait,
that's
he's
not
almost
what he
like
said.
forgot.
Stop, everyone stop.
Yeah.
He still stands by his
He forgot.
apology. That's the difference. He doesn't have to
No, he
delete the
doesn't.
tweet. Yes, he does. He literally just said that he still stands by the apology.
Yeah, you could
Him
have
standing,
asked him.
him not standing by the apology and him not deleting the tweet are two completely different things.
Also, I'm sorry, Jack. You
Yeah,
have
it
a
is-
bunch.
it
Wait,
is
stop,
tied to it.
Jack. You have a bunch of tweets against me about the whole arachnidu thing that I know you don't stand by. You don't have to delete them. Just like that would be unreasonable if I went, hey,
And
you,
even then-
you didn't delete
and
them,
even
so
then-
I believe you still stand by it. Like that's
And even
absurd.
then, all
That's
SK,
ridiculous.
all SK has to do is ask you to delete them. That's the.
If I
fucking
wanted
difference.
to, which I don't really care. But if I
Exactly.
wanted it so bad, I would have asked.
It's like I do not understand how like, not even just like you, but like mainly everyone else right now. I don't know. Okay, you know what? No, fuck it. Just you, bro. I honestly don't know how this is that you can't even understand like basic fucking like human thinking over this fucking situation. It was a misunderstanding. One of you apologized. The other fucking didn't. You want to fucking triple down. It's like, dude, stop being retarded. Just man the fuck up. Hold up.
And here's the point I want to make. I have been more than open to discussing this with you yet. I made the point to say I apologize for my mistake twice, and then I said it in the VC that I stand by the apology earlier, and then you apologized, and then I've already said again, and I'll say it one more time. I still stand by my apology to you, yeah. But you immediately, instead of like I've been doing, try to just discuss it, you immediately assumed that when I didn't take down my tweet calling you out, that, oh, he doesn't stand by his apology or he's lying. All you have to do is just DM me and be like, hey, did you forget to take this down? And then I could have been like, yeah, sure, I'll take it down. But no, you immediately went to quote tweet me and say that I'm e-bagging like Colin, even though I perfectly articulated that it's not the same situation. So to be honest, I think you want to fight. I think you want to continue this.
Okay.
Kaba, can I ask you
You're
something?
just looking for a fight, bro.
Sure, go ahead.
The thing that's so weird for me, at least, is like, as far as I know, Captain Combo is the most like easy to like, you know, convince that like
We just said that.
you could ever talk to.
Jack the dumbass.
It is not that hard to like just go to go, yo man, can you delete these tweets and all that? Like, it's not even an arm and a leg. You'd probably do it at the time.
Yeah, because he
I can
doesn't
attest to
care.
that. Because, you know, most of us here actually know him, unlike
Well,
you
he
do.
listens very easily, even with people he doesn't like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Captain
Mhm.
Combo's a very receptive person. If there's like one thing to say about him, it's receptive.
Yeah, literally.
So yeah, I don't know why you can't accept that you could have just asked him if you were so scared of what he was gonna say, or you thought he was a snake, whatever.
I
The
think
thing
it's just
is that even if I wasn't like this receptive person and he didn't know that, I think it's even more telling that his first instinct is to immediately suspect malice with me not taking down that tweet instead of a
Because
genuine,
you committed malice in the first place.
He didn't finish.
I love how you bitch every time someone interrupts you, but you have like no fucking problem interrupting.
Because it's 1v6.
Get the
I
fuck
think
out
that's
of
a
here,
point.
nigga.
That's a point. When you use
Mm,
like
yeah,
fucking
whose fault is
1v6,
that? Whose fault is
that's a
that?
point.
No, that's okay, SK. Another thing to bring up is like, even if like it was malice or whatever, it just helps you if you still ask him, because it makes you look better. It makes him look worse.
No, literally.
It is literally nothing but a net negative. There is no downside to approaching it with caution and going and asking him first.
like my DMs are open. There was nothing stopping you.
Literally nothing.
And I'll be clear, like, I have the same standard with Southpaw. I think if Southpaw was super curious about the pedophile brainstorming shit, he would have asked you in a more private manner.
Except he
That's
didn't.
fair.
Like, what? You're always asking me to be the one
criticized
to.
that. He's literally in the call criticizing that. You know.
Yeah, he criticized that.
Again. You guys are always criticizing me to DM, like, be the one to respond to the person, like beefing
Liam
with
is
them.
literally criticizing
Don't
Southpaw
beef
for the
with
same
me.
thing.
Conclusion.
allowed
That's
to.
the problem.
What you're
The problem is you made
doing,
an
what
incomplete
you're,
conclusion when you could have
what
asked.
you're doing right now, literally shows like as to why, because you clearly cannot take accountability. Like even just
What accountability?
even just Liam critiquing Southpaw as well, you still bitch.
Yeah,
Like,
you
what the-
say,
like,
well, you only. Why don't you say it about Southpaw?
Yeah.
Liam says, yes, I did say it about Southpaw.
Like, genuinely-
Why don't you say it about
genuinely-
Southpaw? Why didn't you say it about
No,
Southpaw?
you didn't say.
Yeah.
You didn't say that. I
He
remember
did.
that conversation.
He literally
Are you
did.
even listening? Or the words just going through your
Liam
ears?
literally
All
said
right,
he just
all right.
he
You
did
all
that in the
justified
call
it.
in the
You said that
Transformers
one.
1 call that
You
we
justified it.
Everyone,
Yeah, you
had. No, he
justified
didn't.
it.
You,
hang on,
Upload it,
hang on,
man.
hang on,
Upload
hang
it.
on.
Upload it.
cool.
I'm
yeah,
going
he's
to-
gonna upload it. Yeah, and you'll see
All right.
how stupid you
I'm
look.
going to be transparent here. I didn't directly confront Southpaw on it in that conversation because I knew that would continue an argument, and I didn't care for that. I just wanted a conclusion at the time. But if you want my honest thoughts, I think what Southpaw was doing was a gotcha on you, and that's why he obviously tweeted it during your argument with Shiva. Like,
Yeah,
it's
so-
very obvious it's a gotcha. I don't think he was trying to make you look like a pedo sympathizer or anything, but I do think he was trying to get a gotcha on you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said at the time. And besides you, Liam, none of them said that. Like none of them said that.
I'm not talking about anyone else. Well, what I'm trying to point out is, like, I never had that standard anyways. I think it's just unproductive what Southpaw did, because it was just a stupid time and place to say, and it came out of fucking nowhere. But, like, that's the same thing that's going on here with the Cap and Kaba shit. I have no idea why you didn't just tell him to take down those tweets first. Or even just ask SK to ask him if you really don't want to talk to him.
Because this is an unfair standard that I'm being set toward continuously
That
now.
is not an unfair standard.
Let me
So it's
okay.
an unfair
just
standard.
politely
No. So wait. So
someone
the
asking
reason
them
I say
let me
to
count
take
it off.
down some posts
Jack,
that are,
the
that are
reason we tell
like
you, the
shitting
reason
on
we
you.
tell you,
No. Let
the
me
reason,
give you
hang on,
examples.
hang on,
Unfair
hang on.
standard to have.
The reason we're saying you should have reached out is because you had incomplete information, so you formed a conclusion based on incomplete information. That's the problem here.
Because this is a reoccurring trend, SK. First, you had Kirito and other people giving me shit for no reason for a post that I never made. Now,
Wait,
like you have Southpaw. Then you had Southpaw
Jack,
saying,
Jack,
"Hey,"
I
then you had
defended you
Southpaw,
in that
like, giving me
situation,
gotcha
you
questions.
stupid motherfucker. I
Yeah,
defended
you dumb motherfucker.
Oh my
I'm talking
God,
about your
dude.
community. I'm talking about your community.
You're talking about me.
His
who
community
defended
is that
you.
okay, but
you're
whatever
flailing this
his
on
community
me.
does, whatever his
Yeah,
community does is
SK's
out of
not
his control.
the whole of his community, bro. He's one person.
Yeah, you said you
Whatever-
set this standard on me, which I criticized them for, and Kairito even admitted, yeah, he went too far. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was resolved.
Yeah. And you're still
this
bringing
about
this
the-
up? Like, bro, you're reaching, bro. You're reaching.
Is this about that guy that was like retweeting like racist?
Oh yeah,
shit?
that guy
I
who
don't
was
know.
the retweeting stuff, who, by the way, I reached
Is
out
that
to.
is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, during that situation.
Yeah, I told SK I think I was kind of wrong in my assessment of like, oh, you do research.
He did say
Yeah,
that.
that's fine.
I can attest that he did say
Like
that.
I kind of was admittedly biased in my previously unflattering experiences with you, Jack. I will be honest. Like
That's fun.
So, but yeah, I will admit I was wrong there. That's the like I don't. Yeah, I'm not Jesus. Sorry. But
Yeah, so fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I don't know what this whole thing is you set this standard against. It's also just whataboutism, because Liam was in your perception would be more consistent on this. So I don't know why you're throwing that on him.
Is he talking or is he gone off white?
The silence is deafening, bro.
I just saw that in our DMs.
This is spiritual.
I know you said that you didn't take accountability, SK. Not taking accountability. Where have I heard that before?
Oh,
he
died.
Oh,
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, buddy.
Or did
I was
I
speechless after that. He didn't even try to fucking argue
Dude,
after that shit. He just
35.
left.
No.
It's
To
already
be fair,
damn, dude.
I think the Discord got fucked because I was having connection issues there for a second where I couldn't hear anything, so I had to rejoin a couple times.
Oh man,
That's why I went off
Dude,
quiet.
it's
that was something.
All I'm gonna say is I do think like Jack has some resentment over like shit that happened in the past, because like we used to be like with Colin and all that shit. That's what I
mean,
think.
that
a lot
was
of this
all
is
resolved. He
rooted in.
explicitly said that.
Yeah,
in-
that was resolved though, which is
Yeah,
like
but he's not okay. But he's not acting like it. He is bringing up like shit from the past like that. So I think it clearly still bothers him. I think that's my assumption. On what's
Okay, but it's not our fault. That's his
yeah,
demons that he
why
needs
is
to
he
sort
taking
out.
that on its own like fucking Cap
that's
and
his
Kaba
shit
then?
that's his
Like,
shit
come
that
on,
he
dude.
needs to sort out.
Well,
That's
it's also
like
stupid
that's
with
not
Captain
fair at
Kaba
all.
because he's
Well,
like
that's
more of
what-
an
that's
observer
what I'm trying to
in
say.
all of this.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Exactly,
is,
like, what
I
the
do
fuck?
feel like he needs to like. I feel like he needs to like clear the air with a lot of shit.
Okay,
I thought
yeah,
this would have happened long ago, but you know.
Yeah, like, well,
But
even,
I
he
get
needs-
that. Yeah, I get that.
He needs to clear the air like a fucking human, not like a fucking retard. That's the
Someone
difference.
said, "I'm
what he's
so
doing with
disappointed
Captain
in
is
He needs to
South
be an
Business."
adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
What
that's
he's
the
doing with
thing.
Cap is
That's the thing.
unacceptable.
It's like,
oh my god.
well, that's what I was kind of like striving for him to like, you know, listen, but you know, it is what it is. Wait, Colin result? No, we're not saying that. SK is now Megatron. I'm done saving you. That's crazy.
Holy shit, dude.
He's very lucky that Batnick was very tired.
Dude, if
was talking
Batnick
about
was here, that would be a disaster. He would just go off.
Dude,
and
it'd be
really. Well,
I
it'd be
was
funny,
talking-
right?
He was talking in the mod chat about joining in, that he was very close to it, and then we talked a little bit more in DMs.
That would have been beautiful.
He's just completely
That would've been
drained.
fucking beautiful, bro.
I egged him on.
I
I
mean,
was like, dude,
I'm very proud of the Captain Kaba defense squad we got here.
Gabo,
Yeah,
I was
bro.
I was just trying to ask you because I'm trying to follow it, right? So he thinks your tweet that you didn't delete constitutes as a Birdman tweet. Is that what he was saying, or is that why he got mad?
No, what happened was that this initially started because I had responded to a tweet Birdman said where he was talking about how we all
I
talked
know
about
that.
SK in his server.
But
He's
what I was-
confusing those tweets that I was pointing out that I already deleted with a tweet I made calling him out that I pinged everyone in Wayne Manor to go.
No, yeah, but I'm saying, does he
forgot
think that constitutes?
Oh,
like,
I didn't
when you
even
said,
see
I'm gonna-
this. This gets worse. I'm gonna send it in. Disagree with the server.
No, because he's mad, right? He got mad again because it was like, oh, you said you're gonna delete the tweets in reference. I assume that's in reference to he thought you were gonna delete quote unquote Birdman tweets, like stuff related to the Birdman thing. I assume that's what he was like mad about, and you didn't delete this certain tweet. But it's like, okay, I don't understand why we couldn't just clear the air that you, at least from your perspective, it seems like you didn't think that tweet that you didn't delete didn't actually have anything to do with the Birdman shit necessarily. And you could
it
just
also
explain like,
really
because that's what I'm
didn't.
understanding, right? It's like, it's not, they're not, those aren't intrinsically connected to each other. It's just that you wanted to call him out on blah blah blah.
I mean, even if he does constitute that tweet as a Birdman tweet, I could have just forgotten, and he could have just contacted me about it. Like, I leave my DMs
Oh, yeah,
specifically
that's
open for a reason.
Well, like,
the
are you
problem.
ready, Captain Kaba, for us to look back at the stream, look for the word delete in the transcript, and show you never said you actually said you were gonna delete it? Because nobody got that impression. So I'm assuming that didn't happen.
Yeah,
I just don't
You'll
think
find
that
that I
even
never
matters
said-
because, like, even if he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna delete every single tweet," it's like, god damn, you probably just fucking ask him, you know?
If you
I
want to
think
look
what's also
in
funny
the,
is that he brings up like the Southpaw thing, even though Southpaw deleted all the tweets anyway. So he did what was
If you wanna
asked and
look-
still brought it up.
if you want to
no, that's
look
just
in
funny.
like in the VC text chat, I got a little video here that shows that one, there is a tweet in which I am involved in a thread with Birdman. Then you look up in the tweet and you don't see any tweets that I made, but you see a certain tweet that says it was deleted by the author. Now, I'm no rocket scientist, but I'm pretty sure that means that deleted tweet was me. Because I can't just randomly get added to a conversation if I don't interact. So I did delete tweets that I said I already deleted, and he's confusing that with whatever the fuck I've called him out on, which had nothing to do with Birdman.
I mean, because it's like if he knew that you deleted that tweet that was actually within the Birdman thread thingy, right? But you didn't delete the other tweet that's still up. I feel like he would have just. I feel like anybody in good faith would have just taken that as like, oh,
Well, like,
maybe
I
you
would just be
didn't
like,
think
hey, you forgot
specifically
this.
constituted-
It's that simple.
Or that, or just like again,
And like,
maybe he just didn't.
for those
consider
curious,
this
let me
as
just
part of
read
that
off the messages that were, or the tweets that were so offensive to Jack to begin with, because it's funny. Where is it? That's just so Jack tags me saying, "Why does Birdbrain obsess over you so much?" Captain Kaba responds saying, "I can't believe SK likes this guy, dude. He was brought up. What's the obsession?" So he's asking a question. So there's no reason to get mad at him. He's just asking a question here. Sorry that offends you that he asks questions, but so I literally told Captain Kaba, prior material proves he is obsessive. To be fair, Birdman assumed I had this grand plan to come after him when I didn't. When I showed a screenshot proving I didn't care about him, he took that as proof he's right. Captain Kaba says, I know, but this specific screenshot isn't proof of that, like Jack implied. I mean, you can literally see where someone brought it up. Jack says, bro, he literally says he keeps screenshots of SK's Discord messages. How is that not obsessive? I mean, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant, at least. What I said is that he saw the message and assumed that means I was obsessing over him, which that's not true. But, you know, mistakes happen. Captain Kaba says, I'll stand corrected on that part. So he's conceding. He's being nice. But I still stand by the fact you're only proving his point about talking about him on Discord by posting this. I did post this reply as well, saying, hate to break it to you, but SK server almost never brings you up. The one time you were brought up was 5 minutes ago when KinoFlex brought up this very tweet, and I immediately told him he's only proving your point by doing that. Not an attack on you or anything, by the way, just setting the record straight as a friend of SK and a fan of your work. So yeah, it doesn't seem very offensive, doesn't seem very, he says he's starting fights.
Fine.
That's not starting a fight, he's just explaining
That's
something.
that's not starting anything.
Not a fight.
Jack says, crazy how you're spending your time tattletaling, and you wonder why you have to e-beg like Colin, LMAO. So, he's the one that's going
Yes, okay,
personal
so he
right here.
literally started it then. What the fuck is he talking
literally
about?
did start it.
That's
And then
literally igniting the fucking fires, dude.
Cap said, that's fucking crazy, ignoring the fact my situation is entirely different, legit just trying to play mediator. That's what he said, he's just trying to play mediator. I see how it is though, Jack. And then, what Jack says, what's crazy is that you fantasize about Bird Brain so much that you act like his personal Randall for recess for free, laughing emojis. And then he quotes Cap'n Kaba in quotation saying, I'm just playing mediator. Daddy Birdman, I told off your enemy on my Discord, please notice me. You're not fooling anyone, Randall. So he's already being antagonistic here. Just making accusations.
Well, it's also worse because like literally earlier he was playing victim, being like, "Oh yeah, why should I do this? Why should I do that?" Dude, you literally started it.
Yeah, you did. So that's where I jump in. I say, hey, do you want to hop on Disagreement Day? We're still going. I assumed this was some debate about like the points he was making about Birdman, Charlie Kirk, whatever. So I was just willing to like, all right, why don't we work it out there? I didn't think it would take long. So, Captain Kaba says, I did it to disprove a bullshit statement made about my friend. Sure, I threw you under the bus and I apologize for that. But in what way does that make it okay for you to immediately resort to bringing up my financial situation? So, yeah, he's presenting this as like, you know, this was an accident. He didn't mean to. He apologizes and says, why was that okay? And he says, no, that's, there's no point. I shouldn't have thrown Jack under the bus like that. I'll just take down the replies. It's not that big of a deal. Once again, apologies for throwing you under the bus. That wasn't cool. I could have just said someone instead of mentioning you directly. So he's apologizing. He apologized 3 times in that conversation. However, I will
All three
point
of which I
out,
still stand by the way.
one, attacking me for my financial situation is a direct violation of Rule 5. It's really low to even mention it. It isn't relevant, and you're bringing it up over petty internet drama. What the fuck, dude? It is incredibly insulting to compare my situation to Colin's. Colin chose to e-bang because of his own idiotic actions. I felt I had no other option but to e-bang because I am unable to take as many hours at work due to my position as a part-time employee, and because I have to dedicate a substantial amount of time I could be working a full-time position to being the current primary caretaker of my physically handicapped mother. I don't expect nor do I ask for an apology. I simply ask you recognize how bad this looks on your part. I have lost any and all respect I once had for you as a creator and a person, and it's a shame too because after watching the first Colin video, I actually thought to myself, hey, this Jack Kentner guy actually seems like a chill guy. Not that I think you even care. Jack's response to that was, okay, cool, or sorry to hear that, didn't read your wall of text. Okay, I don't know.
What a fucking asshole. Holy shit, dude.
So who was picking fights? Like, it seemed like Captain Kaba was trying to stop the fight the whole time by apologizing.
He was
like
being
3 different
civil that
times.
whole fucking time, dude. Like,
And
what
I'm
the
gonna be
fuck?
honest. When he said that I don't expect nor ask for an apology, no, Jack owes him an apology.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
He's
He
being
was
like
charitable
very
to-
lenient, maybe more like like overly charitable, but still like fucking
extremely
charitable,
lenient.
bro.
That was
Like very, yeah.
That is just that's wild.
That was disgusting.
So yeah, I
That
just
was
read that whole
disgusting.
thing. I'll be honest, I did skim it at first because we were doing the stream. It's even worse when you read it in full context. It's like,
Yeah.
damn, Jack, you gotta. I don't know, man. You gotta work on yourself. I'm sorry, that offends you, but
You gotta stop seeing like the fucking worst in people like that, dude. Because that's fucking weird.
yeah,
Yeah, but again, it's worse because he started it.
exactly.
He did. That wasn't. You were the one being malicious there, bro. Captain didn't do anything wrong.
Exactly.
Like literally.
That is.
That's literally just fucking projection on his
Yeah,
part,
this.
dude. Like
that
he's
is
just
some of the
projecting.
That. I'm sorry. This just whole
they're not gonna
situation, some of the funniest shit ever of him just making a fool of
You know,
himself.
He should
You know,
not
and it's
be.
ironic.
My bad.
He's like, why is your financial situation the way it is, Kaba? Well, why are you so dude? I literally explained what my financial situation is. You just chose to disregard it and be like, no, don't care. Yawn.
Notice how he was being like extra
show
about it
some
on the
fucking
stream.
respect, dude.
Well, on the stream, he was being all extra about it, saying, "Dude, you're a failure in life. You're a loser. You failed financially." When it's like the reason he can't spend time on a full-time job is because he has a mother to look after.
That's fucking demeaning, bro. Like
And
you're
he said-
what a
and he
fucking
says he's a
actual
failure for
like
that.
what a
That is
fucking
just-
actual piece of shit.
That's
Like
actually-
honestly,
that's-
that's so
that's-
fuck. That's
that
actually
is-
fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually
That's
that's
fucking
actually
vile,
pretty.
dude. Keep him out of the fucking server after that.
Oh,
honestly.
he's
Fuck
not
that
coming
shit.
back after that.
That is
well, no,
fucking-
he
that
can
is
stay in the
disgusting.
disagreement day one because anyone could be
Like,
in there.
dude, even if he was right about Captain being malicious, don't fucking say that shit, dude. Like that's
Yeah,
fucking
that's
fucking gross.
That is
that's
just
honestly.
messed
That's so like unnecessarily
That's
like
honestly-
dehumanizing
oh my
and
God,
fucking
bro.
like. I was still talking, but yeah, like don't fucking do that.
Yeah, thank you for the 5, Gabe. Even if he didn't want to accept the apology, he could have just left it there instead of escalating it. Yeah, exactly. It's just so silly. Someone's in the weight room.
I do think he actually read it. I do think he actually did read the
Don't
the big
drag
wall.
him in here.
'Cause I gave him.
No, it's not,
I gave
it's
him.
not Jack.
There was ample time for him.
Thank God.
I wanted to give someone a chance if they wanted to, whatever. Thank you for the 10, Larry.
Oh, really?
Jack Kentner, someone who is a fan of Mauler, who the latter has multiple videos that goes on for a day's length. Jack can listen to that, but not a couple of paragraphs in good faith. I guess, yeah.
Why is it always the fucking EFAP fans? Vanek had
To be fair, I don't think like Kinoflex is that big of a fan, because he is fairly critical of them. Like the Superman thing, for example, he was critical, towards them for that. Kenster's chill. I'll let him in.
No, he's.
Dude, I'm not even tired right now. That's crazy.
Why?
I don't know. What's
What's
up?
up? I'm back.
Yeah, what's up?
good? I thought the stream ended hours ago. I did not know y'all were still going.
Oh yeah, if you have
It's
another
5 in the
disagreement, we
fucking
can
morning,
end it
bro.
off on like
they've
a
still
normal
been
note.
going this whole time.
We can
I
end it on
took
a
like a
normal note.
3 to 4 hour nap and they were still talking.
Yeah, what's up, man?
That's crazy. I don't have a disagreement. I just wanted to say, Jack, that's a crazy thing for you to do, to attack a dude when you don't even know his situation. Like that's just like
Yeah,
that's
and
crazy.
then like
Pretty low, yeah.
willfully ignore it. I'm tired. Like once he actually, explains that shit to you and why that's like fucked up to say.
Yeah.
He actually gives the
Yeah.
context and you just fucking ignore it.
Yeah.
Wild.
Fuck you, dude.
But yeah, I don't think I've seen Kenster much in the server, but he seems like a pretty chill guy based on these interactions.
Yeah, he's cool.
He's a super chill guy, bro.
I've had a lot of conversations with him about like cars and shit. He's a chill guy.
I'm relatively
Mario?
active in the server.
He's Super Mario, bro.
I'm
Mario
relatively.
World.
I'm active in the server. I talk quite frequently.
Yeah.
Cool.
Not that SK would know.
No, SK is like terrible at managing a server, low-key. That's why you need
So
to
SK, we need a sequel to this Jack. So here's the thing. I'll have to check back with Southpaw and see, but and Comic Glitch as well. But yeah, I think so far Friday works the best, but we'll have to check with Southpaw. Yeah, I think he's the one that we're waiting for. I forget if he. I'll ask him now. Why not?
Well, he's at work, so.
Yeah, but he's
No, honestly, I
been sending stuff in messages. Is
I should make a
Friday
fucking video out
good
of it.
for the?
I don't recommend it.
Because yeah, if for those that don't know, we're gonna respond to Jack's video on the sea.
This is ridiculously long. I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
I'll see y'all
have a good
later.
night, man. Have a good night.
Good night, Liam.
Fuck off.
Get better
Fuck
at the
all
Arkham.
y'all.
Get better at the Arkham Knight races, by the way.
On
Oh
God,
yeah,
bro.
totally. That's a good reference. That's a
Just
that's a
use
good
just
note.
use just
Yeah.
use another Batmobile. That's what I do. That's what I did.
True.
Hmm. So when did
Man.
Colin Ebeg? Okay, because I've been watching him for a few months and wondering why I hadn't seen it. I only watch SK and Colin, so I've gotten very little of this story. Well, I got 2 videos on the matter if you're interested.
Yeah, just watch those. That's all you need.
Just
Yeah, no, we
yeah,
see this with
I'll
both
link them
LBR.
if you're interested for
Mhm.
another time. Oh shit.
What?
I woke my mom up by accident.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Did you do that by walking around?
I probably did. I'm gonna be real. I would be real. I don't give a fuck at all.
I got a question. LeBron or Jordan?
LeBron? Are you kidding me? Fuck Jordan.
LeBron.
Fuck Jordan.
Right? That's the right
LeBron
answer.
James.
Jordan
That's
a
the right
fake
answer.
Jordan a
I
fake
don't
ass
even-
nigga, bro.
LeBron's the king.
I think the simplest argument is that you could argue LeBron has. You can maybe argue.
You're about to
Jordan
say
has
the
better
most
peak.
gay shit imaginable. I already
Shut the
know
fuck
you are,
up,
bro.
PJ. Shut the fuck up, PJ.
He
I was gonna
has
say.
game. He has
you
game. He
could
has head,
maybe
bro. He
Aren't you
just
just
goes
as
game.
gay as him though?
Okay. well,
This ain't about me though.
No, that's what
You
you're.
could, even if you wanted to argue that Jordan has a slightly better peak, LeBron has much
Alright.
better than longevity. That's the defeats
No,
the
here's
argument.
my argument for why.
Jordan didn't come down from being
Look,
down
they-
3-1. That's all I'll say.
Jordan.
All I'm gonna say is
Jordan didn't
LeBron was
produce it.
vaguely like the Yes King guy, so I mean
Shut
He
the
didn't beat
fuck
the
up.
greatest.
Shut the fuck
MJ
up! No, stop.
MJ
didn't-
didn't.
Stop, Kev.
MJ didn't produce.
SK's
another
community
NBA
doesn't
player.
need to know about that.
He didn't
MJ didn't produce another NBA player.
He didn't beat the greatest team of all time either. The 2016 Warriors.
I won't say it like that. That's kind of disingenuous. I'll be honest.
SK, I think we should end it.
No,
I'm just
this is
chilling
a-
right now. Yeah, we can end it any.
I think so.
Well, there's 2
Dude.
people
Yeah, just end
waiting,
it.
so I'll let them in.
No, fuck those two.
No,
people.
No, well, we're
No,
gonna
just
we're
wait
gonna
until
end it
next
on-
stream.
we'll
Wait
end it
until
on
next
five-
stream,
Be
please.
on, bro.
We'll end it if they have any disagreements. We'll end it off on a normal note. If you want to hop
Sorry.
off, that's fine. I'll catch up in a moment. I'm
You
giving
are
people a
gay.
last. I'm giving people a last call.
No, I just want to chill without fucking streaming anymore, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna after this.
Okay.
That is
Alright,
those
watch
are
it
the last
take another.
disagreements allowed.
Watch it take
What's
like
up?
another 5 hours.
What is your disagreement in?
Well, does Gabe want to go first? Because he was in the waiting room before me.
Yeah, okay. Gabe can go first. What's up?
Me?
Yeah.
Obviously, actually, I had a disagreement even before the whole Jack Kettner shit even spiraled out of control. I can't remember what it is now.
Oh, okay. No,
Great,
that's
but,
all right.
But
I
do
can't
wanna,
even blame you,
I do
bro.
want to say, just coming in here to like recuperate, like after all that, because holy shit.
That was fucking nuts, dude.
We drive.
Fucking hell.
It's funny. I'm just saying. I guess I'll say this. For sure, I don't know Jack personally. But I guess like out of all the instances I've seen his online presence, I gotta say, I didn't see this coming. I want to say this, but I'm personally not surprised.
Yeah,
I'll
me
be
neither.
honest.
I don't even. I
I'm
wouldn't
not
even
really
blame
that
you,
surprised
dog.
either.
I wouldn't even blame you, dog. Honestly, like I don't.
Honestly,
I hardly even know the
started
guy.
I'm gonna be honest. I even started to see the signs like I wouldn't say even during the Ironheart videos. I would say even some of the Colin videos as well. But,
Oh, really?
Not to
Oh,
say.
yeah?
Yeah, I mean, not to say that. Not to say I want to make Colin look good or anything like that, but I feel like just watching those videos, Jack was acting perhaps a little bit disingenuous in those.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah, just
Maybe
a tad.
just a bit.
Just a bit.
Yeah, that
What about the Iron? What,
they just
what
keep
about the
going,
Ironheart
keeps
videos
going
though?
downhill. So
What
honestly,
about the Ironheart
I'm-
videos?
The Ironheart videos, personally speaking, I can't really say I've seen the show myself.
It sucks.
It's not good, but
So I've only got what other people have to go off about saying it, and yeah.
I mean, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with
I
his
know this-
arguments against like the show in terms of like, you know, the plot, the consistency of the characters. You know, I agree with that.
yeah.
I'm not gonna bash y'all about that because again, I don't know anything about the show. I only because it was all about like the response to Birdman.
Yeah, yeah.
I would feel like because I don't think like he was going against his arguments in good faith. Like in a lot of things he said about Bird and really misrepresenting his character. I feel.
Yeah, that's honestly how I felt. I was like,
From what I remember, they were like fine, like not perfect, of course. There were like things that I thought, I would have some counters to that personally, but you know, whatever. But mostly it just seemed fine.
Not saying yeah, and I do vehemently agree that I think Bird's reaction to the whole thing was grossly disproportionate. But I feel like that could have all just been solved with a simple conversation.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't think that was
really.
ever gonna happen.
Really,
Yeah.
it really goes for anything, especially what happened today.
I felt like the Lightyear video made it obvious for me.
I've never seen the Lightyear
Oh.
video, but I've
Oh,
heard
what do
stuff
you-
about it. What is
What was said in that?
well, he talked about if like the movie was like too gay because like you know how the movie is like
What?
you know because you know how the movie has a gay couple, right?
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
aware.
the one
showed
shot
him,
where
like how gay it was.
Yeah.
So like, what was Jack saying about it?
He was like defending Snoop Dogg from.
He was defending Snoop Dogg because he made comments about like the film being gay because he took his grandson to see it, and his grandson asks why there's a same-sex couple.
He
And
doesn't want to. He didn't want to explain it. Basically, like
Yeah, he
he's not.
didn't-
He said he's not trying to go into a kids movie like having to explain that shit, and that he doesn't really fuck with it as much.
Yeah, that's what he.
I remember this being like a talking point at the time. Was it like to have? What did it have to do with him like not knowing how to fully explain it or something?
Yeah.
I think that's what the original purpose of the comment was. I can't say for sure. But
Yes.
that's how it came off to me, at least.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check out that video then. PJ, you're not muted.
Okay. No.
All right. I'm gonna mute him right now.
4:30 in the morning.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Oh no, poor PJ.
I deafened him just in case, just to save him.
What, are you about to say some crazy shit?
No, I'm pretty sure his
I
mom's
was gonna
yelling
say
at him.
something and then I forgot. I think Kino cut out a lot of context in regards to Birdman's Ironheart response videos. I didn't see Birdman's video, so if he did cut out context, I don't know. Yeah, feel free to share it.
Yeah, I think one of his main points or main contentions, it was like around the beginning of the video, but I think he tried to generalize the point that Bird's problem was that people were hating on a black-led media property, which I don't think that has any relevance in the discussion. Rather, it was all about like Bird was just making responses to the disproportionate reactions at the time when the show came out.
I mean, yeah, I think
there
it's
very
pretty
much
clear that
were.
there were definitely people trying to, be racist about it. I'm not saying all of them were, obviously, as someone who doesn't like the show. But yeah, I think it was definitely overblown from quite a bit of people.
I just don't understand why he chose to make a video defending the grifters instead of just criticizing.
Yeah,
the show.
no. You know what? That is actually another big point of mine because I go
Yeah,
I go on the dude's channel from time to time because I know he's associated with y'all.
Mhm.
All I see is just him always making responses to people debunking the grifters, but not the actual grifters themselves, which very questionable if you ask me.
To be fair, he did because with the Colin Critical Drinker one, I think he mostly did that because we watched it on a stream and we noted that even Colin couldn't do a good job responding to to Critical Drinker.
That's stupid.
And he did
I
criticize
mean, to be fair,
Critical
I
Drinker
haven't
in
like.
his video, so it's not
I
like
mean,
he was
I
I want to be fair. It's not like he's unwilling to criticize them. He also joined a stream of mine where we criticized Critical Drinker's Superman review. So I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like
I get that.
I
I'm
do
not
think
gonna-
like he
I'm
was
not
being
ex-
a bit too charitable at points with like Heels versus Babyface and some other people. I can't remember.
Yeah, like I don't understand. He's being way too good faith with the guy.
Yeah, I thought that was strange. But
The guy that yelled pronouns. not like the-
Yeah, I wasn't
Fucking
going to
pronouns,
say
man.
anything about the Thunderbolts video because at the time I hadn't seen the movie. I've only seen the video of both Colin and
I still think Thunderbolt is good. I don't give a fuck what SK thinks.
I do think
Thunderbolts is
Thunderbolts
shit.
is good.
The pronoun.
I
video
don't
is
think it's the
funny.
masterpiece that everyone thinks it is, but I don't think it's a bad movie. But I'm just saying it because at the time I didn't see the movie, so I didn't have the context of any of the scenes they were, or any of the movie content that they were talking about in the video. So I can't really say anything on that video because again, I haven't seen the movie at the time and I haven't gone back to it in a while, and I don't think I'm going to anyway because I don't believe Jack to argue in good faith.
He's got PJ playing Overwatch. What a
I mean,
loser.
yeah, I can definitely see that. Maybe no, he was being fair. Watch his fucking vids. Maybe I'm wrong. I doubt it heavily.
That's
okay.
that's
I don't know.
inherently self-contradictory.
This is
He said Ironheart was shelved for 2 years, but doesn't provide any evidence that was true. Well, was it filmed beforehand? I can't remember.
It was filmed. It was
if I
already
remember-
filmed, and they just kind of sat on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
if I
so
remember
that's probably
correctly,
what
it
he
was due to
means.
the I think it was due to the writer strikes that were happening at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
it
be
was
fair, a
'cause of
lot
the
of things were kind of being shelved for that reason. So that's not really unreasonable to
Armor
say.
Wars is never fucking coming out.
Dude, Armor Wars, I don't even know what's happening with that. Like, did they cancel it?
Yo, I'm gonna be real.
like,
Living with my mom is
that-
hell, bro.
I think that's
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
we're live right now. Just heads up. I saved you by muting you and deafening you. But yeah.
I don't even know what was said, but that's crazy.
SK, I have a
Did
bit
you-
of an
did
off-topic
you hear it?
question.
Yeah, what's up?
What are your thoughts on like the Blue Dragon debate?
What?
The
Oh, yeah,
blue,
he
what
hasn't
the
yet-
fuck is the
he
Blue
hasn't- yeah.
Dragon debate? What?
He hasn't.
Have you seen Peacemaker?
Oh, wait, yeah, he hasn't seen Peacemaker.
Oh, I have not seen Peacemaker season 2.
Oh.
I don't care for it, to be honest.
Oh.
I thought I would at first, but then
No,
it's like,
but you love season
Yeah.
1, dude. You gotta watch the second season.
No, it
Yeah.
picks up.
I
picks
don't know
up
if you're gonna
when
watch
it gets
that.
to 3.
the reason I'm
There-
just
there's
I'm
much of
not
the-
invested is because it's not because I like the characters from season 1. It's not the same characters as season 1. Like, because it's a
Well, you
different
gotta-
because
you
they
gotta
universe
also-
hop, and it's like, all right, that shit's lame. I'm not.
Yeah, that
into
is
it.
kinda
As the season
weird.
goes on, they start to appear a lot more.
Well, I mean, they're in the
Definitely
show
do
a
give
lot,
it another
so,
shot.
I mean, we
Yeah.
spent more
Definitely give it
time-
another shot for sure.
Well, like that's my issue.
mean,
It's
most
like
of
just
it-
imagine, think of it this way. Imagine Daredevil with all of its greatness, right? And then season 2 is just like, oh yeah, it's actually in a different universe, and there's these things that are different. It's like, okay, well then that is what like that would be lame if Daredevil season 2 and 3 were like that. It's like, okay, so you just universe hopped. It's not technically the same characters we're following. It's like it takes.
Jack's back.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
What's
My
up?
phone died. My phone died.
Your phone
More
died?
people-
Oh,
you guys
that's-
were
that's-
I
Well,
saw that you
we-
guys were still talking about me after I left. So, what do you want to talk
We're,
about?
we're pretty much done.
Well, I mean,
Well-
people have some contentions with your Ironheart stuff if they want to voice it
Okay,
right
yeah.
here.
Tell me what my problems were, or what my what was bad about them.
Dude, you sound like you just smoked a whole bunch and you.
He probably did.
Sorry.
Is Lightyear too gay?
Yeah. So, if someone wants to go right now, I don't mind. Keep it going.
I don't necessarily have a
Jeez
like. I have to
Louise.
rewatch the Ironheart videos because I only watched the first one, and I think
No, I'll fucking DM you.
because there were like 4 of them. Generally, I don't think I have an issue with some of the stuff said in there. It's more so, I guess
I didn't see the need for a whole 4 videos on Birdman. But Birdman's a fucking idiot, so I understand why. But
I think
overall, I guess that.
I think
Can I
it's kind
answer?
of like it made it into like kind of a mini arc, if that makes sense, like kind of a mini
Yeah.
series of like, oh yeah, here's
Yeah.
some Ironheart defenses, because it is like a large video. I don't think I saw the Nerdrotic one because that was like so long, so it's like, damn, I gotta save this for later. That's what I tend to do with long videos. It's just, damn, I'll save it for later, and it takes a while to get to it, but
Yeah, can I give my justification since I made the videos?
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I said this in my first video, but due to how long the like Birdman's video was, it would have like I asked my viewers if they would rather I have one big video or just several mini videos, since like SK said, Birdman's video was in segments responding to multiple grifters, as he likes to call them. So it works well as like a series, like a mini series, because I get to take my time with it. And I noticed that some people were weren't really happy that I didn't really get into the people he was criticizing. That's because I didn't think that they were giving bad arguments, really. The one that people had a problem with the most was like my stances on comedy, like in the heel versus babyface ones. I imagine that a lot of people have like would, at least especially like SK's audience, would disagree, but my standards for like comedy or tolerance for comedy is pretty different from theirs. Like what problem with my criticism did you have in the videos?
I don't know who said they had a problem with it, because I know I said, I particularly said, I don't necessarily remember having a problem with many things said, but I did have a general, like, I would have preferred watching a video that's your criticisms over defending grifters who are known for being bad faith, and I feel like, it like that's just my personal preference for what I watch. That's not like you being like if they're right and they're making an opinion that's correct. Well, an opinion can't be correct, but you know what I'm saying. Like if they're making a criticism that is correct, then you have a right to defend them no matter what.
Well, I was helping you out. Just basically, like, it's built on correct information.
Yeah, built on correct criticism. I don't have a problem with that. Like I hate to admit it, but grifters can be right from time to time. Like,
yeah, that was kind of like my thing as well. It's like I was watching some of the heels versus babyface criticism about the decisions that Riri was making. I was like, yeah, that's a fair criticism. I don't think that's worth really trying to counter. But whatever.
Yeah, Majestic, just a quick thing. Majestic Spider-Man in the chat. LOL, please don't tell me you think heels versus babyfaces Crash Show was meant to be comedy. I hope that's not what you were about to say. Well, no, because that's not what was being covered in the video. Response to Birdman.
Yeah, it was.
Heel versus babyface is comedy, though.
Yeah, it's like a dumb form of comedy. He's trying to make a point with it. He's being overly performative
Like
with
an
his point.
unintentional parody. Like he doesn't feel like a real person.
Well,
yeah.
Heels versus
Can I go-
babyface is a
can I-
cartoon character, so.
Yeah, can I
That's
go ahead
just
and
true.
step
That's
in?
through and through.
Can I go and step in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so my contentions, Jack, with your video, and since we're probably gonna be here all fucking night, if I went every single one of them, I'm only gonna do part one, because I think it sets a precedent for what the whole arc is like going forward. My criticisms personally are less about the show itself, because I haven't watched the show personally, so I can't say anything about that, but more of the more about Birdman's like response to people that were arguing in bad faith of the show. And that was the thing. So let's see, first video here. I think the first thing that definitely caught my eye when it came to your video is I don't think, does this dude have a name? I don't know, but the person he's responding to in the first part is
Oh, I just
the
call him
fact that
TikTok guy. TikTok guy.
TikTok guy. Let's go with that. Yeah. So my first issue with you responding to Birdman, responding to TikTok guy. The first part is that you make a generalization that Birdman is only defending the show out of preconceived notion that it's that he's in favor of an all black, all black led media project. When
Well, no, he says that outright. Sorry to interrupt you, but he says that outright in the beginning. He says that the only reason people hate this show is because it's an all black-led media property, which I find it to be complete bullshit. To be clear, like he's the one that invoked race first before any of them.
Well, I
yeah.
think
Okay. Sorry, you go ahead, Griffith. You go ahead.
yeah, no problem. I think that's like fair. Like if he said that, yeah. But the thing is, like, I don't think you can draw a conclusion from, oh, he said people only hate it because it's black led to he only likes it because it's black led. Like I think.
See, that's what I was about to say. Like just calling out people that have that have like a very extreme reaction to seeing black led media properties isn't the same as like saying that you only like those properties for being black led, is like the point I'm trying to make. Because it is true that people did, and this is fact, they did have a disproportionate reaction at the first signs of Ironheart being presented in the trailers and promotional material and everything. And again, this is coming from someone who didn't watch the show, but I can clearly see just from watching the trailer, I don't see anything like horribly wrong with it. Looks fine. You go into the comments though, and it's just nothing but like preconceived notion the show's just going to be garbage. Like that's the thing.
Okay.
And then of course you got like grifters like behind the scenes as well. Their whole shtick is to put outrage against like media that likes to represent minority groups, because that is the world we live in now, where they are more broadly accepted. And we are also in a world where there is like a plethora of like majority black led or majority black casted projects, like you got Us, Get Out, Sinners, which came out early. Yeah, thank you. So
Moonlight.
Yeah, so like this has like been like a thing that I like, these like all the grifters like Critical Drinker, Heels versus Babyface, they want to harp on, especially because it's easy grifting material pretty much.
Yeah, I'd say like I think it's necessary to acknowledge that if Heels versus Babyface or Critical Drinker might have good criticisms of the show, but I think we have to understand that I feel like we can almost certainly know that it comes from a place of wanting to hate the show based on certain
so that makes
better.
me even more confused.
They want to hate on it.
So that makes me even more confused that you don't even try to touch more upon like the arguments that both like Heels versus Babyface, Critical Drinker are making against the show. In that case, like you seem more concerned about Birdman's response to those people in particular.
Well,
because they are inherently dishonest individuals, and they have shown in a pattern of behavior that they can be dishonest.
Well, if you want to make a case as to how they were dishonest in their if as to how they were dishonest in that particular video, like be my guest, but I didn't really take that much issue with their criticisms of the show overall. And I didn't really detect any sort of racial malice in their criticisms, because I again found them to be pretty fair, all things considered, which is why I defend the points. And if they didn't really make a good point, or what I felt wasn't a good point, I elaborated on them a bit more. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
And like, well, real quick, like on the point of like black-led media properties, and just like I kind of like addressed this before in my Elio video, but there's an issue in regards to promoting something that's like very identity based, right? Because there's going to be like an emotional attachment because it's a part of a certain community, and sometimes people get like an emotional attachment to it because of said ties to that community, while ignoring like the writing, like the qualitative aspects.
I know. See, that's
So
inherently
that
that's
just gets
inherently the
ignored.
problem. That's inherently the problem, and that's why I don't consider it like a critical lens to to go through, because then you're already going into that media property with a preconceived notion, and that's going to affect your entire like view on the show as a whole, and that's
Yeah,
like,
well,
that's something I can't consider like a good critical lens to look through.
I would say, I was just gonna say, I think, I'm trying to find the best words to put this into. I think, like, I have a few things I can think of. I don't exactly know off the top of my head, but I know there's been media projects that I enjoy because they personally connect with me, even if they're not the best written. And I don't see
Yeah.
an inherent issue with that, but also you can criticize the writing. Like, I understand what you're saying.
Right, but you wouldn't like I understand that like they have subjective like places in your heart, but you wouldn't be going like very emotional and defending them, right? You wouldn't say, okay, if they hate this, then they hate me, right?
No, I mean,
I know, and that's not like to say that you can't do that or anything, or you could just interact with the media like
I'm a
however way you want, whether you like it or don't like it. Doesn't really matter to me. All I care about is honesty in the matter.
Okay.
That's the
like
point.
I'm gonna use a like it's called a guilty pleasure show, or like a guilty pleasure project. Like, that's essentially what
There's a very funny Tom Green comedy that's the definition of guilty pleasure. I'm not sure if I can say it on SK show.
I mean, you can mention the existence of a show. I don't think that's banned.
Oh, well, it's a movie. It's called Freddy Got Fingered. It's hilarious, but it's not for
Oh.
everyone.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, actually, I remember. I saw the nostalgia critic video on that one, and
It's so
yeah,
funny.
like I'm gonna bring up some like I'll bring up like Friday the 13th. Like, that's a horror franchise that I enjoy, and I feel is connected to me because I've been watching that since I was since I was attached to it. But I can understand, like, they're kind of fucking shit sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of me with Transformers too, because I grew up watching it, but there's some adaptations that are less than stellar, and I won't just like defend all of it, because like just because it's Transformers, like I'll criticize it if the writing is like not quality. So
yeah, like, I'm not gonna defend Sonic 06 just because it was like one of my first Sonic games.
I'm not gonna defend RID 2015 just because it's a Transformers Prime sequel.
Yeah, but to answer your, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, terrible Prime sequel. Now you can go ahead though. You can go ahead.
Yeah, so but to answer your question as to why I don't prioritize like the other people Birdman covers on his videos or his video rather than Birdman himself, is because going in I was upfront saying that this is a response to Birdman in particular, and I understand that like a lot of the people he covers can and do make bad arguments, but I kind of like left that up to other people for other things like SK. At least, and I'm just specifically talking for this video. Yeah. But I don't really see a lot of people covering Birdman in the same way. They kind of say like they clip mine, but they don't do like the full video response. So I wanted to like do something like that, my approach. And when you do that, you kind of like notice a lot of things. Like in my second video on it, he tries to argue that like Tyrone Magnus wasn't bothered by the stereotype that black people are violent. When if you look at the video, you'll see that
yeah, I
he
did
did say the original video. You'll see that he did say that, but he cut out that segment to go with an agenda. And now, if Tyrone Magnus did the same thing, would that be shitty? Yeah. Would it be worth calling out? Yeah. But I'm not going to. But it was Birdman that did that, so I feel obligated to point that out. And yeah, like make him the center of attention instead of Tyrone Magnus in that situation. Because I understand like there were some at the time there were some issues with Tyrone Magnus at the time, like falsely DMCAing videos around that time. But I feel as though like doing that would undermine my video a bit. Because if I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I'm responding to this person, but guys, keep in mind, I fucking hate this person he's responding to. I hope they make me gag. I feel like that undermines it a bit.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you how you should feel about that or anything like that. That's not my place. My issue is that I feel you're acting like in your videos, I feel you're acting like a bit too much good faith towards like, you know, the people that Birdman is like responding to, which I think they have like the worst takes, like the worst takes in comparison. I mean, like
Yeah, that's fair.
kind of my. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that's how it comes off.
Yeah, that's fair. That can be fair for certain takes I have on films and other shows. But for this, like again, like I didn't really find any issue with their arguments. At least the ones that Birdman covered. If you want to bring up a certain example of me being too charitable towards
so actually
arguments,
I said I was only going to use like the first part as an example, because again, I don't want to have to go through like every single video to, you know, pick every example I can pick out, because then we'd be here all fucking night. Well, technically we've already been here all night, but yeah, so let's go back to, let's say, TikTok guy for a second.
Okay.
And his point about them casting Slug. Them casting Slug as a drag queen. And I know your response, correct me if I'm wrong, your response about this is that your response to his response about it is that the reason why it was a bad casting choice is that, you know, Slug wasn't, you know,
that guy
accurately portrayed in the comics, right? You know, how
Yeah.
he's supposed to normally look. That's fantastic. That's your argument. But what's TikTok guy's excuse? Because all I saw and heard him say is, Marvel, what are we doing when showing a drag queen on the screen? Like, I don't see how your argument can be applicable, because he doesn't mention anything about it.
Well,
again, that's me making like a stronger point that's distinct from his point. Like I
No,
even
I get
say
it, but
that
that's not his point. That's not his
yeah.
point.
I
Like,
understand
it
it's
goes
not his
opposite if
point.
TikTok guy was like more upset about the fact they casted a drag queen in the show.
Yeah. I think I made my point distinct from his well enough that it was like a bad like take on the character, but I wasn't necessarily I didn't necessarily have a problem with a drag queen itself, it being in the show. As I give like an example of Job from Banshee. I don't know if you've ever seen that show, but he also dresses in drag. I have no problem with drag queen characters in fiction.
I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying the way you frame that specific part in the video is like, again, what you requested, like you being a bit faithful to the people that are arguing in bad faith, because again, it was a bad faith argument. Like there wasn't anything to it. You just brought up one of your points to try to like cover for it.
Well, I don't really consider it covering for it. I'm just giving my own take on it.
Well, that's how it comes off, is what I'm saying. Again, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. That's just how it comes off.
So if I had said this guy's an idiot for getting mad about a drag queen, like you wouldn't have that interpretation?
No, I wouldn't, because it was a very odd reaction. And again, I don't see it as a criticism because they casted a drag queen in a show. Like, who cares, right?
well, I care like to an extent because of like trying to replicate the comics. And I understand like who gives a fuck about Slug, right? He's just a fat guy, crime lord in Miami. But it begs the question, why use that character's name at all, or any of these other fictional villains' names at all?
No,
If
fantastic.
you're
Yeah,
not
that's
going,
your
if you're not
point.
going
Again,
to
we're not.
execute it perfectly.
Again, we're not. I'm not saying your point is wrong about it. I'm saying the TikTok guy's video, or point in his video about it is wrong.
I said
Because
the
again,
TikTok
it's
guy
not
just
a big
didn't
argument.
make an argument. Like ultimately, that's the big problem. He just doesn't
Real
explain
quick.
anything.
Real quick, SK. Somebody in chat said that the drag queen in Ironheart was immersion breaking.
Why?
It broke their immersion.
Okay. I mean, I don't see what the immersion break is. What really broke my immersion was that
mean-
the hacker group is fucking stupid in the
They're
show.
all idiots. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They're all idiots.
Yeah.
That was what was immersion breaking. I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that a drag queen being in it was immersion breaking. Because drag queens can be pretty smart.
I don't know how
I
the
can buy
drag
them
queen
being
was
harder.
like forced. Like
The hacker.
I feel like I
the
don't
hacker group
understand
was
when
the-
people say something is forced, because I mean drag queens exist in day-to-day life. Like it's not forced.
Something
if
I
it's
did
something
find
that
funny, just as like a side thing, is that you saw that the character was trying so hard to like type all the time and do all the hacking stuff, when like the nails kept getting in the way. So I could just imagine like a gag where it's like, oh, whoops, wrong thing, or whatever. I don't know. I did find that kind of funny. It's like, damn.
The hacker group was the 1/10 of artificial intelligence.
Dude, that entire group is just the 1/10 intelligence. That's
The 1/10 intelligence.
insane.
yeah.
Okay.
But like I definitely
Welcome to the
think
1/10.
Jack, it would do I guess a benefit in the video if you went out of your way more to just specify, yeah, these people are making bad arguments, which to be fair, I think you did with some of the later ones, but with that guy, I don't think you said anything. I can't remember.
I was just kind of saying, like, my point was that okay, this guy makes TikTok, so it's going to naturally be low effort.
Oh, okay.
Like, what are you expecting?
Yeah, I mean that is what I see from TikTok videos a lot.
I mean,
but,
low effort or not, I think low effort or not, it's lying is lying.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really lie. He just gave like his what are they doing with this drag queen? Like,
Well, okay, maybe lie.
Mm.
Maybe lie is like the wrong
Just
word.
to kind of like a nothing
Use-
point.
What's a nothing point? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
If we're I don't know if we're like past the Ironheart stuff now, but I wanted to also like ask if Jack could elaborate a little bit on the Lightyear video, because I feel like some people had some disagreements with that.
Yeah, so it had to do with Snoop Dogg going on a show and telling the host that he didn't realize that there was like gay themes in Lightyear, and he would have like I gave my take. I said he's not really being homophobic. He's simply saying, I wish there was something to indicate that was like a theme in the movie before taking my grandson to go see it, because like something people have to keep in mind is that like someone being your grandchild, like there are like limits because you're not the parent.
Yeah,
it could get in the way of like the parent, like how the parents are parenting essentially.
I wouldn't call it a theme though. Like it's a 1 second scene.
See, this is where what I disagree with, because the kiss. There's just one scene of them kissing, but there is like a larger there's a larger part of them in the narrative, right? That specific relationship iteration must be maintained in that timeline, because like the twist is that Zurg is actually Buzz Lightyear from the future.
Still no idea how that works, but yeah.
Yeah, and so he like Zurg or future Buzz says that he wants to go back in time and prevent the colony ship that crashed on the alien planet, prevent them from ever doing that in the first place, so they can go back home. And Buzz is like, but my friend wouldn't get married, and like all these other people wouldn't necessarily exist.
I don't remember. Did they elaborate on who his friend was marrying, like before the kiss scene?
No, like I don't even remember the love
yeah,
interest
like I
his
feel
friend
like
was even had a name. I don't even think that was
overall
elaborated
the
on.
theme is like love, but I wouldn't say the theme is like same-sex love. Like, I can understand like that point of view, but if you remove the kiss scene, nobody would ever know that it was a same-sex couple. So I don't necessarily see it as like a theme in the movie that would need to be clarified. I see it more as a I don't know, like a
Yeah, well, that can be applied to a lot of films that are also gay, but there is like a distinction between like a regular romance and gay romance, and I agree that it shouldn't matter when it comes to like certain ratings, but like this is what like my point comes across as, what I'm trying to get across is that parents like want to be sure of what they're showing to their kids before taking them to see something, and that's what really the purpose of the rating system is. If you're an adult, you can see whatever the hell you want, right? But for kids, like there needs to be like a rating system to guide parents of what exactly is safe for them to watch. G, PG, PG-13, R.
I mean,
all
can I
that.
step in real quick? Because I haven't seen Liger in like a long time, but like I don't really get this point because like as far as I can remember, at the very best, all they did was like showing a montage. She gets married, another woman gets pregnant with another woman. I don't really see how that's like quote unquote harmful.
I think if Snoop Dogg elaborated that he's like, oh well, I think it's a bit confusing for my grandson to see like the child bit. Like it might not be like I can understand what he's saying if he's talking about the child bit, because like I understand and a lot of other people who are like fully developed understand that it's the fictional
No, I
world.
get that. I understand that too, and I'm pretty sure that was
Yeah.
fully
My
what
point-
Snoop Dogg's point is. And I'm
Yeah,
not denying that.
my point wasn't even what in the video wasn't harm, it was informed consent, because parents want to see what they are taking their kids to see. And if you don't have like a signifier of something in it, they're going to feel like they were scammed. And are they stupid to think that? Sure. But there is a demand, like a market demand.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt again, but how is like I was just having a short montage, like showing like two lesbian women growing up together, like a scam.
Well, I
in your
think
words.
what we should kind of ask is like, what's the line of logic that Snoop Dogg is providing? Because the most I've seen from him is that there would be like, because you mentioned the parents thing, like apparently it's not his place to explain something like that, but I don't know.
He's-
Like
yeah,
if a
tried
kid didn't
not giving an
understand,
answer.
like, hey, what's this? And it's like, oh, it's called the moon, right? I don't think you need a parent to specifically explain it. If the kid just doesn't know what
Yeah,
that is,
I mean-
like, the grandparent can just say it with a very short sentence. Whereas in this case with Snoop Dogg, he could probably just tell his grandkids, yeah, they got married. That's a thing that happened.
I mean, to defend the grandkid a bit, it wasn't even. I wouldn't even necessarily say that it was because they're gay. It was just because it was confusing in the montage, because it's her it's the dog. So the daughter isn't necessarily the daughter isn't necessarily adopted. It's still biological, so it's not really clear if it's like if it's from a past relationship or if like she had a sperm donor.
Well, I would.
And-
I just
yeah.
want to stray a little bit. It's still the same topic, but I just want to ask, like, I want to, because you have this this point of view, and I would like to see if there's like a solution that you have in mind. You say like a rating system, and we kind of have that. We have when you're watching a show or a movie, there's a little tab at the beginning that says this includes blah blah blah, and I feel like it would be a little bit odd to have a text thingy that says this includes violence and some gay people. Like, I feel like that's a little out of place when you put it next to the other things.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it is from the perspective of like not like a warning, but more so, hey, these are in this if you would like to see it. Like sort of like how you when you go on Hulu, Netflix, or whatever, you see like gay stories or
Yeah,
like,
like I think that's a good solution. I would say, yeah, I would say market it
You mean
a little more, I guess.
So you mean like when when streaming services do, like when they categorize like films or TV shows based on if they have like LGBT representation or that kind of thing?
Yeah. It's not even necessarily like a warning, but more so like an advertisement for people who want to see that stuff. But it's
Jack,
also
I
like
think you're-
telling.
I think you're gonna get flack for that.
I feel like
The
there's a
idea that
difference
this would
there,
be
though.
allowed on streaming platforms.
What? Oh yeah,
it's a
nobody's
reference
watching
to
Lightyear.
the Netflix backlash. It's a joke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nobody's watching Lightyear.
I think that's to be clear. Like I think that like a whole shtick is dumb.
I think Snoop Dogg's biggest mistake was going to see Lightyear. Period.
That's true.
I think it's really funny how the tone has like suddenly changed in this call. It's welcome, but it's just funny.
Yeah.
It's a far cry from all the yelling that was happening earlier.
I do because I'm tired of yelling. I sound like a smoker.
I mean, I'm trying not to yell because it's like fucking 5 o'clock in the morning now.
Yeah, no,
it's like
6:05. I have people sleeping in the room next to me. I can't.
I can't yell either because I got people sleeping across from me. So
I don't, so I can yell whenever I want.
yeah. No, you're
Show
right.
me right now. Show me right now. Show me right now.
Show me that right now.
SK, no.
No.
To kind of
Yeah, but-
interject real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of want to like, not to like beat a dead horse, but to kind of bring up like what Gabe was mentioning before, where we're acting a little bit too good faith for people, for at least like the Snoop Dogg video, and I can kind of see his point now. But I kind of wanted to mention it because Birdman was mentioned a few times, and I wanted to like posit to Gabe about wouldn't it be better to be more good in faith for people that are arguing in bad faith, because then at least it steelmans their argument, versus Birdman where he kind of throws in a lot of ad hominems towards the person, like, oh, they're like little fucking mosquitoes flying around and I had to deal with them. So
Mosquito?
Little mosquito.
yeah.
Not
It was
not mosquito.
on his
They
tweet.
butchered my people.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring that up because it's like, I see what the point you were bringing up with Snoop Dogg is. I mean, I don't think we should have a label or like a rating system like, hey, be wary of gay people. Oh, and then it's like, I won't take grandchildren here. Because then the ramifications of that would be like, what about anime? Like Gurren Lagann, the most manliest anime you could think of, that has a gay character in there. So it's like, we now be like,
Yeah, well, at
oh,
the same
don't
time,
go-
it's not really
Yeah,
marketed.
yeah.
To be fair.
Petition
I'm gonna be 100
for anime companies to start adding in warnings for
Yeah,
big
I'm gonna be
bahungas.
100% honest. I'm gonna be
I
100%
think-
honest. If the Owl House had a fucking little snippet where it's like, this includes gay people, I would not continue watching. Not because I don't want to see that, but just because. Why?
Like,
Personally,
I think
personally, I don't think I need a warning about gay people in media.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
need for it.
I don't need a warning
But the
either.
point- yeah, most people don't if you're an adult. But like the point is, like it's for parents determining what to show to kids, right? Like that's the entire point of the rating system. Like, and
Well,
I'm not saying like a.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't
even
know.
saying
How old is Snoop Dogg's grandson? Is it like
I don't
specified?
know.
pretty young.
I
don't know.
think like we already have a
Must be pretty fucking
system
young.
Well, I
Yeah.
just think there just isn't really need
Because if he's
for
like
a
if
solution.
he's
We
like
already
the
have a
age where he
system in
doesn't
place.
understand, if he's like the age where he doesn't understand like babies, period, then I don't see a problem with it. Like
to me, it kind of seemed like Snoop Dogg just didn't know how to talk about that
yeah,
conversation
but
because
it
the
would be no
example,
Or
different.
if it was
well, the
his,
example you
or if it
gave
was
was
his like
specifically like,
line.
I
well,
feel like it would be
specifically with the like, oh, they're having a kid, and it's like, oh, is that like the kid's actual biological, or is it like a donation? And it's
No,
like,
I
I
can
feel like
see
if
that.
you're an
yeah,
adult, you can
but
explain
like
it like, oh
depending
yeah,
on
they're a
like how
surrogate.
old, depending on how old the grandson is, I don't think it would be much different from if it was a straight couple, because with the lesbian couple having a baby, and if he's like so young he doesn't understand babies, period, like how they're made,
True,
then
that's
I
a
don't
good
see
point. Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
like it would be no different if you took your kid to see a movie and a straight couple at the end had a baby, and you were like
Yeah.
you had to explain to your son, see, that's like they just had a baby out of nowhere, like it popped out of nowhere, like you'd have to explain.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the mentality I have for like Snoop Dogg not being wary of explaining it is because again, he's not the dad, he's not the mom. Like I would think he wants to maintain the trusting relationship he has with the parents, so they can trust having him with Snoop Dogg. So because by not teaching them things without their permission. Like, does that make sense?
No, yeah, that's fair. I think it
that's
kind of took
fair.
a bit to get to that. Like that wasn't even
Snoop Dogg,
brought up
I want to
earlier.
elaborate. Snoop Dogg has 7 grandchildren, none of
God
which seem to be below the age of 10, above the age of 10. So, I mean, there's like, yeah. So I would say these seem to be like generally like it would be no different if it was a straight couple in my eyes.
I mean, I think the consent of the parents is probably the biggest like defense for that, because it's like, hey, you don't want to be in like bad relations with your children and then their grandchildren. It's like, oh, why are you teaching my kid this? I should be talking to them about that. That's like the only
Yeah.
kind of thing I could understand. Because maybe he sees that it's like, hey, that's not my place, and I don't want to have to say that.
Yeah, it's not even necessarily like a question of what's wrong with teaching your child about people who are gay. It's should you as a grandparent be teaching that to your grandson when without the actual parent's permission or whatnot. Yeah, I think like the rating system, well, not even necessarily rating system, but just like being clever with it, just like I don't know, maybe having like a film poster like wrapped in like a gay like or like a rainbow like on by the corners, like that could be like a subtle indicator for parents. I think that'd be fair, but it's like it's not a warning, but it's like also telling you giving you like an idea of what it's about before clicking on it.
I feel as though it's kind of what like Cryptid, like, well, I don't think Cryptid was saying this, but it's like Cryptid mentioned, it's like, hey, if I saw this as marketing, I wouldn't watch it.
Yeah,
And
that's what I was saying. Like if I saw that as marketing, like it would like make me want to watch it less. Like I enjoy LGBTQ media. Like I said, the Owl House, love that show. But if it like had, like I wouldn't be interested.
Like
and that's like the challenge of marketing in general. You have to find a way to get people to watch something. The marketing for the marketing for Transformers 1 was shit. Like everyone agrees that was shit, but it was a good movie.
I feel like some people feel like pandering to a certain audience makes them want to watch it. Makes that audience want to watch it less.
Actually,
but the problem,
I would disagree. Transformers 1 marketing wasn't bad necessarily. It was more so you had a lot of older vocal fans trying to say like, oh, this is bad. And those same jokes, you would then end up seeing people enjoying them, like Bumblebee running across the train, like, oh, that's so funny, haha. But it's like, even the director talked about how they had to kind of like make sure that they could fit the jokes for not only a younger audience but also an older one. So it's kind of like a lot of people were doing with the Superman film, where they were judging it just off of a trailer, and it's like we didn't even see the film yet. I understand being critical of it, but it feels as though it's
Superman
like
didn't
to
hear
jump that.
Lex.
That's funny. Real quick, actually, that's the exact point that I was making about the whole Ironheart trailer. Because again, just like I wouldn't say any of the promotional material makes the show look like, I want to say, terrible or anything like that. It just looks fine. It's just that people had a disproportionate reaction over it, like for one reason for another.
Well,
Like
didn't
something
the
I
didn't
don't
the trailers
understand.
have the didn't the trailers have the would Tony Stark be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire line?
I think they did. Yeah.
I mean, I think that was only.
I mean, I
that's
just
all
seen
fan
a
debate,
clip
but-
Caused some
from.
outrage.
I mean, that was a clip in the show.
I
Did
feel
they-
like it was in
And the context doesn't
trailer.
really make it much better
It
either.
was in the show where it's like, oh,
Did they
Tony
play?
Stark
Did
wouldn't
they
be
play
what
that in
he
the
is.
trailer?
I don't know if they
I
did.
think it was in the trailer, but if
It
it
might
was, I could understand like some upset about that because I don't like that line.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember
like, my
specifically.
point was being-
People were complaining after the show came out, not before it, because then people would have been quoting it, and then all the reviews I'd seen, people were pointing out that very first line, oh, Tony wouldn't be who he was if he was billionaire. White billionaire. I think they said that. But at least billionaire part. So I
Here,
definitely think it was
let me look
after
at the
show came out.
trailer. Let me look at the trailer now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but that was
was
like
doing-
my point, because like, other than that, it's not like like it was going out of its way to make it look like terrible or anything like that. So I'm not exactly sure where all the outcry came from,
Was-
except maybe from a few offhand comments.
Wasn't Slug
Because-
shown in the trailer? The drag.
I think I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't seen it in a while.
Because I was gonna bring up the point that if Slug was shown and they're like, oh, they're putting drag people in the trailers, it's like we didn't even know that character was named Slug, and even if they're named now, the only complaint I could kind of see now, besides like, hey, the character wasn't really portrayed that well in the show, is the fact that it's like, what made it so difficult that you couldn't have a one-to-one depiction of the character? Like, oh, would it not help for the plot they were trying to do? And if that's the case, what does this new character provide, or new interpretation of Slug's character that supersedes, or at least like in its own iteration is like, hey, you know, like you can enjoy this Slug versus the comic book Slug.
Yeah, yeah, and another point I think you can make is that like drag has been shown to kids before.
Oh yeah.
Granted, not in the form of like as a distinct identity group, but as a gag, like in Looney Tunes, like where Bugs Bunny goes, yoo-hoo, toodaloo, like and just like bops like Elmer Fudd in the head, like by like pretending to be a woman, like that's played for gags.
Yeah,
No, they were
I
not
mean,
subtle at all back then, were they?
No, they weren't.
and I guess at that point you could kind of point out, it's like, yeah, they're normalizing drag, but at the same time, would you want them to demonize it? That would kind of be the opposite end of it.
Yeah,
Because again, I personally couldn't care if they casted a drag queen or one way or another.
Yeah.
Again, for the character Slug, I'm not sure, but like, that's just not the reaction I was seeing.
Oh, I agree.
And while we're on the
100%.
subject, again, I want to go ahead and clarify, again, about the whole like Ironheart debacle. Is just that, like, my biggest contentions again weren't about like Jack, your criticisms on the show, because again, I can't say anything about it because I haven't watched it, but more like I feel like majority of the videos, like majority of the time, felt like you were just arguing in bad faith against Birdman. And I'm not out here saying I'm not gonna go to arms and say like Birdman is like some infallible saint. In fact, I have a few problems with his Ironheart video as well, but I think he mostly gets things right for the most part.
Then I would say like what are some examples of me being bad faith? Like
again,
in my first video.
Again, I demonstrated earlier with the Slug thing, the whole all black led media straw man, or not straw, misconception.
I mean, I wouldn't say those are like me being bad faith, since one, like for the black led media point, he literally said that. He literally used that as a point. Uh
No,
to
he said no,
like
no. See, he said that he was describing that people were freaking out over the fact that it was an all black media project, which again is plausible because it happens so much now because people in
You
our
know.
world are radicalized to think that. But again, that's not him saying that he likes the show because it was all black led. Like, it's two different things.
I mean, like in his other videos, like he hammers home this point for some reason that Ironheart is important because she is black. Like that is like an aspect towards this towards the show that I know he feels. So he definitely looks at that with some value. He's not saying that, oh, this can be like disregarded in terms of the writing. No, like I know he includes that as a factor for why he defends it.
Well, you have you have a source where he says that? Source and
Like
timestamp?
my videos, like I don't have like a specific timestamp on me, but I do.
No, I'm talking
like, I
about
just know.
the point you made where he makes the claim that, Riri was important because she was black.
I'm sorry.
Can you
Like,
cite can you cite the source where you got the idea that Birdman was suggesting that Riri's character was important because she was black?
My Nerdrotic video, because he made a point of saying, just like a really dumb point of reducing a ton of like the Marvel heroes at the time, like the Fantastic Four, Avengers, Hulk, Captain America, like all of them as just being white. And he said that like Riri Ironheart is important because she's black, like she's diverse. And again, like this brings into into conflict, like the idea of representation and quality writing, because I point this out. You can have like a well-written black character or non-white character and have them not be shit, essentially. Like I brought up Tony Ho, like Yinsen's daughter. She's Vietnamese and a lesbian. And then there's also like Rhodey's daughter, Lila Rhodes. I'm kind of blanking on her name. I think it's Lila Rhodes. They're given Lila Rhodes especially is given no attention because of Riri, who was made to get returns. I don't know how you think that. I don't know if you know this aspect, but a lot of certain characters are derivatives of other characters, are kind of made from artists or writers to boost their own pockets, and they get like subsidies from their usage, right? So that's kind of like the primary. I see that as like a bigger motivator as to why she was created, primarily like self-beneficiary reasons, like from the white writer, not necessarily because the character was by herself compelling.
Well, do you think it also could have just been like they're adapting a black character from a comic book and not necessarily like, hey, gotta get our pockets filled up more, Like, I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a reach, especially with it's like, because Gabe is asking you, it's like, hey, what kind of examples, phrases, sentences, whatever, that he was kind of insinuating that, oh, the main important, what makes Riri important is that she's black, and not necessarily, to be in good faith. Maybe it's more so that her being black ties into her struggles and her lifestyles, which makes her Ironheart. Like, do you think it could have been that instead that his point was trying to get across? Because obviously I can only take your word on it, and I'd have to watch your video later, but it doesn't really seem as though that, that's just the only thing that he was saying. Like he believes, oh yeah, Ironheart is important because she's black.
And Kino, Jack, I do know what video you're talking about, by the way, and I know what part you're talking
Nerdrotic?
about. Yeah, the Nerdrotic video. Yeah, and like I don't really see where that mindset comes from, because it's just, you ask me, it's like pointing out like a pattern of Marvel's character lineup back then, that it was like mostly consistent of whites and not a whole lot of minority groups. In fact, like Stan Lee himself comes out and says that the reason they even made Black Panther to begin with was because like they thought Marvel was lacking in like diversity groups. Like obviously it was a lacking feature back then. So if that's the takeaway you get, if that's the takeaway you got from that, and or if that is true, that that Riri was made specifically to be black because it's important to her character, then fine. But I think the context is important, especially as well.
Okay, yeah. Like my position is that like Birdman has a has a better has a bigger motivation to defend Ironheart because she's black. That's just what I get from his.
I mean,
video
again, I
response.
don't see where you got that mindset from, if I'm being honest, because all it was just pointing out a pattern of behavior.
Yeah, again, I see that as projection on his end, because I didn't really see any racism from like the people who didn't have a negative reaction towards the show. I looked at it and said, yeah, this is pretty badly written.
Well, I mean, again, you may have not seen it, but that doesn't deny the fact that that the show did get like very unjustified reactions even before the show even came out, because you got to remember that there was being hate peddled towards the show even before it came out, which in itself is in bad faith and is in badly motivated.
Yeah, sure, and I acknowledge that, but I also think it's sort of racist to say that that's because of the race of the character and not because of the character herself, like what she does in the comics. See, he was also being a bit disingenuous there, because he was acting as though we have never seen this character before. When we have like the comics as source material, who doesn't.
I mean, to be fair, I barely even knew about Ironheart even before the show came out. So,
and I'm not justifying like the preconceived hate reviews. Like I even suggest in my video saying that those should be like closed off, so from people who didn't watch the show.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that for sure. I just think it's weird that you didn't even choose to acknowledge that. That's my point about it.
Real quick. I'd like to point out that Riri Williams as a character was not very liked even before the show. There's a good video essay by Comic Drake detailing why people disliked Riri when she came out versus Miles, who everybody really liked.
I remember that video.
Yeah, overall, I think people just didn't like Riri in general, but there's definitely like some racism, like a lot of racism.
I know. I actually think Anthony Gramuglia's video on the character of Riri does a lot to deconstruct that. For sure, I recommend that. But I would say that, based on modern day internet culture, I would say I'm not saying it's for sure, but it wouldn't be like a non-possibility to me that race was like a motivating factor, simply because of how galvanized internet and media culture is now.
Actually,
it's double, because people like Miles there are people who like Miles but hate Riri, and I'm sure there's some people who like Miles but hate Riri because she's also a woman. Like it's like racism and sexism, like double down.
Okay.
Actually,
yeah, I just didn't really get that in my. I just didn't really get that from my video. That's responding.
No, I know. I'm saying
I
as a character in the comics, some people generally didn't like her because she was A, black, and B, a woman. But that was just a thing even before the show, and still a thing with the show. But I don't know necessarily if the people you're talking about, I'm just saying in general, he wasn't a very well received character from the start.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of do understand like Clock's point a little bit more, because I think as an example, like the point of Birdman necessarily needing to defend Riri's because of her character being black, and it's like, oh, all these people are against her black character. I can kind of understand, because you could probably bet like $20 that most of these people haven't read the original Ironheart, or at least like seen videos discussing Riri and dissecting, why people didn't like her or just her character in general. And the other example I would bring up is Blue Beetle, and I'm more familiar with him from
I fucking
Batman
love
Brave
Blue
and the
Beetle.
No, the Batman Brave and the Bold. Yeah, and
Oh, you're talking about Ted Cord.
yeah.
No,
And
Jaime Reyes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jaime was Brave and the Bold? I feel like I remember both of them
Yeah,
being in that show.
both of them were in it, but Ted Cord died. He was only in it for a few episodes.
But
Ted Cord is.
I think as an example, right? Like when the Blue Beetle movie came out, the main criticism was towards the Hispanic representation, and
Let's
his character.
talk about it. Oh my god, I remember. That.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, and the thing is, in other iterations of Blue Beetle, like Brave and the Bold, it wasn't as heavily like front and center in your face, like, oh, he's Hispanic, guys, look, he has to be Hispanic. And I'm not saying the film shouldn't do that, like they can do whatever they want. It's just you can notice a pattern of where they're targeting specifically the races, the races and the characters being portrayed heavily for the race.
Jaime's culture is very important to his character.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. It's just that was the main thing they attacked first about his character, and not necessarily like, was this Hispanic representation good? Did they portray it in the film well? Did it tie in with the plot?
I mean, I'm not
well?
Hispanic, but like from people I know who are, like they seem to think it was good representation. So
yeah, that's what I've heard as well. And that's why it's like, that's why I bring that up, because if they've seen other like interpretations of these work, whether it's from the animated films, whether it's from the original comics, then they would take it from that lens of like, hey, what's this new interpretation doing? Instead, with Ironheart, they're not doing that with Riri. Instead, the point is to tackle the black part. So while I'm saying I agree that Clack does have a point that like, hey, Birdman might necessarily be like defending Riri because they're attacking her for being black, I think it's more so from the point that it's very evident from their pattern of behavior that they attack these characters for their race and not necessarily like what they bring to the table, good or bad. And I think that's like a key thing to bring up, obviously, in regards to Birdman.
Yeah, and my response to that is that it's up to him to communicate that in the video, and I didn't feel as though he communicated that point very well.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna quickly, quickly gonna roll it back here and quickly finish it off. Again, like I'm just saying, my main problem with the series of videos that you made, Jack, is that I think to improve it, I think it could have just been a little bit more fair. Is the kind of thing. Like again, I'm not saying that Birdman can't be wrong sometimes, because I disagree with him sometimes as well. But like the whole point of his original Ironheart video wasn't like to defend like the show because he likes it. It was like just call out the bullshit like arguments, the misconceptions that that were being made around the show at the time.
Right.
Like that was the thing. And again, I'm just saying I think you could have just been a little bit more fair towards his criticisms, and also like also made a point to address that what the arguments from the people that he's responding to. I think he could have done a little more to at least address those and acknowledge that they're in bad faith, because they objectively were. Like that was just my whole point with that.
They were objectively bad, even though you didn't watch the show. Like, right? Like, did you not say that?
No, objectively bad faith, he said.
Okay,
Not bad.
again, like you can't say objectively bad faith about the show when you didn't watch the show.
No, the people.
Well, no, he's saying bad faith as in bad faith because of race.
Like they're bringing up bad faith arguments.
Bad faith because of personal vendettas and like biases.
Okay. Like I'm just gonna be honest. Like it just sounds as though you don't. The problem isn't necessarily that you want me to be less. What's the word I'm looking for? You want me to give. It's not that you don't want me to be more good faith. Well, no, it's not that you don't want me to be less bad faith. You just want me to be more bad faith towards the people Birdman is criticizing in the video.
That is not at all what I said.
I just don't understand your point then, because again, like I stand by all my arguments in the video in all my videos against Birdman
saying
because
is addressing that an argument is unfair and objectively bad faith in itself.
okay, is calling them racist because of over a point they make in the Ironheart review, or saying it's bad. I don't really view that as good faith.
Well, it's not because of the things they say in the Ironheart review. It's because of their personal, like what they say in their other videos, like heel versus babyface. Like it's very abundant. Like he's talked about it before. Like it's something you can bring up. I think is what they're trying to say.
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Like, again, I think a little bit, I think a little bit more good faith argument and fair treatment. Pretty much.
So again,
that was all it.
But again, like what you're asking for is just for not even necessarily to change up my arguments. It's just to criticize them more. Just to be clear.
Yeah, because I don't see you doing enough of that.
Okay.
Like it's like pretty unnuanced.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's because I don't think the subject is nuanced at all. Like, it's either do I think Ironheart is good or is it bad? And I view it as bad. I don't really see that as a really nuanced view.
Well, I think your personal opinions about the show are not relevant to whether someone is making unfair arguments about the show.
And I didn't really see what was unfair about them. Like, I elaborated on the points, sure, but I view them as pretty good faith, like a pretty objective.
I mean, I think SK would disagree a lot, considering how many videos he's made on like Critical Drinker.
So he disagrees with my takes on the video. Well, on my takes.
Like, I kind of zoned out, if I'm being honest.
So, Gabe, to be clear, he disagrees with my takes against Birdman in the Ironheart videos, correct? Those aren't good faith.
I agree with the criticism of the show, and that.
No, I'm just saying. I think as someone like SK, who's made like multiple videos on people like Critical Drinker and Geeks and Gamers and other people that argue in bad faith, would also agree that the criticism towards Ironheart was kind of in bad faith, at least from those people.
From those people, yes. Even if they happen to be correct, I imagine they probably wanted to go into it hating on it. Like, it's, I guess, to give an example,
they don't want to make it better. They
don't
want to
make it better. They want to hate on it. Like, I'm sure there's Snyder fans like Snyder cultists that have made true, like, fair points against the plot of Superman from James Gunn. But, like, I can tell a lot of the the reasoning behind why they're saying it is because they wanted to hate on it, not because they're approaching it in good faith. I think that's what Gabe is saying. If so, then yeah, I agree. It's probably what's happening.
We tied it back to DC characters twice now.
Because I imagine that because heels versus babyface does not argue in good faith. I think that's been made abundantly clear.
100%.
Well,
He said pronouns are immersion breaking.
I don't see how they will be. I don't see how they will be immersion breaking
because everyone uses pronouns.
Well, yeah, heels versus babyface. Just fundamentally, he
uses pronouns in that
faith.
rant. It's so fucking funny. He uses pronouns in that rant.
He's the same guy that said Cyborg was gender swapped because someone happened to be named